In the shadowy depths of a cavern, the sound of dripping water echoed intermittently. Suddenly, the splashing of footsteps reverberated through the secluded cave, causing a man and a woman concealed within to grow vigilant. Pain, someone is approaching. The woman furrowed her brow, her palm morphing into sharp origami-like weapons infused with chakra. Her tone was eerily calm. Aside from the two of us, only Madara and Obito are aware of this place. Have they come? No, it is an unfamiliar ninja. The man raised his head, his peculiar eyes fixed on the cave's entrance, observing the emerging figure with a voice that bore a frigid detachment. Konan, eliminate him, even though they had forsaken the ideals of the original Akatsuki 12 years prior due to the death of a dear friend. It did not imply they would welcome a stranger into the sacred ground where their fallen comrade once stood. The notion of slaying an intruder in this untainted domain weighed not on their conscience. They had grown accustomed to bloodshed. Excuse me, is this the Akatsuki's base? Before they could react, the newcomer addressed the duo within the cavern. I am the son of Yahiko, Nagato. 12 years ago, he informed my mother of his affiliation with an organization called Akatsuki, intending to follow Lord Yahiko. However, he never returned. The woman halted her motion with the paper shurikens, and the man's expression stiffened as they processed the unfamiliar name, and perhaps it was somewhat familiar, especially to the woman. The ninja named Yahiko had once perished while protecting her, a senseless sacrifice. As the figure approached, the man and woman discerned his appearance. He was a youth, his ninja headband askew, clad in an oversized robe that seemed ill-fitting for his age. The first-generation Akatsuki uniform appeared rather rudimentary now, a reflection of the organization's former impoverishment, yet it evoked a sense of nostalgia. You are Yahiko's son? The man scrutinized the boy's visage, noting a resemblance to his father, and spoke in a low, grave tone. We have no record of him in our organization. You should leave. The woman seemed poised to speak, but upon glancing at the man beside her, she found him shaking his head slightly. Biting her lip, she succumbed to silence. The boy gripped a kunai tightly, feigning composure. Yet, when he paused to turn away, he inadvertently caught sight of the pair's features, prompting him to stow the weapon and reach into his pocket. The man and woman exchanged startled glances, their wariness heightening as the boy produced a photograph. Lowering his gaze to the picture, he then lifted his head to scrutinize the man and woman before him. The boy raised the photograph, softly inquiring, "Are you Lord Konan and Lord Yahiko?" Silence enveloped the trio. The photograph captured the sole moment the first-generation Akatsuki had ever been immortalized, lacking many subsequent members, as they had regarded the organization as one of peace and paid little heed to their comrades' identities, sending many images home to families. Moreover, the boy's mention of Yahiko weighed heavily upon the two, intensifying their somber mood. The man bore an uncanny resemblance to Yahiko, for his body had been transformed into a formidable puppet. The puppet was controlled by a red-haired boy from the photograph. Lord Yahiko appears unchanged. The boy prattled on. Although Lord Konan has aged, one can still discern her youthful contours. The woman's expression darkened. The man, maintaining a calm demeanor, suddenly interjected, "Your father is dead. He perished in battle 12 years ago. I have long forgotten his name. The weak are not worthy of remembrance." Panic flickered across the woman's face. She had not anticipated the man's blunt revelation of the truth, especially concerning someone they had once known. The boy's countenance fell, and he forcefully retorted, "If you do not recall his name, how can you claim he died in battle?" Because the man fixed his gaze on the boy, his voice icy and deliberate. 12 years ago, only 2 members of the Akatsuki survived. He could have lived. The woman suddenly exclaimed, adding, "If not for me, many could have survived." The man at her side seemed inclined to offer her comfort, yet upon observing her despondent expression, he fell silent. "I understand." The boy's demeanor shifted, his face a mask of indifference as he waved his hand dismissively. "If he has been dead for 12 years, I shall not hold it against him." With that, he turned it apart. However, as he took a few steps, an inexplicable force drew him back, and the man seized his collar with a firm grip. "Your father may not have wielded great power, but he was a ninja deserving of respect. Do you feel nothing for him? Pain, let him go." The woman anxiously grasped the man's arm, imploring him to release the boy. Uehara Naraku tugged at Pain's hand, tilting his head to meet the man's peculiar gaze, a mocking glint in his eyes. I apologize, but I was born shortly after he died. Aside from this photograph and this garment, I possess no memory of him. From his words emerged the image of a man who abandoned his family. Regardless, the ninja named Yahiko had left behind his recently delivered wife and newborn son to pursue an enigmatic organization, a choice that seemed rather peculiar. "I'm sorry." The woman murmured an apology. Tears brimmed in Conan's eyes 12 years prior. They were both only 15, unable to comprehend the sacrifices made by those who followed them. Now, they glimpsed only the tip of the iceberg. There is no need to apologize, that was his decision. The boy shook his head, prying free from the man's grasp. "I seek the Akatsuki base merely because my mother wished to know his whereabouts before she passed away." Conan regarded the boy, her voice trembling with concern. "Both your parents are gone. Where will you go now?" "Of course, to seek out Lord Hanzo." Uehara Naraku shrugged, explaining, "For the past few months, I have wandered as a rogue ninja, gathering information on the Akatsuki and my father's whereabouts. Now that my wish is fulfilled, I intend to join Lord Hanzo and become a proper ninja." Pain and Konan exchanged glances, astonished that the descendant of a first-generation Akatsuki member would seek allegiance with the very man responsible for his father's death. The young boy, Uehara Naraku, remains oblivious to the truth. How could those enlightened, particularly Konan, tolerate such occurrences? No. Konan grasped his shoulder and crouched before him, her expression icy as she declared, "Your father, Uehara Yaho, joined Akatsuki, hence his offspring is also a member of the organization. This organization, it resembles a pyramid scheme." Uehara Naraku glanced back and forth between Konan and Pain, unable to restrain himself from blinking and instinctively voicing his critique. Yet, he ultimately achieved his true objective. A resonant chime echoed within Uehara Naraku's mind. Side quest. Join an Organization 11. Quest completed. Reward: the Justice Colossus Galio spiritual contract. Uehara Naraku is, in fact, a time traveler. Furthermore, he is equipped with a rather peculiar system. In the future world of ninjas, there are numerous individuals who possess extraordinary abilities, many of whom have been stripped of their titles for their reckless exploits. The presence of one more or one less does make a significant difference in the ninja realm. Just a month ago, he was simply Uehara, an ordinary individual. While strolling down the street, he encountered a rather eccentric bookseller. After a brief exchange, Uehara felt a sense of kinship with the proprietor. As fellow aficionados of the second dimension, any topic could easily spark a conversation. Before parting ways, feeling somewhat embarrassed, Uehara purchased a book from the vendor's modest stall, truly just selecting a random title. As the ancients have wisely stated, within books lie beauties akin to jade, golden houses, and abundant grains. Surely, reading more can never be a detriment. Indeed, the ancients spoke truthfully. Sometimes, books even come with their own systems. The proprietor was quite peculiar. Despite merely running a bookstall, he priced the books according to their covers and sold them to Uehara. Was it not plainly an attempt to swindle him? In retrospect, he not only swindled Uehara, but others as well. Upon returning home and opening the book, Uehara found himself bound to a system named "The wishes of all two-dimensional enthusiasts will surely be fulfilled," abbreviated as the two-dimensional wish system. This system resembled a crude imitation, devoid of artificial intelligence and rather monotonously issuing tasks. Once activated, the system conducted a big data analysis of Uehara's preferences and promptly transported him to the ninja realm, transforming him into Uehara Naraku. Uehara Naraku's origins are indeed quite extraordinary. His father was a first-generation member of the Akatsuki organization, who, after having a child with his mother, pursued Yahiko and subsequently vanished without a trace. A mother and her orphan child struggled to survive in the war-torn village of Amigakure, and Uehara Naraku was compelled to learn chakra refinement from his mother from a young age, ultimately becoming a wandering ninja, only to be killed by an Iwagakure ninja. Thus, Uehara became Uehara Naraku. His main quest is singular: to fulfill the wishes of the bookseller and ascend to the zenith of the ninja world. With a progress rate of 0. What a straightforward and crude system it is. Yet, why does it not allow the fulfillment of his own desire to simply be an ordinary person? Instead, it insists on realizing the wishes of others. Does the system not fear that someday, someone might wish to transform into a crow, altering their very species, and it would comply with that wish? Of course. Aside from the task of becoming the greatest boss in the ninja realm, the system also intermittently issues various random side quests of varying difficulty. Strictly speaking, these quests resemble the heartfelt desires of two-dimensional enthusiasts, as they are often bizarre and eclectic. After all, even a deficient system is unlikely to issue blatantly contradictory tasks simultaneously. For instance, one side quest might aim to lead Naruto Uzumaki to darkness, while another seeks to ensure his eternal warmth. And yet another desires for Naruto and Sasuke to be together. What in the world is going on here? According to Uehara Naraku's assessment, the issuers of these tasks are rather peculiar, and the rewards they bestow vary significantly. For instance, the current side quests predominantly offer rewards derived from League of Legends. At times, they grant hero skills. At other moments, they bestow heroes as summoned beasts, and occasionally, they even dispense currency. This currency is not the money of the ninja world, but rather genuine gold coins, which can be utilized to procure an array of bizarre equipment. Uehara Naraku opened his panel, for this was the inaugural exhibition, and it was likely to be a considerable duration before he would access his attributes again. Name: Uehara Naraku. Gender: male. Date of birth: year 44 of the Leaf Village calendar. April 4th. Identification number: censored. Life energy: 698. Standard Chunin physical capacity: 500-1000. Chakra energy: 1350. Standard Jonin level chakra: 1000 to 3000. Life recovery: 2 seconds. Chakra recovery: 15 seconds. Available skills: Sky Dance Technique: enables flight using chakra, consuming 3 chakra points per second, with no cooldown. Command Shockwave: by releasing a chakra puppet, generates a gravitational force in space-time, drawing enemies towards the puppet. With a range equivalent to the chakra used, minimum 100 points, cooldown of 110 seconds. Wind Barrier: by releasing wind-style chakra, creates a wall of air to obstruct enemy attacks, with a range equivalent to the chakra used, minimum 50 points, cooldown of 26 seconds. Thunder Prison Induction: by releasing lightning-style chakra, forms a circular storm of electricity around him, with range, power, and duration corresponding to the chakra used, minimum 75 points. Cooldown of 120 seconds. Card Trickery: employs a powerful card-throwing technique, with enhanced power every 4th card thrown, with no cooldown. Equipped: Tear of the Goddess, chakra 250. Accumulated chakra 750, returns 10 chakra after using a ninjutsu. Summoning Contract: Justice Colossus Galio, chakra cost 3000 points. Remaining gold coins: 1320. For Uehara Naraku, the sole source of solace lies in the fact that his current skills are quite commendable, devoid of any inferior E-level orphan skills. Apart from the Sky Dance Technique, which he acquired during his initial practice of chakra control for water walking and tree climbing, the rest were obtained through combat missions. As for the Tear of the Goddess, he procured it with some currency he earned from various side quests, purchasing it from the occasional shop that the system presents. He understands the significance of chakra in the ninja world. This item can indeed be life-saving. The system had previously assigned him 2 side quests, one to create an organization and the other to join an organization. If he were 22 years old, he would undoubtedly choose to establish an organization, but alas, he is merely 12. Given his recent performance, the notion of seizing opportunities should not pose much of a challenge. Correct? The identity of this body is exceedingly advantageous. If he does not make proper use of it, would it not be a grave waste? As for who shall emerge as the true mastermind behind the Akatsuki, the greatest antagonist in the shinobi world, Nagato, Obito Uchiha, Madara Uchiha, or Black Zetsu, let them engage in fair competition. Such a delightful nested doll game, why not partake? Uehara Naraku is not particularly choosy. His sole ambition is to become the last doll, capable of surpassing Kagaya Akatsuki, thus fulfilling his primary mission. At present, the Akatsuki is rather disheveled, akin to a makeshift troupe. The later Akatsuki ensemble comprises only half of its members, with their secret base nestled within a river gorge, where members are each occupied with their respective missions. Some remain stationed within the base. Among the prominent spenders within the Akatsuki, one is Orochimaru, who revels in human experimentation. The other, Sasori of the Red Sand, is enamored with human artistry. Has a new member arrived? Upon seeing Uehara Naraku behind Pain and Konan, Orochimaru instinctively licked the corner of his mouth. Or perhaps, is he intended as my experimental material? Pain shook his head and calmly stated, he will be the organization's new intern, Uehara Naraku. Please take good care of him. Uehara Naraku's smile radiated warmth, yet within the shadows of the cave. His youthful exuberance seemed starkly at odds with the surroundings. Humph. The others merely scoffed at him, disregarding his presence. Uehara's smile swiftly faded. A bunch of scoundrels. It's rare for him to smile so heartily. Is this carefully practiced grin only meant for those like my guy and Rock Lee? Konan gently patted the boy's head, bending down to whisper in his ear. Ora, could you find a place to train by yourself? Oh, of course. Uehara Naraku stepped back and nodded. The irises gently swayed atop the woman's head as she strolled further into the cave. Despite the dim lighting, a colossal figure could be discerned within. Its appearance was grotesque, yet its power was formidable. The Ten Tails husk, the Outer Path's golem, lay concealed here, and evidently, the Akatsuki members were still oblivious to its true purpose. Haha, you're an intern of the organization too. Just as Uehara was lost in thought, a comical voice erupted. A hand clapped on Uehara's left shoulder, and as he turned, he found nothing. Moments later, he felt a tap on his right shoulder, indicating the prankster had darted to the other side, an ancient yet tiresome jest. If this individual were also an intern of the Akatsuki, he must be Obito Uchiha, Uehara Naraku's future colleague and rival for the position of the true orchestrator. Uehara Naraku furrowed his brow, clasped his hands firmly, and unleashed his skill, lightning release, thousand thunder prison. Suddenly, a storm of thunderclouds materialized around him, and in an instant, a bolt of lightning struck towards the man behind him. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The man standing behind Uehara Naraku did not employ any particular strategy. Rather, he allowed the thunder to strike him, his body swaying unsteadily. The wooden mask adorning his face emitted wisps of smoke, while his crimson clouds and black robes bore scorch marks from the lightning, even flickering with small sparks. To an observer, this individual might initially appear to be a fool with an intellect akin to that of a simpleton, posing no threat whatsoever. His presence might elicit a modicum of amusement, serving as his sole utility. However, anyone who harbored such thoughts would be gravely mistaken, for he had been the harbinger of torment that could fracture the spirits of those within the ninja world. Uehara Naraku lifted his gaze, his eyes narrowing as he fixated on the masked man before him. The days ahead would likely be far from mundane, yet he knew not to let his guard down too much. In the very next moment, Uehara's expression shifted to one of gravity, as he noticed a young man clad in a form-fitting uniform standing not far from the masked figure. This youth bore deep tear lines on his face, adorned with a spiral-patterned ninja headband, and his countenance was marked by a seriousness that suggested exemplary upbringing. Uehara's expression darkened slightly. Was this Uchiha Itachi from the Umbu era? No. Given his appearance within the Akatsuki, it was evident that he was no longer a Konoha Umbu ninja, but rather an S-rank rogue ninja who had slaughtered his entire clan to escape from Konoha. Compared to other S-rank rogue ninjas, Uchiha Itachi's methods were notably more ruthless. Kakuzu had merely annihilated the upper echelons of Takigakure, a mere vassal village of Konoha with few strong warriors. Deidara had only killed the third Kazekage, a role often assumed by the Kazekage. Yet, Uchiha Itachi had eradicated his own kin, a clan that had inherited a legacy spanning a millennium, renowned as the foremost noble family in the ninja world for their Sharingan. Hey, kid, show a bit more respect for your senior intern, the masked man exclaimed, pointing angrily at Uehara Naraku. However, upon meeting Uehara's gaze, he quickly gave a thumbs up and gestured towards the young man behind him. With a playful tone, the masked man declared, "You know, I have brought a powerful member into the organization, and soon I will shed my intern status to become a full-fledged member." Even in his anger, the masked man continued to feign madness before Uehara, showing no intent to reveal his concealed identity. After making this proclamation, the masked man proudly continued, "Do you know who he is? Though he is of a similar age to yours, he has already wiped out the entire Uchiha clan. His strength is sufficient to be a formal member of our organization." Uehara Naraku regarded the masked man with an expression of incredulity, as if he were observing a fool. How could he muster the audacity to perform such exaggerated theatrics before both him and Uchiha Itachi? Did he truly believe his acting skills were exceptional? Standing before him was Uehara Naraku, and behind him stood Uchiha Itachi, both capable of vying for the title of Best Actor. Well, it must be acknowledged that the masked man's performance was indeed quite impressive. Uehara Naraku has just gained the trust of Konan, and perhaps even the confidence of Pain. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi is skillfully toying with his younger brother, showing no signs of his true intentions until the conclusion of the Pacific War. The masked man has remained concealed until the future Fourth Shinobi World War, and his identity has never been unveiled before his mask was shattered. Even if someone suspected his identity, they would be met with vehement contradictions from others. Had it not been for Uehara Naraku's awareness of his true visage, it is likely that many would only speculate him to be a figure akin to Uchiha Azuna. How intriguing it is. 3 individuals, each confident in their prowess to vie for the title of the greatest, are now engaged in a theatrical display, attempting to outsmart one another. Frankly, it feels somewhat foolish. One day, I shall unveil the identities of these two, compelling all to engage in sincerity. The masked man suddenly patted Uehara on the shoulder, coaxing him warmly. Hey, kid. How about a spar with Uchiha Itachi? If you manage to defeat him, you could undoubtedly seize his position as a formal member. Uehara Naraku regarded the masked man with an expression akin to viewing a simpleton. If you desire so fervently to become a formal member, why not eliminate him and usurp his place? Haha. Of course, the masked man chuckled for a while before, with a dejected demeanor, revealing his answer. My abilities are too feeble. I would likely be slain by him. Yet, my prowess is lacking as well. Uehara Naraku blinked innocently. According to his current strength, unless he could summon the just Colossus Galio, defeating the S-rank rogue ninjas of the Akatsuki would pose considerable difficulty. If Uehara Naraku conserves his chakra, he might manage to execute a dozen techniques, taking down someone like Hozuki, but facing a well-rounded Uchiha Itachi would be quite another matter. Mastery of ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, and ocular techniques renders his combat style extraordinarily diverse. The most troubling aspect is this fellow's high intelligence. He approaches every adversary with caution, meticulously deciphering their techniques and employing countermeasures in battle. Then you can only blame your own weakness. The masked man shrugged, turning to the youth behind him. Hey, Itachi. If you wish to establish your place within the organization, then eliminate someone. The interns within the organization are not shielded by any protection. The 13-and-a-half-year-old Uchiha Itachi glanced at the masked man, then slowly directed his gaze towards Uehara Naraku, ultimately nodding as he unsheathed his ninja blade. He had been brought in by the masked man. In Itachi's memory, the masked man claimed to be Uchiha Madara, a man of enigmatic strength, who not long ago assisted in the massacre of the Uchiha clan and facilitated his entry into the Akatsuki. The masked man had mentioned en route that the Akatsuki was his organization, and this in turn was likely someone he wished to eliminate. Their prior agreement had just been reached, with the masked man promising not to attack Konoha or harm Sasuke in exchange for Itachi's allegiance to the Akatsuki. In the present moment, the masked man's insinuations were clearly aimed at enlisting his assistance in finding trouble for another intern within the organization. It mattered little. As long as this individual adhered to their agreement, Itachi Uchiha did not hesitate to assist him with minor inconveniences. Intriguingly, Naoki Uehara cast a glance at the figure of Itachi, who wielded a kunai, recalling the 2 side missions that had once presented themselves. Defeat Itachi Uchiha once, 01. Reward unknown. Defeat the mysterious masked man once, 01. Reward unknown. Itachi slowly closed his eyes and inclined his head towards Naoki Uehara, silently conveying his apologies. I have my reasons for this. No sooner had the words left his lips than his figure vanished from sight, remarkably swift. In an instant, Itachi reappeared behind Naoki, wielding his kunai with lethal intent, aiming for Uehara's neck with a practiced ease, as if he had executed countless similar strikes. Lightning release, thunder prison. Even as Naoki remained unaware of Itachi's whereabouts, he did not hesitate to activate the thunder prison technique, which served both as a defense and an offensive maneuver. Thankfully, the time they had previously discussed was just sufficient for the skill's cooldown to expire. Dark storm clouds swirled above Naoki, and a bolt of lightning descended, compelling Itachi to resort to the body replacement technique to evade the strike. Countless arcs of electricity danced within the storm, threatening to strike again at any moment. Once outside the thunder prison's range, Itachi furrowed his brow, This individual could unleash such formidable lightning release ninjutsu with merely a single hand seal. Are all the interns within the Akatsuki organization such anomalies? Clap, 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 clap. The masked man applauded vigorously, exclaiming in awe, "Wow, wow, wow. This is truly spectacular. Whether it's Itachi's body replacement technique or the kid's lightning release, it all appears extraordinarily impressive." Fool. Naoki Uehara could no longer suppress a scornful murmur. Such an exaggerated form of praise lacked any sincerity. Gazing toward Itachi's position, four cards suddenly materialized in Naoki's hand, hurtling towards him, slicing through the air. The sharp sound of metal scraping resonated. Itachi's kunai deftly intercepted the four cards, which felt as if forged from steel, exhibiting an astonishing sharpness. "My cards are not to be trifled with," Naoki remarked with a sly smile, his gaze darkening. As his words echoed, an explosive sound erupted. One of the cards detonated instantaneously. Itachi was hurled backward, half kneeling upon the ground. The rogue ninja from Konoha appeared somewhat disheveled. Despite his timely reaction following the body replacement technique, he was ultimately caught in the blast's aftermath. Goodness gracious, how terrifying. The masked man anxiously clasped his legs and cradled his head in his arms, visibly shaken. One card proved to be far more powerful than an explosive tag. How utterly frightful. Above, it should be replete with an abundance of chakra. Uchiha Itachi, deep in contemplation, knelt and lifted his gaze toward Uehara Naraku. Was this organization truly so formidable? Although he had yet to exert his full strength, the prowess of the two techniques wielded by this intern was astonishing, exhibiting combat capabilities that could easily rival that of a jonin. A 12-year-old jonin? Itachi closed his eyes momentarily, then slowly reopened them, revealing a fierce glint. His irises had transformed into a crimson hue, with 3 black tomo encircling them. Whoosh! Uehara could almost hear the whisper of the wind. He refrained from directly meeting Itachi's Sharingan gaze, instead focusing on the fleeting moment as his toes vanished from sight. The thunderous explosion from earlier should have attracted Konan and Pain. Otherwise, he would have to resort to purchasing some extraordinary items from the system with his gold coins, capable of securing victory. After all, his primary objective was to obtain skill rewards while simultaneously showcasing his abilities. As this organization had always demonstrated a lack of scruples in recruiting powerful members. This little brat. He even knows how to counter the Sharingan? Truly impressive. The masked man beside him chattered incessantly about the battle, which was becoming increasingly irksome for Uehara. Were it not for the need to remain vigilant against a potential ambush from Itachi, he would certainly devise a way to retaliate fiercely. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball surged toward Uehara Naraku. As a scion of the Uchiha clan, Itachi effortlessly unleashed this signature fire technique, effortlessly conjuring a great fireball. One must admit, Itachi's hand seal formation speed was remarkable. In a mere second, he formed 6 hand seals and released the great fireball technique. However, Uehara Naraku's hand seal speed was even quicker. He symbolically brought his hands together, unfalteringly invoking his defensive skill, Wind Barrier. The blazing fireball collided with a wall of wind, dissipating into nothingness, leaving only the heated air scorched by the flames. Both the masked man and Uchiha Itachi bore grave expressions. For Uehara Naraku was on the verge of unleashing another technique with a single hand sign. Yet, Itachi did not squander this opportunity. In an instant, the rogue ninja materialized behind Uehara Naraku, swiftly brandishing his ninja blade. Is it happening? A magical orb manifested in the palm of Uehara Naraku's hand. Based on his intuition, he surmised that Itachi was launching a feigned attack with the great fireball. After all, it was a technique notorious for its inability to inflict fatal harm in the anime. Command Shockwave. The space surrounding Uehara Naraku warped instantaneously. A gravitational force drew Itachi closer, and the disorienting sensation of twisted space rendered him powerless to retaliate. Without hesitation, Uehara Naraku seized Itachi by the neck, pinning him to the ground. You've lost. Had he opted to sever Itachi's neck with a card instead of using his hand, he could have undoubtedly ended his life. However, that was not Uehara's intent. Uchiha Itachi, though ostensibly a spy for Konoha, is, in truth, a paragon of diligence within the Akatsuki organization. To eliminate him here would be an egregious waste. Moreover, should he truly employ his cards, it is conceivable that Uchiha Itachi might invoke Susanoo to defend himself. A sudden realization struck Uehara's mind. He instinctively believed that upon completing the first side quest, he had instead witnessed the successful completion of a side mission hidden in the shadows. Quest completed. Defeated by Uchiha Itachi, 111. Reward, 100 gold coins. What an absurdity. How could anyone harbor such a masochistic desire? Yet, the pressing question remains. Why, despite holding the upper hand, does the system deem him already defeated? You have lost. Uchiha Itachi's gaze finally met Uehara Naraku's, his mesmerizing Sharingan, adorned with 3 black tomo, ensnaring him. Even caught off guard by the force of the directive shockwave, Uchiha Itachi adeptly sought an opportunity for counteraction. Although he was uncertain why Uehara Naraku had shown him mercy, it did not hinder his resolve. Only by subduing the enemy could ultimate victory be attained. Uehara Naraku found himself ensnared within a jinjutsu, perceiving colossal copper nails embedding themselves into his flesh, rendering him immobile. Jinjutsu, binding technique. Yet, within Uehara's mind, another side quest, which had languished in obscurity since his arrival in the shinobi world, finally reached completion. Quest completed. Experience the power of the Sharingan, 111. Reward, Life Disintegration Ray. Life Disintegration Ray. A potent beam released through the eyes that analyzes the opponent's life characteristics and disintegrates their body for a duration of 25 seconds. The chakra cost and duration are interconnected, requiring a minimum of 100 chakra, with a cooldown of 120 seconds. This skill is undeniably formidable. Yet Uehara must immediately dispel the jinjutsu. This is an unprecedented crisis. How could he falter at such a critical juncture? It said that the soul energy of a transmigrator is potent enough to resist jinjutsu? What must he do to break free? Just as Uehara Naraku contemplated unleashing the life disintegration ray in a reckless attack, a hand suddenly struck his head, dispelling the jinjutsu in a manner reminiscent of scolding a child. What are you doing? Konan interrupted their skirmish. The woman with cerulean hair seized Uehara by the collar, pulling him to her side as she spoke coldly. What is going on here? Uehara exhaled in relief. Upon seeing the members of Akatsuki emerge, he pointed towards the masked man and Uchiha Itachi, ready to accuse. Lord Konan, these two intended to kill me. No. The masked man interjected, stepping forward with exaggerated gestures. We merely sought to assess the combat capabilities of the organization's intern. We never anticipated he would defeat someone worthy of becoming a full-fledged member. Although Itachi Uchiha did not employ the techniques of his Mangekyo Sharingan, his prowess in ordinary circumstances is beyond that of an average ninja. It is astonishing that this young lad managed to suppress Itachi with his peculiar jutsu, even coming perilously close to eliminating him before Itachi resorted to his trump card. Should the masked man's observations be accurate, the last technique employed by the boy likely pertained to space-time manipulation, as he witnessed a distortion in space. This young individual is indeed remarkable. He could serve as a formidable asset for the Akatsuki in their quest to collect tailed beasts. The membership of Akatsuki has been in a constant state of flux, with various groups experiencing vacancies and occasional members trading their comrades for monetary gain. As for the potential threat posed by Naraku Uehara, the masked man contemplated for merely a second before dismissing it. The boy appears to lack any significant bloodline limit, and his chakra seems only slightly above average, rendering him an unlikely candidate for greatness. Nonetheless, his innate talent is commendable, having developed a jutsu that can be unleashed with a single hand seal. Though this is where his capabilities seem to plateau, he understands well that only those endowed with formidable bloodlines can aspire to greater heights. As for Uehara's method of merely warping space, it possesses an inherent time delay. With adequate information, one could easily evade it. Earlier, when Itachi was struck by the shockwave, it was due to its unexpected nature. Had Itachi chosen to expend his ocular power right from the onset and activated his Mangekyo techniques, the battle might have concluded much sooner. Fortunately, he refrained from doing so. Otherwise, the Akatsuki might have lost a potent warrior and potentially incited Konan's displeasure. Konan's gaze reflected a hint of perplexity as she looked down at Naraku Uehara, who stood beside her. She gently tousled his hair and inquired, "Is this true?" She found it hard to believe that a 12 or 13-year-old boy, a wandering ninja at that, could possess the strength to contend with a formal member of the Akatsuki. However, during the recent meeting, Zetsu had mentioned intelligence suggesting that Uehara was indeed a highly gifted child. The truth can be elusive. Naraku Uehara's expression was unusually grave as he fixed his gaze on the now-standing Itachi Uchiha and softly remarked, I engaged him using a secret technique I developed. But he was hardly serious. His Sharingan is formidable. After a moment's reflection, Uehara added, once he activated his Sharingan, I was immediately ensnared in his Genjutsu and found it impossible to break free. I understand, Konan replied, nodding in agreement. It is indeed easy for ordinary ninjas to fall into disadvantage against those with bloodline abilities, particularly the Uchiha clan, which is renowned for its reputed invincibility in one-on-one combat. When she first encountered Naraku Uehara, she had harbored doubts regarding his identity and the allegiance he represented. However, during the meeting, Zetsu had provided them with information concerning Uehara, confirming that this young lad is indeed the son of a ninja named Uehara Nozomu, hailing from a small village in the land of rain. The intelligence regarding the initial field has also been acquired by Ju. That individual is merely an ordinary member of the original Akatsuki organization. Uehara Naraku has always resided in his father's hometown, a small village, occasionally referring to himself as a ninja to undertake tasks for the villagers. It was only after his mother passed away over a month ago that he departed from that quaint village. Given that his identity poses no issues, everything else is inconsequential. Konan gently patted Uehara Naraku on the shoulder and instructed, Naraku, you should take some rest. We have matters to discuss with Mr. Uchiha Itachi. After all, 12 years of age is rather young. When they were 12, circumstances forced them to fight for survival. Now that the Akatsuki organization has resources, it is time to nurture the next generation of the organization. Wait a moment, Ju interjected, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Konan, I believe this young lad could easily become an official member of our organization. Uehara Naraku's father perished while protecting Konan at the hands of the Root Division of Konoha, led by Danzo Shimura. It appears that Naraku possesses considerable talent. With a little guidance towards the darkness, he could become an exceptional asset in battle. But he is too young. His combat abilities are somewhat lacking, Konan countered, as she had other plans for Uehara. A woman's emotions are inherently softer than a man's, and Konan wished to conceal the darker affairs of the Akatsuki for a while longer. However, Ju disagreed with her assessment, his smile turning cold. If I recall correctly, the new member we welcome today is merely 13 years old, isn't he? Indeed, Uchiha Itachi is only 13 this year. One must acknowledge that individuals in the ninja world mature far too early. What does it mean to participate in battles at 12? Uchiha Itachi was merely 4 when he accompanied his father to witness the Great Ninja War, claiming the life of a hidden stone ninja on the battlefield. Pain pondered for a moment before speaking, Konan, let him join us. Even with Uchiha Itachi's addition, we still have a vacancy within our ranks. Suddenly, Konan lowered her head and softly said, Pain, we are about to launch an attack on the Hidden Rain village for revenge. I wish for Naraku to participate as well. Pain furrowed his brow, the Rinnegan in his eyes reflecting a hint of doubt, yet he ultimately nodded in agreement with his friend's suggestion. Over the years, he had been secretly developing the ocular techniques of the Rinnegan, all to prepare for vengeance against Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of the Hidden Rain village. Now, with the 6 paths of pain complete, it was time to venture to the Hidden Rain village and savor the fruits of revenge. Initially, only he and Konan sought vengeance. Now, with an additional ally, it was all the more favorable. Then, Ju, continue searching for suitable personnel for Kakazu. Pain surveyed the individuals present, his gaze settling on Uchiha Itachi. He had already been informed of Itachi's background. In Pain's perception, this was a youth with a cruel disposition, one who had slaughtered his own kin. His suffering and darkness must be profound. After a brief exchange between Pain and Uchiha Itachi, Pain retrieved a ring from his sleeve. Welcome to Akatsuki. Your codename is Suzaku. From this day forth, you shall bear the name of Akatsuki's Uchiha Itachi and act in accordance with it. Itachi nodded slowly, accepting the ring, and removed his ninja headband, carving a neat mark upon it with a kunai. The whirlpool symbol of Konoha seemed to reflect a grim visage on Itachi's face, leaving one to ponder what thoughts occupied his mind as he gazed at it. Uehara Naraku stood beside Konan, observing the scene unfold. Suddenly, he looked up and said, When you subdue him later, could you spare me a uniform? The Akatsuki outfit looks quite striking. Perhaps due to Uehara's overly enthusiastic performance, Konan was reluctant to allow him to be tainted by the darkness of Akatsuki, wishing instead for him to have a bright future. Deprived of new attire, Uehara could only cast envious glances at Itachi as he donned the crimson cloud-patterned cloak. Konan glanced at the envious youth and ruffled his hair affectionately. Naraku, your future will be bright. In fact, this is quite sufficient. Uehara pouted slightly, muttering under his breath. However, when he saw Konan produce 2 bottles of purple nail polish to hand to Itachi, his expression twitched involuntarily. Must the Akatsuki's appearance be so extravagant? Do men also require nail polish? Observing Itachi calmly accept the nail polish, Konan suddenly addressed him, Uchiha Itachi, keep your distance from Uehara. Should I witness anyone attempting to harm him, I will show no mercy. Itachi lowered his gaze to Uehara standing beside Konan and nodded slightly. Senior Konan, reasonable battles can facilitate a child's growth, he remarked. The masked man beside Itachi exhibited keen interest in Uehara, saying, It seems this little brat's card throwing resembles your paper jutsu, Senior Konan. Could he possibly be your brother? The woman with azure hair furrowed her brow, neither confirming nor denying, and urged them, If you have no further business, you may leave. All right, I'm off to buy some dumplings, the masked man exclaimed, whistling as he departed. As for Itachi, having just joined the organization, he would temporarily reside in their secret base while awaiting Pain's assignment to a combat team. Inspired by the masked man's words, Konan's curiosity about Uehara's abilities piqued. She yearned to understand how Uehara could match a trained rogue ninja from Konoha in a spar that allowed for some leeway. Upon noticing the card in Uehara's hand, Konan reached out to take it, peering down at the design. It was a King of Hearts. Is this a card used in gambling? Konan's expression cooled slightly, her gaze toward Uehara growing increasingly disapproving as she coldly inquired, Have you been involved in gambling? No, Uehara replied. The young boy shrugged his shoulders and began to explain. In his childhood, his family could not afford shurikens, so he had to practice throwing with inexpensive paper cards. Now he had grown accustomed to it, and had even developed techniques to utilize these cards in combat. It was difficult to elaborate further, as the skills of a card master were quite practical. The explosive effect of the cards alone equated to the power of explosive tags. Is that so? Naraku, from now on, you shall be my disciple. Konoha spread her palm, and a flurry of origami fluttered from her hand, transforming into delicate paper butterflies that danced around them. She guided one of the butterflies to rest upon her fingertip and softly remarked, My paper ninjutsu bears a resemblance to your card techniques. I can teach you numerous ways to engage in battle using paper. This was not only for his growth, but also to ensure the legacy of Akatsuki's will. Uehara Naraku felt somewhat dazed. Was there a misunderstanding? With his abilities, did he truly need a mentor? However, if he wished to remain in Akatsuki, it seemed unwise to refuse Konoha. Then, I humbly request your guidance, Lady Konoha. A peculiar side quest notification popped up in Uehara Naraku's mind, one he had not closely examined before. Quest complete. Become Konoha's disciple, 11. Reward, 150 gold. Such a meager sum. Did they think he was begging? According to his understanding of the system's side quests, he grasped that the more widely accepted the task, the greater the reward. Konoha knelt before Uehara, adjusting his attire, her voice softening. Naraku, from now on, call me teacher. Yes, Teacher Konoha. Uehara blinked and readily complied. In truth, Konoha did not possess any innate teaching talent. After much contemplation, she remained uncertain about what ninjutsu to teach him first and decided to employ her former instructor's method, a combat test. Although her teacher was a ninja from Konoha, she had not undergone a bell-ringing test, but instead had collaborated with her comrades to defeat her teacher's shadow clone. Clearly, she intended to do the same. Konoha swept a strand of hair from her forehead and softly explained, In a few days, I will test you with a battle against my paper clone to determine which ninjutsu to impart and assess your readiness for our next mission. Mission? Yes, Konoha affirmed, placing her hand on Uehara's shoulder and whispering, We seek vengeance for the former members of Akatsuki, for your father. I do not wish for you to dwell in hatred, but these matters must not remain buried in the sands of time. Uehara Naraku nodded, feeling somewhat uneasy. In truth, he was well aware of these matters. His understanding of the truth extended far beyond that of Konoha and Nagato, reaching deeper and further. So, it was once again time to test his acting skills, was it? Xiao Nan's expression gradually darkened, her demeanor becoming somewhat frigid as she articulated, 12 years ago, it was the leader of Amigakure, Hanzo of the Salamander, and the higher-ups of Konohagakure, Danzo Shimura, who annihilated the other members of Akatsuki. What? A hint of astonishment flickered across Uehara Naraku's face. So, are we to launch an assault on Konoha or Amigakure? At this juncture, Pain approached and stood beside them, his voice grave. Xiaonan, divulge the mission to him directly. Uehara Naraku must partake in this endeavor. It is his destined fate. No, Xiaonan countered, her voice firm. Involving Naraku may pose a danger. I must first assess his capabilities to ensure his survival during the mission. If he perishes in this undertaking, it will be due to his inadequacy. Unworthy of existence in this world. Pain. Xiaonan suddenly lifted her gaze, meeting his eyes with unwavering resolve for a moment before eventually lowering her head, softly stating, I still remember the teachings of Jiraiya-sensei. The youth are the embers of the future. Moreover, Naraku is the only one left. Since Yahiko's demise, it was her first act of defiance against Pain's will, an occurrence that had not transpired in a long while. The appearance of this young man shone a light upon their past, revealing to Xiaonan that she bore a significant responsibility. She was to pass on the dawn of hope, which once sought to illuminate the ninja world, to Uehara Naraku. The orange-haired man fell silent for a moment before turning away, leaving behind a solitary remark in the rain. Do as you wish. We have prepared for this war for 12 years. The involvement of a mere child will not alter the outcome. The lake lay tranquil. The ninja treaded upon the water, creating ripples. Uehara Naraku stepped onto the lake's surface, following Xiaonan's lead, gradually finding his stance. After 2 days of rest, he was now to undergo his official assessment. It was uncertain what Pain truly thought. Just days prior, he had expressed discontent with Xiaonan's decision. Yet today he chose to witness this confrontation between mentor and disciple. Xiaonan closed her eyes, clasping her hands together, and softly declared, Naraku, do not presume this is merely a test, and let your guard down. My paper clones are formidable. Her voice gradually faded as countless origami papers floated from her form, swirling in the air to coalesce into a humanoid figure, creating a paper clone that could rival her original self. This clone differed from the ordinary shadow clone technique. While typical shadow clones are corporeal, they disband upon taking damage. The paper clone, however, possesses unique properties. When struck, Xiaonan's paper clone can even disintegrate into smaller sheets, drifting away to regroup anew. Moreover, the paper clone is capable of unleashing any jutsu that Xiaonan can wield. Even a simple sheet of paper, under her chakra's manipulation, possesses a sharpness unparalleled to that of a shuriken, not to mention the numerous explosive tags concealed among the paper sheets. Regrettably, if he cannot even defeat a mere paper clone, then how utterly ineffectual would I be? Uehara Naraku raised his head, a confident smile gracing the corners of his youthful lips. After all, he had toiled for an entire month, amassing the chakra bestowed by the tears of the goddess, thereby attaining a level of chakra commensurate with the Jonin. His prior defeat to Uchiha Itachi had stemmed from his negligence, falling victim to the illusions of the Sharingan, and ultimately succumbing to Konan's decisive strike. Now, Uehara was well aware of Konan's intel. He comprehended both her jutsu and her vulnerabilities with utmost clarity, bolstered by various unique skills. If he could not conquer Konan's paper clone under such conditions, he would rather consume the cards in his possession on the spot. However, that would have to wait until the conclusion of the test. Konan's paper clone surged across the surface of the lake towards Uehara Naraku, loudly announcing, Naraku, let the true battle commence with the paper shuriken. Dozens of paper fragments hurtled forth. The sharpness of the paper shuriken was nearly indistinguishable from that of iron, and its flight speed and throwing angles could be executed with bewildering precision. Uehara Naraku grasped 4 cards in each hand and swiftly hurled them towards the incoming paper shuriken. Boom, boom. 8 cards soared forth. 2 cards, enhanced with chakra, detonated instantaneously, altering the trajectory of the paper shuriken. The remaining 6 cards were directed towards Konan. Well executed. The water's surface rippled once more. Konan was quite pleased with Uehara Naraku's method of countering the paper shuriken. Her paper clone's back unfolded into intricately layered origami, coalescing into a pair of wings that lifted her gracefully into the air, evading the barrage of cards while launching a counterattack. Dance of paper. Paper rain. Each piece of folded paper transformed into a multitude of razor-sharp fragments, raining down mercilessly upon Uehara Naraku, rendering escape nearly impossible. Wind barrier. Uehara Naraku symbolically brought his palms together, forming a hand seal. as a wall of wind materialized upon the water's surface, momentarily shielding him from the onslaught of paper rain. Yet, the peril was far from over. Even though the wind barrier could hold for a few seconds, it could not endure indefinitely. Konan's paper rain was virtually inexhaustible, as she unleashed it with relentless fervor. As the wind wall gradually dissipated, the paper rain surged forth once more towards Uehara. He swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding another wave of the paper deluge. But the crisis remained unresolved. Was it time to resort to that technique? Uehara Naraku clenched his fists tightly, his chakra surging rapidly within him. With a leap from the water's surface, he soared into the air, evading the relentless paper rain. It was the aerial technique, sky dance. Could Naraku truly take to the skies? Konan's brow furrowed. While flight techniques were not uncommon, this spontaneous ascent was indeed unexpected. In the next moment, she beheld Uehara charging towards her with remarkable speed. Konan's paper clones swiftly ceased the downward barrage of paper rain, as countless sheets overlapped to form a paper spear, launching towards Uehara with fierce intent. However, Uehara Naraku's movements in midair were surprisingly agile, almost indistinguishable from those on solid ground, as she deftly evaded the paper spear. Is it truly possible for the body to possess such flexibility in the air? The woman's brow furrowed momentarily before relaxing. This little one, Naraku, should not be underestimated. Bang! The two finally engaged in close combat. Yet, Uehara's martial prowess was somewhat lacking. Even though she could maneuver freely in the air, she could not triumph over Konami's martial skills. This was an inevitable reality. Her life energy barely exceeded 600, which correlated with her physical abilities, strength, and speed. By mere statistics, she was akin to a mid-level ninja. Nonetheless, it mattered little. As long as she could close the distance to Konami, the battle would be concluded. Right? The storm of thunderclouds had already begun to gather around her. Lightning release. Heavenly prison of 10,000 thunders. The storm unleashed a relentless barrage of lightning, reducing the paper clones before her to mere scraps of origami, with some even crackling with electric energy. This spectacle left Uehara astounded. Only origami soaked in moisture would reveal such electrical phenomena. However, if these damp papers possessed conductive properties, they would be nearly impervious to lightning. Has Konami actually pre-soaked her paper clones? Indeed, Konami nodded, not disputing it. Without such preparation, my paper clones would struggle to withstand fire-release ninjutsu. Uehara Naraku, exasperated, rubbed her forehead. Konami had ingeniously guided the lightning through the damp origami. Countless pieces of origami flew to the other side, reassembling into Konami's form, who softly remarked, Naraku, apart from the sticky oil, it is exceedingly difficult for any other technique to utterly destroy my paper clones. If you lack alternative means, you cannot be permitted to partake in that perilous mission. Understood. Then I shall resort to another secret technique. The youth nodded, his expression earnest as he gazed at Konami, his hands forming a chaotic series of hand seals. He had always symbolically performed hand seals for Uehara since his skills were instantaneous. The seals served merely as a diversion. Watching this unfold, Konami felt a surge of seriousness. Yet, she did not hinder Uehara's actions. The exchange between teacher and student should allow the disciple to showcase their true strength, after all. Moreover, she was curious to see what formidable ninjutsu this seemingly frivolous disciple would unleash when adopting such a serious demeanor. Life formed disintegration ray. After completing the disordered hand seals, Uehara Naraku ultimately brought her palms together, her eyes suddenly locking onto Konami's paper clone. A surge of violet energy erupted in an instant. After being struck by the violet energy, Konami's paper clone barely had time to split again before it instantly dissipated into nothingness. Simultaneously, a peculiar sound echoed in Uehara Naraku's mind, signaling the completion of another bizarre side quest. Task completed. Defeat the Angel of Dawn, Konami, once 11. Reward, Angelic Skill. Holy Judgment. Holy Judgment, a skill evoking the descent of an angel. Uehara Naraku, having noticed the effects of the skill moment of divine judgment, felt a sense of relief wash over him. He no longer had to fear instant demise. Moment of divine judgment grants an invulnerable shield to oneself or another, lasting for 3 seconds. Concurrently, those within the invincible state are surrounded by purification blades, which inflict tremendous damage on nearby foes. Chakra consumption is contingent upon the duration. with a minimum cost of 100 points and a cooldown of 160 seconds. Nakano, Conan's original form, beckoned to Uehara Naraku, who, upon descending, was asked, "Naraku, was that technique a bloodline limit?" The destructive power of the life disintegration energy ray exceeded her expectations. When that violet energy first made contact with the paper clone, it felt negligible. However, within mere moments, a searing pain erupted from within, as if his very being was being erased. I'm not sure," Uehara Naraku replied, shaking his head and deflecting the inquiry. "I can't ascertain whether it was a ninjutsu or a bloodline limit. If my father were still alive, I could ask him if our family possesses any extraordinary bloodline limits." Konan shook her head, choosing not to pursue the question further. Perhaps it was due to the myriad of peculiar ninjutsu within the Akatsuki organization, such as Kakuzu's Earth Grudge Fear or Sasori's Eternal Human Puppet. Pain stepped forward, his voice cold and unyielding. "His physical skills are severely lacking, even inferior to yours, Konan. In battle, this will become a fatal flaw." Konan, Pain's words seemed to tarnish both of their reputations. Previously, Pain had asserted that regardless of Uehara Naraku's abilities, he must partake in the Akatsuki's revenge mission. Now, he was being selectively critical. However, Pain's observation held merit. Uehara Naraku's physical prowess was indeed riddled with flaws, evident even to her. A ninja not particularly adept in physical combat. Uehara Naraku scratched his head. His physical skills were indeed subpar, but he believed that once his life energy accumulated over time, improvements would inevitably follow. "Enough," Pain declared, casting a glance at Uehara Naraku before turning to Konan. "Now that you have tested him, his strength is sufficient for participation in that mission." Uehara Naraku looked up, earnestly regarding the woman with azure hair. "Konan-sensei, what exactly is the mission we are to undertake?" "To assault the Amage Cure stronghold, compelling Hanzo the Salamander to gather his trusted subordinates, ultimately executing them all." Konan's expression turned frigid as she spoke that name. 12 years ago, that man, revered as the demigod of ninjas, Hanzo the Salamander, betrayed his promise, colluding with Danzo Shimura of Konoha to assassinate the leader of the Akatsuki and most of its members. The events of that day remained etched in her heart, a haunting memory she could not escape. What was once the Akatsuki, poised on the brink of brilliance, was obliterated overnight. Apart from herself and Nagato, everyone else was slain, including the Akatsuki's leader, Yahiko. They were companions who had grown up together, guiding her and Nagato through the harsh realities of war, leading those who trusted him in pursuit of the dream of peace. He did not perish on the path to halt the conflict. Instead, he fell victim to a conspiracy, leaving a profound shadow on the minds of his two dear friends. Moreover, Nagato's legs were grievously injured by explosive tags, rendering him immobile. And he even forged an alliance with those two malevolent individuals, steering the Akatsuki down a path of terror. In pursuit of vengeance and in commemoration, Nagato chose to preserve Yahiko's body, transforming it into the most formidable Deva path among the 6 paths of pain, establishing the Deva path as the eternal leader of the Akatsuki. For 12 long years, Konan and Nagato endured patiently, and only after the completion of the 6 paths of pain did they find the resolve to seek revenge by returning to the Hidden Rain village. Naturally, as this was a quest for retribution, outside interference was unwelcome. Yet, who could have anticipated that before launching their assault on the Hidden Rain village, they would stumble upon another youth who should join their ranks for revenge? Uehara Naraku bowed his head in contemplation. Their forthcoming assault on the Hidden Rain village seemed devoid of complications. Given the prowess of the 6 paths of pain, subduing Hanzo of the Salamander should pose no challenge, suggesting that this journey would be merely a formality. Their primary objective was to fulfill several tasks, including a series of missions that Uehara had long overlooked. Advanced Task 1. Eliminate 10 rogue ninjas, 1010. Reward: 100 points of life energy, 100 points of chakra energy. Task completed. Advanced Task 2. Eliminate 10 official genin, 310. Reward: unknown. Based on Uehara's conjecture, future tasks were likely to involve a succession of genin, chunin, and jonin, perhaps culminating in encounters with shadow-level figures. Well, it was certain there would be. With his current strength, facing a shadow-level adversary was utterly daunting, and given the nature of the tasks issued by the system, those shadow-level foes would undoubtedly be the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages, rather than rogue ninjas like Kakuzu. At present, Uehara Naraku's sole hope rested on the system's future advanced tasks yielding ordinary jonin, rather than formidable figures like Might Guy or Kakashi, whose abilities were almost insurmountable. However, if he wished to enhance his power, undertaking advanced tasks was imperative, and Uehara suspected these missions would offer generous life energy and chakra energy rewards. The rewards should not be trivial. Upon his arrival in this world, Uehara had encountered a few lackluster rogue ninjas, easily dispatching them with his skills. However, formal genin typically belonged to their own villages, operating in groups. Even during his wandering days, Uehara had only chanced upon a small Iwagakure team wreaking havoc in the land of rain. To accomplish the quantity demanded by the advanced tasks, he needed to seek out a gathering place for ninjas, and there was no more suitable location than a ninja village. The opportunity to accomplish a multitude of advanced tasks in one fell swoop, thereby significantly augmenting one's strength, is indeed rare. As the preparation time unfolded, Uehara Naraku sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. According to his understanding of the intelligence regarding the Hidden Leaf world, Nagato typically stored the pain bodies when not in use, conserving his chakra. Who would have anticipated that, during this prelude to war, the pains would not only remain far from their designated places, but also frequently intrude upon the training grounds of him and Konan, incessantly critiquing Naraku's taijutsu training and posing a barrage of questions? Your arm strength is too feeble. It won't suffice to vanquish your foes. Your kick speed is sluggish, leaving you vulnerable to exploitation. Pathetic kid. Are your fists merely for tickling the enemy? The orange-haired man stood at the periphery of the training field, intermittently interjecting his judgments, which severely tarnished the imposing image of Devapath Pain. Uehara Naraku found it challenging to retort. Konan, unable to endure the incessant criticism, interjected, Pain. Naraku is only 12 years old. He is still youthful and has ample time to grow. I am merely concerned for the members of our organization, the orange-haired man asserted, his tone laden with self-righteousness. After being compelled to train for a week in taijutsu, Naraku had only managed a meager increase of 3 points in life energy, a dishearteningly low efficiency. Fortunately, this training would soon come to an end. The impending civil war in the Rain Village was on the horizon, and no one could have fathomed that only the trio of Pain, Konan, and Uehara Naraku would be capable of toppling the reign of Hanzo of the Salamander. The primary forces in this conflict would temporarily consist solely of Konan and Naraku. Due to Nagato's physical incapacitation, Pain could not sustain prolonged combat. Thus, the responsibility would fall to Konan and Naraku to eliminate the Rain Village's ninja outposts in the Land of Rain and confront the rogue Rain ninjas, compelling Hanzo to summon all his strength. Once Hanzo gathered all Rain ninjas back to the village for self-preservation, the 6 paths of pain would mobilize collectively to annihilate those who dared to resist them. The once naive and innocent youths, who had been deceived by Hanzo and Shimura Danzo, had ultimately matured and developed their own cunning. Uehara Naraku received a task to cleanse a ninja stronghold, accompanied by pertinent intelligence indicating that 2 ninja squads, totaling 8 ninjas, including 2 Chunin captains, were stationed there. His mission entailed eliminating 7 of them while deliberately allowing 1 to escape, ensuring that the news of the war's commencement reached the Rain Village, ideally inciting panic among its inhabitants. This would indeed test his acting prowess. However, since Naraku considered himself one of the 4 great actors of the Akatsuki, vying for the title of Best Actor alongside Kaguya, Obito, and Itachi Uchiha, he was hardly lacking in talent. In the eastern region of the Land of Rain, a stronghold concealed beneath a cliff housed 2 Chunin and 6 Genin. Their routine tasks involved monitoring for any large-scale military incursions, wandering rogue ninjas, or anyone daring enough to defy Lord Hanzo. Amidst the rain, Kamakura ambled leisurely towards the entrance of the rain-hidden stronghold, gazing at the torrential downpour outside, his expression lost in thought. Each day brings wretched weather. I wonder when this cursed tempest will cease. Suddenly, a peculiar sound penetrated the cacophony of the rain. This noise was unlike the patter of the relentless downpour. Kamakura halted his musings, straining to discern the external sounds. Those raised in the Land of Rain could easily identify the sound of raindrops striking a bamboo umbrella. Swiftly, Kamakura turned to his comrades, silently signaling them with his fingers, enemies approach. For amidst such dreadful weather, it was inconceivable that anyone would venture to the rain-hidden stronghold without malicious intent. Are you all prepared? A youthful, bashful voice emerged from the tempest. Just as the rain-hidden ninjas found themselves at a loss for words, a violet energy beam cleaved the mountainside in two as the torrential rain cascaded down. Ignoring the droplets that splattered against their faces, the rain-hidden ninjas beheld the staggering sight of the mountain collapsing before them, a scene that struck terror into their hearts. What manner of jutsu is this? With a single strike, the entire cliff was severed in an instant. In the face of such calamity, only Kamakura retained some semblance of composure, vaulting behind a nearby rock and calling out, "The enemy is formidable. All units, remain vigilant and take cover." As Kamakura urged his subordinates to heed his warning, he cautiously raised his head to observe the foe who had wrought destruction upon their stronghold. It was a young ninja, sheltered beneath a bamboo umbrella. Kamakura instinctively wished to dismiss the sight before him. How could such a powerful adversary appear so youthful? Yet, this was the undeniable reality. Uehara Naraku stepped forward, a smile gracing his features as he addressed the gathered rain-hidden ninjas softly. "Shall we begin? What brings you here, child?" Kamakura gripped his kunai tightly, his nerves fraying as he struggled to discern whether the moisture on his brow was rain or sweat. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Uehara Naraku raised his umbrella, revealing a smiling visage, yet his words dripped with malice. "I am here, of course, to eliminate you." The juxtaposition of his innocent smile with such bloody intent made Kamakura see a demon before him. "This boy is undoubtedly a wicked soul. Scoundrel, kill him!" Kamakura shouted, brandishing his kunai as he charged forward, rallying his subordinates to swarm the enemy. Under their leader's command, a throng of rain-hidden ninjas surged forth, wielding their ninja blades, chain weapons, and shurikens. Uehara Naraku, holding his bamboo umbrella, sighed softly. "Life is so fleeting. Why do you insist on taking shortcuts?" In that moment, a flash of golden light enveloped him. A golden dome appeared, enveloping him entirely and shielding him from the onslaught of ninja tools. Golden virtual light sabers materialized around the protective shield. With a mere wave of her hand, Uehara Naraku commanded the sabers to descend, piercing the bodies of the approaching ranged shinobi with alarming precision. Kamakura was struck with an inexplicable dread. In his gaze, no matter whether it was shuriken, kunai, or the chain blade, none could breach the seemingly delicate golden barrier, instilling a sense of despair. That young boy had, with effortless grace, annihilated the majority of the ninjas at their stronghold, leaving only himself and another chunin remaining. Fortunately, the other chunin retained his composure, swiftly forming hand seals and unleashing a torrent of water release, water surge. Clearly, this C-rank water technique posed no real threat to the enemy. Uehara Naraku merely shifted to evade the tumultuous flow. Suddenly, a jet of water transformed into a whip, ensnaring Uehara's body. Water release, water whip. Kamakura tightened his grip on the other end of the water whip, his mind now steadied. He softly urged his companion. "You must return to the village and report our findings here. I will hold him off." The other ranged shinobi did not hesitate. After a quick nod, he sprinted away, acknowledging that Kamakura would likely not triumph over the boy. Yet, it was imperative to relay the information. As long as Kamakura could delay the boy for a moment, he could leverage the torrential downpour to blend into the surroundings and escape this battlefield. Abandoning a comrade to flee is hardly honorable, is it? Uehara Naraku's fingertips danced with a card, skillfully twirling it before hurling it towards the fleeing ranged shinobi. Though merely a card, it exhibited a sharpness surpassing that of a shuriken. The card zipped through the rain and embedded itself in the fleeing ranged shinobi, followed by a muffled explosion. The escaping shinobi was obliterated. Uehara Naraku effortlessly freed himself from the water whip technique, raising his bamboo umbrella and gazing at the remaining Kamakura chunin. "Even if you wish to escape and report to Hanzo the Salamander, you must allow me the privilege of deciding who lives to tell the tale." Damn it! Kamakura glared at the lifeless form of his last companion, his emotions boiling over as he slammed his fist into the ground, mud mingling with rain splattering onto him. Another fool seeking to challenge Lord Hanzo. Decades prior, Hanzo the Salamander was revered in the ninja world as a demigod, the closest to the legendary first Hokage, thus attracting numerous assassination attempts and challenges. The ninjas of the Rain Village had grown accustomed to it. Kamakura had witnessed many brash youths who, believing themselves invincible after mastering a few techniques, entered the Rain Village with the intent to claim Hanzo's head. Most met their demise at the hands of Hanzo's right-hand man, Pain. In that moment, Kamakura considered the young boy, sheltering himself beneath the bamboo umbrella. To be just another ignorant fool, intent on making a name for himself by defeating Hanzo. Uehara Naraku neither denied nor retreated. Instead, he approached Kamakura Chunin with a light laugh, stating, "You have guessed only half of it. My desire to sever Hanzo's head is also to offer it as a tribute to those he has slain. That old man has lived long enough, hasn't he? How dare you insult Lord Hanzo?" Kamakura gritted his teeth. As a Rain Village ninja, he could not tolerate anyone disparaging the ninja demigod they held in high esteem. Just when Uehara Naraku anticipated a fierce struggle, Kamakura swiftly hurled a kunai and formed a hand seal, declaring, "Rain Concealment Technique." A cloud of smoke billowed in the downpour. Being a ninja from the Rain Village, he was well versed in the art of combat and escape amidst torrential rain. This fellow sought to flee. Confronted with a formidable enemy who had annihilated all station ninjas at the Rain base, Kamakura was acutely aware of his own limitations. That young boy had effortlessly dispatched 6 genin and a chunin, never once relinquishing the bamboo umbrella in his hand throughout the battle. He had to relay intelligence back to the village. Kamakura's figure shifted, using the rising smoke to obscure Uehara's vision as he deftly slipped into a crevice between the rocks. A position he had long anticipated. As an ordinary ninja, when faced with an insurmountable foe, his duty was to convey enemy information to the higher-ups in the village. This was the principle governing ordinary ninjas. The rain intensified. The Rain Village Chunin, Kamakura, dared not make a sound, cautiously hiding in the rocky crevice, listening as the patter of rain on his bamboo umbrella gradually softened. Had that boy departed? Kamakura exhaled slowly, waiting a moment longer to ensure the boy had truly left before cautiously peering out to survey his surroundings. Aside from the splattering of torrential rain, there were no traces of any presence on the ground. Finally at ease, Kamakura emerged from the rocky crevice, only to sense that the rain had somewhat lessened. The sound of raindrops striking the bamboo umbrella reached his ears once more. Someone was still there. The boy had not left. Kamakura abruptly raised his head, gazing skyward. There, amidst the rain, a dark figure hovered, holding a bamboo umbrella that floated above him, causing Kamakura's eyes to widen in disbelief. Could that boy actually fly? Uehara Naraku descended, positioning himself to meet Kamakura's gaze, tilting his head slightly as he inquired, "Hey, even if you wish to escape, shouldn't you consider my opinion?" Kamakura was taken aback, staring wide-eyed at the boy with the bamboo umbrella, stammering, "You sensed my position all along, didn't you?" "Indeed," Uehara Naraku nodded, producing a card and inserting it against Kamakura's forehead protector. Though merely a thin card, it sliced through the iron ninja headband with astonishing sharpness, slowly embedding itself within. Kamakura trembled, eyes fixed on his adversary's actions, paralyzed by the presence of an enemy who defied all rational expectations. Kamakura could distinctly sense a shallow gash etched upon his forehead, blood trickling down through the seams of his forehead protector. Just as he believed his life was drawing to a close, Uehara Naraku halted and softly uttered, "All right, be sure to inform Hanzo of the salamander that 12 years ago. He narrowly escaped a calamity. This time, he shall not elude his fate." Kamakura, in a daze, murmured, "Why? Why did you not kill me, you fiend? Who exactly are you?" Uehara Naraku pondered for a moment, raised a finger, and with a serious demeanor explained, "Perhaps I am a kind-hearted individual?" If one were to consider a month prior, when Uehara Naraku had just arrived in the shinobi world, he might indeed have been deemed benevolent. However, life in the land of rain had taught him that kindness could not endure in such a realm. Thus, he found himself transformed into a rather unconventional being. Once a person has witnessed the collapse of the world, the seeds of malevolence begin to bloom, and the latent malice within human nature compels one to become an ambiguous entity, caught between good and evil. Kindness. Kamakura could not help but lower his gaze, surveying the scattered corpses of rain shinobi around him. What manner of kindness was this? Uehara Naraku swung his bamboo umbrella down to the ground and began to walk step by step into the torrential rain. Midway, he suddenly halted, turned, and with a light laugh remarked, "Rather than slaying you all, it would be more effective to leave you alive, to convey our fear to Hanzo of the salamander. Wouldn't he it?" "You!" Kamakura exclaimed, his heart racing with dread. Uehara Naraku dismissed him with a wave of his hand, saying, "Go. Return and tell Hanzo of the salamander that the Avengers from 12 years ago are coming back to claim his life." Upon finishing his words, The youth with the bamboo umbrella gradually vanished from Kamakura's sight, leaving behind a scene of desolation. 12 years ago, Kamakura sank to his knees in the rain, recalling an old tale from the village hidden in the rain. 12 years prior, Hanzo of the Salamander had led many loyal rain shinobi on a mission, the specifics of which remain unknown. Yet, apart from Hanzo, none of the other rain shinobi returned. Since then, Hanzo had issued a decree to hunt down the Akatsuki organization. But the rain shinobi had never uncovered any trace of them, and the matter ultimately faded into obscurity. Now, was it the members of the Akatsuki seeking vengeance? The downpour intensified. Uehara Naraku, having just completed his task, saw papers soaked by the rain fluttering towards him, coalescing into the figure of a woman with azure hair, her bangs drenched and clinging to her face. It was none other than his mentor. Konan extended her hand to take the bamboo umbrella from Uehara Naraku, pulling him close so that they might share the shelter of the umbrella from the rain. "I witnessed everything just now," she said, looking down at Uehara Naraku, her arm around his shoulder. "Well done, Naraku." "Not at all. It is thanks to your excellent teaching, Konan-sensei. Your first mission was executed flawlessly." Uehara Naraku, brimming with audacity, was precisely what Pain desired. Shao Nan's revenge is to be conducted with utmost integrity. He shall wield divine power to valiantly dismantle the reign and will of Hanzo the Salamander. As two individuals who regard Hanzo as their mortal adversary, Shao Nan and Pain possess a profound understanding of the ninja demigod's character. His cautious and suspicious nature will undoubtedly compel him to summon all his loyal subordinates to safeguard his own security. Regardless of his contemplations, Hanzo would never anticipate that, following the legendary Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha of the Warring States period, there could yet exist someone capable of single-handedly obliterating a ninja village. The incessant rain poured down. Shao Nan, accompanied by Nagato, took refuge in a cave to escape the downpour. Before them, a fire crackled, upon which two fish were skewered. As neither of them possessed the skill to employ fire release techniques for swift cooking, Shao Nan stirred the fish over the flames and carefully tended to the fire, softly remarking, "It will take a little longer." "It's all right. I'm not particularly hungry," Nagato replied, seemingly unconcerned, yet he observed her with focused attention and quietly inquired, "Shao Nan-sensei, do you particularly enjoy grilled fish?" The woman fell into a contemplative silence. After a prolonged moment, Shao Nan nodded and shared, "Back when Yahiko, Nagato, and I were training under Jiraiya-sensei, the war between the rain and wind countries had yet to conclude, and food was scarce. We often relied on grilled fish to stave off hunger." "Jiraiya, one of the legendary three?" Nagato interjected, recognizing her nostalgic tone and eagerly continuing the conversation. "He is indeed a renowned ninja. I have heard his name mentioned. In truth, he was well acquainted with Jiraiya's life, and even more intrigued by his celebrated works. Regrettably, the proprietors of the Ninja World's bookstores were typically quite principled, resolutely refusing to sell Make-Out Paradise to a mere 12-year-old, and they often lacked stock. However, they were more than willing to promote another book, Tales of the Gallant Ninja, authored by the same Jiraiya. It was widely recognized as a literary failure. Out of curiosity, Nagato purchased this book. After perusing several pages, he discovered that it was essentially a self-help narrative aimed at comforting those who had endured the traumas of war. Alas, ninjas were not particularly fond of such sentimental literature, in contrast to the more colorful Make-Out Paradise. The latter was far more favored by those who danced on the edge of danger. Thus, the illustrious author embarked on a path from which he could not return. Of course, Jiraiya's reputation surpassed that of the Make-Out series. He was one of the legendary three, the Toad Sage from Mount Myaboku, the disciple of the third Hokage, and the mentor of the fourth Hokage. That white-haired elder had an immense impact on the ninja world. "Indeed, Jiraiya-sensei is quite famous," Shao Nan stated, handing a grilled fish to Nagato and softly noting, "He is not haughty or cruel like Orochimaru. It was his legendary deeds that inspired us to seek him out and become his disciples." "And what happened next?" Later, Konan furrowed her brows, reminiscing about the past, and softly said, "We spent 3 wonderful years together, each day filled with joy until Master Jiraiya departed." It appears that Konan cherishes those days dearly. After Uehara Naraku finished speaking, he took a bite of grilled fish. With an unusually serious expression, Konan remarked, "Indeed, those moments are worth reminiscing. If given the choice, she would prefer that Nagato did not possess such formidable power, and wished that the Akatsuki organization had never emerged, allowing them to continue living their ordinary lives. If possible, I would also like to meet the esteemed Jiraiya. Uehara Naraku chuckled softly and added, I hope he is not as difficult to deal with as Orochimaru from the organization. That white-haired hero is certainly worth meeting, and there are numerous side missions related to Jiraiya. Although it is challenging to locate Jiraiya now, he will undoubtedly appear in Konoha during the upcoming Chunin exams. Once they arrive in Konoha, they will surely accomplish many tasks. Well, let's keep our distance from Orochimaru. He is not a good person. Konan patted Uehara's shoulder, gazing intently into his eyes, and earnestly cautioned him, aside from me and Pain, you must never trust anyone else. Uehara Naraku blinked, silently scoffing, and nodded at Konan. Understood, teacher. All right, after we finish eating, get some rest. Konan gently ruffled his hair and whispered, tomorrow, we will launch an assault on another outpost, and we may encounter some formidable opponents. Uehara Naraku was slightly puzzled. Given the combat prowess of the rain ninjas he had encountered, how could they be so troublesome? Even if there were a few Jonin, could they defeat Konan? Uehara's thoughts were rather one-dimensional. The Hidden Rain village has consistently ranked among the strongest of the smaller hidden villages, second only to the 5 great nations. At its peak, it even dared to declare war on surrounding great powers, though ultimately, it was subdued. Nevertheless, its strength should not be underestimated. The second outpost that Konan and Uehara Naraku were set to attack was situated atop a rugged mountain, characterized by a defensible terrain and a significant number of ninjas, whose vigilance surpassed that of ordinary outposts. As they ascended the mountain, Uehara looked at the desolate landscape with confusion. Teacher, what purpose does constructing a ninja outpost here serve? Because it houses a salamander, Konan replied, raising her finger as a paper butterfly gracefully landed on it, transforming back into a sheet of white paper, melding into her being. A salamander? Uehara Naraku exclaimed in surprise, surveying the unremarkable mountain. Isn't that the summoning beast of Hanzo, the leader of the rain? As a creature dwelling in the deep mountains of the land of rain, the salamander is a nightmare on the battlefield, with its formidable physique and deadly poison. The mountain pepper fish is a creature that does not belong to the 3 great sanctuaries of the ninja realm, yet possesses the power to rival them. Many ninjas have perished due to the lethal poison of the mountain pepper fish, and even the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha have once been subdued by it and Hanzo. Indeed, Konan nodded, retrieving a scroll and softly stating, the toxin of the mountain pepper fish is exceedingly potent. During the Second Ninja World War, any ninja lacking a gas mask would have had no chance of surviving the battlefield. Sealing technique, release. After uttering these words, Konan produced 2 unsightly gas masks from the sealing scroll and presented them to Uehara Naraku. Put this on. Neither of us are medical ninjas. We must ensure our own safety. Understood, Uehara Naraku replied, his expression peculiar as he accepted the mask. Once Uehara Naraku and Konan ventured into the deep mountains, they could visually discern areas shrouded in purple toxic miasma, with withered shrubs littered throughout. These regions had been contaminated by the poison inadvertently released by the mountain pepper fish. This place is so toxic, no wonder few dare to tread here, Konan remarked, furrowing her brow. The mountain pepper fish harbors poison sacs within its body. Should it release its toxins, anyone inhaling them would almost certainly succumb to its deadly effects. Indeed, Uehara Naraku nodded in agreement. The venom of the mountain pepper fish is formidable. Even Hanzo, known for his high resistance to toxins, could fall victim to it. It is said that aside from Tsunade of Konoha and Chiyo of Sunagakure, no one else has been able to swiftly counteract the fish's venom. Let us discuss our plan, Konan began, surveying the surrounding terrain as she outlined her strategy to Uehara. I will scout the location of the mountain pepper fish to draw its attention and lead it away for an extermination. You will be responsible for delaying the actions of the enemy ninjas or eliminating them directly. Understood, Uehara nodded. This plan bore no apparent flaws. The only potential complication of the mission lay in the poison sacs of the mountain pepper fish, should it unleash its venom in a frenzy before its demise. Both sides of ninjas would be compelled to withdraw from the battlefield. In combat, the gas masks hinder visibility, making it difficult to assess the situation or track opponents. Furthermore, the masks themselves are rather fragile and can be easily compromised by an adversary during a life-and-death struggle. A Jonin, due to poor visibility, may fail to notice a shuriken wielded by a chunin, resulting in his gas mask being slashed and ultimately leading to his demise at the hands of the Chunin. Before taking the lead, Konan turned back to gently remind the youth, "Naraku, I will handle everything. The mission will proceed without issue. Remember, your safety is paramount." "Yes," Uehara Naraku replied earnestly, perhaps due to being the child of the first-generation Akatsuki member, receiving more care from Konan. The operational plan unfolded smoothly. Following the trail of the toxic miasma, Konan quickly located the hideout of the mountain pepper fish, planting several explosive tags on the ground before rapidly detonating them. Boom! The mountains trembled momentarily. A massive mountain pepper fish leaped from the earth, its brown body covered in unsightly bumps, presenting a rather grotesque and clumsy appearance. However, its movements are far from clumsy. In response to Xiaonan's assault, the giant salamander opened its massive jaws and unleashed a torrent of purple venom, forcing Xiaonan to unfurl the paper wings on her back to evade the toxic mist. The commotion was significant, and the ranged shinobi stationed nearby quickly reacted, fully armed. Rushing out from their stronghold, at least 20 ranged shinobi emerged. They stood clustered atop a towering rock, swiftly identifying their adversary, a ninja clad in a red cloud-patterned black robe, who was luring the salamander away from the area. "Someone is attacking Lord Hanzo's summoned beast. No, he intends to divert the salamander. Quickly, intercept him." The ranged shinobi darted down, intent on pursuing Xiaonan and the salamander. However, a series of cards obstructed their path. 3 cards pierced the bodies of 3 ranged shinobi, and the final card struck the ground with a resounding explosion, forcing the remaining ranged shinobi to halt their pursuit. "Remain discreet. There are other foes." The leading ranged shinobi gestured for his subordinates to disperse, only to turn and behold a boy donning a gas mask. Humph, it turns out to be a mere child. Uehara Naraku was still reminiscing about the sound that rang in his mind, a chime signifying the completion of a task. Just moments ago, he had slain 3 ranged shinobi, presumably completing the advancement mission. Advancement Task 2, eliminate 10 official genin, 1010, reward, 500 points of life energy, 500 points of chakra energy, and 500 gold coins. This reward is rather substantial. Uehara Naraku furrowed his brow. Over the past month, he had vanquished numerous rogue ninjas, and, upon completing Advancement Task 1, the system had only granted him a meager 100 points of life energy and chakra energy. Now, upon accomplishing Advancement Task 2, the system generously rewarded him with 500 points of life energy and chakra energy, along with an additional 500 gold coins. If his conjecture was correct, the 100 points of life energy and chakra energy corresponded to the transition from a regular ninja trainee to a genin, whereas the 500 points signified the elevation from genin to chunin. In essence, as long as he fulfilled the advancement tasks, such as slaying 10 official genin, even without completing those peculiar tasks, the system would assuredly elevate him to chunin status based on his metrics. Furthermore, the additional 500 gold coins awarded upon completing Advancement Task 2 should be considered a bonus, likely intended to encourage him to purchase enhancement gear in the marketplace, ensuring he does not fade into obscurity. At last, his statistics hold some significance. Life energy, 1201, chakra energy, 1850, life recovery, 2 seconds, chakra recovery, 15 seconds. His gold count has also increased considerably. Having lost to Uchiha Itachi earned him 100 gold coins. Becoming Xiaonan's disciple added another 150 gold coins, plus the 500 gold coins acquired today. Remaining gold, 2070. Regrettably, these coins can only be spent on trivial and worthless gear available in the shop. Uehara Naraku resolved to diligently save his money, as he aspired to acquire a formidable piece of equipment known as the Madman's Armor, which would enhance his life energy. Concealed behind his mask, Uehara Naraku licked his lips. With a significant boost in his life energy, his strength, speed, and physical resilience could potentially reach the standard of an ordinary jonin, albeit perhaps merely the minimum threshold. For instance, within the Hidden Leaf Village, there exists a female jonin named Yuhi Kurinai, who is regarded by enthusiasts of the anime realm as the baseline for jonin. The boy's gaze gradually shifted, resting upon a group of ranged shinobi who regarded him with disdain. Among them remained a dozen or so, including at least 4 or 5 chunin captains, perhaps even more. Advanced Task 3, eliminate 10 official chunin, 210, reward unknown. Uehara Naraku's Advanced Task 3 entails the elimination of 10 chunin within the month following his arrival in this world. He had previously annihilated a squad of range shinobi, slaying one Chunin captain. Just days prior, during a mission to destroy a stronghold, he had eliminated another Chunin captain. Hey, kid, if you surrender without a fuss, tell me where that guy in the black clothes went and why you attacked the salamander. Perhaps we might grant you a swift end or spare your life. The leading range shinobi, observing the motionless boy, contemptuously continued, if you dare to resist. When we capture you, I shall let you witness the cruelty of the rain's sting. The rain's sting. At first glance, it sounds imposing. However, in the world of shinobi, such titles often hold little merit. Uehara Naraku knew well that in Sunagakure, there was a genin who had dubbed himself Crimson Sandstorm and Wind's Great Sphere. His abilities were lackluster, yet the title sounded impressive. The leader of the range shinobi, however, was not merely a bluff. He was a bona fide jonin from the Rain Village, named Obito Hirakawa, confident in his strength and with a somewhat juvenile demeanor. He had bestowed upon himself the moniker of the Rain's Sting. Uehara Naraku lifted his gaze to meet Obito Hirakawa's, muffling his voice behind the gas mask. The Rain's Sting. Huh, sounds like quite a formidable figure. Good to know. Obito Hirakawa appeared somewhat pleased with himself. Uehara Naraku adjusted his gas mask, stating earnestly, all right, enough jesting. I was just kidding. The title of Rain's Sting sounds utterly ridiculous. You insolent brat. Upon hearing the boy's disdain, the range shinobi captain's smug expression vanished instantly. He swiftly drew his ninja blade and charged towards Uehara Naraku. Meanwhile, he did not address his subordinates, commanding, hey, I will handle this brat. You all pursue the enemy who lured away the salamander. Understood, Captain Obito. A group of range shinobi sprang into action, pivoting to chase after Konan and the salamander. Lightning release. Thousand Thunder Prison. Uehara Naraku symbolically formed a hand seal, extending his palm towards the heavens as storm clouds accumulated ominously above him. As he channeled the chakra within to enhance his ninjutsu, a circle of lightning swiftly radiated outward from his form, the tempest growing ever larger. Once the storm clouds enveloped the range shinobi, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the sky, striking towards Obito Hirakawa. In an instant, Obito conjured a water clone to absorb the blow, his heart racing as he murmured, that little brat unleashed such a formidable lightning technique with merely a single hand seal? Had he not summoned a water clone, he would have felt utterly helpless against that strike of lightning. Despite its seemingly diminutive size, the awe of natural thunder left him unwilling to tempt fate. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As the storm clouds thoroughly enveloped the area, lightning bolts intermittently struck down, leaving each rain ninja uncertain if they were the target of the assault. Some resorted to the substitution technique to evade the lightning, while others sought refuge behind cover to redirect the strikes, but none could ascertain when this jutsu would cease. Who would be the next to endure the wrath of the heavens? Meanwhile, Uehara Naraku calculated inwardly. The duration of the Thunder Prison was 3 seconds, with strikes occurring every 0.5 seconds, demanding a minimum of 100 chakra points. Having expended 1,000 chakra points, he amplified the range tenfold and extended the duration likewise. Within half a minute, each individual would face 60 strikes of lightning, though it might not even require that long. Moments later, the first ninja succumbed to the relentless barrage. With each 0.5 second interval, he could no longer withstand the onslaught, and a bolt from above struck him down, reducing him to a charred husk. Perhaps due to the unfortunate survival of that ninja, the lightning continued to descend relentlessly until he was entirely consumed by the flames. Following him, the second, third, and fourth fell in mere seconds, leaving half of the range shinobi casualties in their wake. The interval between strikes hovered around 0.5 seconds, while desperately evading the lightning. Obito Hirakawa shouted, quickly, everyone gather around and cover me while I use Earth Release for defense. His reasoning was sound. Regardless of the ninja, 0.5 seconds was insufficient to complete a hand seal. Even a single second was inadequate for casting a defensive technique. If they congregated, any individual capable of employing a water barrier could shield the entire group from an attack, allowing successive uses of defensive techniques thereafter. 3 range shinobi, fully aware of their impending doom, chose to sacrifice themselves, stepping forward to shield Obito from the lightning and granting him the time needed to complete his hand seals. Earth Release, Earth Prison, Obito shouted. A flurry of rocks swiftly converged upon him, encasing him and his remaining comrades within a fortress of stone. Originally intended to imprison foes, this jutsu now served solely to protect himself and his allies. And then, several bolts of lightning struck down. Sparks erupted from the rocky abode as bolts of lightning shattered the stones into fragments. Hattori Hirakawa hurriedly unleashed his chakra to restore the thickness of the stone structure, while his subordinates flocked to aid him, infusing the dwelling with their earth-style chakra. Yet, this would not sustain them for long, given the intensity of the lightning strikes. Even with ample chakra remaining, it was utterly impossible for them to rely on the thickness of the stone house to withstand the relentless assault of the thunder. It was only a matter of time before it would be breached. Hattori Hirakawa turned, his expression filled with sorrow as he glanced at his remaining subordinates. Just moments ago, there had been 4 complete ninja squads, but now only 5 remained. Hattori Captain! Hattori Captain! Trusting gazes were cast upon him, and one of the rain ninjas quietly suggested, Captain Hattori, let us cover your escape. It is futile. The man known as the Rain Shadow's Thorn shook his head, solemnly explaining, I observed earlier. Each bolt of lightning emanates from the storm clouds above. To survive this ninjutsu, there are but 2 options. The first is to find a way to escape the storm's coverage, which spans at least several hundred meters, a daunting task. The second is to muster all our strength to eliminate the boy who is releasing this technique, and we are merely dozens of meters away from him. The Rain Ninjas could not afford to waste any time. Hattori Hirakawa swiftly devised a strategy and declared, we charge out and take down that brat. No sooner had his words left his mouth than the entire safe house was obliterated by a tremendous lightning strike. The 5 Rain Ninjas leapt towards Uehara Naraku, each one hurling stones of various sizes, while simultaneously employing body replacement techniques to fend off the electric onslaught, striving to close the distance to their adversary. Uehara Naraku looked on in astonishment as the Rain Ninjas charged at him with such fervor. Did they intend to kill him? How tragic! Had they only endured for 1 more second, the skill of the Thunder Prison would have concluded, allowing them a significant chance of escape. Yet, they made the grave error of choice. As the storm clouds in the sky began to dissipate, Uehara Naraku, gathering chakra, formed a small magical orb in his hand. His expression concealed beneath his mask as he intoned in a deep voice, you are merely seeking your own demise. Earth-style, ground-shaking core. 1 Rain Ninja swiftly formed hand seals, slapping his palms onto the ground, and a surge of chakra rapidly surged from the earth towards Uehara Naraku. This was a ninjutsu capable of altering the terrain. Before Uehara Naraku could react, he felt the ground beneath him give way, and he plunged into a large square pit. The pit created by the Rain Ninja's technique was rather constricting. Uehara Naraku could nearly reach the walls on either side with his outstretched arms. Seeing their comrades' technique succeed, the adjacent Rain Ninjas seamlessly executed their own hand seals and unleashed their ninjutsu. Water-style, water surge wave. 3 torrents of water erupted from their mouths, swiftly coalescing into a mighty river, surging towards the square pit where Uehara Naraku had fallen. Uehara Naraku stepped into the pit, utilizing the art of levitation to hover in the air, effortlessly evading the surging waves below. He gently applauded, your coordination is truly commendable. I was nearly buried beneath your efforts. His applause served as an undeniable affront to the Rain Ninjas. However, the leader, Hattori Hirakawa, remained unfazed. Preoccupied with hastening his hand seals, he compelled himself to accelerate. For the jutsu he was attempting to unleash required an extensive number of seals, potentially the most intricate in the ninja world. He aimed to perform the water release, water dragon bullet technique. After all, his comrades had cultivated such a favorable environment for water release ninjutsu. Naturally, he was determined to wield this formidable technique. Hattori Hirakawa felt a twinge of resentment towards the second Hokage of Konohagakure, questioning the necessity of such complex hand seals, amounting to 44 in total. Uehara Naraku surveyed the group below, his gaze lingering on the fervently sealing Hattori Hirakawa. Hey, is a legitimate ninja supposed to require so many seals to perform a single jutsu? The Rain Ninjas were left confounded. Hattori Hirakawa, ignoring Uehara's provocation, continued to focus on completing the hand seals for the water dragon bullet technique. In 6 seconds more, with 18 additional seals, he would perfect the jutsu. Uehara Naraku furrowed his brow, observing the intensely focused ninja, and then launched his gathered chakra into a magical sphere. Impact wave. With such numerous seals, could he be employing some bizarre forbidden technique? For safety's sake, it was best to interrupt him. The small chakra puppet landed at the feet of the rain ninjas, suddenly commencing a whirl, distorting the very space around them. The group was drawn into the twisted space, colliding into one another, each experiencing a wave of dizziness. The interrupted rain jonin, Hattori Hirakawa, cursed the second Hokage of Konohagakure inwardly, lamenting why the jutsu could not have been refined to require fewer seals. Even if he could manage 3 seals per second, he would need approximately 15 seconds to complete the 44 required. Uehara Naraku stepped onto Hattori Hirakawa's body, seizing the ninja blade from him and thrusting it into the ground beside him, softly proposing, "How about a wager?" Hattori Hirakawa was ready to spit blood in outrage. Uehara deftly avoided the blood, unable to suppress a light chuckle. "This world is already wretched enough. With your violent temper, how do you expect to survive?" Hattori Hirakawa gritted his teeth for a moment before retorting, "You little brat, you hardly reflect your age." Uehara Naraku shrugged, resigned. "Isn't it because of your kind's malevolence in the land of rain that I've been forced to mature prematurely?" Hattori Hirakawa paused, then solemnly declared, "Everything we do is for the greatness of Amigakure and the land of rain. The pain of a few is merely a necessary sacrifice." Uehara Naraku responded, "Well, I have no interest in your aspirations." Uehara Naraku gestured towards the 4 rain ninjas beside him and stated, "Let us discuss matters that are immediately at hand. Which of you are Chunin?" The 4 rain ninjas exchanged glances, and in an instant, Uehara Naraku discerned their intentions, identifying the 2 Chunin leaders who were under the most scrutiny. Suddenly, 2 cards slipped through his fingers, striking the chest of the 2 Chunin leaders with a swift precision, blood gushing from their hearts. Fubuki Hirakawa, crushed beneath Uehara's foot, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and loathing surging within him, and he immediately shouted, "You bastard! I will kill you." His subordinates consisted of 4 ninja squads, 3 of which were standard teams led by Chunin, while the 4th was comprised of 3 of his own Chunin. The 2 who had just fallen were his direct subordinates, steadfast companions who had fought alongside him for over a decade, allies upon whom he relied for life and death. "Do not be too hasty in seeking your demise." Uehara Naraku pressed down firmly on Fubuki Hirakawa, pointing at the remaining 2 rain ninjas, and inquired, "More comrades will join them in the underworld. Now, shall we wager on these 2 lower-ranked ninjas?" "What wager?" Fubuki Hirakawa's expression turned icy. Uehara Naraku appeared intrigued, softly suggesting, "If you tell me a story that brings me joy, I shall allow you to leave." "What do you say?" This wager seemed rather peculiar. What did it mean to tell him a story that would amuse him? What were his standards for joy? Fubuki Hirakawa's mind struggled to comprehend, and rather than contemplating resistance, he found himself pondering what kind of tales a youth of merely a decade and a half might enjoy. After a moment of silence, Fubuki Hirakawa gazed at Uehara with a perplexed expression. "I have indeed encountered many events, but at the very least, you must tell me what kind of story you prefer. If I were to disclose that, the wager would lose its essence. Therefore, pray that the story you craft brings me delight, for it shall be the key to saving those 2 lower-ranked ninjas and yourself." As Uehara spoke, he slightly crouched, his voice gradually growing cold and eerie. "Should your narrative fail to satisfy me, then pray that your deaths are met with some semblance of normalcy." Fubuki Hirakawa's complexion darkened severely, but upon glancing at the 2 trembling lower-ranked ninjas, he lowered his head and spoke in a hushed tone. "Do you truly intend to honor your word and not humiliate me?" "Of course not." Uehara Naraku nodded, suddenly adding, "By the way, you are not a Chunin, are you? If you were, we could skip the formalities, and I would send you directly to the underworld." Fubuki Hirakawa, uncertain of Uehara Naraku's emotions, quickly replied, "No, I am a jonin from the village." "Oh, then let us first secure your life." Uehara Naraku expressed satisfaction upon learning that Fubuki was a jonin, clapping his hands and declaring, "Now, I implore you, esteemed jonin, to regale me with tales of masculine romance." Fubuki Hirakawa, numbly nodding, felt his mind whirl. Why had they encountered such a lunatic? Fubuki Hirakawa continued to ponder, as Uehara Naraku was granted but a single opportunity by his master. There existed a modicum of guidance. The 12-year-old lad was eager to hear romantic tales of men. Yet, such stories could be categorized in myriad ways. As a seasoned ninja who had faced death, Hattori Hirakawa had a particular fondness for the narratives found within Paradise of Affection. However, the content was somewhat unsuitable for younger audiences. He furrowed his brow, pondering whether, at such a tender age, the boy could truly appreciate the allure of paradise of affection. Should he cautiously inquire? After a protracted moment of contemplation, the rain-hidden blade boldly addressed the seemingly impatient youth. Have you heard of paradise of affection? Instantly, Uehara Naraku's exasperation dissipated. He slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes brimming with curiosity, bewilderment, and longing. Even through the gas mask, Hattori Hirakawa could discern the insatiable thirst for knowledge within the boy's gaze. Strangely, he felt a sense of assurance that he and his two subordinates would emerge unscathed. "Give me the book, and you may leave." Uehara Naraku extended his palm. In truth, his curiosity for the book's contents was not particularly strong. His interest stemmed from several side missions associated with the Paradise of Affection series. There were numerous book-related side quests, albeit their rewards were shrouded in mystery. When Uehara Naraku had first traversed into this world, he purchased the poorly received tome The Resilient Ninja, and upon completion, he was rewarded with 100 chakra points. Perhaps this indicated that many in this two-dimensional realm harbored a love for literature, hence the emergence of such side quests. Hattori Hirakawa clenched his teeth and retrieved an orange book from his ninja tool pouch, presenting it to Uehara Naraku. "This book is immensely popular in Rain-Hidden Village. I stood in line for quite some time to acquire it." Indeed, Uehara Naraku accepted the treasured tome. As he grasped Paradise of Affection, a chime resonated in his mind. To his astonishment, merely acquiring a book had fulfilled a side quest. Side quest: obtain a copy of Paradise of Affection, reward 100 gold coins. Such a simple task suggested that there were indeed others with such modest desires. Was the book truly that captivating? Instinctively, Uehara Naraku opened the book's cover and, after casting a cursory glance, murmured, "This book possesses some intrigue." Hattori Hirakawa, clutching his chest, rose slowly. "So, may we depart now?" Casually, Uehara Naraku paused in his perusal and looked up at Hattori Hirakawa as he led his two subordinates away, suddenly calling out with a smile, "Wait. Upon your return to Rain-Hidden Village, do not forget to inform Hanzo the Salamander that we have slain the Salamander today. His turn will come soon." Upon hearing the boy's insult directed at his leader, Hattori Hirakawa merely gritted his teeth, refraining from glancing back, and continued leading his two subordinates away. Between the three ninjas who narrowly escaped, there was not a complete lack of communication. Some jumbled words drifted through the air and reached the ears of Uehara Naraku. Captain Hattori, that fellow, appeared quite youthful. He must possess remarkable strength at such a tender age. Judging by his physique, he seems to be merely 12 or 13. However, at such a young age, indulging in paradise of intimacy, this little rascal is bound to be ruined in the future. Uehara Naraku couldn't be bothered. He spared the lives of these two lower ninjas and Hattori Hirakawa merely according to his whim, for they would not dare to interrupt the battle between Konan and the pufferfish ninja. After sending away that group of rain ninjas, Uehara reflected on his gains. He had completed Advancement Task 2, and only 2 middle ninjas remained to fulfill Advancement Task 3. Additionally, he possessed a valuable copy of Paradise of Intimacy. Adhering to the principle of not wasting resources, Uehara began to search the system panel for tasks related to Paradise of Intimacy, soon discovering several relatively simple ones. Side quest: collect 2 volumes of Paradise of Intimacy, reward unknown. Side quest: read the entirety of Paradise of Intimacy, reward unknown. Side quest: recite Paradise of Intimacy with emotion, reward unknown. Upon seeing the third side quest, the corners of Uehara's eyes twitched involuntarily. How could there be such a shameful task? However, such simple tasks were not impossible to undertake. One merely needed to choose an appropriate location, ensuring it was a quiet and deserted place. A gentle breeze swept by, and Uehara felt an emptiness in his hands. When the boy looked up again, he could only see a flurry of origami overlapping, forming the likeness of Konan. As she effortlessly dispatched a pufferfish ninja beast without a master to command it, Konan held the volume of Paradise of Intimacy, her brow furrowed tightly, her expression grim. Uehara hastily attempted to explain. "Konan-sensei, no need for explanations." Upon her return, the first thing Konan noticed was the cover of Paradise of Intimacy, which seemed familiar. As if she had seen it in an advertisement outside a bookstore, it was a wildly popular book. As Jiraiya's disciple, she had certainly heard of her teacher's renowned work. Out of curiosity, Konan had once secretly queued to purchase a copy, only to be utterly disappointed by its content, even suspecting that someone had falsely claimed to write under Jiraiya's name. After all, Jiraiya had been a lifelong bachelor. How could he possibly craft a normal love story? To her astonishment, it was indeed authored by Jiraiya, and the contents were even more provocative than a mere romance. Knowing this was not a book suitable for her age, she had snatched it from Uehara's hands just moments ago. This kind of book is not meant for someone your age. With her light blue hair partially obscuring her profile, she lowered her gaze to Uehara Naraku and continued earnestly, "No, you must never read such a book." Uehara watched as the paradise of intimacy in Konan's hands transformed into countless scattered pages, as though witnessing a multitude of gold coins drifting away from him. Xiaonan extended her palm and removed the gas mask from Uehara's face, gazing at the youth's tender visage. She softly inquired, "Naraku, from where did you acquire this book?" The teacher's strictness was somewhat excessive. Uehara Naraku took a deep breath and responded with a hint of cunning. "Just now, I released a few individuals, and they gifted me this book. I intended to present it to you, as I thought teacher Xiaonan would surely desire a work from her own mentor. They mentioned it is rather difficult to procure." "I see," Xiaonan sighed, gently ruffling his hair. "If anyone offers you this book again in the future, you must eliminate them. Do you understand?" "Yes," Uehara Naraku replied, his youthful face resolute. Despite the tenderness of her words, the subject matter was undeniably macabre. Initially, he had presumed the tasks associated with the Intimate Paradise series to be rather straightforward, but upon reflection, he realized that this particular mission was far from simple. The Intimate Paradise series had always enjoyed immense popularity. It was likely that once the publishers located Jiraiya and secured his consent for a large-scale reprint, he might have the opportunity to acquire it. Now, Xiaonan continued, satisfied to move past the previous topic. "Hanzo the Salamander should now be aware of our quest for vengeance. We must return to the base to conceal ourselves for a time, to avoid his potential traps. Moreover, there have been several issues within the organization that require my attention. Vengeance must be executed with a sense of rhythm." Xiaonan understood that Hanzo had always been cunning and malicious, likely laying traps at other ninja outposts. Although any trap would pose little threat to her at present, their objective was to compel Hanzo to summon all his loyal followers back to the Hidden Rain village for his protection, while ensuring he did not flee in fear of their strength. In the ensuing time, Xiaonan resolved to temporarily return to the Akatsuki base to manage some trivial matters before resuming selective assaults on the Rain shinobi strongholds. The Hidden Rain village was a mere obstacle that could be surmounted with determination. The Akatsuki, however, represented their future and aspirations. The organization frequently encountered a myriad of chaotic issues, and this particular instance was especially troublesome. During Xiaonan's absence from the base, 3 teams within Akatsuki had faced dire predicaments, resulting in the loss of 3 members. Firstly, Kakuzu had suffered the demise of yet another partner. During a mission, that unfortunate comrade was obliterated alongside the enemy by Kakuzu's fire techniques, and his remains were subsequently exchanged for a sum of money. This incident was not particularly surprising. The members of Akatsuki had grown accustomed to Kakuzu's methods, and out of respect for the monetary gain, they refrained from excessive commentary. However, the organization's newcomer, Itachi Uchiha, faced a more grievous fate. His partner, Kisame Hoshigaki, perished in their homeland, the Hidden Mist Village. According to Itachi's report, their squad encountered the 4th Mizukage Yagura and his pursuing shinobi forces while on a mission in the Hidden Mist Village. As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen who had defected from the village, Kisame was acutely aware of the dire consequences of falling into the hands of the Mizukage and his pursuing forces. Even in a desperate bid for escape, they ultimately found themselves surrounded by Yagura and his men. Yagura, both the 4th Mizukage and the Jinchuriki of the 3 Tails, found himself in a fierce battle where he entered a state of partial tailed beast transformation. In a heroic act, Kisame Hoshigaki withstood the tailed beast bomb, saving Itachi Uchiha, but unfortunately met his own demise when the shattered blade pierced his chest. Such events are mere trifles. For Pain, the death of a member during a mission only signifies a lack of strength. However, one incident was utterly intolerable. Orochimaru ambushed the returning Itachi, who swiftly defeated him with a single genjutsu, prompting the serpent to flee in fear of retribution. When Konan returned to the base with Nagato, the remaining members of Akatsuki were engaged in discussions about pursuing Orochimaru and reinforcing their ranks. "Konan, you have returned," Pain remarked, glancing at her and the boy beside her. "We are deliberating on the recruitment of new members. We have identified 2 suitable candidates to serve as partners for Kakuzu and Itachi, and we need someone to approach them." "Understood," Konan replied, frowning slightly as she nodded. "The first candidate is a cultist from Takigakure named Haiden, said to possess immortality, allowing him to collaborate effectively with Kakuzu." After sharing this information, Pain turned to Konan and instructed, "You will accompany Itachi and Kakuzu to recruit Haiden. Now let us discuss the next candidate," exclaimed Zetsu. The second individual is known as Kisame Hashigaki. After revealing the first candidate's details, Zetsu turned to the enigmatic masked man, continuing in a gravelly voice. "He belongs to the Hashigaki clan of the Land of Water, infamous as the Monster of the Mist, and like Kisame, is also one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist." "Wait, Kisame is my find," interrupted the masked man, waving his hands and eagerly adding, "I can recruit him to join our organization as Itachi's partner." After a moment of contemplation, Pain looked at the masked man with curiosity. "I believe I've heard that name before. Kisame is not a rogue ninja yet, correct?" "Ah, but we can easily entice him to defect." The masked man chuckled, dismissing any doubts. His missions in the Mist Village have always involved slaughtering his comrades. He must have longed to betray them. Pain nodded, accepting his methods without suspicion, and assigned him the task. "Then go and recruit Kisame." "Absolutely," the masked man responded cheerfully, but then hesitated. This task may present some challenges. Could I bring along another intern from the organization?" "Challenges, you say? Isn't Kisame one of your subordinates?" thought Nagato, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Why would this cunning and treacherous individual want him along? Before Nagato could voice his concerns, Konan interjected, "That's not possible." "Huh?" the masked man protested. "But if I'm to undertake this mission, we will be short on personnel. The village hidden in the mist is indeed a perilous place. He is my disciple." Konan furrowed her brow and cast a frosty glance at the masked man who coveted her disciple. Her gaze icy. "I do not believe it necessary for him to accompany you on this mission. If you deem the village hidden in the mist to be dangerous, I am more than willing to persuade Kisame Hashigaki myself." The masked man hesitated before responding. "Senior Konan, he is also a member of the organization. We are all trainees. Why should he not join me on this mission?" Konan's expression soured, knowing that the enigmatic masked man was none other than the exceedingly malevolent Uchiha Obito. She was resolute in preventing her disciple from associating with him. It was not merely the masked man. Apart from herself and Pain, Konan wished for no interaction between Nagahara and any member of the Akatsuki organization. Just then, the gazes of the onlookers turned towards her, their expressions a blend of surprise and peculiarity. Although a group of S-rank rogue ninjas were not averse to danger, it was glaringly unfair for Konan to show such blatant favoritism, sparing her own disciple from perilous tasks while assigning the rest to undertake them. Pain surveyed the assembly and made a final decision. "Konan, you and Kakuzu, along with Itachi Uchiha, shall persuade Haiden, while Nagahara will accompany Tobi to engage with Kisame." Konan cast a reluctant glance at Pain, who merely shook his head slightly, compelling her to acquiesce. "Very well. However, it need not be so complicated." Nagahara raised his gaze to the assembly and spoke softly. "Since the seniors are concerned about the danger, perhaps I shall venture to the village hidden in the mist alone. It is merely a matter of persuading one individual to join the organization. It hardly qualifies as a particularly perilous task." "Oh, splendid." The masked man suddenly clapped his hands, exclaiming, "In that case, I can free up my time to assist Senior Sasori in searching for a partner." "Certainly," Pain concurred. Sasori, however, expressed a differing opinion, his voice rasping from within his puppet. "You may proceed, but I do not favor aimlessly seeking out individuals." After stating this, Sasori turned to Pain. "Now that Orochimaru has defected, may I proceed to eliminate him?" During Orochimaru's tenure within the Akatsuki, the two often clashed over ideological and financial disputes. Now that Orochimaru had betrayed them, Sasori harbored a desire for vengeance. "You may proceed," Pain affirmed quietly. "Do you possess any leads?" Sasori nodded, his tone dark. "I have already placed a spy beside him. I shall soon uncover his whereabouts. Then the pursuit of Orochimaru shall be entrusted to you." Following the conclusion of the meeting, the members departed the base. Konan gazed at Nagahara with concern, reproaching him. "Nagahara, I have warned you that matters of the Akatsuki are not for you to engage in." "Sensei," Nagahara's countenance fell, and he averted his gaze. Pain shook his head and gently admonished, Konan, we must uphold fairness. Nagahara is a member of the organization and cannot be treated as an exception. Yet he is still a child. Xiaonan lowered her head to gaze at Uehara Naraku and spoke, at our age, we were merely following Master Jiraiya, having not yet mastered any ninjutsu. Although Naraku's strength is considerable, he is venturing into the secluded land of water, where Piba Shizu met his demise. What if something unfortunate were to befall Naraku there? It won't happen, sensei, Uehara Naraku reassured her, attempting to soothe her worries and prevent her from uttering any ominous thoughts. There's no need for concern. In Pain's palm appeared a slender black rod, which he gently snapped in half before stepping in front of Uehara Naraku. Uehara, have you learned the summoning technique? Not yet, the boy replied, a hint of embarrassment on his face. He had yet to acquire the authentic summoning technique of the ninja world, though his personal summoning skill could be executed with just a thought. Currently, he possessed only one summoning contract, that of the Justice Colossus Galio, which required 3,000 chakra points, far beyond his current capacity. I shall now teach you the summoning technique. After imparting this, Pain began to demonstrate the hand seals for the summoning technique while explaining, the summoning technique is one of the simplest space-time ninjutsu. Before forming the seals, one must use their own blood as a contract to summon the contracted entity. After Pain concluded his demonstration and observed Naraku nodding in comprehension, he handed over the slender black rod. If you encounter danger in the hidden mist village, insert this chakra sensor into yourself and then directly utilize the summoning technique. Do you understand? Yes. Uehara Naraku nodded, his expression peculiar, as a ringing sound echoed in his mind. Side quest completed. Learn the summoning technique. 11. Task accomplished. Reward, summoning contract, Deep Sea Titan Nautilus. Summoning contract, summon the Deep Sea Titan Nautilus, consuming 2,000 chakra points. Uehara Naraku perceived that the summoning contract offered by the system was profoundly disadvantageous. Whether it was the Justice Colossus or the Deep Sea Titan, his chakra was insufficient. He could only devise a strategy to complete advanced tasks or gather funds to purchase items that enhance chakra. Fortunately, he was still capable of summoning other entities. Uehara Naraku accepted the chakra sensor from Pain's hand. This chakra sensor was present on each of the 6 paths of Pain, and Nagato, hidden behind Pain, utilized these sensors to supply chakra and control their actions. Beyond these functions, it also served a purpose in summoning. Xiaonan, standing beside them, exemplified this, as the delicate lip-piercing she bore was also a chakra sensor, enabling her to be summoned by the animal path of Pain or to summon the 6 paths of Pain herself. With the presence of chakra sensors, the 6 paths of Pain were not only formidable but also functioned as a form of summoning creatures akin to ninja beasts. Uehara Naraku had long harbored this suspicion, and upon witnessing Pain hand him the black rod, everything became clear. This chakra sensor could assist him in summoning Pain. Whichever form it took could indeed save his life. Pain, unlike Konan, exuded a certain harshness in his demeanor, leading one to wonder how this individual could possess a hint of tsundere traits. Uehara Naraku let out a quiet sigh as he observed the 2 individuals present, provocatively inquiring, Konan-sensei, Lord Yahiko, have you sensed something peculiar about that masked senior intern? In order to uphold the legacy of the Akatsuki organization, Uehara Naraku had to continue referring to Pain as Yahiko. Conversely, Konan typically addressed him as Nagato. Pain nodded, casting a glance at Konan before elucidating. His identity has always been somewhat distinct from others. Like Konan, I too harbored suspicions regarding his potential threat to you. Thus, when you venture to the land of water, I shall issue a warning, ensuring he refrains from any unnecessary actions. Uehara Naraku's expression shifted subtly. Despite the fact that 12 years had elapsed since Yahiko's demise, why did he still cling to such naivety? Surely, at the age of 27, one would expect a modicum of wisdom. If the enigmatic masked man wished to inflict harm upon him, there was no need for direct involvement. He could simply manipulate the 4th Mizukage and individuals like Kisame Hashigaki from the Hidden Mist Village to achieve his nefarious ends. This was a consideration that neither Konan nor Pain had ever entertained, a consequence of their information deficit. Uehara Naraku, however, felt little trepidation concerning the masked man's petty schemes. Armed with the invincible skill of holy judgment and the aerial prowess of flight technique, he could escape at will, should the mysterious masked figure attempt any underhanded tactics. Uehara Naraku was more than willing to demonstrate to him the true meaning of surprise. Yet, it was Konan who promptly delivered an unexpected revelation. She produced several summoning scrolls from her person and handed them to Uehara. As the young man regarded the scrolls with a look of confusion, Konan affectionately ruffled his hair and softly explained, "Inside are 100 million explosive tags." Uehara Naraku, even with an understanding of Konan's techniques, the sheer concept of 100 million explosive tags left him astounded. Just how long would it take for him to utilize such a staggering quantity? Furthermore, the incessant beeping in his mind hinted at signs of a system malfunction. Upon examining the system panel within his mind, Uehara was met with a plethora of completed tasks that left him utterly speechless. Side quest: collect 1 explosive tag from the ninja world. 11. Task completed. Reward: skill, mutual explosive tag technique. Side quest: collect 100 explosive tags from the ninja world. 100100. Task completed. Reward: 100 gold coins. Side quest: collect 10,000 explosive tags from the ninja world. 100001. 0000. Task completed. Reward: 150 gold coins. Side quest: collect 100,000 explosive tags from the ninja world. 1000010. 0000. Task completed. Reward: 200 gold coins. Side quest: collect 1 million explosive tags from the ninja world. 1000000100000. Task completed. Reward: 250 gold coins. Side quest: collect 10 million explosive tags. 1000000100000. Task completed. Reward: 300 gold coins. Side quest: collect 100 million explosive tags. The task has been completed, and the reward is 350 gold coins. Aside from the aforementioned reward, Uehara Naraku further observed that there are still 4 or 5 subsequent tasks involving explosive tags, with the ultimate goal set at collecting 600 billion explosive tags. Uehara Naraku could not help but glance at Konan. His teacher was indeed exceedingly generous, gifting him several scrolls that enabled him to complete numerous tasks. Konan, assuming he was daunted by the staggering number of explosive tags, gently helped him stow the sealing scroll into his ninja tool pouch, whispering, "I can craft explosive tags myself. 100 million is not an insurmountable figure. Your safety is paramount." "Yes, sensei," Uehara Naraku nodded. Yet his mind wandered to the system's reward of the multiplication explosive tag technique. Regrettably, this was a system skill that could not be imparted to Konan. However, this technique originated from the ninja world. Uehara Naraku could not suppress his scheming thoughts, should the opportunity arise. He must visit the Konoha Forbidden Technique Room to acquire the training method for the multiplication explosive tag technique to aid Konan. If the woman in the ninja world possessing the most explosive tags were to obtain this technique, one could only wonder if she could withstand the mysterious masked man's malice towards Konan, the foremost female tycoon of the ninja world, wealthy beyond reason. Thus, Uehara Naraku departed from the Akatsuki base, clutching 100 million explosive tags and a chakra sensor for summoning pain, amid Konan's farewell wave. Besides him, the other ninjas were also set to undertake their respective missions. A woman with azure hair stood at the base's entrance, watching Uehara's figure gradually fade from sight, her expression still tinged with concern. Nearby, Kakuzu and Itachi Uchiha exchanged subtle glances. Kakuzu, the eldest member of the Akatsuki, with the broadest insight, could not help but remark, "Humph, can a ninja truly navigate life without ever encountering danger?" After casting a glance at him, Konan furrowed her brow and replied, "Naraku is different from us. He is only 12 years old, still a child. I began undertaking missions alone at 12. Kakuzu retorted, his dissatisfaction growing as he glanced at Itachi. "Hey, you brat from the Uchiha clan, isn't the graduation age for your Konoha ninjas also 12? Indeed, Itachi nodded. He graduated from the Ninja Academy at 7, became a captain of the Umbu at 11, and at the age of 13, due to the clan massacre, was labeled an S-rank rogue ninja." Observing Konan's demeanor, Itachi decided to interject, "Konan, he is only a year younger than I, yet his strength is formidable. Had it not been for his initial carelessness during our first encounter, I might have been defeated." Konan's furrowed brow softened, and she nodded in agreement. "All right, let us proceed to the Hot Springs village." Itachi sighed, closing his eyes. Indeed, regardless of age or temperament, a woman's desires, when acquiesced to, could lead one to achieve their own aspirations. Xiaonan, accompanied by Kakazu and Itachi Uchiha, departed from their base, journeying toward the hidden hot water village in search of Haiden's whereabouts. A spatial vortex materialized at their original location. The enigmatic figure of the masked man emerged from the swirling portal, addressing the empty air. Kuro, I shall investigate the intern within our organization and determine how to entice Kisame to join us. His tone lacked the whimsical jest often heard in Akatsuki meetings, now imbued with a weighty gravity, resonating with the somber authority of a superior. From the ground emerged a creature resembling a pitcher plant, a grotesque amalgamation of black and white. In a raspy voice, it remarked, Obito, do not be overly concerned with a mere child. His existence poses no threat to our plans, and may even serve as a future asset in collecting tailed beasts. That boy, Uehara, bears no dark past. The masked man let out a cold chuckle, casting a disdainful gaze upon the entity below. Will he truly embrace our ideology in the future? Since Pain and Konan discovered him, they have been safeguarding him. Should we refrain from taking action this time, we may not be afforded another opportunity. What do you intend to do? If you were to eliminate him, Xiaonan and Pain would undoubtedly grow suspicious of us, Obito. This would disrupt our plans. The creature, Kuro, shook its head, asserting that everything was proceeding according to their design, and expressed a desire for the masked man to refrain from complicating matters further. Rest assured, I have no intention of killing him. The masked man grasped the patterned mask on his face, speaking softly. I will manipulate Uehara in the same manner I once did with Itachi Uchiha, guiding him into the depths of darkness. You witnessed it yourself. At merely 12 years of age, he effortlessly defeated a mixed squad of Jonin. Now, he possesses at least Jonin-level strength and may become even more formidable. We cannot allow him to remain fiercely loyal to Nagato. As Xiaonan and Uehara launched an assault on the Rain Village stronghold, Kuro and the masked man covertly observed Uehara's progress. Upon witnessing Uehara effortlessly dismantle a team of over 20, Kuro remained unfazed, accustomed to grand displays. However, a hint of perplexity colored Kuro's voice as it glanced at the masked man. A 12-year-old wielding Jonin-level chakra and power seems unremarkable, especially compared to Kakashi Hitaki of Konoha. He is not comparable to that waste, the masked man coldly interrupted, deriding the prodigious Konoha ninja who ascended to Jonin at such a tender age. If all goes as anticipated, Uehara shall undoubtedly achieve the strength of a Kage. Unlike Kakazu, Itachi, and Sasori, who represent the neutral factions within Akatsuki, Uehara aligns more closely with Nagato and Xiaonan. His existence poses a potential risk, as it may enable the masked man to overtly manipulate Akatsuki, deviating from its intended course. Yet, the masked man suddenly realized that if he were to sway Uehara to his side, it could indeed allow the young boy to serve a more expansive purpose. The masked man could even exploit Uehara Naraku to transform him into a spy between Konan and Nagato, clandestinely acquiring intelligence from both. Additionally, he might manipulate Uehara Naraku to influence the actions of Konan and Nagato. For instance, when the opportune moment arises, he could entice Nagato to launch a direct assault on the major shinobi villages, leading to mutual destruction between him and the 5 great shinobi nations. Altering that young boy would not be an easy feat, Black Zetsu murmured. Reflecting upon the intelligence he had gathered, Uehara Naraku's father perished 12 years ago in battle while protecting Konan. His mother succumbed to illness merely months prior. Apart from Konan and Nagato, he bears no attachments. Shattering a ninja's bonds and plunging him into darkness is the swiftest method, and they possess some practical experience in this regard. The dilemma lies in the fact that Uehara Naraku is an orphan. At present, it appears that his deepest emotional connection is with Konan, yet should anything befall her, Nagato might abandon his pursuit of tailed beasts and transform into a harbinger of doom. If a flaw were to occur with Nagato's Rinnegan, the consequences could be described as a costly miscalculation. Not to mention, Black Zetsu and the enigmatic masked man would not permit such an event to transpire. Hence he intends to guide Uehara through another means. The cultivation of such seemingly useless bonds is indeed possible. Black Zetsu glanced at the masked man. Sensing he had encountered something extraordinary, Obito, do you intend to arrange a friend for that young boy? It is easy to destroy a bond, yet nurturing one proves far more challenging. Humph, there will always be a way. The masked man clenched his fist, whispering, prepare a white Zetsu for me. I shall assign it a fitting identity. Black Zetsu, with a resigned nod, replied, All right, as long as it pleases you. This matter is not of great importance. Success would be beneficial for them, while failure holds little consequence. Unbeknownst to Uehara Naraku, someone was scheming to arrange a friend for him. He found himself entangled in another predicament, for having never ventured beyond the land of rain, he was rather unfamiliar with the geography of the shinobi world. His mission was to travel to the land of water to recruit Kisame Hashigaki. Not only did he need to leave the country, but he also had to set sail. At the bookstore's entrance, Uehara Naraku looked down at the shinobi world map he had just purchased, unable to resist voicing his thoughts. Boss, your map is quite abstract. The bookstore owner scratched the back of his head, awkwardly chuckling. Well, there's not much that can be done. Only the major ninja villages can create the most detailed maps. This map shouldn't hinder your travels. The very lifeblood of the shinobi world is controlled by the ninjas themselves, unless the villages are willing to dispatch ninjas to gather geographical intelligence. Who would be inclined to invest heavily in the creation of more precise maps? Uehara Naraku shot him a bemused glance. Tapping his finger on the representation of the land of water on the map, which depicted the sea as merely a circle, he finally couldn't help but exclaim, But isn't the area of the land of water a bit exaggerated? Are you planning to go to the land of water? The bookstore owner's expression instantly turned tense as he leaned closer to Uehara's ear and whispered, You must not go there. I've heard that many merchants who ventured there never returned. Regardless of who ventures into the land of water, they are bound to meet their demise at the hands of the ninjas residing there. Very well, I understand. Uehara Naraku, with a sense of ineffable complexity, tucked away the rudimentary map. The hidden mist village, under the governance of the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, remains a puppet leader, manipulated from the shadows. He continues to enforce the blood mist policy, isolating the land of water from the outside world and, in theory, denying entry to any outsiders. Within the shrouded confines of the blood mist, the hidden mist village not only permits, but seemingly encourages internal strife among its own ninjas. The puppet master controlling Yagura appears to be fearful that the hidden mist village might not perish. Through the blood mist policy, he gradually saps the vitality of the village, tormenting all mist ninjas. If such cruelty is directed towards their own, one can only imagine the fate that awaits outsiders. Uehara Naraku examined the abstract map in his possession, meticulously planning his route to the land of water, selecting the most expedient and secure path. Presently, the swiftest route leads east from the land of rain into the land of fire, then through the land of waves, where he could board a ship to the land of water. This route bears its advantages. Although he might encounter Konoha ninjas along the way, he need not fear significant peril. Aside from the third Hokage and Might Guy, the others do not seem particularly formidable, with the exception of Kakashi Hitaki. If only he could find a way to infiltrate Konoha under a different guise, he could accomplish numerous side quests within the village. Indeed, the system offers an abundance of side quests related to the many ninjas of Konoha, which is hardly surprising, given that it is the abode of the protagonists of the ninja world. Uehara Naraku's primary concern is that this route leads directly to the land of waves. Should the land of waves currently be under the control of Kato, that smuggling magnate would undoubtedly possess knowledge of how to reach the land of water, and he must have some connection to the hidden mist village. Uehara could potentially manipulate Kato, utilizing him to gain access to the land of water, or perhaps glean information regarding the Akatsuki member, Kisame Hashigaki. The tasks assigned by the Akatsuki organization are indeed troublesome. Merely recruiting Kisame into the organization demands a significant expenditure of mental energy. The system relentlessly inundates him with tasks. If only he had a white Zetsu by his side, for they excel at intelligence gathering. This fleeting thought crossed Uehara Naraku's mind. If a white Zetsu were indeed present, it would signify that the mysterious masked man and black Zetsu were likely plotting against him, prompting Uehara to swiftly eliminate the white Zetsu. At that moment, someone unexpectedly tapped Uehara on the shoulder. Turning to face the source, he beheld a somewhat sweet-looking girl, her smile exaggerated. Upon noticing Uehara's gaze, the girl curiously blinked her eyes and inquired, Hello, do you know what it feels like to take a poop? What a devilish question. Just as Uehara Naraku had been pondering the white Zetsu, the girl's bizarre inquiry instantly reminded him of the peculiar white Zetsus encountered by Obito Uchiha in the sealed underground base. Uehara Naraku's expression instantly turned frigid as he grasped the girl by her throat, pressing her against the wall. In a low voice, he asked, "Hey, you are White Zetsu, aren't you?" The girl, upon hearing Uehara's words, stiffened momentarily, her eyes darting around, and with a feigned innocence, she retorted, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Uehara Naraku harbored no doubt regarding her deceit, for a notification from his mental system chimed, indicating the completion of a side quest. Side quest, Unmask White Zetsu, 11. Quest completed, reward, Natural Deception skill. Natural Deception. This skill allows one to disguise as any living being until harmed or utilizing a skill. At the cost of 100 chakra points, with a cooldown of 2 seconds. Uehara Naraku's brow relaxed. Upon unraveling White Zetsu's disguise, he had acquired a skill reminiscent of White Zetsu's extraordinary transformation technique, perhaps even more wondrous. This natural deception skill originated from a survivor of the Mist-Tail clan, a unique ability of the spirit conjurer Nico, enabling him to assume the form of any creature within the ninja realm. For instance, he could transform into a small cat. Unbeknownst to the transformed White Zetsu, who was masquerading as the girl and feigning terror to evade capture, she whimpered, "Let me go. I don't know what you're talking about. I just wanted to say hello. With so many people around, why did you choose to approach me?" Uehara Naraku tightened his grip around her neck, and, unable to contain his emotions, he cursed, "Damn it, why are you still pretending?" His system's rewards had already been claimed, hadn't they? The townsfolk, witnessing Uehara Naraku commit murder in broad daylight, stared in shock, their eyes wide with terror. One individual, emboldened by sheer audacity, inquired, "Hey, you little brat, why are you killing her?" "Because she insulted my intelligence," Uehara Naraku retorted without glancing back. His gaze fixed on the girl's lifeless body as it transformed into a grotesque white humanoid monster. Indeed, the true form of White Zetsu. Ding. The system within Uehara's mind chimed once more. Side quest. Eliminate a White Zetsu from the ninja realm. 11. Quest completed. Reward. Mayfly technique. Mayfly technique. This ability allows one to merge with the earth and vegetation, enabling rapid movement between underground flora, silencing all presence during the technique's execution. Consuming 3 chakra points per second while active. A cacophony of screams erupted as the townspeople, witnessing such a horrific sight for the first time, fled in terror from the abominable creature and the bloody scene. Uehara Naraku paid them no mind. Instead, he produced a sealing scroll and enclosed the grotesque corpse within it. Whether to present it to Konan and Pain to slander Zetsu and the masked man, or to reserve it as a sacrificial offering for future reanimation, remained an option. After Uehara leisurely departed the small town, a spatial vortex silently emerged atop the rooftops. As the enigmatic masked man pressed his head against his mask in frustration, "Those White Zetsu are truly incorrigible fools. If it proves unfeasible, perhaps it is best to seek another individual suited for espionage." White Zetsu truly cannot change his nature. Over a decade ago, when this group first encountered Obito Uchiha, their curiosity was piqued, yet after all these years, they have shown no signs of improvement. A single phrase inadvertently revealed a flaw in front of Uehara. When confronted by White Zetsu masquerading as a young girl, Uehara Naraku was unequivocally convinced of one thing. The masked man had been monitoring his movements all along. After departing from the small town, Uehara promptly sought a concealed corner, employing the recently acquired mayfly technique to delve underground, quietly making his way into the distance. The enigmatic masked man, upon losing the trace of Uehara Naraku, remained unperturbed, for he was aware of Uehara's mission location. By lurking near Kisame Hashigaki, he believed he could eventually catch him. What a nuisance that little brat is. The masked man adjusted his mask, contemplating his next course of action. The woman from the land of locks, who incessantly pines for that worthless Kakashi, was rumored to be a spy nurtured since childhood. She could indeed be of use. Her name is Hanar. His knowledge of her background stemmed from Kakashi himself. During his youth, Kakashi once returned late from a mission and casually mentioned rescuing a young girl along the way. By happenstance, while the masked man was unearthing secrets throughout the shinobi world, he discovered that Hanar, the spy trained in the land of locks, possessed considerable talent. Since she had been forbidden from returning to her homeland, with a little guidance, she could eventually prove useful. However, after observing Hanar for a few days, the masked man realized she was the very girl Kakashi had saved in his youth, which instantly dampened his interest. Simply put, she lacked discernment in her affections. In his eyes, Hanari's admiration for Kakashi a complete failure in his opinion, led him to abandon any recruitment efforts. Now, in search of a competent spy, his initial thought had been Kabuto Yakushi. However, as a man who was currently lurking beside Orochimaru and entangled with Sasori, he deemed him unsuitable. The woman named Hanar, though merely passable in appearance, possessed some feminine wiles. Surely, she could win Uehara Naraku's acceptance. The masked man swiftly devised a flawless plan. He felt a surge of excitement as he confirmed his strategy. Ha ha ha. I am indeed the genius. The weight of his voice diminished, transforming into that of a comical jester. Let Kisame educate that little brat, and in a life-and-death moment, allow the woman named Hanar to risk her life to save him. He almost admired himself. If this strategy were not of his own design, even he would struggle to discern its authenticity. A vortex of time and space materialized behind him, enveloping him entirely, leaving only his neurotic voice echoing. First, go find the woman named Hanar and use the Land of Locks as leverage against her. In the Land of Fire, amidst a dense forest, Uehara Naraku's head emerged from the foliage, surveying his surroundings. Only when he noticed the absence of others did he quietly reveal himself. He traversed swiftly through the underbrush, albeit at the cost of some chakra. In order to reach the Land of Fire, Uehara Naraku had upgraded his equipment. Embrace of the Seraphim. Chakra energy increased by 1400 points, skill cooldown reduction increased by 20, chakra consumption decreased by 25. He had previously completed a series of side quests through advanced missions and the explosive tags gifted by Konan, amassing over 3,000 gold coins. But now only a little over 1,000 remained. Uehara Naraku felt a pang of regret, having spent so much for merely an increase of 400 chakra points, barely pushing his chakra beyond the 2,000 mark. If his chakra remained at full capacity, he could summon the Deep Sea Titan. However, Uehara was not overly concerned with merely augmenting his chakra through equipment, as advanced missions rewarded him with substantial life energy and chakra energy. What he valued more were the chakra recovery and life energy recovery benefits, as well as the skill cooldown reductions provided by his gear. Life energy, 1201 chakra energy, 133-2250 life recovery, 2 seconds chakra recovery, 15 seconds remaining gold. 1070. After an extended period of subterranean travel, his chakra was nearly depleted, necessitating a rest of over 20 minutes to recuperate. 20 minutes is not a trifling amount of time. Uehara Naraku believed he had found a secluded spot, forgetting that this was the quickest route from the western Land of Fire to Konoha, thus destined to see many passers-by. For instance, 2 Yanbiyu from the Land of Rivers returning from a mission walked nearby. One, a white-haired ninja clad in a mask, was engrossed in a small orange book, oblivious to his surroundings. Beside him walked a purple-haired female ninja, also masked, her Yanbiyu uniform accentuating her graceful figure. Let us rest here for a moment. The purple-haired ninja's voice rang like a lark, echoing through the tranquil forest. Senpai, after we return to the village, will you be resigning from the Yanbiyu? That's not entirely incorrect, the white-haired ninja replied softly, lowering his gaze. The third Hokage wishes for me to take on the role of a guiding jonin, to instruct the graduating classes in the village. What a pity. The female ninja lowered her head, her purple hair cascading over her chest. With a sigh, she continued, I hope there will be opportunities for us to undertake missions together in the future. Do not be so disheartened. If I am not mistaken, your next partner will also be quite a gentle soul, the white-haired Yanbiyu ninja remarked, but his voice suddenly faltered. He halted his steps, slowly turning his head toward the depths of the forest, where he spotted a man in a patterned mask resting beneath a large tree. The purple-haired female ninja instinctively halted as well, following his gaze to see the masked man beneath the tree, prompting her to draw her ninja blade instinctively, a reflex born of her training as an ANBU. The population in this area is somewhat sparse, a consequence of its proximity to Sandy Hidden Village and Rainy Hidden Village, where the scars from the numerous shinobi world wars run deep. Most of the nearby civilians have migrated to regions closer to the Hidden Leaf Village. Moreover, the peculiar figure of the masked man, who has inexplicably appeared in this perilous forest, undoubtedly signifies a dangerous individual. At this moment, Uehara Naraku, who has transformed into the enigmatic masked man through his innate illusionary charm, is steadying his emotions, as this marks his inaugural grand performance in the Land of Fire. Earlier, while eavesdropping on their conversation, Uehara discreetly observed them for a while, and despite the mask, he recognized the identities of the white-haired ninja and the purple-haired kunoichi, Hitachi Kakashi, and Yuzuki Yugao. Consequently, after restoring his chakra, Uehara Naraku not only refrained from using the mayfly technique to evade, but instead recalled a brilliant idea. This time, he intends to bestow upon the masked man a considerable predicament. Bonds. These are the most intricate relationships within the shinobi world. Both Uehara Naraku and the mysterious masked man remain unaware that the gifts they are preparing for each other are fundamentally identical, both seeking to exploit human emotions to achieve their respective goals. The masked man aims to use Hanari as a spy to forge a bond with Uehara Naraku, only to subsequently shatter that bond, plunging Uehara into darkness. Uehara Naraku believes that rather than allowing the masked man to secretly track him and plot his schemes, it would be far more prudent to summon a significant trouble for him. Eventually, one must confront their past. Furthermore, both Uehara Naraku and the masked man possess a profound self-awareness and are exceedingly confident in their intelligence, each believing their plans to be flawless. At present, the number of individuals in the entire shinobi world who are aware of the masked man's identity can be counted on one hand. The masked man would never suspect that Uehara could traverse borders using the mayfly technique and arrive swiftly in the land of fire. Moreover, as long as Uehara does not reveal his true identity, the masked man will remain oblivious to his involvement. Hitachi Kakashi steps forward, gazing at the masked man beneath the tree, and inquires, "Who are you? What is your purpose in infiltrating the land of fire?" "This is my homeland." The masked man, embodied by Uehara Naraku, opens his palm and softly responds, "Dear Sir of the Hidden Leaf Sumbu, may I not return to my homeland?" Uehara feels his performance is quite impeccable, embodying the sentiments of a wayward traveler longing for home. Regrettably, he has only two unaware spectators. The Umbu ninja of the Hidden Leaf are not easily swayed, and Yuzuki Yugao brandishes her ninja blade towards him, stating firmly, "Hey, first remove your mask." "That seems rather unfair," Uehara Naraku muses, touching the ornate mask upon his face. He lifts his gaze towards the white-haired ninja and gently proposes, "If we are indeed old acquaintances, should we not each remove our masks? What do you think, Hitachi Kakashi?" Clang. The white-haired ninja abruptly unsheathed his kunai, arching his back and adopting a stance of combat, yet spoke with an air of casual indifference. "To know of my position in the Umbu, and to recognize me suggests that you are indeed someone familiar." Kakashi Hitachi's mind raced with thoughts. The masked man before him concealed his identity, indicative of a shadowy past. He was most likely a rogue ninja from Konoha or a member of Danzo's root. However, not long ago, the Uchiha clan had been annihilated, and Shimura Danzo had been inexplicably confined by the third Hokage, leading to the complete disbandment of Root. Thus, it could only be a rogue ninja from Konoha. Coincidentally, Kakashi was aware of a fitting candidate, the man who had decimated his own clan and become an S-rank rogue ninja of Konoha, his former Umbu teammate, Itachi Uchiha. Yet, in Kakashi's understanding, Itachi had always been well-mannered, respectful both to adversaries and comrades alike. This mysterious masked figure's theatrics seemed uncharacteristic of Itachi. However, given the eccentricities of the Uchiha clan, one could never predict their transformations. Apart from Itachi, he truly could not think of anyone else. Kakashi tightened his grip on his kunai, his crimson Sharingan fixated on the masked man. After a deep breath, he inquired solemnly, "Are you Itachi Uchiha?" Following a brief moment of silence in the air, the masked man shook his head, extending a finger. "You are mistaken, Kakashi." Upon hearing this, Kakashi fell silent for a moment before abruptly charging forward with his kunai, coldly declaring, "If you intend to keep up this charade, allow me to unmask you." The mysterious masked man seemed taken aback, hastily dodging Kakashi's strike before leaping onto a tree, his voice growing increasingly somber. "As expected of you, Kakashi, still so merciless when it comes to slaying comrades." Kakashi's form froze instantly. In that moment, he was reminded once more of Rin, the girl who had died in agony beneath his Raikiri, her body drenched in blood. Yuzuki Yueing glanced at the paralyzed Kakashi and protested loudly, "You scoundrel! What nonsense are you spouting? My senior is not that kind of person." "Oh, is he truly not?" The masked figure gazed down at the two below, slowly removing his mask to reveal a face marred by scars, half intact and half disfigured. This was the true visage of Obito Uchiha. The innate jinjutsu employed by Uehara Naraku could mimic any individual, and thus it had been able to replicate Obito's appearance. Uehara Naraku held the mask in his hand, a mocking smile curling at his lips. "Kakashi, do you still recognize me?" Kakashi Hitachi's hand trembled with veins bulging, gripping his kunai as if he wished to shatter it into pieces. He could scarcely believe his own eyes. Even after so many years, the visage of Uchiha Obito had changed considerably, yet Kakashi Hitachi could still recognize his silhouette. However, how could the person he had buried years ago possibly return to life? Kakashi removed the mask from his face, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Is that you, Obito?" Uehara Naraku, disguised as Uchiha Obito, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "I never imagined that Sharingan Kakashi would still remember this underachiever. What a rarity." Kakashi's voice was somewhat hoarse. He was at a loss for how to confront the taunts of his old friend, numerous words lodged in his throat that he could not articulate. At Kakashi's side stood Yuzuki Yugao, her expression grave as she inquired, "Senpai, is he the fallen hero Obito? Has he defected now?" Her words instantly snapped the two back to reality. Nearly a decade had passed, and if Uchiha Obito was indeed alive, why had he not returned to Konoha? Was it because of Rin's demise? "Obito, why did you refuse to return to the village back then? If only our teacher and the others knew you were still alive." Kakashi's words faltered once more. Their teacher, Minato Namikaze, had perished 8 years ago during the Nine Tails rampage. "It was I who killed teacher Minato and Kushina." Uehara Naraku, masquerading as Uchiha Obito, lowered his head, gazing at Kakashi's frozen expression, and smiled as he spoke. "Surprised, aren't you? I was the one who unleashed the Nine-Tailed Seal. I controlled it with my Sharingan. You must have sensed it. The gift I presented to you on the day you became a Jounin contained extraordinary power, did it not?" Kakashi's mind was in disarray. The astonishing revelations from Obito caused his normally composed thoughts to spiral into chaos. It was as if he were hallucinating the very words Obito now uttered. "Well then, Kakashi, cherish that Sharingan of yours. It possesses unimaginable power. I must go seek vengeance for Rin. Farewell." Uehara Naraku waved, leaping away with a series of agile bounds, disappearing before Kakashi and Yugao could react. Uehara Naraku concealed himself within the dense forest, employing the insect jutsu to ascend to a grand tree. He observed Kakashi frantically searching for Obito's whereabouts before silently sinking into the earth below. Today, he had done a good deed. After Obito's disappearance, Kakashi searched in vain for a long time, ultimately leaning against a tree, gradually regaining the composure of a ninja. Kakashi furrowed his brow, first confirming the authenticity of Uchiha Obito's identity, for Obito had mentioned before his demise that the Sharingan was a gift to congratulate him on becoming a Jounin. This designation of Jounin gift was known only to him, Rin, and Obito. With Rin now deceased, only the two of them remained as the informed parties. Regarding the other matters spoken by Uchiha Obito, such as the deaths of Sensei Minato and Kushina, Kakashi Hitachi's initial thought was one of disbelief. After all, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki had always treated Obito with great kindness. However, the events of the Nine Tails incident were indeed shrouded in many uncertainties. Clenching his teeth, Kakashi struck his fist against a nearby tree. If he could locate Obito, the truth of that fateful day would be unveiled. If Obito sought vengeance for Rin, then his decision not to kill Kakashi must mean he had journeyed to the land of water or had been lurking there all along. Interpreting the deliberately left words of Obito, Kakashi swiftly gleaned the information he desired. With determination, he tightened his fist. His intellect had always surpassed Obito's, leading him to believe he had discerned Obito's whereabouts. Obito's recent display of sorrow and anger had inadvertently exposed critical information, revealing his emotional scars without realizing he had disclosed his own secrets. Ah, Obito, ever the forgetful one. Kakashi donned his mask once more, having confirmed Obito's location. By heading to the land of water, he was certain he would find him and finally unravel all the buried truths. "Shall we return to the village, senpai?" asked Yuzuki Yugao, her face a mixture of concern and intrigue. It seemed she had unearthed some significant secrets today, her violet-haired demeanor slightly dazed. "Wait." Kakashi nodded, then looked at Yugao, suddenly adding, "Whatever transpired today, I implore you to keep it confidential, regardless of whom we may encounter. This could potentially stir unrest in Konoha, and the truth must remain hidden until I uncover it." Yugao replied solemnly, "Senpai, does others include Lord Hokage?" "Indeed, there are many hidden facets to Obito's story," Kakashi said, rubbing his forehead and speaking softly. The turbulence surrounding the Uchiha clan's demise has yet to settle. For now, let us keep this from the third Hokage. Once I ascertain the truth, I will report everything to him. Understood. Yugao gazed intently at Kakashi, noticing a hint of frustration on his face before finally nodding in agreement. Fearing that Obito might unleash uncontrollable danger upon the Mist Village during his quest for vengeance, Kakashi led Yugao back to Konoha after a brief respite, hastily requesting leave from Hiruzen Sarutobi. At this moment, Uehara Naraku was unaware that he had inadvertently played a significant role in Kakashi's early withdrawal from the Umbu. He had already arrived in the Land of Waves, a neighboring nation to the Land of Fire, which was starkly impoverished. And there were no signs of the wealthy Kato's presence. It seemed the affluent mogul had yet to set his sights on this modest land. Losing interest in the country, Uehara strolled to the docks of the Land of Waves, observing the rows of fishing boats. He inquired, "How much for passage to the Land of Water?" The fishermen exchanged glances, shaking their heads, until one of the leading boatmen spoke up. "Sir, the Land of Water is a secluded nation, and the ninja there do not permit us to approach." Uehara Naraku gazed at them curiously and softly inquired, "Well, how much would I need to pay for you to take me to the Land of Water?" "No matter how much you offer, we will not go," they replied. "Money can be earned, but life is singular. How could one risk their life for mere coin?" The group of boatmen exhibited more integrity than Uehara had anticipated. Born into a destitute nation with a modest cost of living and relatively low life pressures, they would not jeopardize their lives for the sake of money. Amidst the clamor, a sudden voice emerged. "Kid, how much are you willing to pay? If the price is right, I wouldn't mind taking you along." Instantly, the boatmen fell silent, their gazes shifting toward a small vessel at the edge, where a stranger, his face wrapped in bandages, sat. He seemed not to be a native of their land. However, the man's fierce demeanor deterred the boatmen from advising caution. Upon seeing the man, Uehara couldn't help but smirk, a stack of explosive tags resting at his fingertips. 100 explosive tags. Is that price sufficient? The man's eyes narrowed, and after a moment of astonishment at the mention of explosive tags, he slowly nodded. "That will do." The price of explosive tags in the ninja world varies greatly. Due to war and production issues, a single tag can fetch upwards of 10,000 ryo in some regions, while in prosperous areas, it may drop to as low as 2,000 ryo. Uehara's offer was indeed generous. 100 explosive tags in the Land of Water could easily be sold for 1,000,000 ryo. Naturally, only ninjas would accept such tags. Uehara leaped onto the small boat. Casting a glance at the bandaged man, a smile gracing his lips. It seemed fortune favored him this time, first encountering Kakashi Hitaki, and now one of Kakashi's archenemies, Zabuza Momochi. At this moment, Zabuza still donned the Mist Village's uniform, perhaps having not yet chosen to defect, as there was no beautiful tool by his side. However, this was merely speculation. As Uehara lowered his gaze, he caught sight of a broad ninja blade on the small boat, compelling him to scrutinize Zabuza once more. Hadn't the infamous sword, the Kubikurabocho, just recently been wielded by Kisame Hoshigaki before being reclaimed by the fourth Mizukage? Had it now found its way into Zabuza's possession? Zabuza, sensing Uehara's gaze, appeared indifferent to his scrutiny. He merely activated the boat's engine. Departing from the shores of the Land of Water, the small vessel swiftly reached the vast ocean. Zabuza regarded Uehara and finally spoke. "Kid, do you recognize this blade?" Uehara nodded, replying softly, "One of the 7 ninja swords of the mist, the decapitating blade, regardless of how it may shatter in battle. It can restore itself by absorbing the iron from human blood." Zabuza's surprise grew with each word, his eyes gradually turning cold. "Kid, it seems you possess quite a bit of knowledge." "Just a tad more than the average person," Uehara replied. Uehara Naraku humbly waved his hand and, gazing at the indifferent Momochi Zabuza, continued with a smile. Let me ponder how to address you. Perhaps, the esteemed Mr. Momochi Zabuza, one of the new 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist Village?" Clang. Zabuza abruptly seized his executioner's blade, thrusting it menacingly against Uehara's neck. "Now that you've recognized my identity, what compels you, little brat, to accompany me to the Land of Water? What is your true intention?" "Do not act rashly," Uehara Naraku replied, maintaining an air of calm as he delicately pinched a card between his fingers. The thin card effortlessly blocked the lethal edge of the executioner's blade, leaving Zabuza momentarily unnerved. How could such an ordinary piece of paper withstand the force of his weapon? With a flick of his wrist, Uehara hurled the card towards Zabuza. The latter hastily withdrew his blade for defense, only to witness the card pierce through the edge of the sword, becoming lodged in its surface. Uehara raised his gaze, leisurely continuing, Mr. Zabuza, one who possesses too many secrets seldom enjoys a long life. This notion, however, is merely a jest for the average individual. In the vast realm of shinobi, knowledge often equates to longevity, as exemplified by Kaguya, whereas fools like Zabuza tend to meet their demise prematurely. Humph. Zabuza scoffed, his expression haughty. Who do you think you are? Little brat, if you reveal your identity and your purpose in the land of water now, you may spare yourself some suffering. Are you certain you wish for me to divulge? Uehara Naraku's lips curled into a mysterious smile, casting a mocking glance at Zabuza as he articulated each word deliberately. My purpose in the land of water is to guide a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist to assassinate their Mizukichi. Is this what you desire? Zabuza's mind raced, an aura of murderous intent radiating from him as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Uehara, his eyes seeming to slice through the boy. For Uehara had inadvertently struck at the core of Zabuza's ambitions. Every aspiring ninja from the Mist Village could discern the grave threat posed by the 4th Mizukichi, Yagura, and none wished to endure such a dire situation. Zabuza was among them. During his tenure at the Ninja Academy, he had resolved to alter the Blood Mist policy, even going so far as to ruthlessly eliminate all his peers during the graduation exam, compelling the higher-ups to abolish the exam that could potentially decimate the ranks of Mist ninjas. Upon reaching adulthood, Zabuza joined the Umbu of the Mist, growing in strength and earning the moniker the Demon of the Mist. Recently, he had taken possession of the returning Executioner's Blade, becoming the 2nd generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Ever since acquiring the blade, Zabuza had been consumed with thoughts of assassination. He believed his strength was sufficient and had been plotting to eliminate the 4th Mizukichi, thus transforming the entire village of Mist. If the plan succeeded, all would proceed smoothly. If it failed, he would need to prepare for escape. Zabuza had arrived in the land of waves seeking a path to retreat, intending to seize the opportunity to strike against the Mizukichi upon his return. The boy before him seemed to have pierced through the veil of his intentions. The plan had long been concealed within his heart, never once mentioned to anyone. Momochi Zabuza felt an unsettling anxiety, yearning to swiftly eliminate Uehara Naraku with a single strike, yet simultaneously eager to extract from him which member of the 7 ninja swordsmen this boy intended to use to assassinate the Mizukichi. Should Uehara reveal a name, Zabuza would stake his life to sever his head. Conversely, if he named another, Zabuza would return to the village to probe that individual, to ascertain whether they could act in unison. Of course, regardless of their success in assassinating the Mizukichi, Uehara Naraku's fate would inevitably result in his head being claimed. The feasibility of such an act would be determined in due course. Such was the nature of this merciless ninja. Contemplating this, Zabuza fixed his gaze upon Uehara, disdain evident in his voice as he scoffed. Humph. The 7 ninja swordsmen are the 7 most formidable masters of swordsmanship in our village, the most loyal ninjas to Lord Mizukichi. How could they possibly be swayed by a mere child like you to undertake the assassination of the Mizukichi? With a sudden shift in demeanor, Zabuza's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Or perhaps, you have already colluded with one of the traitors? Speak his name, and I might grant you a reprieve. I cannot reveal the name just yet, Mr. Zabuza. Uehara Naraku leaned against the ship's cabin, gently shaking his head, a mocking smile returning to his face. Isn't the loyalty of the 7 ninja swordsmen something you already know the answer to, Mr. Zabuza? The 1st generation of the 7 was reduced to a mere spectacle by a leaf village chunin, while the likes of Kurozai Raiga and Pipa Juzu defected, leaving only Suigetsu Hozuki with ulterior motives. The 2nd generation consisted of merely 4, with Hozuki Mangetsu and Ringo Amuri succumbing to illness, and both Kisame Hashigaki and yourself choosing to betray. The 3rd generation has only 2 remaining, Hozuki Suigetsu, born a rogue ninja, and Chojuro, who still resides within the Hidden Mist Village. The rate of defection among the 7 ninja swordsmen from the Hidden Mist Village is alarmingly high. It appeared that more drastic measures were required. Zabuza flexed his fingers. The 2nd batch of the 7 ninja swordsmen now included only 3, Hozuki Mangetsu, Kisame Hashigaki, and himself. Yet, apart from Zabuza, he perceived the other 2 as loyal to the 4th Mizukichi. Ever since Kisame eliminated Suigetsu Hozuki, he had evidently seized control of the village. Mangetsu, being a descendant of the 2nd Mizukichi, possessed the ability to wield all the swords, representing a remarkable prodigy upon whom great hopes were placed. Zabuza hesitated to gamble. He sought a name from Uehara Naraku to confirm a potential ally. Ninjutsu, hidden mist technique. A thick fog enveloped the sea, gradually shrouding the small vessel. Zabuza stepped back, his towering form vanishing within the mist, his voice echoing from all directions. Child, which parts of your body do you wish to relinquish? I can assist you in eliminating them, you fool. Uehara silently cursed under her breath, gradually closing her fingers, and softly remarked, if you do not strike now, there are certain individuals in the ninja world whom you must never provoke, yet you seem to delight in antagonizing such beings. For instance, that arrogant fool over there. Or the future squad of lower ninjas from Konoha. Lightning release. Thousand Thunder Prison. A colossal storm cloud of lightning materialized amidst the sea fog. A bolt of lightning accurately struck the position of Momochi Zabuza, who fortunately evaded just in time through the mist body technique. However, within a mere second, 2 more bolts of lightning descended. This brat is surprisingly adept at lightning release ninjutsu. Zabuza gritted his teeth and swiftly clasped his hands, bracing himself to endure a bolt of lightning while forming a jutsu, water release, water prison technique. The waves of the sea surged, creating a hollow water sphere that enveloped Zabuza. As a bolt of lightning struck down, the electric current coursed through the water sphere, splashing onto the surface of the sea. Once inside the water prison, Zabuza managed to exhale a sigh of relief, though his expression remained grim. That little brat had merely used a single ninjutsu, and his location was directly revealed. Uehara stepped through the seawater, advancing steadily towards Zabuza's position. Her youthful voice still bearing traces of naivety. You refused to drink to celebrate, so now you shall drink as punishment, you scoundrel. To be insulted by a mere boy like this, Zabuza cursed silently within the water prison, yet he remained unfooled, instead choosing to bide his time within the prison, waiting for the storm of lightning to dissipate. In just a few seconds, Zabuza had discerned the frequency of the lightning attacks. If he infused chakra into the water prison, he could sustain himself for a considerable duration. However, that little brat was already approaching, following the traces of lightning. Uehara held a stack of explosive tags in her hand, casually tossing them onto the water prison, softly stating, "These are the 100 explosive tags we agreed upon in the Land of Waves. Consider this payment." Zabuza exclaimed, "What kind of payment method is this?" 100 explosive tags equated to approximately 100 jutsu of fire release at the Jonin level, detonating simultaneously, would cause the water of the water prison to evaporate instantly. Uehara waved her hand, raised her finger, and sternly declared, "Art is an explosion, you fool." Zabuza wearily placed a hand to his forehead. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds echoed across the sea. The defensive waves shattered in an instant by the barrage of hundreds of explosive tags. A flicker of shock crossed Zabuza's eyes as he was directly struck by the explosion. A splash of water erupted. That was a water clone. Zabuza within the water prison had transformed into a water clone, while his true self had long since vanished. As the storm clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, the true location of Momochi Zabuza could no longer be traced. Uehara furrowed her brow, vigilantly observing the surrounding fog, when suddenly she heard Zabuza's furious roar. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The chakra of Zabuza Momochi surged with great intensity as a colossal beast emerged, breaking through the mist. A massive water dragon surged toward the position of Naruko Uehara. Wind release, wind barrier. Naruko, undeterred, performed a symbolic hand seal and summoned a wall of wind. She observed the water dragon crash against the wind barrier, sending sprays of water into the air, and softly remarked, "A technique produced after 44 hand seals. Quite the endeavor, isn't it?" A crimson light flickered beneath Naruko's feet. Zabuza's body was nearly drenched in blood-red chakra as he descended from the sky, his decapitating blade infused with a fierce resolve aimed downward. Was that earlier water dragon technique merely a feint? Now his silent killing technique was the true threat facing Naruko. The blade was a mere second away from striking Naruko's arm, which was precisely his intent. Once she lost her arm, she would be unable to form seals, rendering her vulnerable to his onslaught. Crack! A golden shield shimmered around Naruko, shattering the immense force of the decapitating blade. Surrounding the shield were several golden chakra swords that swiftly pierced Zabuza's body. This was the ultimate angelic skill, judgment of the divine. Zabuza was left bloodied and astonished, gazing at the unscathed youth before him, a glimmer of reluctance in his eyes. You little brat, it was a trap, you concealed it well. You initiated the ambush. Naruko seized Zabuza's wrist, effortlessly claiming the fallen, decapitating blade from his grasp. With a forceful kick to Zabuza's chest, she sent him crashing onto the ship. Side quest: defeat the 7 ninja swordsmen. 17. Reward unknown. Side quest: defeat Zabuza Momochi. 11. Quest completed. Reward: My style ultimate skill, Haze Array. My style ultimate skill, Haze Array, releases a misty area, rendering the user invisible and restoring 40 chakra. The invisible state cannot be hit by enemy attacks. Lasting for 5 seconds. The user becomes visible upon attacking or using a skill, with no cost, and a cooldown of 20 seconds. This skill left Naruko bewildered. Is that it? Just this? She had just defeated Zabuza Momochi. Throughout the timeline of the Naruto world, only 3 individuals had ever placed the complete Team 7 into peril. The first was Zabuza Momochi, the second was Kaguya Akatsuki, and the third was Madara Uchiha. Nonetheless, the reward of the Haze Array skill was commendable, serving as a life-saving technique, especially since it also restored chakra. Naruko returned to the ship, sitting calmly as she gazed at Zabuza, who was clutching his wound, and softly advised, I urge you, never provoke those you should not. Humph. Zabuza ground his teeth in frustration. This little brat was at it again, flaunting his own formidable identity and power. Upon hearing his cold snort, Uehara Naraku smiled and said, Mr. Zabuza, I am inherently a benevolent person. Even though you attempted to ambush me just now, I am still willing to spare your life. For you possess a modicum of utility. Zabuza Momochi, incensed by his words, struggled to suppress his fury and retorted sarcastically, It seems I am indeed fortunate. Indeed. Uehara nodded earnestly, gazing at him. After all, if I wish to meet another member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, it is entirely reliant on Mr. Zabuza. Zabuza's posture gradually relaxed as he cast a sidelong glance at the young man across from him. If you seek my assistance, you must divulge the identity of the person you wish to meet. Kisame Hashigaki, Uehara declared without hesitation. Throughout the annals of the ninja world, few can be deemed true ninjas, and Kisame Hashigaki undoubtedly qualifies as one. If circumstances permitted, Uehara would even consider the possibility of swaying Kisame to his side. The man with a shark-like visage would be an invaluable ally. To let him go, solely due to his unwavering dedication to his superior's missions, would be an egregious waste. However, the means of persuasion posed a significant challenge. Presumably, Kisame had become a pawn of the enigmatic masked man, perhaps even swayed by the promises of the Moon Eye plan, maintaining his loyalty until a glorious demise in battle. Aside from his need to perform hand seals for any jutsu he unleashed, it was difficult to identify any flaws in Kisame. Zabuza scoffed upon hearing Kisame's name, casting a disdainful glance at Uehara. If you had mentioned another name, I might have harbored some doubt, but Kisame would never betray the 4th Mizukage. Kisame was indeed a confidant of Yagura, the 4th Mizukage. When Yagura sought to seize control of the Umbu, it was Kisame who executed the previous Umbu leader, the pufferfish demon, and was subsequently promoted as the new member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, receiving the Samahata as a reward. The entire Kirigakure was well aware of Kisame's loyalty to Yagura. Only Yagura's commands could stir any emotion in him, and he would dismiss all else. Even if someone privately invited him to propose the abolition of the unreasonable blood mist policy. Should Yagura ever be overthrown in Kirigakure, the last person standing to protect him would undoubtedly be Kisame. Such a person could never betray. The vessel arrived in the land of water. Throughout the journey, Zabuza tested Uehara multiple times, but remained uncertain about the truth of the name Kisame Hashigaki. If not Kisame, could it be Manjiro? However, Manjiro was an undeniable genius, the most promising candidate to succeed as the 5th Mizukage. Would he truly risk his life to assassinate the 4th Mizukage? The current 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist Village, among whom Zabuza Momochi firmly believes that only he harbors intentions to assassinate the 4th Mizukage, Yagura. Hozuki Mangetsu and Kisame Hashigaki appear to be utterly loyal, and any inadvertent slip of the tongue could jeopardize his meticulously crafted plans. Upon setting foot on the land of the water country, Zabuza proactively approached Uehara Naraku with a proposition. I can only provide you with a single opportunity to learn of Kisame's movements. But I will not escort you to meet him. Furthermore, if I did, you likely wouldn't trust me anyway. Indeed, Mr. Zaboz's credibility leaves much to be desired. Uehara Naraku frowned slightly, acknowledging this with a nod, and disregarding Zaboz's suddenly grim expression, continued softly, "Let us agree upon a time for our next meeting. We shall convene 3 days hence, at this very location." Very well, Zabuza acquiesced to the suggestion. His willingness to assist rather than martyr himself stemmed from his recognition of Uehara's prowess. He sought to exploit this opportunity to his advantage. Kisame Hoshigaki remained the most devoted ninja to the 4th Mizukage within the entirety of the Mist Village, and in earnest combat, he surpassed Zabuza in strength. Should Uehara be able to delay Kisame, Zabuza could promptly initiate his assassination of the Mizukage. Within the Mist Village, only Kisame was still inclined to protect that foolish Mizukage Yagura, who among the other Mist shinobi would dare approach him. Such an opportunity was rare. Then, let us toast to a fruitful collaboration. Uehara Naraku extended his palm towards Zabuza, who shot him a glare, refusing the handshake, and coldly replied, "This is not a collaboration. I am merely providing you with a piece of information." "What a pity," Uehara sighed, his expression somber. "Before we part ways, I must remind you, while I enjoy deceiving others, I am not fond of being deceived myself." "Understood," Zabuza acknowledged, inwardly cursing the youth for his audacity. Despite his tender years, Uehara was not particularly concerned about Zabuza's potential treachery, even if this rogue brought along a cadre of Mist shinobi to besiege him. Uehara possessed sufficient confidence to escape. Granted, he invoked his moment of invincibility and subsequently utilized the insect technique to slip underground. With 3 days remaining until Zabuza's information exchange, and now in the water country, there was no reason to leave empty-handed. Among the most renowned figures on the map of the water country were Terumi, Mei, and Haku. Uehara did not anticipate encountering the future 5th Mizukage, but yearned to seek out Haku, the bearer of the ice-release bloodline. Presently, Haku was likely wandering the streets of the water country, carefully concealing his identity as a descendant of the ice release. His range of activity was quite extensive. Uehara, determined to uncover the simple tasks related to Haku displayed on his system panel, tirelessly searched for 3 days in the most squalid and chaotic locales of the water country, yet still found no trace of Haku. Uehara Naraku departed from the junkyard with a sense of loss, opting to temporarily abandon his search for Shiro and instead wait for information about Momochi Zabuza. Just then, a strand of brown hair caught his eye. Following the trail of that hair, he slowly lifted his gaze to behold a young female ninja with gentle features and long brown hair, who smiled warmly at him. With a flourish akin to magic, she suddenly opened her palm to reveal a packet of cookies. Bending down, she extended her hand towards Naraku, saying, "Little one, go on. Eat up. This is for you." Uehara Naraku found himself perplexed. The brown-haired young woman was none other than the future 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei. He had not anticipated encountering her at such a time and place. Yet the question lingered. What did Terumi Mei mean by offering him cookies? Tilting his head, he glanced at the 2 accompanying ninja behind her. One of them, with a flushed complexion, gazed at the female ninja with admiration, exclaiming, "Ah, truly. Lady Terumi Mei is enchanting when she shows such kindness." The other ninja, his expression somewhat complicated, remarked, "If only Lady Terumi Mei's jutsu weren't so terrifying. Many in the village would surely adore her." A palpable silence enveloped the air. "Silence. You're unbearable." The previously gentle Terumi Mei's expression darkened upon hearing the disparaging remarks from one of her subordinates. In an instant, she pivoted and delivered a knee strike, sending him flying. She then cast a cold glance at the other ninja, who was now drenched in sweat, letting out a disdainful huff while smoothing her long hair. She turned back to Uehara Naraku, her demeanor once again transformed into one of warmth and kindness. The swiftness of her mood change was indeed striking. Seemingly aware that her previous actions had been somewhat ungraceful, the brown-haired female ninja approached Naraku with poise, took hold of his arm, and placed the cookies in his palm, affectionately ruffling his hair. "Don't be afraid, little brother. I'm a good person." Terumi Mei displayed a motherly, warm smile as she crouched down and gently said, "Have you been hungry for long? These are all for you. Please eat." Listening to her encouragement, Uehara Naraku numbly took a bite of a cookie, his mind blank. Was it possible that his youthful and handsome appearance had drawn Terumi Mei's attention? Seeing him nibble on the cookie, Terumi May nodded in satisfaction and softly continued. Do you have a home now? Uehara Naraku silently shook his head, then hesitantly nodded. Perhaps the Akatsuki could be considered his home, as both Konan and Pain treated him well. I understand, Terumi May said, patting his forehead. With a sigh, she added, if you encounter difficulties in the future, you may come to Kirigakure to find me. You must not scavenge for food in the junkyard. I am Terumi May, a jonin of Kirigakure. Do you understand? Understood. Uehara Naraku replied, taking another bite of the cookie, his expression gradually darkening. How did this woman discern that he was foraging for food in a garbage dump, when he was, in fact, a wealthy magnate with a fortune equivalent to 100 million explosive tags? That's splendid. Kaguya May nodded in satisfaction, turning to leave with her subordinates. Let us depart. One of the ninjas complimented her. I've never witnessed Lady Kaguya May display such tenderness before. If only she could show even a fraction of that gentleness to the villagers. No, just a tenth of it. Many would eagerly court her. Humph. There isn't a decent man in this village. Kaguya May scoffed, her voice fading as she remarked. Do you not find that little fellow intriguing? A mere street urchin rummaging through refuse for sustenance. Yet his tattered garments are remarkably clean, and despite his destitution, he exhibits an admirable ambition. Crack. Uehara Naraku clenched his fist tightly, exerting force until the cookie fragments in his palm crumbled. How could that woman, so lacking in perception, have discerned that the fourth Mizukage was ensnared in an illusion? How would he ever ascend to the position of Mizukage? Whoosh! Just as Uehara Naraku's frustration lingered, a shadow darted past him, snatching the crumbs from his hand and swiftly fleeing. Stunned, he glanced at the gluttonous street child not far from him, his eye twitching involuntarily. Are the people of the land of water truly so oblivious? How dare someone pilfer his belongings? Kaguya May had bestowed a package of cookies upon him, and though he felt dejected, he could hardly express his discontent. However, the theft of those cookies only exacerbated his foul mood. Uehara Naraku approached the child who had stolen his cookies, perhaps driven by an insatiable hunger, as the child hurriedly chewed and swallowed the crumbs. Hey! Uehara Naraku furrowed his brow, uncertain of how to initiate a conversation, for he was not in want of cookies. After all, he was a man of considerable wealth. I'm done. The street child hurriedly shoved the remaining crumbs into their mouth, curling up defensively. Cautiously, they raised their head to meet Uehara's gaze. Sorry. I haven't eaten in 3 days, and if you intend to harm me, feel free. You. Uehara Naraku noticed an undeniable grace hidden beneath the grime on the child's face, and the phrase of beauty in the making instinctively crossed his mind. Could it be that even in the ninja world, beauty is so prevalent? Even a homeless child could possess such charm? As the child lowered their head once more, Uehara Naraku resolved to forgive them. He stood beside the child and softly inquired, What is your name? Are you still hungry? I'm called Bai, the child replied, shaking their head as they hugged their knees tightly, perhaps genuinely fearful of being struck. Uehara Naraku gazed skyward, pondering, what a curious twist of fate today holds. He tirelessly searched for 3 days in the Water Nation, yet found no trace of White. It was only by chance that he encountered Terumi May, who generously offered him a packet of biscuits, inadvertently luring out the famished White. In truth, White had been hiding in fear of the ninjas discovering him, only daring to emerge after witnessing Terumi May and the 2 ninjas depart. Uehara Naraku gazed at the scruffy child crouching before him, needing to confirm. Do you possess the ice-release bloodline? The ability to transform into ice, perhaps? White's body trembled slightly as he staggered to his feet, quickly darting into a narrow alley of the town. He understood that in this realm, those with bloodlines were deemed malevolent, and Uehara Naraku may advocate for their eradication. Hey, don't run. Uehara Naraku, now certain of White's identity, hurried after him, grabbing hold of White's collar, frowning as he whispered, Are you only thinking of escaping? White lowered his head, hesitating for a moment before softly replying, If I find something to eat tomorrow, can I return it to you? It might take until the day after tomorrow, or even later for me to find food. It typically takes me about 3 days to scavenge. I don't want food. Uehara Naraku's expression darkened. White cautiously glanced at him and murmured, But I saw you searching for food near the garbage dump all day. I wasn't searching for food at the garbage dump, Uehara Naraku said, a hint of exasperation crossing his face as he regarded the filthy White. He spoke in a deeper tone. I came to find you because I need your ice-release ninjutsu, your ability to condense ice and snow. White looked up with curiosity. furrowing his brow as he quietly asked, "But I don't know what I can do." "Let me think," Uehara Naraku mused, stroking his chin before proposing, "In summer, you could help me make ice-cold juice." "Really?" White's eyes sparkled as he eagerly grabbed Uehara's clothing, whispering, "So, will we search for food together at the garbage dump in the future?" Uehara Naraku sighed, suppressing his frustration, and patted White's shoulder, exhaling. "We won't go to the garbage dump for food. You can just follow me from now on, and I promise you'll eat well." "Okay," White nodded seriously, tugging at Uehara's shirt as he quietly inquired, "Where should we look for food now?" Uehara Naraku rubbed his face, adopting a gentle demeanor, "Just follow me. And let's not waste words." White instinctively covered his lips. Despite being of the same age, Uehara Naraku felt a peculiar gap in their communication. Perhaps due to White's belief that they were kindred spirits after receiving Terumi maize biscuits. Seeing Uehara Naraku sitting on a rock by the sea, holding his homemade fishing rod and leisurely fishing, White's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "You can fish? That is amazing. Basic skill, no need to praise." Uehara Naraku replied. Uehara Naraku's expression was somewhat vacant, his heart stirred by a peculiar sensation. Meeting Momochi Zabuza with the present Bai felt rather odd. Suddenly, the fishing line began to tremble violently. Bai, observing Uehara's calm demeanor, gently nudged his shoulder, urging him, "Uehara, the fish is biting. Take it slow. We should wait a moment longer." Uehara Naraku smiled and shook his head, about to share the meager fishing knowledge he had gleaned from Nan, when a glimmering shuriken caught his eye. With a clang, the shuriken abruptly sliced through the fishing line, its force unyielding as it embedded itself deeply into a nearby rock. The appearance of the shuriken sent Bai into a flurry of anxiety, prompting him to retreat. Yet, driven by concern for his companion, he clutched Uehara's sleeve tightly and whispered, "Uehara, it's a ninja from the Hidden Mist village. We must leave." "No need," Uehara Naraku replied, patting Bai's arm to signal him to calm down. His expression tinged with regret as he gazed at the severed fishing line. He murmured, "Zabuza, letting the fish I intended to catch slip away will come with a price." "Umph." A voice grumbled from behind a boulder, and a scroll was hurled toward Uehara Naraku. He caught it, unfurling it to reveal a hastily drawn map of the land of water, marked with a red line indicating a route, culminating in a red circle, likely the destination of the journey. Emerging from behind a rock, Momochi Zabuza regarded Uehara Naraku with a cold demeanor, stating, "This is the information you requested. Tomorrow morning, the individual you seek will lead a squad of pursuing ninjas to the northern outpost of the Land of Water." Uehara Naraku nodded, voicing his concern. "Is this their travel route? Can it be confirmed?" Zabuza, with a look of disdain, explained, "This is our territory in the Land of Water. The pursuing ninja squad will undoubtedly select the quickest route. This is basic knowledge in the ninja world. A ninja in their own country would even choose the safest path. Otherwise, that village is utterly useless." As Uehara Naraku rolled up the scroll, Zabuza turned his attention to Bai, coldly admonishing, "Uehara, kid, you brought this little girl to our agreed meeting place and secret transaction. Aren't you concerned she might spill the beans?" "There's no need for concern. I won't leak anything." Uehara Naraku waved his hand, glancing at the trembling Bai, and chuckled lightly at Zabuza. "Zabuza, your powers of observation seem rather lacking. Bai is so adorable. Surely he must be a boy, no matter how you spin it." "Bai is a man." Zabuza shot a glance at the frail Bai and replied tersely, "Humph, rest assured, this little one possesses the ice-release bloodline. He will surely not be an ordinary person, and he will eventually become a ninja. Do you know Bai?" He continued, "Though the Blood Mist village cannot tolerate the existence of bloodline users, for us ninjas, bloodline heirs are invaluable tools. Even if this child only possesses the ice-release bloodline, he is no exception." Tao Dizai Bujan silently cursed his own mizukage and continued in a low voice. The initial outburst of this little brat's ice release resulted in numerous fatalities. When the village uncovered this, I was tasked with handling the situation, and thus, I possess all his intelligence. With the mizukage still in place, he cannot find refuge within Kirigakure. The higher-ups of the village can only turn a blind eye, allowing him to wander through the Land of Water unimpeded. "Ha ha." Uehara Naraku chuckled softly, glancing at the handsome young man beside him, and remarked, "Well, it seems my fortune is rather favorable. Humph, I hope your luck continues to hold." Tao Dizai Bujan turned to leave, but, contemplating something, added, "Let me remind you, do not underestimate the individual you seek. The previous owner of the Samahata was utterly powerless in his presence. You need not worry about that. Uehara Naraku called out to the departing figure of Zaibu-Jean. Hey, Zaibu-Jean, should your endeavors fail, feel free to seek me out in the future. At the very least, I can ensure your survival. Fool. Tao Di Zaibu-Jean muttered under his breath, cursing Uehara. Given Zaibu-Jean's perception of Uehara Naraku, he firmly believed that this youth would have no connection with Kakashi Hatake, and perhaps Uehara might even face death. This time, Kakashi was tasked with capturing the invading Leaf Ninja. To ensure a foolproof plan, Zaibu-Jean had taken several powerful jonin from the village. In the period following tomorrow, the defenses of Kirigakure would be more vulnerable than ever, allowing Tao Di Zaibu-Jean the audacity to execute his plan to assassinate the fourth Mizukage. In the northern region of the Land of Water, in pursuit of Uchiha Obito, Kakashi Hatake embarked alone into this secluded nation, convinced that Obito was lurking here, plotting revenge. However, before Kakashi could locate Obito, the ninjas of Kirigakure had already tracked his movements. Faced with Kakashi, renowned for his Sharingan, the Mist Ninjas dared not be careless and swiftly requested reinforcements from their superiors. This was indeed an inauspicious start. As Kakashi pondered his next course of action, the mysterious masked man also received word of Kakashi's whereabouts, adding to his own distress. The masked man sought to target Uehara Naraku and had specifically used Kakashi as bait to lure out the spy Hanari, trained in the Land of Locks. Yet, despite his plans, the bait had unexpectedly sprung forth on its own. Fortunately, the masked man had imprisoned Hanari, and this female spy was still unaware of Kakashi's news. With careful manipulation, he believed no significant trouble would arise. However, the various factions had formed a perfect closed loop. Uehara Naraku aimed to find Kisame Hoshigaki and bring him back to the Akatsuki. Kisame sought to capture Kakashi Hatake and return him to Kirigakure for interrogation regarding Konoha's intelligence. Kakashi wished to find Uchiha Obito and bring him back to Konoha to unveil the truth, and Uchiha Obito desired to find Uehara Naraku to lead him into darkness. Among these individuals, most were merely pawns. Obito Uchiha perceives all individuals as mere pawns in his grand design, including Naira Uehara. Conversely, Uehara views everyone as pieces under his guidance, even Obito himself. The outcome of their clash hinges upon who possesses the higher vantage point. The following day, Uehara, adhering to the path of Kisame Hoshigaki, aimed to reach the northern outpost of the Land of Water's Mist Village ahead of time to establish an ambush. He chose not to bring White along, instead leaving him at the residence of the Land of Water's feudal lord. Planning to have White escort Kisame after his assassination attempt on the Mizukage inevitably failed, and he became a target of the village's pursuit. The northern outpost of the Mist Village was destined to be quite lively. Within the outpost, a squad of elite ninjas led by a jonin, comprising 4 teams totaling 16 members, was stationed year-round, organized into a composition of 1 jonin captain, 3 chunin, and 1 chunin captain alongside 3 genin. A single jonin would find it exceedingly difficult to apprehend Kakashi Hatake. For this Mist Jonin captain had previously witnessed Kakashi's formidable prowess and would not recklessly place himself in harm's way. However, allowing Kakashi to escape unopposed would not align with the Mist Village's ethos. The jonin, therefore, diligently executed wartime strategies, directing his subordinates to entangle and corner Kakashi until reinforcements from the village arrived. This was none other than Kakashi, the wielder of the Sharingan. Kakashi Hatake had become one of the most sought-after ninjas in Konohagakure in recent years. Capturing him would undoubtedly yield a wealth of intelligence for the Mist Village, significantly aiding their aspirations to vanquish Konoha. Team 13, secure the left flank. Understood. Team 15, cover the right flank. Understood. Team 20, monitor the rear for any breaches. Understood. Team 11, advance with me. Should you encounter Kakashi, engage with Shuriken, but remember, do not meet his Sharingan gaze. Yes, Captain. The 4 teams from the Mist Village continued to contest Kakashi in the area, their efforts delaying his escape and compelling him to devise a counterattack to eliminate this group of Mist Ninjas. As Kakashi concealed his strategic plans, Uehara had already arrived in the vicinity, utilizing the sky dance technique to swiftly uncover their whereabouts. The young ninja descended gracefully before the multitude of Mist Ninjas, and amidst their astonished and vigilant gazes, Uehara donned a sincere smile and inquired, "Gentlemen, would you care for a game of cards?" After a moment's hesitation, The Mist Jonin tightened his grip on his kunai and commanded his subordinates loudly, "Proceed with the original plan. Do not let this brat hinder our mission. Eliminate him." Swift decisiveness was the hallmark of the Mist Ninjas. Following the captain's orders, the Mist Ninjas did not hesitate, promptly launching a barrage of shuriken toward Uehara. Wind release, wind barrier. A wall of wind thwarted all incoming shuriken. Uehara's smile remained unperturbed as he slowly brought his hands together and continued in a low voice. "Though you were the first to act unjustly towards me, I choose to forgive you, for the deceased are paramount. The deceased are paramount." After Uehara Naraku uttered those words, the expressions on the faces of the Mist Shinobi were nothing short of spectacular. The diminutive figure before them had indeed displayed an uncanny ability to deflect shurikens with his wind release technique, yet he stood alone, brimming with confidence that he could vanquish their 4 squads. What an audacious young rascal! Whether it was Kakashi Hatake, lurking in the shadows, or the Mist Shinobi themselves, their immediate thought was that Uehara Naraku's demeanor was excessively arrogant. Even a seasoned ninja like Kakashi would hesitate to confront a fully organized squad of Mist Shinobi head-on. Yet this boy had the audacity to provoke them directly. Was he courting death? Kakashi cautiously leaned forward, secretly observing Uehara Naraku as he began forming hand seals. His attention was instantly captivated. Uehara Naraku executed the seals at a deliberate pace, and even without the Sharingan, Kakashi could discern his movements. However, the sequence of the seals was unlike anything Kakashi had ever witnessed. Was this boy about to employ a technique he had never heard of? Kakashi immediately focused intently, meticulously using his Sharingan to memorize the sequence of Uehara Naraku's hand seals, intent on covertly replicating the boy's jutsu. Unbeknownst to Uehara Naraku, he remained indifferent to the scrutiny. After casually forming a chaotic array of hand seals, he suddenly thrust his palm skyward and, with a smile directed at the group of Mist Shinobi, declared, "If fate permits, we shall meet again, provided you survive this." Lightning release. Heavenly prison of 10,000 thunder. A tempest of storm clouds erupted around Uehara, and bolts of lightning surged forth from the swirling maelstrom, raining down upon the heads of the Mist Shinobi. Several were instantly reduced to charred remains, and as the others narrowly evaded the initial strikes, a relentless barrage of lightning followed, second, third, and beyond. One unfortunate shinobi, unable to dodge or defend himself, was struck and collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. The frequency and velocity of the lightning strikes were beyond their capacity to effectively counter. The Mist Shinobi finally recognized the dire predicament they found themselves in beneath the storm clouds. Escape was nearly impossible, and they scarcely had time to form seals for defense. In the face of this crisis, the true nature of humanity was startlingly revealed. The Jonin captain leapt to the side of a subordinate, seizing his body and hurling him into the air to intercept 2 bolts of lightning, turning his companion into a mere charred husk. Witnessing this, the other Chunin captains followed suit, grabbing their comrades as makeshift shields for their own survival. If the lightning strikes had not come with such relentless frequency, the Mist Shinobi might have even descended into a fratricidal conflict among themselves. Uehara Naraku gazed at the Mist Shinobi ensnared within the storm, the smile at the corner of his mouth gradually fading. In the face of lethal threats, their performance was profoundly disappointing, far inferior to the ninjas of the Rain Village. The blood mist policy, which had long encouraged internal strife, had finally borne its bitter fruit. No one dared to trust their comrades lightly. Uehara Naraku engaged in the most effortless battle, refraining from employing a second formidable skill. With merely a flick of his cards, he orchestrated a one-sided massacre. Observing all of this, Kakashi Hatake was drenched in sweat. The young boy had effortlessly dispatched 4 squads of Mist Shinobi with a single technique, one of which was led by a Jonin of elite caliber. Yet, amidst the turmoil, Kakashi felt a small sense of triumph. He had not only evaded the clutches of the Mist Shinobi, but had also replicated a formidable lightning release technique, which fortuitously aligned with his own expertise. Advanced Mission 3. Eliminate 10 official Chunin, 1010. Rewards include 1000 life energy, 1000 chakra energy, 1000 gold coins, an increase of 100 in life energy recovery, and an increase of 100 in chakra energy recovery. Advanced Mission 4. Eliminate 10 official Jonin, 110. Reward unknown. Nara Uehara observed in astonishment the rewards for completing Advanced Mission 3, beyond the standard rewards of life energy, chakra energy, and gold coins. There were additional bonuses for life energy recovery and chakra energy recovery. Life energy, 2201, standard Jonin, 1000 to 3000, chakra energy, 3250, standard Kage, 3000 to 10,000, life recovery, 4 points per second chakra recovery, 3 points per second remaining gold coins, 2070 equipment, embrace of the seraph. Increases chakra energy by 1400 points, reduces skill cooldowns by 20, and decreases chakra consumption by 20. After examining his attributes, Uehara let out a sigh of relief. Aside from the enhancement of his physical strength, his stamina had significantly increased, and surpassing 3,000 points of chakra energy finally afforded him a place to survive in this ninja world. In addition to these conventional rewards, the enhancements in life energy recovery and chakra energy recovery, particularly the latter, would allow him to use techniques such as void dance and mayfly without limitation, ensuring his safety for the time being. What remained was the anticipation of Kisame Hashigaki's arrival. Uehara contemplated several strategies to recruit Kisame. Yet he was apprehensive about Kisame's loyalty to the mysterious masked man and preferred not to expose himself too readily. Ultimately, Uehara resolved to first inflict severe injury upon Kisame and then forcibly bring him back to the Land of Rain, which could also be deemed a completion of the mission. Beyond the mountains, a young man with a shark-like visage led a pursuit team of over 20 mist shinobi to the foot of the mountain. Besides them, a brown-haired woman accompanied 3 squads of ninjas, one of whom was a powerful reconnaissance ninja named Ao. Ao was the sole non-Hyuga inheritor of the Byakugan, having fortuitously acquired one during the war, thus becoming the most skilled reconnaissance ninja in the Hidden Mist Village. The combined elite forces of Terumi Mei and Kisame Hashigaki manifesting here underscored their regard for Kakashi Hitaki and the Hidden Mist Village's thirst for information on the leaf. Kisame surveyed the towering mountains and quietly instructed, "O senpai, let us commence. We shall communicate through our blades, and for the search of the enemy, we must rely upon your expertise." Understanding, Ao swiftly formed a hand sign, activating his Byakugan to meticulously search the traces within the mountains, seeking out any signs of life. After a while, Chin completed the search, and his expression suddenly soured as he gravely remarked, "All the ninjas at the northern outpost have been slaughtered. There are only 2 survivors on this mountain. One is a diminutive brat, and the other is Hitaki Kakashi, who is located in the eastern woods." Huh. It seems fortune favors us. Kisame Hashigaki unsheathed the samahata from his back and addressed Terumi Mei. "Then we shall proceed to capture Hitaki Kakashi with your assistance in encirclement. If that arrangement is acceptable." "Whatever." Terumi Mei nonchalantly waved her hand and chuckled softly. "Our sole objective is to capture that copy ninja. Who takes on the offensive or the encirclement is of no consequence." "Then I shall rely on you," Kisame replied with no pretensions, plunging into the forest with his samahata, closely followed by the pursuing ninja squad. Terumi Mei, accompanied by her subordinates, set up a blockade around Kakashi's position within the mountain woods, forcing him to move toward Kisame. As for Uehara Naraku, they paid him no mind. The only one truly concerned about Uehara Naraku's prowess was a singular figure. A vortex of time and space materialized at the foot of the mountain, revealing the silhouette of the mysterious masked man. Moments later, a remarkably adorable girl sprang forth from the temporal vortex, appearing beside him. The masked man glanced at the mist ninjas leaping through the woods before turning his attention to the young girl. "In a moment, that brat will be gravely injured. You must risk your life to save him. Do you understand?" "Yes." The girl lowered her head, softly continuing, "As long as I make him fall in love with me. You promise to spare my homeland and allow me to see Kakashi." "Of course." The masked man tapped his arm, his tone dark. "I never break my promises. However, it is truly perplexing that a woman would be enamored with a waste of a ninja like Kakashi." "Mr. Kakashi is not a waste." The girl bit her lip, trembling in fear of the masked man beside her, yet mustering the courage to counter his words. The masked man scoffed and dismissed her. He certainly would not reveal to Hinaru that Hitaki Kakashi was also within this forest, pursued by a throng of mist ninjas, and that this crisis was unlike any before, as no one would come to his rescue in time. Within the woods, the mist ninja squad led by Kisame had only just entered and was tracking Kakashi's location. Crack! A card was pinned to a tree. Just as the ninjas remained vigilant and looked toward the source of the card, another card shot forth, targeting none other than the leader of the pursuing ninjas, Kisame. Even as Kisame narrowly evaded the card's assault, it nonetheless grazed his face. leaving a slender wound from which a few drops of blood slowly trickled. The card's residual force was so potent that it severed a wild tree as thick as a bowl. Kisame's expression remained remarkably calm as he waved to his subordinates, saying, Has someone set their sights on me? Go inform Lord Xiaomei that I have a minor matter to attend to. You shall assist Lord Xiaomei in capturing the target. Yes, Captain. The mist-hidden pursuit ninja unit solemnly accepted the command, leaping into the distance without a hint of concern for their captain's potential encounter with the enemy. Ever since Kisame Hashigaki assumed command of the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon, they had become Kisame's subordinates and had witnessed the terror of the mist-hidden monster firsthand. To this day, under Kisame's leadership, they had never encountered failure during their missions. Unbeknownst to them, Kisame had long since become a subordinate of the enigmatic masked man standing behind the Mizukage. Ostensibly, Kisame's task was to capture Kakashi. However, his true objective was to severely injure Uehara Naraku, to inflict as much pain as possible, and then allow a young girl to rescue him. Although Kisame did not comprehend why the mysterious masked man assigned him such a peculiar mission, he remained resolute in executing any task given to him. Come forth, little ghost. Kisame revealed a mouthful of sharp teeth, donning a terrifying grin. It has been a long time since I fought at full strength. If you can entertain me today, I shall grant you a comfortable demise. A shadow of a youth materialized before Kisame, floating gracefully in the air, deftly manipulating several cards with his fingertips. Uehara Naraku gazed down at Kisame, softly stating, While we both know the outcome, we must still adhere to the formalities. I invite you to join a righteous organization dedicated to maintaining peace in the ninja world. Would you be interested? Certainly not, Kisame scoffed, a disdainful smile crossing his lips as he lowered his massive sword, the Samahata. I am a ninja who revels in slaughter. How unfortunate. For I am a proponent of peace. Uehara's eyes narrowed slightly, and the cards in his hand suddenly shot toward Kisame, each one propelled with incredible speed, slicing through the air and creating ripples of force. Thanks to the enhancements from his advanced task, Uehara's body had undergone significant augmentation, amplifying both the power and velocity of his card throws far beyond previous levels. Yet, Kisame's speed was even greater. The moment he perceived the card's release, he deftly evaded the onslaught. However, one card detonated like an explosive tag, catching him off guard. Kisame was hurled away by the blast, his clothing shredded, and several wounds marred his body. Nevertheless, the properties of Samahata endowed him with remarkable regenerative abilities, and soon, Kisame's injuries healed as if they had never existed. How do you feel? Uehara Naraku twirled gracefully in the air, speaking softly. If you were to perish, our organization would need to seek out another suitable candidate. To kill me, this is far from sufficient. Kisame retorted coldly, firmly planting Samahata into the ground. He had come to fully recognize the formidable nature of his adversary. If Uehara remained airborne, it would undoubtedly complicate his attack significantly, making it difficult for him to employ his physical prowess and Samahata's chakra-absorbing characteristics. Then let us alter the terrain. Water style, Great Water Burst Wave. The formidable Kisame Hashigaki swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent akin to a mighty ocean wave. Beneath him, the frothy surge nearly matched the altitude of Uehara Naraku, suspended in the air. Without a moment's pause, Kisame continued to weave intricate hand signs, biting his fingertip to summon the water release, water shark bullet technique. A water shark materialized beside him, enveloping his form as it leapt from the depths, darting adeptly towards the airborne Uehara Naraku. This cunning strategy allowed him to launch an assault against his aerial adversary, should he manage to bring Naraku crashing down. He would undoubtedly gain the upper hand with his formidable physical prowess. As Kisame approached Naraku, he caught sight of her face, fraught with panic as she fumbled through her hand seals, one of which appeared particularly flawed. Little one, your summoning technique is flawed, he scoffed, his wrist surging with power, poised to seize her by the neck and bring her down to earth. Summoning technique. Yet, just as the young ninja uttered a low incantation, a towering creature emerged between them, hurling a massive anchor with precision, striking Kisame squarely and pulling him back down. Kisame felt an overwhelming force drag him down, plummeting through the air alongside the beast back into the very lake he had conjured. As he regained his bearings, he finally beheld the creature summoned by the young girl. It was an immense monstrosity, nearly thrice his height, clad in impenetrable iron armor, save for its glowing yellow eyes. In its grasp was a colossal anchor, its chain firmly affixed to its formidable form. To Kisame's astonishment, this creature could freely breathe and move within the water, much like himself. Uehara Naraku clasped her hands together, descending gracefully around the lake's edge, a playful smile gracing her lips. Mr. Kisame, allow me to introduce you to your specially prepared adversary for this aquatic battle, the deep-sea titan, Nautilus. Kisame had never encountered such a bizarre summoning beast as the deep-sea titan, and he remained on high alert, wary of the massive anchor, having already felt its formidable might. Though he possessed the superior physicality typical of the Hashigaki clan, he was acutely aware of the vast gulf between him and the titan. Though it appeared slow and cumbersome, Kisame seized his Samahata sword, casting a glance at the titan wielding the anchor, a spark of opportunity igniting in his shark-like eyes. In an instant, he surged through the water like an arrow released from its bow, charging toward Uehara's summoning beast, his Samahata slicing forward, its hilt elongating into a chain that ensnared the titan's neck. The ocean is boundless. A deep voice resonated from beneath the waves. As the formidable Kisame Hashigaki was still somewhat taken aback, his gaze fell upon the colossal deep-sea titan, which had raised its foot, revealing the sharp iron spikes plainly visible upon it. In an instant, that immense foot came crashing down upon the lakebed. Kisame felt a tremor ripple through the water, akin to an earthquake, as waves surged outward with the force of the impact, propelling both him and his blade into the air. Uehara Naraku observed Kisame's setback and chuckled lightly, addressing him. Hey, Mr. Hashigaki, are you enjoying yourself? If you've come to a realization, feel free to share your answer. It might just save your life. Humph, such a naive little brat. Kisame stubbornly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, yet his expression grew increasingly grave. The earlier strike from the deep-sea titan had inflicted considerable damage to his insides. He had initially believed this mission would merely involve teaching a youngling a lesson. But unexpectedly, before even facing a true adversary, he had sustained severe injuries. No longer daring to hold back, Kisame swiftly formed hand seals and struck the surface of the water with his palm. Water release. 5 shark bombs. 5 water sharks materialized rapidly, swimming towards the deep-sea titan, their jaws poised to tear at its iron armor. However, their teeth lacked the sharpness needed, and within moments, they were all shattered by the anchor. With each water shark that was obliterated, a new one would appear beside Kisame, swarming around the deep-sea titan in relentless pursuit. This cycle continued unabated. The regenerating water sharks were continuously crushed, and Kisame's expression darkened increasingly. His once invincible jutsu seemed to have met its nemesis. This technique, originally intended to conserve chakra while tormenting an enemy, now felt like a futile expenditure of his energy. Shark skin, it's time to unleash. Kisame grasped the shark's skin blade tightly, lunging towards the deep-sea titan as the barbs on the blade erupted, revealing its true form, a mouthful ninja sword. In the lake, the steel monstrosity showed no fear, suddenly aiming its anchor at Kisame, unleashing a shockwave that struck the ground, causing the lake's water to erupt like a volcano, with powerful waves surging forth. This move, the deep-sea impact, was utterly unavoidable. Both the surrounding water sharks and Kisame were struck by the waves generated by the shockwave. Kisame was launched out of the lake before he could even react, landing in a disheveled heap on the ground. The shark-faced youth coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body racked with excruciating pain, yet he gritted his teeth and endured the agony. Without pausing for respite, Kisame turned his attention to an anchor hurtling towards him. If he bore this blow, he might very well lose his life. He had no choice but to attempt that technique. Kisame quickly formed another hand seal, casting a cold glance at Uehara Naraku perched in the tree, and stated in a deep voice, "Little brat, I pray you find a stronger summoning beast in the future." Water release, great shark bullet technique. A colossal shark materialized beside him, encircling Kisame for a moment before gradually expanding to an immense size, surpassing even that of the deep-sea titan. With its gaping maw wide open, the monstrous shark surged toward the titan of the deep. To enable the shark to engulf the titan, Kisame sacrificed his own chakra, nurturing it to achieve a formidable stature. In a swift motion, the shark clamped its jaws around the deep-sea titan, swallowing it whole, only to explode instantaneously, unleashing a torrent of waves. A cloud of mist dispersed through the water. The summoned deep-sea titan, conjured by Uehara Naraku, vanished without a trace, as its summoning time had reached its limit. Although it had exhibited considerable restraint against Kisame in regular combat, it was inevitably subdued by Kisame's most potent jutsu. The water release, Great Shark Bomb technique, is a formidable ninjutsu that grows stronger by consuming the chakra of its enemies, capable of countering almost any chakra-rich foe. Despite Kisame's triumph over Uehara's summoned beast, his own state was far from commendable. To vanquish a single summoned creature, Kisame nearly depleted his chakra, sustaining grievous injuries and countless broken bones. Shark skin, come forth. Kisame grasped the hilt of his sword, greedily sensing the remaining chakra within Shark skin, striving to mend his wounds. However, it was insufficient for his recovery. Summoning technique. Kisame swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a multitude of sharks, commanding Shark skin to consume them to replenish his chakra and heal his injuries. Initially, at the onset of battle, Kisame intended to slay Uehara's summoned beast to impart a profound lesson to the young ninja. However, he now found himself relying on the consumption of sharks he had summoned to restore his own strength and chakra. Uehara did not intervene. Instead, he observed Kisame's actions with keen interest, even kindly offering, "Mr. Kisame, do you require assistance? I can help you grill some shark fins. I have learned exquisite grilling techniques from my master." Ignoring the insult, Kisame tightened his grip on Shark skin and slowly rose to his feet. As the swarm of sharks was devoured, his wounds began to gradually heal, enough to sustain him for further combat. The battle was far from over. Water release, 1,000 feeding sharks. Kisame's palms swiftly formed seals, striking the water's surface, causing thousands of water sharks to leap forth, charging toward Uehara. "What a pity. I am not proficient in fire release ninjutsu," the young ninja remarked with a smile, casually tossing a few explosive tags into the air and slowly raising his fingers, murmuring, "Ninjutsu, mutual explosive tags." A cacophony of explosions erupted in the air. Each explosive tag was equivalent to a Jonin-level fire release technique. Thousands of them detonated in succession, and the searing flames instantly vaporized the 1,000 feeding sharks into steam. Kisame couldn't help but swallow hard. This guy must have money to burn. Thousands of explosive tags, in a place as scarce as the Mist Village, could fetch over 100 million ryo. The smoke and vapor had yet to dissipate when the formidable Kisame Hashigaki felt a sharp pain in his shoulder as a card pierced through the haze, embedding itself in his flesh. "Little ghost, do you think you can elude my gaze?" he exclaimed, wielding his formidable Samahata sword and striking at the enigmatic presence hidden within the smoke. With an acute sense, he discerned that someone lurked in that very spot. Bang! The Samahata struck like a hammer against steel. The impact reverberated through Kisame's hand, causing him great discomfort, while the sword itself let out a pained cry. A youthful voice emerged from the smoky abyss. "Mr. Kisame, it would be prudent not to be overly arrogant in my presence." Nara Uehara materialized from the mist, enveloped in a radiant golden shield that deflected the attack of the Samahata, a manifestation of his ultimate skill, divine judgment. Golden chakra blades floated around him, faintly illuminating the indomitable stance of the young ninja. Suddenly, Uehara extended his hand, grasping the barbed edge of the Samahata to leverage himself, delivering a swift kick to Kisame's neck, sending him crashing to the ground. The golden chakra blades followed suit, pinning Kisame to the earth. How is this possible? Kisame lay immobilized, gazing up in disbelief at the boy, who bore no wounds despite the assault. "Nothing is impossible," Uehara retorted as he sent the Samahata flying away from his path. He looked down at the fallen shark-faced man, holding a card and slashing it across Kisame's misty forehead. "From this moment forth, you are now Kisame Hashigaki of the Akatsuki. Do you have any objections?" At that precise moment, the system recognized Kisame's lack of resistance and issued skill rewards. Side quest: defeat the 7 ninja swordsmen, 27. Reward unknown. Side quest: defeat Kisame Hashigaki, 11. Task completed. Reward: giant shark assault. Giant shark assault summons a colossal void shark from beneath the earth to attack the target area. 2 seconds later, the shark will emerge, devouring the souls of all enemies within the vicinity. Chakra cost: 100 points. Cooldown: 80 seconds. Uehara accepted the system's reward while continuing to press Kisame to surrender. Meanwhile, the mysterious masked man who had been observing the battle could no longer remain passive. How had Kisame inexplicably lost to Uehara? Hualing stood beside him, her face a mask of astonishment as she witnessed the clash unfold. She had never imagined a ninja could possess such strength. Hualing slightly parted her lips, inquiring softly, "That boy seems to have one. What shall we do now?" The masked man fell into a contemplative silence. With Uehara victorious, his plans were in tatters. The immediate priority was to rescue Kisame from Uehara's grasp. If Kisame stubbornly refused to surrender, Uehara would undoubtedly not hesitate to eliminate a mist ninja. Such a loss would mean the demise of a carefully selected subordinate. The mysterious masked man, upon reaching this realization, hesitated no longer. He transformed into a vortex of space and time, appearing beside Uehara Naraku and Akatsuki. Suddenly materializing, he seized Uehara's arm and cheerfully remarked, "Ah, it seems your battle has come to an end." The unexpected arrival of the masked man startled Uehara Naraku. Had this fellow been covertly tracking him all along? Off-face senpai, Uehara Naraku hastily shook off his grip and replied solemnly, "If I remember correctly, your task is to locate Scorpion Senpai's partner, and you should not be here." The masked man scratched his head sheepishly and shamelessly explained, "Actually, I was worried about your safety. So I intended to persuade Kakazu to surrender before you faced him. Unfortunately, it seems I arrived too late. Thankfully, you are unharmed." Uehara Naraku's expression became somewhat intricate. Encountering an opponent, this fellow certainly had a thick skin while wearing that mask. Had Kakuzu's fierce battle not been instigated by the masked man's orders, Uehara Naraku would have promptly turned this shark-like man into sashimi for Kakuzu. Oblivious to Uehara Naraku's thoughts, the masked man hurriedly explained himself before kneeling to examine Kakuzu's injuries. Once he confirmed that Kakuzu was not gravely harmed, he cheerfully said, "Mr. Kaku, both Uehara and I are members of the Akatsuki. Surely, you would like to join our organization now?" "Humph, do I have any other options?" Kakuzu, taken aback by the mention of the Akatsuki, smirked coldly and nodded slightly in agreement, thus formally accepting the offer to join the Akatsuki. "No. You could also choose to die?" Uehara Naraku smiled and lowered his head, shaking it at Kakuzu, leaving the shark-faced man momentarily speechless. Even the masked man beside them appeared somewhat bewildered. The masked man's words had more impact than a brawl. How utterly disrespectful. Uehara turned to the masked man and continued, "Senpai, this is my mission. I believe I should eliminate Kakuzu here, invite another individual to join the organization, and then return to report to Teacher Konan. This is my own affair." Hey, that simply won't do, kid." The masked man instinctively protested. "Inviting Kakuzu to join the organization was a decision we made after closely observing him for quite some time. No one in the entire village hidden in the mist is more suitable than him. The lack of suitable candidates in the village hidden in the mist does not imply that the land of water lacks them." Uehara Naraku replied discontentedly. Gesturing towards the depths of the forest, he proclaimed, "Konoha's copy ninja, Kakashi Hitaki, has infiltrated the land of water. He is currently surrounded by a group of mist ninjas. We can rescue Kakashi and recruit him into the organization." Such words were purely jest. In reality, Kakashi Hitaki's reputation far surpassed that of Kakuzu. If Uehara Naraku were to genuinely invite Kakashi to join the organization under the pretense of rescue, the Akatsuki would undoubtedly gain another spy from Konoha. The mysterious masked man did not take Uehara's words lightly. His demeanor was resolutely adamant as he vehemently opposed, "Kakashi Hitaki is inferior to even the most worthless of beings. Our organization cannot harbor someone who would slay their comrades." "Kintu," Uehara Naraku replied innocently, shrugging his shoulders. "Senior Obito, have you forgotten about our comrade Deidara? Every time he departs the base, he does so in pairs, yet returns alone with a suitcase of money. I believe Kakashi is unlike Deidara." The masked man found Uehara's incessant chatter quite irksome, beginning to regret his impulsive plan. If this continued, it was entirely possible that the young boy might indeed abandon Kisame and draw Kakashi, that scoundrel, into the Akatsuki. Is there really no difference? Uehara tilted his head, softly elucidating. "I've heard that Kakashi possesses the Sharingan, which would make him a fitting partner for Itachi." This assertion was undeniably reasonable, and Uehara himself could not suppress the devilish thought. At that moment, he genuinely entertained the notion of recruiting Kakashi to partner with Itachi. Alas, if they succeeded in recruiting Kakashi, who already knew the masked man's identity, the Akatsuki would likely face an implosion, resulting in a schism. "Obito." Just then, an unbelievable voice broke through the air, belonging to none other than Kakashi Hatake, the very person they had been discussing. The copy ninja of Konoha was battered and bruised. Yet he paid no heed to his injuries, instead rushing excitedly toward Uehara and the masked man. Kakashi staggered a few steps before collapsing beside the mysterious masked man. Murmuring in a daze, "Obito, I finally found you." And with that, he succumbed to unconsciousness. This man bore a burn mark on his arm, and his clothes appeared corroded, suggesting he had encountered the assault of boiling and dissolving ninjutsu. In the land of water, there was a woman who possessed both of these bloodline limits. While evading pursuit, Kakashi had been discovered by Ao, leading to an ambush by Meiterumi. Despite facing overwhelming odds, Kakashi managed to level the playing field. Unfortunately, in addition to Mei, he also encountered numerous mist ninjas. In desperation, Kakashi recalled the lightning release technique he had recently surreptitiously copied, intending to use it to vanquish all the mist ninjas. However, as he formed the hand seals, he sensed something was amiss. Fortunately, a spark of insight led him to choose his own lightning blade, through which he carved a path to escape. Barely having eluded death, Kakashi encountered the target of his mission in the land of water. Facing a group of mist ninjas would spell certain doom, yet meeting his old teammate, Uchiha Obito, offered a glimmer of hope for survival. Kakashi's tense nerves finally began to ease, albeit slightly. The mysterious masked man's mood, however, was far from pleasant as he gazed in shock at the unconscious Kakashi at his feet. Someone tell me how Kakashi came to know my identity. Moreover, since he even uttered his name, it is evident that Kakashi is not merely speculating. Which scoundrel has leaked his identity? Uchiha Obito is on the verge of madness. Beside him, Uehara Naraku displayed a moment of surprise, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion as she asked, "Senior Obito?" The name Kakashi just mentioned snapped the masked man back to lucidity. He turned to Uehara Naraku, his gaze suddenly filled with a fierce glimmer. Yet he restrained himself. "I do not know what he is referring to." He spoke of Obito. Uehara Naraku, with an innocent expression, repeated this, and even added, "Senior Obito. Are you acquainted with Kakashi from Konoha?" After saying this, her eyes sparkled with realization. It makes sense. You have a close relationship with Itachi. It turns out Senior Obito is also a ninja from Konoha. The masked man's mood began to unravel. This young girl was analyzing his identity with such seriousness. Does she not realize that knowing too many secrets and prying into others' privacy could lead to a rather brief existence? At this moment, the masked man understood that his identity must not be revealed to anyone, especially Nagato and Konan. They might accept Uchiha Madara, but they would not necessarily recognize an ordinary Uchiha ninja. Since Uehara Naraku seemed to have sensed this secret, the masked man's first thought was to seal the information. Suddenly, a gloved hand shot out, seizing Uehara Naraku by the neck. The masked man spoke in a grim tone. "Kid, I had high hopes for you. But to avoid affecting Nagato and Konan's judgment, I must eliminate you here." "Senior." Uehara Naraku gasped for breath, desperately clutching the masked man's wrist in an attempt to break free, pleading softly, "Senior, I will not disclose this secret." "Is that so?" The masked man's eyes gradually turned a deep crimson, a glimmer of bloodthirsty madness flickering within. "But right now, I want to kill you." "No, please." Uehara Naraku panicked and grabbed a series of explosive tags, desperately pressing them against the masked man's body. With a determined voice, she declared, "Senior, if you do not agree, then let us perish together." In that moment, Uehara Naraku aimed to give her performance a perfect score. The masked man, utterly oblivious to the anomaly, perhaps overly confident in his strength, allowed Uehara Naraku to affix the explosive tags to him. Was he truly lacking in intellect? Or had he become too arrogant? The masked man, entirely unaware of the unusual circumstances, sneered at Uehara Naraku. Do you really think you are worthy of perishing with me? Senior." Uehara Naraku's expression of pain suddenly faded, revealing an eerie smile. "Why do you believe you are unworthy of perishing with me? You are merely an intern within the organization." After saying this, Uehara Naraku exerted a sudden force, breaking free from Obito's grasp and soaring into the air. The youth coldly regarded the masked man below, disdainfully stating, "If you do not wish to perish together, then you shall meet your demise." What a naive little brat. The enigmatic masked man, instead of expressing fury, broke into a smile. Just as he intended to utter further threats, the explosive tags erupted, interrupting his words. Boom. One explosive tag after another detonated. The unconscious Kakashi Hitaki and Kisame Hashigaki were both violently propelled away by the shockwaves emanating from the masked man's explosive tags. The masked man's countenance remained serene, allowing the blasts to penetrate his form without inflicting any harm. However, his right eye transformed into a kaleidoscopic Sharingan, revealing a bizarre Kamui space. Through the powers of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, the masked man's body could become intangible at will, retreating into this space to evade external assaults. This was the reason he could confront most ninjas in the ninja world with such audacity. Within the Kamui space, the masked man's body had slipped into this realm, intending to evade the explosions of the explosive tags and to illustrate the stark reality to Naraku Uehara. Unexpectedly, as soon as his form entered the Kamui space, the explosive tags continuously appeared alongside him. Boom! The entire Kamui space echoed with the incessant detonations of the explosive tags. Regardless of whether the masked man sought refuge outside or within the Kamui space, he was relentlessly pursued by these explosive tags, leaving him in utter disarray. What on earth was happening? What kind of ninjutsu was this? The masked man gazed upward at Uehara Naraku, his eyes betraying a flicker of fury. He was being toyed with by a mere child. Uehara raised a finger and softly said, "Shoo, senior, don't be anxious. I've only utilized 100 million explosive tags. This firework display will soon come to an end. You little brat." The masked man suddenly coughed up blood. His garments were tattered, his mask in shambles, and his body ravaged. Yet, the explosions continued unabated. His Kamui space offered no means to rid himself of the relentless tracking of those explosive tags. Uehara, nonchalantly observing the fiery blossoms of the exploding tags, understood that the technique of explosive tags was, in fact, a form of space-time ninjutsu, its foundational principle being the simplest of summoning techniques. As long as a single explosive tag was affixed to the target, it could summon an astronomical number of explosive tags to bombard the target continuously until their body was reduced to mere fragments. Even if the masked man could retreat into the Kamui space, the explosive tags would follow him there, continuing to summon an overwhelming multitude of explosive tags, causing him great distress. If he could utilize the Kamui Eye technique to evade, 100 million explosive tags would merely be a festive display of fireworks. Now, even if he could employ the Kamui Eye technique, he could not escape the explosions of the tags. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to that one move. Uehara observed the masked man being bombarded by the explosive tags and softly remarked, "Well, if you perish here, it will simply be a matter of ill fortune. If, by some stroke of luck, you survive my ninjutsu, do return to your organization and confess your identity to Lady Konan and Lord Yahiko." "You scoundrel!" The enigmatic masked man, undeterred by the agony caused by the explosions, cast his gaze towards the airborne Uehara Naraku, gradually folding his fingers. "I must employ Izanagi. I must eliminate everyone present." He felt a twinge of relief for having participated in the clan annihilation alongside Uchiha Itachi, as he had gathered a sufficient number of 3-tomo Sharingan from the Uchiha clan, providing him with ample consumables to use Izanagi. By invoking Izanagi, he could transform all the damage he had sustained into mere dreams. And as a member of the Uchiha clan, the duration of Izanagi's effects would be maximized. Once your million explosive tags are detonated, your demise will be imminent, little one. The explosions of the explosive tags and their thunderous sounds caught the attention of others in the forest, including the young girl Hanari and the mist shinobi pursuing Kakashi Hitaki. Upon spotting Kakashi, Hanari dashed out from the thicket, swiftly hoisting the gravely injured Kakashi and fleeing the scene. Uehara Naraku cast a surprised glance at the departing stranger before lifting the corpse of Kisame Hashigaki and taking to the skies, leaving the area as well. The explosions continued to roar. The mask of the mysterious man fell away entirely, revealing his true visage. He disregarded the damage from the explosive tags. His eyes fixated on the receding silhouette above, rasping, "You cannot escape, little one." As the pursuit team of the Mist Village emerged, they regarded the man, who remained stationary amidst the ongoing detonation of explosive tags, with astonishment. This man was indeed formidable. Yet, they had failed to trace Kakashi's whereabouts or save their captain, Kisame Hashigaki. The pursuit team resolved to remain until the explosions ceased, planning to take Uchiha Obito back to the village for interrogation. Once the cacophony of explosions concluded, Obito's transplanted 3-tomo Sharingan in his left eye had turned completely ashen. Even with the guidance of the summoned explosive tags, the brevity of the bombardment rendered it trivial. Izanagi easily converted all the damage Obito had incurred during that interval into mere illusions. It was with this consideration that Uehara Naraku had vanished from Obito's sight. He was not yet entirely confident in his ability to vanquish this foe. Obito surveyed the mist shinobi present. Amidst their astonished gazes, his form gradually began to dissipate. Just as doubts crept into the minds of the mist shinobi, a hoarse shout jolted them back to attention. Would release, cutting technique. Suddenly, Obito's figure reappeared behind one of the mist shinobi, a wooden spike clenched in his hand, piercing through the shinobi's heart. Wooden spikes erupted from the mist shinobi's body, impaling him thoroughly. Obito cast aside the lifeless form of the mist shinobi, surveying the remaining foes, as another wooden spike sprouted from his palm. This group of adversaries was just the outlet he needed to unleash the pent-up fury within his heart. Obito felt as if he had been transported back in time, to that fateful night when Rin Noara fell, a night when his rage mirrored the present, spilling blood like a river. The air was filled with the shrieks of despair. As the last of the pursuing mist shinobi had his head severed, Uchiha Obito gradually regained his composure and began to contemplate his forthcoming plans. Firstly, the crisis of his identity being exposed was primarily due to Hitachi Kakashi. Had Kakashi not revealed his identity in his delirium, Uehara Naraku would have never discovered that he was Uchiha Obito. The question remained, how did Kakashi come to know that he was Obito? This matter must be investigated. Obito found it difficult to believe that Kagaya would divulge his secrets to Kakashi, as such an act would serve no benefit to their plans. This, in itself, was even more alarming. If there were others who had long been aware of his identity, it meant they had been covertly monitoring all his strategies. That was the true source of his troubles. Secondly, the crisis of exposure must be swiftly resolved. Among those present who learned of his identity, Hanari and Uehara Naraku were marked for elimination. However, before eliminating Naraku, it was imperative to extract from him the reason why those explosive tags had been continuously summoned from his vicinity, and whether that technique was a lethal move devised by Konan specifically targeting him. As for how to counter those infinite summoning explosive tags, Obito had already formulated a plan. As long as the tags did not attach themselves to him and lock onto his body, he should be able to avoid the previous life-threatening scenario. Aside from Naraku and Hanari, there was also Kisame Hashigaki. However, Kisame had always believed him to be Uchiha Madara, and he could be subtly tested later. If Kisame remained loyal to him, he could be retained. As for the troublesome Hitachi Kakashi, it was certain that he could not be killed, as Obito needed to extract vital information from him regarding who had divulged the information. The final question loomed. If his identity were to be completely exposed, how could he regain the trust of Konan and Nagato once they realized he was not Uchiha Madara? Was he to be merely an heir of Madara? No. It sufficed that he was a powerful Uchiha. After all, Obito had long ceased to desire being a puppet of Uchiha Madara, living under his name. That old man was dead. Clenching his fists, Obito reflected that in this world of shinobi, only the strongest possessed any authority. If Nagato could not decipher his Kimui abilities, he could only continue executing his plans. As long as he retained the Mangekyo Sharingan, he could still manipulate everything from the shadows. For now, he needed to locate Hitachi Kakashi and seize this opportunity to extract the most crucial intelligence from him, to ascertain who was orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Grasping a mist shinobi's headband, he casually wiped the blood from his hands and tossed the bloodied cloth onto the corpse of the fallen shinobi. He then stepped over the lifeless body, treading upon the blood-soaked ground as a space-time vortex materialized beside him, drawing him into the Kimui dimension, leaving behind the gruesome scene of the slain mist shinobi. While Obito was slaughtering the mist shinobi, Uehara Naraku had already flown to a secluded, desolate mountain with Kisame Hashigaki, carelessly discarding the shark-faced visage onto the ground. The dry persimmon, Kisame, showed no sign of concern as he gazed at the youth standing before him. With a smile, he remarked, I thought you would kill me. That would be such a waste of resources. Uehara Naraku cast a glance at the Semihata, which had climbed onto Kisame, and softly continued. I advise you to abandon any thoughts of resistance and divulge information regarding that enigmatic masked man. Do you really think you can extract information from me? Kisame tossed aside the hilt of Semihata and, with a chuckle, retorted, You are members of the same organization, yet you seek answers from someone as inconsequential as myself. Do you not find that rather unwise? Uehara fell silent, lowering his head to observe Kisame's small eyes on the ground, and suddenly smiled. Mr. Kisame, when did you start indulging in idle chatter? In the next moment, Uehara's smile vanished, and he coldly stated, enough of this. Let us not squander each other's time. Kisame, do you believe what you see represents the truth of the ninja world? Kisame's expression remained calm, as if he had grown accustomed to the cycles of life and death. He softly inquired, what do you consider to be the truth? You two are merely an ignorant individual hoping to extract some obscure information from me. As he spoke, he covertly brought his fingers together, attempting to form a hand seal while Uehara was unguarded. Uehara swiftly kicked his hand away, locking his gaze onto Kisame's eyes, and sternly warned, Kisame, do not attempt any petty tricks in my presence. If I catch you doing so again, I shall chop your samahata into pieces and feed it to the dogs. At these words, Kisame instinctively released the hilt of his sword, which shrank away and repositioned itself. Very well, I do not wish to waste any more time, Uehara declared, pulling Kisame upright and staring directly at him. Toby should be attempting to assassinate the fourth Mizukage now, but he surely does not realize that the fourth has already been controlled by Jinjutsu, does he? Uehara rejected any further trivial conversation and directly exposed Kisame's greatest secret, while simultaneously selling out Toby. Knowing full well that no one else in the vicinity was privy to Toby's intentions. Among all of Kirigakure, only Kisame was aware of the truth behind the fourth's manipulation. And he even served the one who controlled the Mizukage. Uehara's gaze was steady as he continued in a low voice. That individual claims to be Uchiha Madara. Does he not? Kisame's eyes widened, disbelief washing over him as he stared at Uehara, unable to fathom how he could know so much. Indeed, the one who controlled the fourth Mizukage had introduced himself as Uchiha Madara. With Uehara naming Madara, it became apparent that he possessed extensive knowledge of the affairs within Kirigakure. Kisame composed himself and calmly replied, since you are already aware of so much, what is it that you wish to extract from me? It seems you know that individual's identity. Indeed, Uehara confirmed. Uehara Naraku raised an eyebrow and murmured, he has been deceiving you all along. You heard it yourself. His true name is Uchiha Obito. Previously, he was merely a chunin of Konoha. After awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, he arrogantly claimed to be Uchiha Madara, traversing the shinobi world to perpetrate fraud and propagate his nefarious ideology, such as the Moon Eye Plan. Kisame Hashigaki's heart raced momentarily, then gradually sank. With the true identity of the enigmatic masked man laid bare, the so-called Moon Eye Plan could no longer remain concealed from prying eyes. A sense of dread began to creep into Kisame's heart. When he first encountered Uchiha Madara, revealing that he was the one secretly manipulating the fourth Mizukage, Kisame realized he was the most formidable puppet master of Kirigakure. Yet, the Uehara Naraku before him seemed to possess an intricate understanding of all these matters. This boy, appearing no older than 12, appeared to embody the true mastermind, far more than the imposter Madara. Kisame felt a profound disillusionment. This world was rife with deception. Each time he believed he had grasped a fragment of the truth, another veil would lift, starkly illuminating his ignorance and frailty. Yet now, an opportunity to unveil the truth lay before him. Although, behind Uehara's so-called truth, countless secrets surely remained obscured. After a moment of contemplation, Kisame lifted his head, resolutely gazing at Uehara Naraku, revealing his shark-like grin. Then, might you enlighten me on the veracity of the Moon Eye Plan? Do you genuinely wish to know? Uehara Naraku replied with a knowing smile, then procured a dark spear from his mind's system shop, casting it to the ground. If you truly seek knowledge, pick up this dark spear and bind your soul to me. Dark spear. By utilizing the dark spear, one can propose a collaboration agreement to others. Should they accept, the dark spear will enter their bodies, binding their souls. If they betray the contract, the betrayer's soul will be absorbed by the dark spear, augmenting its power. Only one binding at a time, and can be voluntarily jutsu. If it grants me a glimpse of the true nature of this world, death shall be but a trivial price to pay. Kisame chuckled softly, showing no hesitation. As he bent down to grasp the dark spear, a spectral green energy enveloped him. The other end of the ethereal connection linking to Uehara Naraku. Once both were ensconced in the ghostly green energy, a haughty feminine voice echoed in their ears. Akin to a divine sigh, the vow has been sealed. Upon the completion of this soul contract, Uehara Naraku noticed a status and skill materializing automatically on his system panel. The Spear of Darkness. Contract established. Both parties possess 10 life energy, activated, and 10 chakra energy, activated. Call of Fate. If the contract is within proximity, the contractor can be drawn closer, entering an invincible state and becoming unselectable for 4 seconds. The duration is related to chakra consumption. Upon the skill's conclusion, the contractor may be cast in any direction. The minimum chakra cost is 100, with a cooldown of 120 seconds. Whether it be the increase in life energy and chakra energy or the skill of Fate's call, it became abundantly clear to Uehara Naraku that he had gained significantly in this instance. He perceived Fate's call as a mechanism primarily designed for the protection of Kisame Hashigaki. Now, he found himself contemplating the dissolution of his soul contract with Kisame, envisioning a future where Konan would bind the contract of the Spear of Darkness. Unbeknownst to Kisame, should he become aware of Uehara's thoughts, he might be inclined to tear up the contract on the spot. In addition, several side quests awaited completion. Side quest: acquire your first subordinate, 11. Task completed. Reward: 100 gold coins. Side quest: possess a subordinate with shadow level chakra power, 11. Task completed. Reward: 1,000 gold coins. Upon seeing the rewards for these quests, Uehara Naraku felt compelled to commend the system, not only for granting him a substantial windfall, but also for revealing a significant truth. Kisame must have resolutely chosen to become his subordinate, as the system recognized him as such. This insight allowed Uehara to discern, via the system's task panel, who his true allies were. After all, the white-haired individual he previously believed he had won over surely did not regard him as a superior. Perhaps, in fact, the individual still viewed him merely as a companion in their struggles for survival. This realization was oddly fascinating. Uehara glanced at his gold coin balance, suppressing his elation, and swiftly purchased a long-desired piece of equipment, the Berserker armor, priced at 2,850 gold coins. Berserker armor, life energy 800, basic life recovery 200, skill cooldown reduction 10. Passive skill: when life energy reaches 3,000 points, the effect of the Berserker's heart is automatically activated. If no damage is taken within 6 seconds, 5 points of life energy will be restored per second, up to maximum value, activated. Upon acquiring this equipment, Uehara Naraku exhaled a profound sigh of relief. Although he possessed the invincibility skill of the moment of divine judgment, which was subject to cooldown, the presence of the Berserker armor provided him with a greater sense of security. Uehara took a moment to review his attributes, inexplicably feeling as though he had reached the pinnacle of his existence. Life energy, 3301, standard shadow level 3,000 to 10,000, chakra energy, 3575, standard shadow level 3,000 to 10,000, life energy recovery, 6 points per second chakra energy recovery, 3 points per second remaining gold coins, 320 after reviewing his attributes. Uehara Naraku's spirit soared, and his demeanor towards Kisame softened, his face radiating warmth as he regarded his first recruited subordinate. All right, what questions do you wish to ask? I am at your service. In this moment, the face of Deidara was marked by astonishment. He had merely signed a contract, yet he had inexplicably gained a substantial enhancement of chakra and physical energy from that eerie green energy. Thus, Deidara's initial inquiry pertained to the newfound power he had acquired. I wish to understand the nature of this technique that has so remarkably amplified my strength and chakra. Deidara's question rendered Uehara Naraku momentarily speechless. A hint of embarrassment flickered across the youthful ninja's face as he hastily waved his hand, offering a casual explanation. This is a gift from the Spear of Darkness. Let us discuss the Moon Eye plan proposed by that deceiver, Uchiha Obito. Deidara nodded in agreement and earnestly stated, this is precisely what I yearn to comprehend. Can the Moon Eye plan truly usher in peace for the ninja realm? No. Uehara Naraku replied, shaking his head solemnly. The Moon Eye plan is an elaborate conspiracy, backed by numerous schemers who have exploited this plan for their own ends. Kaguya deceived Uchiha Madara into serving her. Madara, in turn, misled Uchiha Obito, who is now using this plan to deceive my master. Having grasped the essence of the situation, Deidara felt a tingling apprehension. Was not the Moon Eye plan merely a convoluted scheme, akin to a series of nested dolls? It bore an uncanny resemblance to a pyramid scheme. The very Uchiha Obito who had duped him was, ironically, also a victim of deception. Deidara widened his eyes and murmured, what will ultimately be the outcome of the Moon Eye plan? Uehara Naraku shrugged his shoulders, a look of resignation on his face, and replied, "It will likely result in the resurrection of an ancient woman who has lived for over 1,000 years, or 2 sons, yet still retains a somewhat endearing appearance." Deidara found himself utterly perplexed. He belatedly recognized that he should not have probed so deeply, as there were myriad complexities beyond his comprehension. The so-called truth of the ninja world was far too intricate, far beyond the ability of either Uehara Naraku or himself to unravel in a moment's time. After a moment of contemplation, Deidara asked, "So, what can I do? Should I eliminate Uchiha Obito to halt this plan?" "No," Uehara Naraku gently shook his head. "What you must do is join the Akatsuki organization, infiltrate it, and feign being a spy sent by Uchiha Obito to monitor Uchiha Itachi. When the time is right, I will seek your insights regarding Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi." After a brief pause, Deidara grasped Uehara Naraku's meaning and chuckled. "So, I am to be your spy. While pretending to be a pawn of that deceiver Uchiha Obito, tasked with surveilling the annihilator of clans, Itachi, correct?" "You are quite astute," Uehara Naraku praised Deidara, then added, "Once we return to the Akatsuki, do not be overly courteous, for, due to certain circumstances, I am currently just an intern within the organization." "How many interns does the Akatsuki have?" Deidara gazed at Uehara Naraku with a hint of exasperation. "The previous fellow named Obito who approached me and commanded me to severely injure you also mentioned that he, too, is merely an intern in the Akatsuki. I am not like him." Uehara Naraku waved her hand gently and explained softly, "Uchiha Obito merely masquerades as an intern to conceal his true self, secretly monitoring every move of the Akatsuki organization, while I am the genuine intern of the Akatsuki, truly of untainted origin." Kakazuki-same remained silent, aware that he could not candidly disclose to his new superior that this superior was far more adept at hiding than Uchiha Obito. It was perplexing why this Akatsuki organization harbors such a multitude of spies and schemers, yet is not disbanded until now. Truly a resilient entity, akin to a miracle. Uehara Naraku pondered silently. Aside from the matters concerning Momochi Zabuza and Haku, there was little else to attend to in the land of water. With this thought, Uehara inquired of Kisame, "Do you have any affairs left to resolve in the land of water?" "None." "Are we departing from the land of water now?" Kakuzu-Kisame shook his head, for he was inherently unencumbered. After a moment, it seemed a thought struck him, and with a smile, he spoke. "I just heard that Momochi Zabuza intends to assassinate the 4th Mizukage. How about, before we leave, we present Uchiha Obito with a parting gift by eliminating the Mizukage he has under his control?" Uehara Naraku fell silent for a moment, recalling Kisame's bloodthirsty nature, and could not help but respond. "The Hidden Mist Village is your homeland. Thus, I helped them put an end to the Blood Mist era before my defection." Kakuzuki-same, shouldering his sword, murmured, "As a ninja who has slain many comrades from various villages, I understand the anguish of killing one's own. The 4th Mizukage has issued countless orders to eliminate comrades. Surely, he has long since been tormented by despair? Who can bear the agony of slaying their companions? Even now, though Kakuzu-Kisame's heart has grown numb, he once experienced such suffering. In his loneliest moments, he encountered a kind female ninja, yet, at the behest of a superior, he was forced to take her life. If the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, were to awaken from his jinjutsu and realize that the cycle of mutual slaughter in the Hidden Mist Village stemmed from his commands, he would undoubtedly be driven to despair and take his own life." Uehara Naraku gazed at the exhilarated Kakuzu-Kisame, feeling it unwise to dampen her subordinate's enthusiasm. "Very well. Proceed as you wish." After the assassination of the 4th Mizukage Yagura, Uchiha Obito, who covertly controls Yagura, would surely be infuriated. This could turn out to be advantageous. However, Kakuzu-Kisame shook his head, revealing his toothy grin, and chuckled. "No, this task cannot fall upon me, for I must infiltrate Uchiha Obito's camp. Should I eliminate the Mizukage, it would arouse his suspicion." Uehara Naraku instantly grasped Kakuzu-Kisame's intention. He sought to leverage his hand and use Momochi Zabuza to assassinate the Mizukage, thereby contributing to their homeland. Were it not for the merit in Kakuzu-Kisame's words, Uehara Naraku might have found it challenging to discern who truly held the authority between them. Uehara Naraku furrowed her brow and remarked, "Assassinating the 4th Mizukage is no simple feat, especially with a tailed beast residing within him. We must first gather intelligence on him. Rest assured, I am aware of the Mizukage's whereabouts." The dried persimmon, Kisame, chuckled lightly and shook his head, offering intelligence to his new superior. Ever since Yagura was gravely wounded by Uchiha Itachi and Pinyin Juzo, he had been residing in his original abode, a forbidden area within the hidden mist village, accessible only to his most trusted ninjas. Understood, sighed Uehara Naraku. In any case, his attempt to assassinate the fourth Mizukage not only serves to vex Uchiha Obito, but also allows for the completion of several side missions. The reward for assassinating the Mizukage might be rather generous, I presume? Upon arriving at the lakeside residence of the fourth Mizukage, Uehara Naraku and Kisame encountered a disarray of corpses belonging to mist ninjas strewn across the shore, the once clear lake now tainted a deep crimson. Kisame nodded, surveying the surroundings, and exclaimed, Zabuza must have eliminated quite a number of the Mizukage's bodyguards. It seems he has been preparing for some time. Judging by the traces of battle and the temperature of the blood at the scene, it appeared that Zabuza Momochi's assassination of Yagura had not occurred long ago, and he might still be lurking nearby. Regarding the outcome of their confrontation, neither Uehara Naraku nor Kisame held high hopes for Zabuza's success in slaying Yagura. The Three-Tails Jinchuriki was not someone who could be dispatched by mere assassination tactics. Suddenly, the water's surface erupted with splashes. An unsightly giant beast emerged, its back adorned with thorny spikes glistening with droplets, and three tails, as solid as steel, swayed behind it, while a pair of peculiar eyes fixated intently on the two figures at the shore. On Kisame's face, rather than fear, a smile appeared. To think he could force the Mizukage to transform into his tailed beast form. Zabuza's strength should not be underestimated. This massive creature was none other than the Three Tails, Isabu, of the hidden mist village. In the next moment, this turtle-like behemoth cast a glance at Kisame before its form dissipated into a cloud of smoke, vanishing from view. From within the smoke emerged a youthful ninja, bearing a scar across his face resembling stitches. Rather than looking terrifying, he exuded a certain charm. It was the fourth Mizukage, Kagaya Yagura, whose gaze was somewhat cold as he remarked, Humph, that coward Zabuza does not require my use of Isabu's power. I merely summoned Isabu for some fresh air. Kisame spread his palm and turned to Uehara Naraku, smiling as he said, As we prepare to face Lord Uehara, I would kindly request that you do not hesitate to utilize the power of the Three Tails, Mizukage, lest it be difficult for Lord Uehara to fully enjoy himself. Is that so? Kagaya Yagura scrutinized Uehara Naraku and nodded earnestly. I understand. I will not hold back. Hey, don't listen to Kisame's nonsense. Uehara Naraku shot a glare at his new subordinate before turning to Kagaya Yagura and stating, After all, should you employ the power of the Three Tails, your demise would be quite agonizing. It would be far more convenient for everyone if I were to eliminate you in this form. With a single remark from Uehara Naraku, the expression on Yagura's face soured, questioning the audacity of this brash youth. The fourth Mizukage, disregarding the boy, turned his gaze towards the shark-faced ninja, Kisame Hoshigaki, and queried, So, you two wish to assassinate me? Is this imp your hired aide? No, Lord Mizukage, please do not misunderstand, Kisame replied, shaking his head in denial of Yagura's accusations. With a smirk, he added, I shall not intervene in this battle, for at present, I am merely an innocent party coerced into attempting to eliminate you. According to the plan he had devised with Uehara, he would refrain from participating, as he was keen to witness Uehara's capabilities. To defeat or slay a figure of Kage caliber would serve as a true measure of strength. Then allow me to dispose of him first, and then I shall deal with you, Yagura declared, eyeing Uehara. His palms suddenly flipped, and with a swift motion, he seized the green-flowered iron staff from behind him, launching an assault on Uehara. Uehara, grasping the weapon effortlessly, had experienced a significant enhancement in both strength and speed since his life energy surged beyond 3,000 points. Thus, countering Yagura's attack was a trivial endeavor. Impressive strength, Uehara mused, whether in self-praise or in commendation of Yagura was uncertain, yet his words undeniably provoked the fourth Mizukage. In an instant, Yagura's palm transformed to a vivid crimson, crashing forcefully into Uehara's chest, causing a cluster of coral to rapidly envelop his form. This was the coral palm, a technique derived from the Three Tails Isabu's power. Only a Jinchuriki capable of harnessing the strength of the Three Tails could wield such a technique, and once struck, the body would swiftly sprout coral. As a perfect Jinchuriki, Yagura could invoke Isabu's powers through partial transformation at will, rendering this technique unexpectedly lethal, catching many ninjas off guard. True to his word, the fourth Mizukage wasted no time and unleashed the Three Tails abilities upon Uehara. This is rather troublesome, Uehara thought as the coral rapidly spread across his body, nearly engulfing him entirely. To resort to such power after just a brief encounter? Moment of divine judgment. A golden shield radiated from within Uehara, instantly dispelling the coral palm. As he brandished his hand, a flurry of chakra-infused swords surged forth, all aimed at Yagura. In response, Yagura twirled his iron staff, and a torrent of water cascaded from the green flower, transforming into a mirror that suddenly appeared before them. Water release, water mirror technique. From the mirror emerged a ninja identical to Uehara, and in the blink of an eye, the chakra swords pierced through the watery clone. Yagura evaded Uehara's onslaught, furrowing his brow, his expression darkening. Was the replication of the water mirror technique unsuccessful? It is supposed to summon an exact duplicate of the enemy, capable of using their techniques, yet clearly, the attempt has failed. Uehara Naraku delivered a powerful punch to Yagura's jaw, sending him flying. He then twisted his wrist and remarked, the reason I cannot replicate it may be that this world can only accommodate one of me, right? Such audacity, little brat. Yagura, having been slammed to the ground by Uehara Naraku, promptly rolled to his feet and swiftly began to form hand seals. Water release. Water dragon. Uehara Naraku's foot struck the ground, causing debris to scatter. His speed was so extraordinary that Yagura had no choice but to abandon his hand seals. To Yagura's surprise, the fourth Mizukage was not at all perturbed. Instead, a robust tail emerged from his back. It was the tail of the Three Tails. Yagura abruptly swung the tail behind him, delivering a fierce strike to Uehara, propelling him away. This was a clever tactic to bait Uehara into an attack while performing hand seals. As Uehara flew backward, he brushed off the dirt from his clothes and stood up again, noticing his life energy had diminished by over 1,000 points. This indicated that Yagura's previous strike possessed sufficient force to easily slay an ordinary jonin. Kisame Hoshigaki, who was spectating the battle, shook his head and remarked, clearly, there were far safer methods to interrupt the hand seals, yet you chose the most perilous approach. Nevertheless, it's no wonder you exude such confidence after withstanding the force of the Three Tails. I initially intended to fight you as an ordinary ninja, yet you resorted to the power of a tailed beast, Uehara Naraku stated, calmly forming hand seals with his fingers. He looked at Yagura and softly said, Fourth Mizukage, I forgot to mention that I detest when others cheat in front of me. Yagura could not comprehend Uehara's words, but he observed Uehara's hands in the midst of forming seals. Uncertain whether the young man was genuinely sealing or attempting to entice him into an attack, Yagura noted the disarray in Uehara's hand seal sequence, with some seals seemingly incomplete. Yet, Uehara's expression during the process was remarkably earnest. Kisame, a ninja deeply devoted to the art of hand seals, found Uehara's technique intolerable and spoke up to correct him. Lord Uehara, your hand seals are incorrect. If you seal the Inoshishi sign like that, it will be ineffective. Be silent. Uehara Naraku retorted, his face flushing as he countered. What does it matter if the Inoshishi sign is effective or not? As long as I can release ninjutsu, that is sufficient. To validate his statement, Uehara raised his hand toward the sky and shouted, lightning release. Thousand thunder prison. Thunderclouds immediately enveloped the heavens. Bolts of lightning danced amidst the tempest, and one suddenly shot forth, descending upon the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. Yagura's robust tail intercepted the lightning strike, and he cast a glance at his slightly scorched tail, a flicker of confusion appearing in his eyes. How is he unleashing lightning release ninjutsu? Before Yagura could ponder further on how Uehara Naraku had inexplicably executed lightning release ninjutsu, another bolt of lightning crashed down upon his tail. As Yagura regained his composure, he fixed his gaze upon a bolt of lightning that surged forth from the tempestuous storm. His expression turned grave. Would this technique strike twice within a single second? The interval was far too brief, not to mention the impossibility of Yagura unleashing a ninjutsu. Even rushing towards Uehara Naraku to disrupt his technique with physical prowess would scarcely suffice. You little brat, it's no wonder you dared to attempt my assassination. Yagura clenched his fist, a surge of crimson chakra erupting from his being, imbued with an eerie and frenzied essence, enveloping him in an instant. It was the chakra of the three tails. Yet, this power was still woefully inadequate. With a roar of fury, the red chakra enveloped his face entirely, forming a cloak of tailed beast energy around him, exuding an aura that instilled dread. Kisame Hashigaki, observing from the sidelines, wore a serious expression, his hand gripping the samahata tightly, as if it yearned to leap from his grasp. This was the might of a tailed beast. For millennia, the strength of the nine-tailed beasts had symbolized destruction and chaos, and each Jinchuriki capable of wielding such power could effortlessly attain the status of a Kaga-level warrior. In the next moment, the ground beneath Yagura shattered instantaneously. Half beastified, Yagura disregarded the assault of lightning, transforming into a crimson monstrosity, charging towards Uehara Naraku with astonishing speed, nearly rendering his movements invisible to the latter. In the blink of an eye, Yagura was upon Uehara, his fist, shrouded in tailed beast chakra, poised to strike at Uehara's chest. Command, shockwave. A puppet materialized in Uehara's hand, suddenly unfurling, as the surrounding space was rapidly distorted, visibly twisting. Yagura found himself ensnared in the chaotic spatial distortion, reduced to a mere bundle. Uehara Naraku's cold, indifferent gaze fell upon Yagura, as a beam of violet energy shot forth from his eyes, incinerating the chakra cloak enveloping Yagura in an instant. The agonizing sensation and the torment of his vanishing outer layer compelled Yagura to unleash a primal scream, his form gradually sprouting scales, striving to harness the power of the three tails to withstand the onslaught of the energy beam. At last, a colossal figure materialized. The fully manifested three tails, Isabu, reappeared before Uehara Naraku, though its condition was dire, riddled with pockmarked wounds. Roar! The life-dissolving ray continued its relentless assault. Even with the three tails present, it struggled to endure the soul-corroding agony, as boundless waves of water surged beneath it, rushing towards Uehara Naraku. Uehara's gaze remained fixed on the energy beam, effortlessly extending his palm to summon a massive wall of wind. Wind release. Wind barrier. The chakra of the wind wall overturned the three tails water-based ninjutsu, causing the surging waves to crash violently against the beast. The once composed Kisame Hashigaki found his expression utterly shattered upon witnessing the unfolding scene. The ability to unleash ninjutsu without hand seals was one thing, but to simultaneously wield two distinct elemental techniques? The shark-faced warrior could not fathom the underlying principle. The only certainty he possessed was that if the three tails remained within the grasp of that violet energy beam, its demise was merely a matter of time. The purple energy emanating from Uehara was overwhelmingly domineering. However, a sudden surge of water erupted beneath the three tails, transforming into a colossal water figure that struck it away, rescuing it from the onslaught of the energy beam. Immediately, the enormous water entity turned and pointed a finger toward Uehara, its voice ringing clear in the ears of all present. Water release. Water cannon technique. A torrent of water surged forth, striking Uehara directly and sending him hurtling backward. The violet energy beam spiraled uncontrollably, sweeping across the surroundings, leaving mere nothingness in its wake, obliterating trees and grasses alike. When had this being arrived? Kisame's countenance shifted as he grasped his samahata tightly, rising to his feet and directing his gaze toward the gigantic water figure. The massive water being slowly coalesced into the form of a young ninja with a mouth full of sharp teeth, appearing before them. Kisame-senpai, what is happening? The young ninja inquired, glancing at the onlooking Kisame before turning his attention to Uehara, who was regaining his footing, frowning as he spoke. Is that fellow here to assassinate Lord Mizukage? Indeed. Kisame tightened his grip on his blade, regarding the young ninja with a sly smile. Are you, like Zabuza, here to eliminate Lord Mizukage? As the future hope of the Mist Village, your defection would not bode well, would it, Mangetsu? With the ability to perform the water transformation technique and the ancestral ninjutsu of the Hozuki clan, his formidable prowess could only belong to one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, Mangetsu Hozuki. He was also the youngest among them, hailed as one of the most powerful in the history of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The selection of members for the 7 ninja swordsmen had always been based on strength and compatibility with their swords. Yet the Hozuki clan had consistently garnered the favor of the 7 blades with ease. Moreover, Mangetsu possessed extraordinary talent in ninjutsu. Coupled with the prestigious lineage of the Hozuki clan, leading ordinary mist ninjas to believe he would be the man to guide the village's revival in the future. Mangetsu did not respond to Kisame's remarks. Instead, he furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the bandaged wounds on Kisame's body, and retorted, "Kisame-senpai, please first answer me. Why are you here? Otherwise, I shall consider you among those who must be eliminated. Then, which side do you stand on?" Kisame chuckled, casting a playful glance at Mangetsu, resting his samahata upon his shoulder. "Young lad of the Hozuki clan, I recall you were never permitted to approach this place, were you? You have arrived at the residence of Lord Mizukichi. Are you here to rescue him, or do you intend to eliminate both him and the assassin?" The silence of Akatsuki Mansuki was palpable. The words of Kisame Hashigaki shattered the facade of tranquility surrounding him. The Hozuki clan of the Mist Village was among the prominent families, and their pinnacle of power undoubtedly coincided with Hozuki Mangetsu's tenure as the second Mizukichi, solidifying their esteemed status within the village. However, since then, the Hozuki clan has found itself increasingly at odds with successive Mizukichis, their status becoming almost ethereal. The Hozuki ninjas, capable of employing the water transformation technique, possessed extraordinary talents and have long overseen the 7 ninja swords, leading the group known as the 7 Ninja Swordsmen, tasked with managing this formidable team of ninjas who showed little deference to the Mizukichi. Intriguingly, this group, which held little respect for the Mizukichi, was exceptionally amicable towards the Hozuki clan, given their ability to freely summon the 7 swords. Was this not a reckless flirtation with peril? The standing of the Hozuki clan bore a striking resemblance to that of the Uchiha clan in Konoha. No, the Hozuki clan's position was far superior. At least they had once produced a Mizukichi, while the Uchiha clan's leader had failed to secure even a senior position within Konoha. Regardless, the relationship between the Hozuki clan and the 7 ninja swordsmen destined them to remain in discord with the high-ranking ninjas led by the Mizukichi. After enduring years of warfare, the Hozuki clan suffered significant losses on the battlefield, their numbers dwindling. Coincidentally, the Uchiha clan now comprised only Itachi Uchiha and his brother Sasuke Uchiha, while the Hozuki clan was reduced to just Akatsuki Mansuki and his brother Suigetsu Hozuki. Observing the silent Akatsuki Mansuki, Kisame Hashigaki chuckled lightly and continued, "If you were to slay the Mizukichi here, despite being merely 13, it is highly likely that many would nominate you as the 5th Mizukichi of the village." However, Akatsuki Mansuki shook his head, grasping the ninja sword behind him, and looked up at Kisame with a grave expression, stating, "That would only serve to disappoint you, Kisame-san. I will not betray my village, nor will I conspire to assassinate Lord Mizukichi." "Then what are you still doing here?" came the voice of Uehara Naraku, as his form transformed into a shadow before Akatsuki Mansuki, delivering a powerful punch to his head, creating a considerable splash of water. The splashing water reassembled, forming Akatsuki Mansuki's head again, thanks to the water transformation technique of the Hozuki clan, which rendered such physical attacks ineffectual. Uehara Naraku, witnessing the impact on Akatsuki Mansuki's head, yet seemingly unfazed, could not help but exclaim, "TSK, the water transformation technique? Truly remarkable. You are far more daunting." Akatsuki Mansuki's expression grew grave as he grasped the ninja sword behind him, softly remarking, "I have never encountered anyone who could withstand a direct hit from the water gun technique unscathed. Well, now you have." Uehara Naraku felt a sense of relief for having purchased the berserker armor in advance. The rate of recovery for his life energy far exceeded his previous experiences. However, during the conversation between Hozuki Mangetsu and Kakashi Kisame, his life energy had already replenished significantly. Just as they stood in confrontation, the three tails suddenly dissipated into smoke, and the 4th Mizukichi, Yagura, emerged, clutching his arm tightly, blood seeping through his fingers. As a Jinchuriki of the 3 tails, Yagura possessed formidable healing abilities. Yet the wound inflicted by Uehara's purple energy remained peculiarly enigmatic, impervious to the restorative powers of tailed beast chakra. The gazes of the onlookers shifted slowly toward the gravely injured 4th Mizukichi. Yagura cast a cold glance at the assembly and commanded, "Hozuki Mangetsu, I order you to eliminate this brat and Kakashi Kisame." Hozuki Mangetsu raised his eyes to survey the crowd before swiftly drawing his twin blades, replying in a solemn tone, "Understood, Mizukichi." Uehara Naraku quickly raised his hand, preparing to confront Hozuki Mangetsu when Kakashi Kisame suddenly swung his sword, blocking him. As Uehara was taken aback, Kakashi chuckled lightly. My lord Uehara, do not rush. The situation in Kirigakure is far more intricate than you realize. In this village, so-called companions are merely souls beneath the blade. Kakashi's gaze lingered on Hozuki Mangetsu, who was slowly maneuvering his ninja sword, his smile widening. An injured Mizukage presents a tremendous temptation for any ninja seeking his demise. As Kakashi's words echoed, Hozuki Mangetsu tightened his grip on his blades and turned to strike at Yagura from behind. Uehara Naraku furrowed his brow, witnessing yet another betrayal from the 7 ninja swordsmen, and could not help but inquire, what is happening here? If the Mizukage were in full strength, none would dare to act. Only the madman, Momochi Zabuza, would initiate an attack. Kakashi grinned, observing the fierce clash between Hozuki Mangetsu and Yagura, and continued, however, should the Mizukage be gravely wounded, the situation shifts entirely. After all, every Kirigakure ninja harbors a dream of heroism within the blood mist. Our 4th Mizukage has never truly regarded his subordinates. He has merely relied on the power of the 3 Tails Jinchuriki to maintain a tenuous hold over the ninjas of the village. Furthermore, the decline of the Hozuki clan is undeniably linked to the actions of the 4th Mizukage standing before us. Since Kirigakure became the land of blood mist, Yagura had long lost the hearts of the higher-ups and had instituted rules that stripped the ninjas of their respect for him. Moreover, the gradual extinction of the Hozuki clan was closely tied to the policies enforced by the 4th Mizukage. Uehara Naraku observed the figure of Hozuki Mangetsu, a look of puzzlement crossing his features. If his aim is also to kill the 4th Mizukage, why did he just prevent me from slaying Yagura? Because he seeks vengeance as well. The dry persimmon, Kisame, chuckled softly as he elucidated, the relationship between the Kirigakure and the 4th Mizukage is akin to fire and water. Ever since my induction into the Umbu, I have encountered numerous missions aimed at eliminating the members of the Hozuki clan. However, one must consider that Uchiha Obito is indeed at the heart of this turmoil. Just as Uehara Naraku was about to interject, he pondered whether all the blame for the calamities in the Misty Village should rest upon Uchiha Obito's shoulders. Yet, upon further reflection, it became evident that Hozuki Mangetsu was entirely oblivious to the underlying truths. Kisame shook his head and murmured, Lord Uehara, the suppression of ninja clans within the village has become customary for every successive Mizukage. However, it is the puppet master behind the 4th Mizukage who has exacerbated the discord. Uehara nodded thoughtfully. Did every ninja village grapple with such sordid affairs? With so much animosity, it was hardly surprising that Hozuki Mangetsu harbored intentions to eliminate the Mizukage. Just recently, the late Uchiha Fugaku, if he had encountered the gravely injured Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, might have sought to obliterate them completely, leaving no remnants behind. Yet, Kisame's expression grew somber, only to suddenly relax as he continued. Unless Hozuki Mangetsu contemplates defection, it is clear he seeks to silence us, the 2 who possess knowledge. One cannot juggle 2 tasks simultaneously without assistance, he thought. Uehara nodded, a card flickering at his fingertips, as he utilized the body flicker technique to ascend into the air, observing the surroundings. Ah, it seems you have deduced our intentions, Hozuki Mangetsu exclaimed, slicing through the 4th Mizukage's vessel, revealing his sharp teeth in a grin. No one can escape. The Hozuki clan has always been notorious for their bloodlust. If Hozuki Mangetsu were a gentle ninja, he would hardly be worthy of such formidable fangs. With Uehara and Kisame having surmised the situation, Mangetsu made no attempt to conceal his intentions, loudly declaring, Step forth, Zabuza Momochi. A palpable silence enveloped the air. Uehara's expression turned slightly peculiar, almost amused. If he had not misheard, the name Hozuki Mangetsu had just called sounded vaguely familiar. Uehara's neck stiffly twisted as he glanced at Kisame. Are the ninjas of your village so reckless in their endeavors? Why would he assume that Momochi Zabuza could thwart us? Kisame shook his head, admitting ignorance but expressing no underestimation of Zabuza. Zabuza is proficient in the techniques of the mist, and indeed possesses the capability to impede me. However, I do not believe he can surpass Lord Uehara. Uehara, observing Hozuki Mangetsu as he continued to overpower the 4th Mizukage, furrowed his brow and inquired, before you seek assistance, do you not first ascertain the strength of your allies? Zabuza, hey, you brat, do not underestimate others. Suddenly, a figure burst forth, hurling an insult before leaping into the air, wielding a large sword aimed at Uehara Naraku. It was none other than the disparaged Zabuza Momochi. Uehara remained unfazed, displaying remarkable agility in the air, far surpassing that of Zabuza. He slightly lowered his head to evade the decapitating blade and, with a sudden force, thrust his wrist against Zabuza's chest. Bang! Zabuza fell clumsily to the ground. Uehara Naraku gazed at him and sighed. Zabuza, it has only been 3 days, yet your strength seems to have diminished. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Zabuza, though suffering from the injuries sustained during his previous assassination attempt on Yagura, distinctly felt that Uehara Naraku had grown even stronger. It had not been long since their last encounter, yet this young lad's prowess seemed to have multiplied exponentially. What could be the reason for such a transformation? Kisame Hashigaki could not resist turning to Zabuza, whispering, Zabuza-senpai, do you know him? Zabuza fell silent. His prior defeat at Uehara's hands was hardly a source of pride. Uehara gracefully descended beside Zabuza, seemingly understanding his thoughts, and chuckled, Mr. Zabuza, there is no need to be coy about our relationship. Many have fallen to my hand, yet few have I chosen to spare. Hashigaki's expression revealed a flicker of astonishment. The current situation appeared to be slipping from his control. 6 hours prior, Zabuza had believed the moment to assassinate Yagura had arrived and had stealthily approached his residence. However, his strength proved woefully inadequate, resulting in a hasty retreat. With the news of his failure leaking out, Kisame, responsible for the village's defense, was the first to receive word of the assassination attempt. Instead of dispatching immediate aid, he chose to eliminate the returning Yagura's guards, swiftly sealing the information. After obtaining intelligence about Yagura from Zabuza, Kisame planned to seize his opportunity. Should Yagura remain unscathed, he would remain the loyal ninja of the 7th Sword of the Mist. If Yagura were gravely injured, Kisame would not hesitate to see him off. As the Hashigaki clan had never entertained notions of pacifism. However, upon arriving at the scene, Kisame was unaware that all Uehara needed was a brief moment to eliminate Yagura outright. His attention was solely focused on the injured Yagura, prompting this young clan leader to resolve to act, intending to kill both Yagura and Uehara. Yet, it was evident that the situation had spiraled beyond his control. Now, let us clarify the current circumstances, Uehara remarked, clapping his hands and gesturing towards the gravely injured Yagura. It seems our objectives align. We all wish to eliminate this 4th Mizukage, and I trust there are no objections to that. The 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen exchanged glances. Zabuza scoffed. Kisame nodded, and a hint of a smile graced the features of Hashigaki. Truly, it was a lamentable sign of the times that the strongest ninja team of Kirigakure, the second 7 ninja swordsmen, was reduced to merely 3, all conspiring to kill their superior. The gaze of the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, shifted as he scrutinized those present. A melancholic smile gracing his lips. I did not expect you few. Apologies, I almost forgot. The esteemed Mizukage is still alive. Uehara Naraku did not turn his head, remaining fixated on Momochi Zabuza and Akatsuki's Hozuki Mangetsu, merely snapping his fingers in Yagura's direction. As the onlookers were still taken aback, a bizarre, monstrous shark suddenly erupted from the ground beneath Yagura, devouring him whole. Moments later, the shark dived back into the earth, leaving the lifeless body of the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, lying desolately on the ground. The peculiar skill, Great Shark Assault, proved unexpectedly potent when executed as a surprise attack. Uehara Naraku had merely snapped his fingers, summoning a peculiar shark that ended Yagura's life, a spectacle that left both Momochi Zabuza and Hozuki Mangetsu momentarily stunned. Indeed, chuckled Kisame Hashigaki, Lord Uehara's forte lies in the art of the unmarked ninja techniques, does it not? Whenever Kisame observed Uehara crafting seals, he found it somewhat peculiar, as Uehara occasionally made minor errors. In retrospect, those were merely feigned weaknesses, were they not? As an accomplished seal master and a loyal subordinate, Kisame, with great understanding, suggested, if Lord Uehara wishes, I could certainly assist you in composing some elegant sealing gestures. Kisame excelled in the art of seals. Uehara, slightly intrigued, nodded before shaking his head. Never mind, we shall discuss learning seals later. Let us first address the matter at hand. I do not wish for anyone to know that you were involved in Yagura's demise. How fortuitous our thoughts align, Hozuki Mangetsu remarked softly, grasping the scroll on his person. Aside from Zabuza-senpai, I too wish for no more individuals to be privy to my intent to eliminate Yagura. The atmosphere fell into a tense stalemate. Yagura's death did not alter their opposition. Aside from the outsider, Momochi Zabuza, both Uehara Naraku and Hozuki Mangetsu sought to preserve their respective secrets. Uehara wished to prevent Uchiha Obito from discovering Kisame's betrayal. He needed Kisame to function as a spy. Hozuki Mangetsu, on the other hand, did not want anyone to know of his assassination attempt on Yagura, as he hailed from the Hozuki clan and aspired to inherit the title of Mizukichi. Kisame unsheathed his sword, the Samahata, and grinned. Lord Uehara, if the need arises to eliminate them, may I take action? Patience, Uehara waved his hand. He wished to first ascertain the reward for Yagura's death. Hidden task, unravel Uchiha Obito's conspiratorial control over Yagura. 11. Task completed. Reward, purification skill. Purification, remove all negative effects from oneself. Cooldown time, 210 seconds. Cost, none. Uehara gazed at this revelation with confusion. He had never noticed the existence of a hidden task. Feeling the completion was rather inexplicable. Did Yagura's demise also constitute the lifting of control? Nevertheless, the reward of the purification skill was undeniably substantial. From that moment on, he no longer had to fear being ensnared by the illusions of the Sharingan, avoiding the fate of being instantaneously defeated like Orochimaru or Kakashi. In addition, there were 2 ordinary side quests. Side quest, defeat the Three-Tails Isabu. 11. Task completed. Reward, skill spike defense. Spike defense enters a defensive stance, doubling life energy. During this time, any physical attacks from enemies will rebound half the damage back to them. The defensive stance lasts a minimum of 6 seconds, consuming 40 chakra points, with duration and chakra consumption being related, and a cooldown of 4 seconds. Having vanquished a turtle, one receives a turtle skill. Why not grant him a summoning contract directly? Nevertheless, the existence of spike defense significantly enhances his prowess in physical combat. The final task bestowed what could only be described as a rather useless skill, as a similar ninjutsu was also possessed by Uehara Naraku's companion, Kisame Hashigaki. Side quest, defeat the 4th Mizukichi Yagura. 11. Task completed. Reward, skill Roar of the Raging Tide. Roar of the Raging Tide summons a wave from beneath one's feet, sweeping away all enemies in front. The skill's range and chakra consumption are related, with a minimum consumption of 100 chakra points and a cooldown of 100 seconds. Is this not merely a water release ninjutsu? Uehara Naraku sighed, as beside him, Kisame could unleash a water release technique capable of demolishing a dam in a single breath. This skill could only be deemed a modest enhancement. Hey Mangetsu, what do you intend to do? Asked Momochi Zabuza as he planted his executioner's blade into the ground, murmuring, only the dead can keep secrets. But these 2 before us are no easy adversaries. We must ensure they remain silent. Mangetsu held a scroll in his hand and replied, Mizuki is still in the village. I do not wish for my brother to become a rogue ninja. Mentioning Mizuki caused Zabuza's expression to darken slightly, for that brat constantly clamored to seize the executioner's blade. Was this not an open declaration of intent to kill him in the future? Were it not for Mangetsu's protective presence, that loose-tongued Mizuki would have met his demise countless times by now. Kisame recognized the scroll held by Mangetsu and exclaimed, indeed. It belongs to the prodigy favored by the 7 ninja swords. Even my Samahata acknowledges you, Mangetsu. Was that the scroll capable of summoning the 7 swords? Uehara Naraku gazed curiously at the scroll in Mangetsu's possession and inquired, how many swords can he currently wield? From what I can see, it should be 4, Kisame replied. Well versed in the 7 ninja swords. Samahata is in my possession. The executioner's blade is with Zabuza. The lightning blade remains with the previous generation's defector, Kurohashi Raiga. The remaining 4 he can utilize fully. Oh, Uehara Naraku suddenly expressed interest. I have heard that one of the swords is named Exploding Blade Hobo, capable of summoning countless explosive tags. Is that blade among them? Although Uehara was oblivious to the mechanisms of this ninja blade, which might contain engravings or summoning explosive talismans, its mere capabilities were sufficiently enticing. This blade could undoubtedly be utilized in conjunction with the mutual explosive talismans. Uehara Naraku possessed the skill of mutual explosive talismans, and no matter how numerous the talismans were, they were still insufficient for his needs. If necessary, he could always gift it to Konan as an ornamental piece. Kakashi Kisame, unaware of Uehara Naraku's intentions, nodded and remarked, indeed, the explosive capability of the explosive blade splash is quite troublesome. Uehara Naraku's expression instantly turned serious. He crossed his arms and fixed his gaze on the unraveling scroll in the hands of Akatsuki's manji, coldly stating, "Then let him hand over the explosive blade splash." "I have taken a liking to that blade." Kakashi Kisame's expression turned somewhat peculiar, as if he recalled the dread of being dominated by Uehara Naraku's explosive talisman formation. However, now that he was aligned with Uehara, he chuckled and nodded. That blade indeed suits Lord Uehara. Unfortunately, it seems he is reluctant to hand it over directly. Uehara Naraku tightened his wrist and stepped closer to Akatsuki's manji, softly instructing Kisame, "I will take down Akatsuki's manji, Mr. Kisame. Could you handle that Zabuza fellow without any issues?" "Of course." Kakashi Kisame smiled confidently, suddenly tearing off the bandages from his sword, the Samahata, and continued with a playful tone, "It would be splendid if Lord Uehara could deal with Akatsuki's manji. After all, I have little confidence in being able to subdue that genius ninja from the village." Among the current 3 ninja swordsmen of the Mist Village, although their true strengths had never been debated, they were all somewhat aware that in a direct confrontation, Zabuza's abilities were likely the weakest. As for Kakashi Kisame and Akatsuki's manji, they had seldom interacted, and the 13-year-old Akatsuki's manji had yet to experience any defeats. Despite never truly facing an adversary with seriousness in each mission, he effortlessly overcame any foe, regardless of their strength. Thus, Akatsuki's manji was often regarded as the most enigmatic genius of the Mist Village, a prodigy whose true capabilities remained forever unknown. The opponent Akatsuki's manji was to face was equally intriguing. Kakashi Kisame had never discerned just how much power Uehara concealed, since Uehara always exhibited unwavering confidence. Whether confronting Uchiha Obito or the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, Kakashi Kisame playfully turned his head to gaze at his assigned adversary. "Over there are 2 ninjas whose true strength has never been tested in battle. Whom do you support? Zabuza? Humph, the only person I support is myself." Zabuza Momochi charged toward Kakashi Kisame, wielding his decapitating sword, igniting the flames of an internal conflict among the 7 ninja swordsmen. The clash of swordsmanship between Zabuza Momochi and Kakashi Kisame was far less intense than the battle between Uehara Naraku and Akatsuki's manji, not at all resembling the skirmishes of mere 12 or 13-year-olds. Akatsuki's manji delivered a swift strike with his blade, leaving a deep trench in the earth. Yet the blade collided with a yellow circular defense net. It was precisely the defensive stance of Uehara that enveloped his physique, with spikes protruding at the intersections of the mesh. Was this all he could muster? A smirk graced Uehara's lips. The newly acquired skill of spike defense, earned from vanquishing the 3 tails, was sufficient to withstand the enemy's blade techniques in this confrontation, provided he did not encounter Might Guy from the Hidden Leaf Village. His physical prowess could contend evenly with most current ninjas. As he observed the smile on Uehara's face, Hozuki Mangetsu twisted his wrist, and a vapor emanated from the eyes of his Hiramakiri, enveloping the entire blade. "Release Hiramakiri," Hozuki Mangetsu commanded coldly, and the blade struck towards Uehara. With the utterance of his words, a sphere of chakra coalesced from the Hiramakiri and struck Uehara, sending him hurtling through the air. Yet, this singular technique was insufficient. Hozuki Mangetsu swiftly retracted his hand, unfurling a nearby summoning scroll, and raised his finger. Summoning technique, Dull Knife Slash. The appearance of Dull Knife Slash was rather peculiar. One end resembling an axe, while the other resembled a hammer. Hozuki Mangetsu leaped forward, one hand gripping the blade as it cleaved into Uehara's form. With his other hand, he lifted the hammer and struck forcefully upon the back of the blade. Dull Knife Slash was reputed to breach any defense, as it combined 2 forces upon impact with the enemy. Clang! Dull Knife Slash once again collided with the yellow circular defensive mesh. However, this time, Uehara's body was propelled backward by the force, struggling to endure the compounded strength. Hozuki Mangetsu also suffered from the backlash of spike defense, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. "Is this blade not excessively noisy?" Uehara rose, brushing off the dirt from his attire, disregarding his waning energy, and pointed at the Dull Knife Slash in Hozuki Mangetsu's grasp. "The hammer and axe do not complement each other. A scythe would be the true ideal." "What?" Hozuki Mangetsu gazed at Uehara in bewilderment, dismissing his nonsensical remarks, still reeling from the astonishment of Uehara's defensive technique. What exactly was that yellow circular mesh? Could Dull Knife Slash not obliterate his defense? The dull knife slash in Hozuki Mangetsu's hand dissipated into smoke as he swiftly unfurled the scroll, summoning another blade. Long knife stitch. This is not what I desired. Uehara's voice reached Hozuki Mangetsu's ears, and he suddenly dashed to the side of his adversary, aiming a kick to send the weapon from his grasp flying. The long knife in Hozuki Mangetsu's hand rose abruptly, evading Uehara's assault, and the wire behind the long knife stitch ensnared Uehara's ankle. Humph, this time you shall not escape. Hozuki Mangetsu hurled the long knife stitch, the sharp, slender blade embedding deeply into a large tree, the wire coiling around to bind Uehara tightly to the trunk. Truly, he was a prodigious ninja, mastering the 7 ninja swords. Each peculiar and bizarre ninja blade, Gozo Mitsuki can wield with remarkable flair, utilizing them at the most opportune moments. As he gazed upon the bound Uehara Naraku, he extended his left hand and murmured, "Water release, great water arm technique." At that instant, Gozo's arm visibly thickened. This was a secret technique of the Gozo clan, capable of concentrating all bodily moisture into the arm, thereby augmenting the strength of his wrist. Casting a glance at the battlefield across from him, he noticed Momochi Zabuza lurking in the mist, entangled with Kisame Hashigaki, and it seemed the use of a ninja blade was not immediately necessary. "Zabuza-senpai, may I borrow your decapitation blade for a moment?" After swiftly forming hand seals, Gozo spread his palm wide. Summoning technique, decapitation blade. "Take it, you brat." Zabuza cursed from his concealed position in the mist, yet ultimately refrained from voicing any dissent, silently observing the clash between Uehara and Gozo. Despite their tender age of 12 or 13, these two youngsters, devoid of powerful ninjutsu, engaged in a brutal exchange of physical prowess. Each time Zabuza believed Uehara was on the brink of defeat, Uehara would effortlessly recover after employing a defensive technique, nonchalantly dusting himself off to stand again. Meanwhile, Gozo, who had taken the initiative, had sustained considerable internal injuries. That boy, Uehara Naraku, exhibited an astonishingly formidable defensive skill. What could possibly instill such a profound fear of death in this child? While his offensive ninjutsu lacked potency, his mastery of defensive techniques was remarkable. Now that Gozo had once more seized an opportunity for victory, Zabuza would undoubtedly lend his support, especially for just a single use of the decapitation blade. Only the decapitation blade could sever all. Yet, recalling Uehara's enigmatic technique, Zabuza cautioned loudly, "Be careful. This fellow seems capable of employing an utterly impervious defensive ninjutsu, even stronger than that previous yellow technique." However, Zabuza's warning came too late. Seizing the rare opportunity after summoning the decapitation blade, Gozo struck decisively at Uehara's head. A resplendent golden barrier emerged from Uehara's form. The golden light caught Gozo's eye and reflected off the sharp, smooth decapitation blade into the gaze of both Kisame and Zabuza. As ninjas who had battled Uehara Naraku, they understood the formidable strength of that golden shield. An involuntary thought crossed their minds. Gozo Mitsuki, that little brat, is doomed. The 7 ninja swordsmen are about to be defeated by Uehara. Bathed in golden radiance, Uehara faced the decapitation blade with unwavering resolve. Beyond the invincible barrier of holy judgment, he established an additional layer of yellow spiked defense, meeting the blade's edge directly. Bang! Countless shards of metal flew through the air as the moonlight shone brightly. Hozuki Mangetsu wielded his beheading sword, only to encounter an immense force of backlash the moment it met the first layer of defense set by Uehara Naraku. The blade of the sword was utterly shattered. If the sharp blade sustained such damage, Mangetsu's condition was even more dire. He was thrown back by the recoil. Coughing up blood as a talented ninja from the hidden mist village, his bones likely fractured in multiple places. Uehara Naraku opened her eyes, gazing down upon the injured Mangetsu lying on the ground, tilting her head slightly and remarking, "Huh, I haven't even made a move, and yet you have already fallen?" Mangetsu turned his head to glance at the remnants of his sword, now reduced to merely its hilt, causing him to question whether he had fallen victim to an illusion. However, the urgency of the situation left no room for doubt. Water release, water transformation. With a series of hand seals, Mangetsu's body abruptly transformed into a splash of water, utilizing his family's secret technique to swiftly merge with the nearby lake. In mere moments, he re-emerged from the water, his form restored. Within the span of a few seconds, he had completely healed, with no trace of wounds or blood remaining. Although the chakra expenditure was considerable, Mangetsu's body was now entirely rejuvenated. The water transformation technique was nothing short of miraculous. This technique resembled the snake sage's substitution jutsu, allowing one to restore their entire physical state by consuming a vast amount of chakra. Uehara Naraku regarded Mangetsu with admiration. Unable to suppress her thoughts, if you possessed a top-tier bloodline from the ninja world, you might very well become a genius ninja capable of rivaling Uchiha Itachi. This sentiment reflected Uehara's genuine opinion. At just 13 years of age, Mangetsu had mastered the family's water transformation technique to an impressive degree, granting him immunity to physical attacks and the ability to heal himself, while also excelling in swordsmanship. Furthermore, he wielded every special ninja blade from the hidden mist village with the grace of an extension of his own arm, rendering him more powerful than the average jounin in the ninja world. It is only fitting that he be recognized as the heir of a prestigious ninja clan. In certain respects, Mangetsu bore striking similarities to Uchiha Itachi. Both were 13 and heirs to prominent ninja clans in major countries, destined to face tragic fates in the annals of ninja history. Would Itachi, the S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha, meet the same untimely demise due to illness? Mangetsu cast a perplexed glance at Uehara, puzzled as to why she suddenly mentioned Uchiha Itachi's name. The prowess of that S-rank rogue was indeed formidable. Recently, during Itachi and Kiba Juzu's infiltration of the Land of Water, it was rumored that they had severely injured the Four Tails Jinchuriki, causing quite a stir within the village. This incident was precisely why Yagura had retreated from the Hidden Mist village to recuperate here, and it also spurred the ambitions of Momochi Zabuza to assassinate Yagura. Consequently, the Hidden Mist village had begun discreetly gathering information on him. As the full moon illuminated the night, Kazuki Mangetsu recalled the infamous bounty notices circulating in the ninja world, along with certain rumors he had heard. He shook his head and declared, "I would never resort to killing my own kin or torturing my brother." Uehara Naraku chuckled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further, finding the situation somewhat amusing. Was it true that every ninja with a younger brother in the ninja world was excessively protective? A smile graced Uehara Naraku's face as she ventured, "If you were to surrender now, I might consider sparing your brother's life." After saying this, she theatrically pressed her temples and continued with a playful tone, Let me think. His name is Kazuki Suigetsu, and he should be 8 years old this year, correct?" A flash of anger crossed Kazuki Mangetsu's face. The usually unflappable genius of the hidden mist clenched his fists, the sound echoing ominously. With a serious expression, he warned Uehara Naraku, "If anyone dares to mention harming Suigetsu, I will fight to the bitter end." It appeared Uehara Naraku's suspicions were confirmed. The smile on her face widened, as it seemed she had discovered a means to ensnare Kazuki Mangetsu. He was indeed a brotherly protector. What a waste it would be to let such a talented ninja remain in the Hidden Mist village, destined for a slow demise. Instead of joining the Akatsuki organization dedicated to love and peace. The thought was rather amusing. During a meeting at the Akatsuki base, Uehara Naraku confidently asserted that he could recruit Kisame Hoshigaki into their ranks, while Konan advised him to prioritize his own safety over the mission. If he were to bring back the last 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen from the Hidden Mist, it would be a significant accomplishment, wouldn't it? At the very least, a confrontation would be necessary. How did Pain and Konan initially gather their forces when they started out? Wasn't it through intimidation and a good beating that they gradually formed their legendary ninja ensemble? The smile on Uehara Naraku's face deepened, filled with provocation. "But even if you fight with all your might, it will be futile. I shall first eliminate you, then your brother." To bolster his persuasion, Uehara Naraku continued his analysis. If the news of the 4th Mizuki's demise were to spread, the Hidden Mist would undoubtedly descend into chaos. In such circumstances, eliminating your brother would hardly be a daunting task. Scoundrel! Kazuki Mangetsu, aware that the young ninja before him sought to provoke him, could not contain his fury when it concerned Kazuki Suigetsu. "Abandon your unrealistic fantasies. I will slay you here." With that, Kazuki Mangetsu unleashed his wrath, transforming into a colossal water figure, delivering a devastating punch towards Uehara Naraku. Boom! The splash of water erupted. The water giant's fist collided with Uehara Naraku. The tremendous force almost instantaneously causing the ground to cave in, and a deluge of water surged forth, submerging the earth. Could the water transformation technique truly achieve such magnitude? Naru Uehara emerged from the water, floating gracefully in the air as she gazed intently at the colossal water entity before her, slowly extending her arms. Alas, there exists no ninjutsu that is insurmountable. Every technique harbors its own vulnerabilities. For instance, the water transformation secret technique of your clan, the Kirigakure, is particularly susceptible to lightning-style ninjutsu. Upon hearing Uehara's words, the water entity, embodied by the formidable Goko Mangetsu, momentarily paused, its enormous hands beginning to form a seal. The water surging from the ground cascaded upwards along the entity's form, only to fall in torrents through its fingers, resembling a magnificent waterfall. Goko Mangetsu's voice resonated from within the water entity, coldly declaring, "You shall have no opportunity to unleash your water-style ninjutsu." Great exploding water colliding wave. A torrent of water erupted from the entity's mouth, surging towards Naru Uehara, the spray frothing and composing a vast sphere of water that ensnared her. As Uehara surveyed her drenched garments, preparing to break free from the water sphere, she suddenly sensed a drastic reduction in the water's density surrounding her, constricting her very form. Goko Mangetsu had completely merged with the water. In the ninja world, every water-style ninja employing the great exploding water colliding wave, a technique capable of altering the terrain yet exceedingly taxing on chakra, does so because they possess complementary offensive strategies. For instance, Senju Hashirama would follow the technique with a wave-riding strike, attacking from beneath the water. Or the formidable Kisame Hashigaki would transition into his shark skin form to assault opponents while submerged. Goko Mangetsu, utilizing the great exploding water colliding wave, aimed to synergize with the water transformation technique. Within the enormous spherical water domain, each droplet was a fragment of his being. Every droplet was under his command. Goko Mangetsu had mastered his family's water transformation secret technique to perfection. It was no wonder he had the audacity to appear here. In this current state, defeating a Jinchuriki would surely be within his grasp. Unfortunately, he had misjudged his opponent. Uehara's gaze suddenly turned icy as she raised her palm. "Then allow me to demonstrate my lightning-style ninjutsu." Lightning-style, Thunder Prison. A tempest of thunderclouds materialized. A sly smile graced Uehara's lips as the chakra within her surged rapidly into the storm, causing its size to swell almost instantaneously. "Let me see where you are hiding." As soon as Uehara's words fell, the storm enveloped the massive water sphere, arcs of lightning dancing within. One bolt of lightning streaked down from the clouds, striking a specific point in the water, where Goko Mangetsu's visage faintly emerged. Goko Mangetsu could only brace himself against this strike, his head gradually becoming visible. A look of incredulity upon his face. He had not observed any hand seals. However, time did not permit Goko Mangetsu to be distracted. Outside the Thunder Prison storm, a layer of arcing lightning roved about, coalescing into an isolated cage, within which lightning incessantly descended. Bolt after bolt struck Goko Mangetsu. The potency of the ninjutsu was not overwhelmingly fierce. As he passively endured the assault of the lightning, he lowered his head to continue his analysis. But is this technique of a persistent nature? Moreover, the frequency of the attacks was alarmingly high. Within mere seconds, Akatsuki Mangetsu was forced to relinquish his hydration state. This flaw in the hydration technique of the Akatsuki clan became evident once confronted with lightning. The body could not achieve full hydration and would inevitably reveal itself. The enormous spherical water orb, having completely lost Akatsuki Mangetsu's chakra, transformed into cascading waves that flowed into the lake, unveiling the figures of Uehara Naraku and Akatsuki Mangetsu. Water release, water prison technique. Just as the massive water sphere was on the verge of dissipating, Akatsuki Mangetsu swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing his defensive ninjutsu. The water pooled on the ground surged upward, forming a hollow water prison that enveloped Akatsuki Mangetsu, shielding him from the lightning that rained down amid the storm clouds. Lightning struck relentlessly upon the water prison. Uehara Naraku approached Akatsuki Mangetsu step by step, observing his expression through the water prison, ultimately deciding to tentatively offer a proposition. "Do you wish to preserve your brother's life? If you surrender to me now and join our organization, I shall grant you and your brother a chance to live." Akatsuki Mangetsu lifted his gaze to the vast storm clouds above, his thoughts gradually sinking into a profound silence. Should he perish here, his 8-year-old brother, Akatsuki Mizuki, would undoubtedly find it impossible to survive in the cannibalistic village of Kirigakure. Yet, He bore the weight of the family's aspiration for revival. After a moment, Akatsuki Mangetsu slowly raised his head and addressed Uehara Naraku. The Akatsuki clan participated in the founding of Kirigakure. Our ancestor, Akatsuki Kage, even served as the second Mizukage. Oh, I am aware of him, Uehara Naraku replied, shrugging. It is said that the second Mizukage led the Kirigakure forces in a failed assault on the Land of Fire, only to turn and attack the Land of Earth, resulting in mutual destruction with the second Tsuchikage. Furthermore, their remains were buried together before being exhumed by a grave robber named Yakushi Kabuto. Uehara Naraku suddenly smiled and softly remarked, "What relevance does your lineage bear to your surrender? Our organization also includes ninjas from the Uchiha clan. The Akatsuki clan does not seem particularly noble in comparison, does it? Not noble at all." Akatsuki Mangetsu furrowed his brow, his expression wavering. The Akatsuki clan consists solely of myself and Mizuki. I bear the heavy responsibility of revitalizing our clan. I cannot become a rogue ninja. It's not merely a matter of choice, but a matter of fear. If I, as the elder brother, were to become a rogue ninja, how could my brother Akatsuki Mizuki survive in Kirigakure? Surely he would be killed. As Akatsuki Mangetsu spoke, he proposed another solution. If possible, I am willing to establish a superior subordinate relationship with you, even providing you with intelligence from within the village. Akatsuki Mangetsu genuinely worried for his brother. For that reason, he was even prepared to violate his ninja code and become Uehara Naraku's spy within Kirigakure. Should Akatsuki Mangetsu ascend to the position of Mizukage, Uehara could potentially usurp Uchiha Obito to become the new puppet master of Kirigakure. However, with Akatsuki Mangetsu's fate destined to end before the age of 17, was it prudent to leave him in Kirigakure to await his demise? Moreover, Uehara Naraku himself possesses no illusionary abilities. What means does he have to restrain Akatsuki Mangetsu? This fellow's heart is solely occupied with thoughts of his brother and the revival of their clan, while other matters are of little concern to Akatsuki Mangetsu. Wait a moment. Brother? Uehara Naraku suddenly recalled another pair of uniquely bonded siblings within the ninja world, and with a light laugh directed at Akatsuki Mangetsu, he inquired, "Do you believe your brother could surpass you? I have a method. Would you care to hear it?" "What method?" Akatsuki Mangetsu instinctively raised his head. As an elder brother, he certainly harbors deep conviction that his brother will inevitably exceed him. Uehara Naraku remarked, "What if your brother were to become a ninja seeking vengeance against you?" A malicious smile crept across his face. Might he not grow at an astonishing rate, ultimately becoming a member of the Akatsuki clan? Perhaps he could even aspire to become the fifth Mizukage in the future. After a fleeting moment of confusion, Akatsuki Mangetsu shook his head, stating, "With only Suigetsu remaining in the blood mist, he cannot survive. Many in the village harbor hostility towards the Akatsuki clan. Then entrust him to someone trustworthy," Uehara Naraku suggested softly, recalling the brown-haired Kunoichi who had once shared cookies with him. "Now that I have eliminated Yagura, the blood mist will soon come to an end, right? Consider a way to entrust your brother to that Kunoichi from Kirigakure, Terumi Mei. Do you think she would care for him well?" Terumi Mei, the woman with a less than favorable gaze, seems quite fond of nurturing the younger generation of Kirigakure, as evidenced by her attentive care towards Chojuro, the third successor of the sword, Hiramakiri. Terumi Mei? Akatsuki Mangetsu's eyes brightened momentarily, yet he hesitated. While she indeed looks after the village's juniors, she is already 23 this year. She will likely marry soon. Oh, only 23? Uehara Naraku recalled Terumi Mei's youthful and vibrant appearance when she had gifted him cookies, yet this did not hinder him from proclaiming, "Rest assured, even if she were 32, she would still remain unmarried." To bolster his persuasiveness, Uehara Naraku continued, "Terumi Mei's dual Kekkei Genkai is exceedingly formidable. Surely no one in Kirigakure would dare to marry her?" "Your argument holds merit." Akatsuki Mangetsu found himself nodding unconsciously. Many shinobi who admired Terumi Mei abandoned their pursuits upon witnessing her combat style. Now, she finds herself without suitors. Some gossipy men in the village have remarked that rather than hoping for Terumi Mei's marriage, it would be more plausible to expect her to become the Mizukage. Akatsuki Mangetsu, however, did not dwell on Terumi Mei. His thoughts were firmly fixed on his brother. He earnestly regarded Uehara, imploring, "Please, tell me how I might enable Suigetsu to grow stronger." His current ambition of surpassing Zabuza is rather short-sighted. Akatsuki Mangetsu's greatest dissatisfaction with his brother, Suigetsu, stems from the fact that he has set his sights on surpassing the legendary Zabuza Momochi. Kisame Hoshigaki believed that as long as Suigetsu Hozuki inherited a certain sword of the ninja, his prowess would undoubtedly surpass that of Zabuza Momochi. This ambition, however, appeared rather ludicrous. While it was indeed a candid observation, voicing it in this context seemed rather inappropriate, especially with the other party still present. Zabuza, entangled in a struggle with the mist technique and Kisame, could no longer contain himself upon hearing Kisame's words, exclaiming, "Hey, Hozuki, what do you mean by that?" Before Kisame could respond, the corner of Kisame's mouth twisted into a smirk as he extended the hilt of his sword towards a location shrouded in mist, declaring, "Shark skin flying chain slash." Caught off guard, Zabuza, without his signature sword, could only watch helplessly as he was cleaved from the fog, crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. An awkward silence enveloped the air. Observing this scene, Kisame raised his hands in a gesture of resignation, saying, "Apologies, Zabuza-senpai, I did not intend to offend, but your strength is indeed somewhat lacking." Zabuza shot him a venomous glare, then turned his gaze towards the ground, where only the hilt of his beheaded sword remained, coldly retorting, "Isn't it you, you brat, who borrowed my beheading sword?" Kisame countered, "Even if Zabuza-senpai had the beheading sword, your chances of defeating Kisame-senpai would not exceed 30%, would they? You wretch, are you implying that I cannot defeat you, even without my sword? Your chances of overcoming me are exceedingly slim." In mere moments, the fragile alliance between Kisame and Zabuza shattered, sparking a heated quarrel between them. "Enough," Nehru Uehara interjected impatiently, surveying the assembly and fixing her gaze on Kisame and Zabuza. "You two have already lost. Will you join me in the Akatsuki? Or shall I bury your bodies in your homeland?" It was clear to all present that both Zabuza and Kisame had lost their autonomy. Their only choice was to surrender with some semblance of dignity. Zabuza wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and scoffed. "My goal is to eliminate Yagura and bring an end to the blood mist. Since that objective has been achieved, I shall accompany you to this organization called Akatsuki." Such words were indeed spoken with a hint of subtlety. Kisame, unlike Zabuza, who seemed unburdened, took a more direct approach, stating his demands. "If you can truly fulfill your promise and revive the Hozuki clan, I shall comply with any request you make." "Very well," Uehara replied, her smile barely contained. However, she did not overcommit, responding merely, "If your brother is truly as useless as you suggest, Suigetsu's potential surpasses even my own." Kisame, brimming with confidence, proclaimed, "With proper guidance, Suigetsu will undoubtedly surpass all his predecessors, becoming the strongest ninja in the Hozuki clan." This declaration, once uttered, left Uehara feeling somewhat uncertain. As Uehara was acutely aware, the Hozuki clan lacked formidable bloodlines, and the shinobi world, with the notable exception of that esteemed individual from Konoha, placed great emphasis on lineage. Uehara Naraku sighed, glancing at Hozuki Mangetsu, and remarked, "Let us tentatively try my method. The rest shall be left to fate. At the very least, you can establish a more ambitious goal for your younger brother, urging him to strive tirelessly to catch up with you." "I understand." Hozuki Mangetsu gritted his teeth, seemingly resolved in his decision. This year, his younger brother, Hozuki Suigetsu, had turned 8 and was performing admirably at the Ninja Academy in Kirigakure, even eligible to apply for early graduation. Mangetsu had long harbored concerns. If Suigetsu were not properly guided, he might drift aimlessly down the misguided path of Momochi Zabuza. Such thoughts were best left unspoken, lest they incite calamity. Uehara Naraku deftly climbed atop a tree trunk, proclaiming, "Since you have earnestly surrendered to me, I shall graciously accept your submission." Upon hearing Uehara's words, the expressions of Momochi Zabuza and Hozuki Mangetsu visibly darkened. The individual they sought to ally with possessed an intimidating strength and, alas, an intelligence that seemed woefully lacking. At that moment, Uehara's countenance was not particularly bright either. As he cast a helpless glance at Hozuki Mangetsu, having received the most dismal defeat reward in history. Side quest, defeat Hozuki Mangetsu, 11, reward, 100 gold. Although Hozuki Mangetsu was an undeniably formidable ninja, Uehara believed that overcoming him would be even more challenging than defeating the fourth Mizukichi. Perhaps due to Mangetsu's untimely demise and his limited appearances in the shinobi world, few had taken notice of him, leading the system to issue the bare minimum of task rewards. Was this truly akin to begging for alms? Nevertheless, The spoils of vanquishing Hozuki Mangetsu were not confined to a mere 100 gold coins, for Uehara also noted the completion of another task. Side quest: defeat the 7 ninja swordsmen, 67. Reward: unknown. Uehara had not anticipated that the task of defeating the 7 ninja swordsmen would count Hozuki Mangetsu's possession of 4 swords as 4 individual targets. The final target required to complete this side quest was likely the first-generation member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, known as the Thunderblade, who had formerly wielded the Raijin blade and betrayed his comrades, as mentioned by Kisame Hashigaki. When Uehara chanced upon another task, his eyelids involuntarily twitched and his expression soured. Side quest: acquire 3 subordinates, 23. Reward: unknown. At present, the 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen in Kirigakure were nominally Uehara's subordinates. Kisame Hashigaki was the first ninja to pledge his loyalty to him. But who would be the second? No. It was more pertinent to question whether either Momochi Zabuza or Hozuki Mangetsu genuinely wished to align with him. Uehara Naraku was not particularly concerned about who the second loyal subordinate would be. Rather, he was more intrigued by the identity of the individual who remained steadfastly unwilling to submit. This, it seemed, would be quite simple to ascertain, for Uehara had discerned the final task. Side quest: to possess 2 subordinates with shadow-level chakra power. The task has been completed, rewarding 1,000 gold coins. This mission unequivocally demonstrates that the second choice to ally with Uehara Naraku is a ninja endowed with shadow-level chakra. There is no need for further contemplation. Who among those present is the weakest? Uehara Naraku's gaze swept over the moonlit Hozuki, and he could not help but marvel at the fact that he is indeed someone whom even Kisame cannot see through. At merely 13, Hozuki Mangetsu possesses shadow-level chakra. It is no wonder he met his demise so early. Surely, living would have overshadowed others too much. Uehara Naraku's gaze gradually settled upon Momochi Zabuza. This man has always harbored his own ambitions, yet his strength does not align with his aspirations. Uehara tilted his head, contemplating whether to take Zabuza back as an accessory or to dig a grave for him right here. Youngster, your gaze is rather perilous. Zabuza felt a surge of alarm at Uehara Naraku's look and instinctively reached for the kunai at his waist. Why does Uehara Naraku regard him with such a dangerous demeanor, as if he wishes to bury him at any moment? No. Uehara Naraku shook his head, withdrawing his gaze to look at the corpse of Yagura on the ground. He murmured, I was merely pondering whose responsibility the trouble of killing the 4th Mizukage should fall upon. Coincidentally, your ambition was to eliminate Yagura, correct? Are you still afraid of this? Zabuza cast a disdainful glance at him and replied coldly, If you are concerned about being pursued by the hidden mist village, I can inform others that I was the one who killed Yagura. Just as Uehara Naraku anticipated, Zabuza verbally acquiesced to him, yet naturally, he begrudged the notion of a mere child being his new superior. As for the matter of killing the 4th Mizukage, it posed no trouble for Zabuza. Rather, it could be immensely advantageous. Yagura had transformed the hidden mist village into a land of blood mist, and his reputation there was far from favorable. Many ninjas feared his identity as Mizukage and his formidable strength, harboring deep resentment towards his blood mist policies. In the eyes of these individuals, Zabuza would emerge as a true hero. Uehara Naraku recognized this as well, smiling at Zabuza and nodding. This is not merely a hassle. Once your deed of slaying Yagura spreads, I am certain many ninjas within the hidden mist village will secretly support you. Yes? Humph. Zabuza grunted, offering no response, surprised that his subtle intentions had been so swiftly uncovered by Uehara Naraku. To be frank, he indeed planned to leverage Yagura's assassination to shed the blood mist stigma and return to the land of water as a hero. Perhaps even to covertly seize control within the hidden mist village. Uehara Naraku was indifferent to this matter. Kisame also did not mind, among those present. Only he and Uehara knew that Yagura was merely a puppet under control. Lord Uehara. The moonlight cast a glow as Hozuki Mangetsu furrowed his brow, casting an irritable glance at Momochi Zabuza. In a hushed tone, he remarked, If Zabuza bears too many burdens, will it jeopardize our plans? Mizuki currently harbors great admiration for his decapitation blade. Uehara Naraku, with a perplexed expression, inquired, What do you mean? Perhaps we should eliminate Zabuza. A menacing aura enveloped Hozuki Mangetsu, his sharp teeth bared in a fierce demeanor as he coldly retorted, Perfect. I could wield the decapitation blade myself. You think you can kill me? Zabuza replied, undeterred. The two former allies erupted in yet another quarrel. Uehara was uncertain whether Hozuki Mangetsu's jealousy stemmed from Zabuza's standing in Mizuki's heart or his desire for the decapitation blade. However, such a hasty intention to turn against a comrade was rather deplorable, even for the 7 ninja swordsmen, whose moral compass had always been questionable. Only the likes of Kisame Hashigaki remained trustworthy. Enough, Kisame declared, as he kicked the now hiltless decapitation blade towards Zabuza with a light chuckle. Zabuza, go repair your blade and carry the corpse of Lord Mizuki. Uehara, where shall we head next? Kiri village, Uehara Naraku responded, surveying the group before issuing commands. Zabuza, announce to Kiri that you have slain the 4th Mizukage, Hozuki Mangetsu. Tend to your own affairs. Kisame, and I will await your return outside Kiri village tonight. Understood. Got it. Both Zabuza and Mangetsu affirmed before vanishing in an instant, leaving only Kisame standing behind Uehara. Kisame watched Uehara's retreating figure and complimented, today, Lord Uehara's displayed strength seems to have grown even more formidable. Is that so? Uehara replied, somewhat bashfully, reluctant to admit his reliance on external aids. Something that straightforward individuals like Kisame could hardly comprehend. It was also challenging to fathom the existence of the so-called grind in the ninja world. Kisame chuckled, dismissing Uehara's humility, and continued, at your age, Lord Uehara, you will undoubtedly grow stronger, perhaps even surpass the demigod of rain, Hanzo the Salamander. Hanzo, you say? Uehara couldn't help but laugh. Come on, Kisame. Using him as an example is a jab at my strength, isn't it? Kisame shook his head with a smile, but then turned serious. No. Your power is beyond my understanding. I cannot fathom what that man, Uchiha Obito, is thinking, daring to stand against you. Obito? Uehara cautioned softly, Kisame. Do not underestimate him simply because he is not the true Uchiha Madara. In many ways, Obito is far more troublesome than Madara. Is that so? Kisame pondered for a moment before suddenly grinning. I believe I now understand how to regain his trust. But how should I explain that Lord Uehara wishes to spare my life? Uehara Naraku contemplated for a moment and devised a rationale. Let it be known that I am merely an intern striving to become an official member of Akatsuki. After all, my mission in the Land of Water is to entice you to join us. Understood. Kisame Hashigaki smirked slightly. Let us proceed. First, accompany me to fetch someone. Uehara Naraku recalled his earlier arrangement to await the retrieval of White, and now that there was no need to assist the likes of Momochi Zabuza, it was only fitting to take White along. The journey in the Land of Water had been relatively smooth. All intended tasks were accomplished, even exceeding expectations in some respects. The only vexation remained. Where was Uchiha Obito? Surely, he was not perpetually pursuing Kakashi Hatake? Uehara Naraku's suspicions were confirmed. Uchiha Obito had indeed been tracking the whereabouts of Kakashi Hatake and Rin Noera. As dusk descended, Kakashi and Rin sought refuge in the wooded outskirts of the hidden mist village. Kakashi surmised that Obito must still linger near the village, scheming vengeance for Rin. However, Rin viewed Obito as a cunning strategist, intent on eliminating them, and persistently urged Kakashi to flee the Land of Water. Nevertheless, Kakashi, determined to uncover the truth from Obito and return to Konohagakure with answers, could not yield. Analyzing the information gleaned from Rin, he felt as though his dear friend had significantly enhanced her intellect. Indeed, people are capable of growth. Rin nudged Kakashi's shoulder and pointed down at the flickering flames engulfing the hidden mist village, exclaiming, Kakashi, it appears that something has transpired in the village. The clamor of battle reverberated even to their elevated perch. Kakashi's expression tightened with concern. Disregarding his injuries, he resolved to investigate the village. It could be Obito's doing. I must ascertain the situation. He will kill you. Rin grasped his arm tightly. Kakashi remained silent for a moment, gradually extricating himself from Rin's grip, and bowed his head. Even if Obito intends to slay me, I must unearth the truth from him. Why? If Obito refuses to return to the village due to Rin's demise, would he seek to end the lives of Minato and Kushina? A metallic scent lingered in the air. The tumult in the hidden mist village startled many. The 4th Mizukage, Yagura, and the 7 ninja swordsmen were absent from the village, resulting in its vulnerability. A horde of bone-clawed ninjas surged in, wreaking havoc. These ninjas hailed from the Kagaya clan of the Land of Water, possessing the cursed bloodline of the deceased and a predilection for brutality. having long sought to conquer the hidden mist village. The Kagaya clan's assault on the village this night was no mere coincidence. They had previously received news of Yagura being gravely wounded by Uchiha Itachi, and, that very evening, learned of his assassination attempt, prompting the clan leader to finally unleash an offensive against the hidden mist village. However, the Kagaya clan's advance was swiftly thwarted, as Ao promptly organized the village's ninjas to counter the Kagaya onslaught. In the face of the hidden mist village's formidable ninja forces, the mere few hundred Kagaya clan members stood no chance of victory, ultimately failing even to effect an escape. The entire Kagaya clan was swiftly annihilated by the mist ninjas, save for a small boy named Kagaya Kimimaro. All the bodies of the clan's ninjas were heaped together. The mist ninjas finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Just as they intended to bury the corpses, another diminutive body fell among the pile like a rag. The mist ninjas were taken aback. Upon closer inspection of the petite corpse, their faces turned pale, and they gasped in horror. Lord Mizukichi. It is the fourth Mizukichi. Someone has slain Lord Mizukichi. Quickly, inform Elder Genji that Lord Mizukichi has been murdered. Regardless of their sentiments toward the blood mist policy or their feelings of respect or disdain for the fourth Mizukichi, Yagura was ultimately the leader of the mist village. However, the body of this Mizukichi had been cast aside, laid before a group of mist ninjas, undoubtedly inciting a tempest of anger and humiliation among them. Was this a brazen insult? Silence. Cease the clamor. A cold voice interrupted the tumult. As Zabuza Momochi leaped onto a mound, lifting his executioner's blade and pointing it at Yagura's corpse, coldly stating, "I killed Yagura. Do you have any objections?" Zabuza, that is Lord Mizukichi. Zabuza, why did you slay the Mizukichi? Upon hearing the inquiries from the gathered mist ninjas, Zabuza scanned the crowd, casually cleaning his ears, and replied, "Because I despise this village shrouded in blood mist, I eliminated Yagura, that worthless fool." Zabuza, a blue-haired ninja, broke through the crowd, gazing up at Zabuza on the mound with gritted teeth, demanding, "Are you planning to defect?" Indeed, Zabuza scoffed, staring back at the questioning ninja, and suddenly countered, "Ao. Who do you think leaked the information to that mindless Kagaya clan when they attacked the village?" The information had indeed been disseminated by Zabuza himself. Moreover, prior to his assassination attempt on the fourth Mizukichi Yagura, he had informed the Kagaya clan of Yagura's impending assassination, primarily to secure his own escape from the mist ninjas' pursuit in the event of a failed attempt. Now, it mattered little. The assault by the Kagaya clan conveniently assembled the mist ninjas, allowing Zabuza to boldly proclaim his success in slaying Yagura. As for whether he could make a successful escape, there was a defector among the 7 ninja swordsmen within the village, and outside, there were allies waiting, including Uehara Naraku and Kisame Hoshigaki. Did you leak the information? Ao's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly as he commanded, "All ninjas, apprehend Zabuza? We cannot allow this scoundrel to escape the mist." "Humph, just you lot." Zabuza disdainfully glanced at the throng below, leaping onto a tall building, declaring loudly, "Ao, do you think I am the only one planning to defect?" As Zabuza's words echoed, a torrent of water suddenly surged from atop a high building, instantly sweeping away a multitude of mist ninjas. Seizing the opportunity created by others, Hide no Hikari swiftly vanished from the gaze of the many mist ninjas, escaping his homeland. Meanwhile, atop the tall building where the water release technique had been unleashed, Mizukichi Terumi Mei stood by the window, retracting her fingers from their hand seals. She turned to speak softly, "Senior Terumi Mei, after I leave the village, I entrust Suigetsu to your care. Must it be this way?" Terumi Mei gazed down at the unconscious Suigetsu in her arms, continuing in a hushed tone, "If you proceed like this, he will harbor resentment towards you for a lifetime." Moments prior, Hide no Hikari had suddenly brought her here, handing over the unconscious Suigetsu and revealing his plan of defection, which was, in truth, a guise for espionage. With all plans laid out and having inflicted pain upon his own brother, Hide no Hikari's defection had become inevitable. There was no turning back. Shaking his head, Hide no Hikari murmured, "For the safety of the hidden mist village, I must join that nefarious organization to uncover the true instigator behind the assassination of the Mizukichi. I will find a way to relay vital intelligence concerning the land of water to you in the future." Understood, Terumi Mei sighed, her expression turning serious. "Tomorrow, I will petition Lord Yondaime for the issuance of S-rank rogue ninja warrants for you and Zabuza. In that organization, Be sure to safeguard your own well-being. Yes. Heed no Hikari bowed respectfully, then added, by the way, Senior Terumi Mei, there is also the S-rank rogue ninja warrant for Kakazu. Terumi Mei's complexion, already pale, darkened further as she exclaimed in shock, wait, has Kakazu also defected? What is happening? The newly reformed 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist now only consist of 3 members. And yet in a single night, they have all betrayed us? What madness is this? Her spirit seemed to falter. Can we declare the dissolution of the 7 ninja swordsmen? After a moment of contemplation, Heed no Hikari gathered his thoughts. I suspect Kakazu may have long been a member of that sinister organization, covertly inciting the slaughter of our village's ninjas. I will find a way to confirm this. Terumi Mei clenched her fists tightly, her nails nearly piercing her skin. Her body stiffened for a moment before she reluctantly spoke. I understand. You should leave this place now. The villagers will soon begin their pursuit of you. When we possess the strength to annihilate that malevolent organization, I will find a way to resolve the matter between you brothers. Yes, in an instant. Heed no Hikari vanished before Terumi Mei. Upon departing the hidden mist village, Heed no Hikari felt a wave of emotion surge within him. His new superior truly understood Terumi Mei. The auburn-haired beauty not only agreed to look after Suigetsu, but also promised to mediate for him in the future. A twinge of guilt flickered in Heed no Hikari's heart as the sounds of battle in the hidden mist village faded away. Kakashi Hitaki had not yet had the chance to rush over and search for Obito Uchiha's whereabouts, as he and Hanar had just encountered another obstacle. Kakashi Hitaki sheltered Hanar behind him, gripping his ninja blade tightly, his gaze warily fixed on the ninja blocking their path, Orochimaru. What a coincidence, Kakashi-kun. Orochimaru's lips curled into a subtle smile. Ever since completing his forbidden resurrection and defecting from the Akatsuki, he had begun his search for suitable vessels within the ninja world. Utilizing Shimura Danzo, he had orchestrated the return of Kabuto Yakushi to Konoha, prompting Kabuto to scout for young, talented ninjas through the Chunin exams. Furthermore, Orochimaru himself had ventured to the land of water, eager to discover youths possessing bloodline limits. He certainly would not miss the lively atmosphere of Kirigakure today. By chance, he had encountered a boy fitting for his resurrection vessel. The boy's captivating eyes and the presence of the Shikatsumiaka bloodline piqued his interest. Should this boy with the Shikatsumiaka manage to escape Kirigakure alive, Orochimaru intended to take him back to his lair as a potential vessel. As he awaited the boy's emergence, Orochimaru unexpectedly spotted Kakashi Hitaki nearby. What a delightful surprise to encounter a fellow ninja from his homeland. Orochimaru assessed Kakashi and the girl behind him, recalling how Kakashi had once saved Yamato in his presence. A glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes. Oh, Kakashi, are you saving someone again? Kakashi ignored him, sweat trickling down his face as he nervously demanded, Orochimaru, what brings you to the land of water? Shouldn't that question be directed at you, Kakashi-kun? Orochimaru replied nonchalantly, spreading his hands. This is the land of water. It hardly seems like a place for Konoha ninjas to appear. Kakashi scrutinized his movements, a sense of foreboding settling in his heart. He adjusted his ninja forehead protector and declared, regardless of the country, encountering the most dangerous rogue ninja in the village means I cannot let you go. This man had become his inner demon. Since Orochimaru's defection, Kakashi had relentlessly pursued his trail, encountering numerous challenges that deepened his disdain for Orochimaru. Isn't the most dangerous rogue ninja in the village Itachi-kun? Orochimaru chuckled, gazing intently at Kakashi. If we were to fight here, we might attract the attention of the mist ninjas. I wouldn't mind, but that little girl behind you might not survive, would she? Kakashi fell silent. Given that Hanar had previously saved him, he could not abandon her in reckless combat. He was left with no choice but to tread carefully. Now, for Hanari's sake, Kakashi had to devise a means of escape. Orochimaru, seemingly attuned to Kakashi's thoughts, smiled and said, Fear not. I won't lay a hand on you here. Until I acquire the vessel I desire, why not indulge in a conversation with me? Kakashi thought to himself, Orochimaru truly remains that same lunatic. One is a ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village, while the other is a rogue ninja. How could they engage in a peaceful conversation in such a perilous area near the Hidden Mist Village? Orochimaru cast a sidelong glance at Kakashi before turning his gaze back to the gradually calming Hidden Mist Village below. It seemed that the boy he wished to abduct had lost all chances of returning. Unbeknownst to Orochimaru, the vessel he coveted was right here with Uehara. Uehara Naraku and Kisame Hashigaki first received Haku, and then outside the Hidden Mist Village, they met with Zabuza Momochi and Aoigitsuki Manatsu. However, in doing so, they also encountered another white-haired boy attempting to escape the chaos of the Hidden Mist Village. The boy clutched a bone spike tightly in his hand, nervously surveying the large group before him. Uehara Naraku furrowed his brow as he regarded the somewhat familiar-looking boy, quietly inquiring, was the Kagaya clan responsible for the recent attack on the Hidden Mist Village? Indeed, Zabuza nodded, a cold smirk forming as he looked at the white-haired boy. Is this little brat a stray from the Kagaya clan? Allow me to eliminate him. Upon hearing Zabuza's words, the white-haired boy's expression darkened, and he charged forward, brandishing his bone spike. However, his strength paled in comparison to Zabuza, especially as he had just fought his way out of the Hidden Mist Village, leaving him depleted of both stamina and chakra. Zabuza swiftly severed the boy's bone spike with his executioner's blade, raising his weapon to behead him. Wait, Uehara Naraku intervened, stepping beside the white-haired boy and asking, what is your name? Kagaya Kimimaro, the boy replied, his speech slow and measured, suggesting he seldom spoke. Uehara Naraku's eyes brightened. He had not anticipated encountering Kimimaro while intending to depart from the land of water. He had thought Kimimaro had already been taken by Orochimaru. Looking at the white-haired boy, Uehara Naraku spoke softly. Now that your kin have all perished in the Hidden Mist Village, where do you intend to go? Kimimaro lowered his head, hesitating for a moment before quietly responding, I do not know. I have nothing left. Kimimaro had always lived a solitary existence among his clan, imprisoned and regarded merely as a weapon. Yet, he had believed that the cage confining him was his home, and those guarding him were his family. With the entire Kagaya clan now dead in the Hidden Mist Village, Kimimaro gained freedom but lost everything, including the very meaning of life. Uehara Naraku recalled Kimimaro's brief life and the bloodline disease that afflicted him, instinctively stating, you are not entirely without possessions. You still bear your illness, do you not? The moment the words left his mouth, Uehara regretted them. The others looked at him with puzzled expressions, questioning the appropriateness of his words. In contrast, Kimimaro stared at Uehara in astonishment. How do you know? Uehara Naraku felt a tinge of embarrassment. Fortunately, Haku beside him tugged at his arm, fearful that he might utter something else inappropriate. As a wanderer of the land of water, I found himself somewhat empathizing with Kagaya Kimaru. He gazed at Kagaya and extended an invitation, saying, Kimaru, you can join me and Uehara. Together, we can scavenge for food at the junkyard and earn a living. The confusion in Kagaya's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a burgeoning warmth as he asked, can I stay with you? The rather endearing by possessed a certain charm. At the very least, Kagaya felt a sense of trust upon seeing his visage. However, just as Bai was about to respond, he turned to Uehara Naraku and inquired, Uehara, if we leave here, can we take Kimaru with us? Thankfully, he still recognized who held authority in their group. Uehara Naraku paused in silence for a moment, sighed, and replied, of course, but you must not mention that we live in a junkyard. Uehara surveyed his small team, 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, along with 2 burdensome bloodline carriers, one of whom was a seriously ill patient. Uehara then looked at Kagaya Kimaru and softly asked, did you encounter any peculiar individuals on your way here? Perhaps someone with serpent-like eyes? In the ninja world, there exists an unwritten rule. Wherever gifted, displaced youths wander. The notorious human trafficker Orochimaru often appears, riding a great brown snake to abduct these children. Yes, Kagaya Kimaru answered, then lowered his head in recollection, attempting to describe the individual's appearance with his limited vocabulary. That person was very strong, stronger than many I have seen, and also quite handsome. Uehara Naraku felt a momentary daze. Could it truly be Orochimaru? Why describe him as handsome? Had he transformed from a snake uncle into a snake aunt? Kagaya continued. I remember that person said if I could return alive, he would take me away from here. A hint of a smile crept onto Uehara's lips as he nodded. Then let us go see. I, too, wish to discover the meaning of life as he perceives it. Should they encounter Orochimaru, they might also reclaim his void ring, a symbol of formal membership in the Akatsuki organization, which would also enable the use of the body flicker technique. Uehara envisioned himself returning to the Akatsuki base with the 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen and that ring, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Perhaps upon return, he would finally become a formal member, donning the iconic red cloud black cloak of the Akatsuki. As for the gaudy nail polish, he decided it was best left untouched. Uehara yearned to wear that cloak not only for the allure it would bring, but also due to an associated side quest. From his understanding of his peers, there must be a plethora of anime enthusiasts desiring to don the red cloud black attire, suggesting that the rewards would be plentiful. Regrettably, Konan hoped for Uehara's future to be bright and did not wish for him to entangle himself in the current affairs of the Akatsuki. Whenever Uehara mentioned the organization, Konan's words implied that he should keep his distance from its members. This is the aftermath of an overly forceful performance. The identity and displayed talent of Uehara Naraku have directly inspired Kinomi to nurture him as a potential heir to the Dawn. However, Uehara Naraku only desires to secretly engage in a nesting doll game. In the forest outside the hidden mist village, thanks to Kagaya Kimimaro, the group swiftly located Orochimaru, who was still at a standoff with Kakashi Hatake and Hanar. Upon seeing Kagaya Kimimaro, a smile involuntarily graced Orochimaru's face. It seems the alternative vessel I sought has returned alive. Yet, in the next moment, the smile on Orochimaru's face stiffened, for behind Kagaya Kimimaro stood several others, indicating that this boy had not come to join him, but rather to bring him trouble. Among them, 3 men lingered at the rear of the group, each bearing an oddly shaped ninja blade, none other than the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Zabuza Momochi, Mangetsu Hozuki, and Kisame Hashigaki, individuals Orochimaru had certainly heard of. Just as Orochimaru was about to make a remark, a youthful voice chimed in. Everyone, take a good look at our esteemed senior. This is Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Normally, you wouldn't even get a chance to see him. Orochimaru's expression darkened. Who dares to speak such words here? Is he being treated as a spectacle? Zabuza Momochi and Mangetsu Hozuki stepped aside, forming a circle around Uehara Naraku. A sight that tightened Orochimaru's gaze. He had recognized Uehara Naraku as one of the 2 interns in the Akatsuki organization, particularly as its youngest member. Orochimaru had some recollection of him. Uehara Naraku stepped forward, his eyes fixed on Orochimaru, his smile gradually fading into a fierce countenance. After witnessing the demeanor of this esteemed senior, it is now time to properly entertain this veteran of the ninja world. A flicker of anger flashed in Orochimaru's eyes as he gazed at Uehara Naraku with derision. A mere child thinks he has the right to speak so boldly? Orochimaru-senpai. Uehara Naraku interjected, cutting off Orochimaru's words. What qualifications do you have to boast in my presence after being defeated by a mere glance? Do you think I am easier to bully than others? Uehara had concluded that the way to confront a formidable adversary was to relentlessly pierce their vulnerabilities, thereby diminishing their stature. Consequently, his own momentum would rise in comparison. That wretched little brat. Orochimaru thought bitterly. Being vanquished by a mere gaze from Itachi Uchiha was the most detestable experience he had endured in recent times, leading to an obsessive fascination with the power of the Sharingan. Otherwise, he would not have stood in front of Kakashi. Nevertheless, as a seasoned ninja, Orochimaru's mental fortitude was commendable. After cursing under his breath, he restored his smile. Hehehe. Well, I must thank you for bringing back the person I desired. Are you simply too old to see the situation clearly? Uehara Naraku gazed at Orochimaru and the figure of Kakashi Hatake behind him, exclaiming, So, it appears that Kakashi of Konoha is also present. Kakashi's demeanor was somewhat tense during the verbal sparring between Orochimaru and Uehara. He found it challenging to discern the situation and refrained from speaking. Kakashi had witnessed firsthand Uehara's extraordinary lightning release technique, which even the Sharingan could not replicate, annihilating numerous mist ninja. That boy, surrounded by admirers, possessed formidable strength. Moreover, there seemed to be a connection between him and Obito. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Kakashi inquired, Who exactly are you? What is your relation to the masked individual? With Orochimaru nearby, Kakashi was reluctant to discuss Obito. However, Uehara Naraku was undeterred and insisted on uncovering the truth. What you wish to ask, Mr. Kakashi, pertains to my senior, Obito. Should I refer to him now as Senior Obito? Obito? Upon hearing the name, Orochimaru's expression shifted subtly. He was aware of how Kakashi had acquired his Sharingan. With a smirk, Orochimaru glanced at Kakashi, then at Uehara Naraku, remarking, So, that comical Obito is indeed a fallen hero of Konoha. Kakashi's countenance darkened. It would have been one thing for anyone else to learn of Uchiha Obito's past, but Orochimaru, a notorious meddler, was a different matter entirely. Uehara Naraku, unfazed by Kakashi's thoughts, continued, I am uncertain why Senior Obito chose to conceal his identity, but as for our connection he hesitated, contemplating how to articulate this to create trouble for Obito without revealing his own secrets. Hana has informed me that you two engaged in a fierce battle. Kakashi furrowed his brow, opting to bypass the topic of Obito, and softly probed, who are you? Some secrets are best left unexamined. Uehara Naraku cast a profound glance at Kakashi, steering the conversation back to Obito. Had I been unaware of Senior Obito's identity, perhaps our conflict would not have escalated so dramatically. So who exactly are you? Kakashi reached for his ninja tool pouch, continuing quietly. Why would knowing his identity compel him to seek your demise? Uehara Naraku's expression soured slightly. Surely, Kakashi was not dull-witted? Why persist in questioning his identity instead of addressing Obito? This only served to fuel Uehara's imaginative storytelling. His reluctance to engage Kakashi in combat stemmed from a desire to remain in the shadows, utilizing Kakashi, who was publicly aware of Obito's identity, to create difficulties for Obito, thus revealing to all that he still lived. If possible, he also wished to leak Obito's abilities. In doing so, how could Obito compete with him or function as a clandestine puppet master, burdened with the stigma of being a rogue ninja from Konoha? Alas, Kakashi was not cooperating. The incessant chatter of the white-haired individual is truly exasperating. Does he not grasp a fundamental truth? One should possess just enough knowledge, and excess may invite dire consequences. Orochimaru's eyes glinted as he scrutinized Uehara Naraku and Kakashi with a sense of intrigue, and a sudden notion took root in his mind. He interjected, Kakashi-kun, would you like me to make an introduction? Silence does not render you mute. Uehara Naraku interjected coldly, clapping his hands and commanding those behind him, you all, ensure that our esteemed Orochimaru is treated well, spare his life. Understood. Yes, Lord Uehara. Got it, brat. The likes of Kisame Hashigaki and others leapt forth, drawing their respective ninja blades, forming a triangular formation to encircle and assault Orochimaru. Orochimaru observed the 7 swordsmen of the mist with a sardonic smile, remarking, your reach is quite extensive. But Orochimaru-senpai's reach is even greater, Uehara Naraku replied, casting a sidelong glance at him and instructing Kisame and the others. Do not allow him to interrupt my conversation with Mr. Kakashi. Understood. Kisame and Suigetsu charged ahead, their blades at the ready, while Zabuza followed suit with a disdainful grunt. As Orochimaru was momentarily forced back by Kisame and the others, Uehara Naraku turned to Kakashi and the girl by his side, softly stating, Mr. Kakashi, we hope to engage in a candid exchange. Kakashi, somewhat indecisive, found himself adrift in uncertainty, aware only that his friend was still alive. The sole tidbit of information he possessed came from Hanar, who had revealed that Obito intended to manipulate the fate of the youth before him, a plan that had ultimately failed, stealing his nerves. Kakashi reined in his previously nonchalant demeanor and assumed an authoritative stance befitting a member of the Leaf Sambu. I'm afraid I cannot divulge information about the ninjas in my village. After a brief pause, he continued, however, I can inform you that you are presently in grave danger. If you are willing to cooperate with Konoha and share all relevant information, I will find a way to ensure your safety. His words bore an official tone. Typically, when Konoha ninjas encountered those seeking their assistance, discussions unfolded in this manner. Following a thorough understanding of the circumstances, the ninjas would decide on the appropriateness of their aid, often with favorable outcomes. Regrettably for Kakashi, he had encountered Uehara today. Uehara Naraku could not help but smirk at Kakashi's attempt to extract information from him so naively. Raising his gaze to the pretense that was Kakashi, he retorted, yet your power pales in comparison to mine, does it not? The might of the leaf supports me. Kakashi's expression remained unperturbed as he continued softly, I am aware that Obito has devised a conspiracy against you. If we can join forces, share your story with me, and I can assist you in thwarting his scheme. Uehara Naraku rubbed his forehead, casting a furtive glance at Momochi Zabuza, who was locked in fierce combat on the other side. There was an inexplicable familiarity to Kakashi's tactics. If Uehara truly found himself powerless against Uchiha Obito and was unaware of Hitaki Kakashi's prowess, he might have actually believed him. How insincere, Mr. Kakashi, Uehara sighed despondently, his gaze drifting to the girl who emerged behind Kakashi. She approached Kakashi's side, her eyes fixed intently on Uehara. Hanari's gaze flickered slightly as she scrutinized Uehara Naraku. silently attempting to penetrate his memories. This was her unique skill. Hanari could perform hand seals through her eyes, unleashing a mental technique to extract information from her target's mind. And she intended to assist Hitachi Kakashi in this manner. Unfortunately, she had chosen the wrong person. In the next moment, Uehara Naraku sprang into action, delivering a swift punch to Hanari's abdomen, sending the girl, who had attempted to seal him with her eyes, flying. Hitachi Kakashi pulled out a kunai to intercept Uehara's next move. "Hey, what do you mean by that?" he demanded. That was something to ask her, Uehara thought. Disregarding Kakashi's kunai, he pointed at the fallen Hanari and coldly stated, "Mr. Kakashi, your companion's demeanor is off." Hanari retorted, "I didn't." Silence. Uehara interrupted her, his eyes icy. "Do you think I don't understand how to seal with my eyes?" After saying this, Uehara abruptly blinked, his eyelashes fluttering, as a massive wave surged from beneath him, racing towards Kakashi and Hanari. This was his water release technique, roar of the angry tide. Earth release, earth flow rampart. Hitachi Kakashi leaped to Hanari's side, forming hand seals to conjure an earthen wall in front of them, adorned with a comically charming dog head. However, the wave beneath Uehara surged with relentless fury, crashing down and swiftly obliterating the earthen barrier, sweeping Kakashi and Hanari far away. Uehara Naraku gazed at the duo being swept away by the tide, coldly declaring, "Did you see that? You thought you were the only one in the shinobi world who could seal with your eyes?" Yet Hanari, caught in the tumult of the crashing waves, had no time to respond. She and Kakashi were whisked away by the frothy waters. The relentless waves battered against their bodies until they were hurled into the forest, desperately clinging to a sturdy tree to stabilize themselves. Uehara Naraku's form floated gracefully towards Kakashi and Hanari, disdain dripping from his words. "Do you think I don't understand how to seal with my eyes?" As he descended, he grasped Hanari's cheek, continuing coldly, "Fool, daring to flaunt your skills before me, thinking you could probe my memories. Who do you think you are?" Hanari's lips puckered under his grip, giving her an oddly endearing appearance. Beside them, Kakashi Hitachi, filled with concern for Hanari, dashed forward, intent on rescuing her from Uehara Naraku's grasp. Uehara's hand descended, swiftly tightening around Hanari's throat as he coldly regarded Kakashi. "Mr. Kakashi, it appears our discussion need not continue." A flicker of hesitation crossed Kakashi's eyes before he urged, "Do not make a grave mistake. You seek information regarding Obito out of fear for your life, do you not?" Uehara's countenance darkened. Observing Uehara's expression, Kakashi gradually regained his composure, adopting a demeanor of nonchalance. "I advise you to release Hanari, for I alone can assist you." Following this, Kakashi, in an effort to enhance the quality of their dialogue, began to extol the virtues of his old friend. "Obito is the most gifted ninja in the history of Konoha. Without my aid, you would surely fall victim to his pursuit." Uehara's expression shifted to one of incredulity, and he responded, "Mr. Kakashi, do I appear to be a fool to you? Do not act impulsively." Kakashi cautioned as he noticed Uehara's fingers twitch, fearing that a rash decision could cost Hanari her life. "Release her, and we can discuss this matter at length." After a moment's hesitation, Uehara continued to grip Hanari's neck tightly and inquired, "If the esteemed Obito is indeed a spy sent by Konoha, is that not the case?" Kakashi vehemently shook his head, responding gravely, "That is not true. Obito is now a rogue ninja. He left the village 12 years ago." "I do not trust you," Uehara retorted, gritting his teeth. "Regardless of whether he is a spy or a rogue, Konoha must retrieve him. This is precisely what I intend to do." Kakashi readily agreed, asking, "But you must tell me where he has recently been active." Uehara shook his head, expressing his confusion. "I do not know where Obito is. He merely instructed me to carry out a task, to entice a ninja from the Mist Village to defect. I suspect he may be operating within the Land of Water." Kakashi, employing a gentle coaxing tone, sought to extract more information. "Why would Obito wish for you to lure a Mist ninja to betray his village? Does he harbor a grudge against them? What is your relationship? Moreover, while you were to lure a Mist ninja, it seems you've managed to entice 3 from the 7 ninja swordsmen instead." "I hail from a small village," Uehara replied after a moment of silence. Muttering a few curses at Kakashi, he then softly recounted his tale. "To elevate my status within the village, I must undertake a perilous task." Kakashi's mind began to clear, and he speculated on Uehara's identity, surmising that he might be the next leader of some minor ninja village. Uehara Naraku scrutinized her words for any flaws and continued, "Senior Afei recommended me to undertake this task to the village leader. my mentor, an elder in the village, is reluctant for me to face danger, yet the leader consented. I understand. Hitaki Kakashi nodded slightly and gently inquired, why would the leader of your village agree to such a perilous proposition put forth by Obito? Uehara Naraku clenched her teeth, a look of sorrow and indignation crossing her face. Perhaps because the village leader wishes to prevent me from attaining that position. And Senior Afei shares a close bond with him. The leader adheres to his every word. We once suspected the leader of being under an illusion. Yet we found no evidence. Uehara Naraku slowly lowered her head, her expression melancholic. In truth, prior to my involvement, only Senior Afei was eligible for that position. However, my presence complicates matters. This statement was rather oblique. In a sense, it was not entirely incorrect. After all, within the Akatsuki organization, only Uehara Naraku and Uchiha Obito were interns, both of whom outwardly aspired to become formal members of the Akatsuki. Furthermore, even if Kakashi were to confront Obito in the future, would Obito willingly divulge information about the Akatsuki? I have begun to grasp your meaning, Kakashi sighed inwardly. Amidst Uehara Naraku's veiled and convoluted words, he began to analyze the information he had acquired. Many years ago, during the Battle of Kanabi Bridge, Uchiha Obito did not perish. The circumstances of his escape remain unknown. Subsequently, he witnessed Rin's demise at his own hands, redirecting his wrath towards the Mist Ninjas and seeking vengeance ever since. Later, Obito concealed himself by joining a small ninja village, employing Genjutsu to manipulate the village leader. This was hardly a challenge. Should Obito's Sharingan possess heightened power, controlling a small village leader would be trivial, even capable of subduing tailed beasts. Kakashi recalled the first time he encountered Obito, who, upon removing his mask, openly confessed to having killed Minato and Kushina. Perhaps that incident was indeed truthful. If Itachi could slay his parents and entire clan for power, then why would Obito not be capable of eliminating his own teacher? Kakashi believed he had thoroughly dissected the intelligence he had gathered and sought one final piece of information. Then, which ninja village do you belong to? As Uehara Naraku had consistently concealed her identity, Kakashi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He added, if I wish to facilitate his departure from your village, I will require your assistance. Mr. Kakashi, Uehara Naraku gradually rose, gazing at Kakashi with a cold demeanor. There is no need to inquire further. What I have divulged is the extent of my limits. Even should you encounter me again in the future, I will not acknowledge having revealed any details regarding Senior Afei. As she spoke, a fleeting hint of disdain crossed Uehara Naraku's face. Forgive my candor, but this matter would be better handled by others dispatched by the third Hokage of Konoha. Your capabilities, Mr. Kakashi, may prove somewhat lacking. Kakashi's eyes flickered momentarily. The third Hokage of Konohagakure, Hiruzen Sarutobi, remains oblivious to the circumstances surrounding Uchiha Obito, and at least for now, Kakashi Haruno is reluctant to divulge this information to him. Moreover, should Hiruzen become aware, he would likely opt to suppress the news and dispatch an adept individual skilled in dealing with clandestine troubles, such as Danzo Shimura, the leader of the Root. Recently, Danzo was inexplicably placed under confinement. If news of Obito were to leak, it would undoubtedly allow Danzo to resurface. Leave us, ordered Uehara Naraku, waving his hand dismissively as he turned toward the battlefield where Orochimaru and Kisame Hoshigaki clashed. It was fortuitous that he encountered Orochimaru, the thief who had pilfered treasures from their village, and he intended to reclaim those treasures from him. Wait, Kakashi called out, casting a glance at Orochimaru. Sir, Orochimaru is a rogue ninja from Konoha, and I can assist you. Uehara Naraku abruptly turned his head, his gaze icy as a palpable aura of menace radiated from him. Does the ninja of Konoha still covet our village's treasures? Depart. Do not compel me to take your life. If Kakashi were alone, he would undoubtedly seek to intervene in the situation with Orochimaru, disregarding any talk of treasures. However, he now bore the responsibility of protecting Hanar, who had saved his life. After Uehara dismissed him, he feigned a fierce determination to conceal the village's treasures, resolutely refusing to allow any Konoha ninja to covet them. Kakashi furrowed his brow, lifting Hanar from the ground and gradually retreating from the area, appearing entirely uninterested in the treasures Uehara had mentioned. It is undeniable that once Kakashi ensured Hanari's safety, he would not easily relinquish his quest to investigate the information regarding Uehara and Orochimaru. Uehara Naraku was aware of this as well. Upon witnessing Kakashi's figure vanish, He instantly resolved to eliminate Orochimaru. What is happening? Uehara Naraku soared to the side of the nearest figure, Akatsuki Hoshigaki, and inquired solemnly. Are the three of you incapable of overcoming Orochimaru? Kisame could not help but cast a sidelong glance at Uehara Naraku, questioning whether their new superior had overly high expectations, as it seemed to belittle the prowess of the legendary three ninjas of Konoha. Orochimaru was not easily vanquished. During the latter part of the Third Great Ninja War, Orochimaru and Minato Namikaze led the Konoha ninja in driving the Mist ninjas back to their homeland with relentless force. Could not this superior consult with Kisame, who was a first-hand witness to those events? Even the three of them, being the rising elite of the seven ninja swordsmen, would find it implausible to defeat Orochimaru within such a short span. Logically speaking, they could not be assured of victory. Sighing, Kisame conceded to Uehara Naraku's naivete, but felt compelled to explain, Sir, the strength of the legendary three ninjas of Konoha exceeds our expectations. Orochimaru's ninjutsu is particularly enigmatic, and we have yet to attempt a coordinated assault. The original seven ninja swordsmen of the Mist operated in a collective manner, yet they were ultimately eradicated. The second generation of the seven ninja swordsmen, including myself, primarily engaged in solitary combat and have never collaborated to confront an adversary. To be candid, the combat effectiveness did not achieve the anticipated result of 11-13. In fact, it might even prove to be less gratifying than engaging in solo combat. Particularly, it seemed that Hozuki Mangetsu sensed that Kisame Hoshigaki was merely going through the motions, while the other, Momochi Zabuza, was exerting considerable effort, albeit his prowess was rather limited. Uehara Naraku gazed at Hozuki Mangetsu with a face full of confusion. He is Orochimaru. Are you saying that you cannot even defeat him? Orochimaru had consistently demonstrated formidable strength during the internal conflicts among the legendary three of Konoha, yet in external battles, he often became a mere backdrop highlighting the might of others. Hozuki Mangetsu's expression mirrored his bewilderment, even bordering on disbelief. Does my lord truly believe we should effortlessly conquer Orochimaru? Hozuki Mangetsu had indeed witnessed Uehara Naraku's formidable power. He had single-handedly dispatched the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, with a mere snap of his fingers. Yet, Orochimaru was not nearly as easily dealt with as Yagura. Frankly, Hozuki Mangetsu did not believe that Yagura could triumph over Orochimaru. Moreover, compared to Yagura, Orochimaru was a name that commanded genuine respect from ninjas like them. Uehara Naraku, seeing their discussion, had begun to deduce certain matters. He seized the opportunity to withdraw and quietly murmured to Uehara, there may be other hidden enemies nearby, possibly him. Utilizing sensory ninjutsu, Kisame Hoshigaki detected the presence of other foes in the vicinity of this battlefield, the most likely being Uchiha Obito. Uehara Naraku's expression darkened instantly. No wonder Kisame Hoshigaki had been so lackluster. However, just seconds after Kisame withdrew from the fray, Orochimaru seized the chance to unleash a swarm of serpents, each wielding a Kusanagi sword. The serpent's assault. Zabuza, still engaged in combat, was pierced through the shoulder by a Kusanagi sword, a truly hopeless case. Realizing the situation was dire, Kisame hurriedly rejoined the fray to intercept the serpent's assault, yet due to the presence of an onlooker, he remained cautious. The observer was most likely Uchiha Obito. Furthermore, Kisame was acutely aware that placing a spy close to Uchiha Obito was of paramount importance. Upon hearing Kisame's words, Uehara Naraku instinctively furrowed his brow, surveying his surroundings. He was presently uncertain of his ability to overcome Obito. Of course, Uehara could easily make his escape by activating the moment of divine judgment and employing the mayfly technique. He could burrow underground to evade Obito's pursuit. However, the seven ninja swordsmen he had painstakingly gathered in the Land of Water, along with Kagaya Kimimaro and Haku, were not something Uehara could easily forsake. A thought struck Uehara Naraku as he turned his gaze towards the center of the battlefield where Orochimaru stood. A smile gracing his face. Tch, Orochimaru, consider yourself fortunate this time. At the heart of the battlefield, Orochimaru idly dealt with the seven ninja swordsmen. Although his ninjutsu and jinjutsu might not hold up well against Uchiha Itachi, he felt more than capable of handling three of the seven ninja swordsmen with ease. As Orochimaru contemplated methodically defeating the individuals before him, including the likes of Kisame Hoshigaki, an unsettling wave of anxiety washed over him. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Orochimaru-senpai. If you hand over the information regarding Akatsuki's leader and the Void Ring, I would be willing to spare your life. With you lot. Orochimaru sneered, casting a sidelong glance at Uehara Naraku, then at the grotesquely shaped sword wielded by Kisame and his comrades. Abruptly, he unleashed a sword, the Kusanagi, stretching over 100 meters, sweeping away everything in its path. Although Orochimaru was uncertain of the potential dangers posed by Uehara and his companions, the earlier sensation of dread compelled him to swiftly eliminate them and depart from the land of water, lest he encounter any further peril. Snakes are inherently sensitive to crises. Step back. Uehara Naraku approached, grasping the long Kusanagi sword with one hand, and coolly declared, I wish to have a proper conversation with Orochimaru-senpai. Yes, sir. Both Hozuki Mangetsu and Kisame exchanged glances, while the injured Zabuza Momochi covered his wounds, and the three withdrew from the fray. Orochimaru's serpentine gaze froze for a moment as he observed Uehara's advance. The blade's sharpness seemed incapable of dealing with this young imp. It was evident that none who could join Akatsuki were ordinary ninja, even if Uehara was merely an intern. Orochimaru-senpai, don't be so rash, Uehara said, drawing closer to him, lifting his gaze to meet Orochimaru's cold, serpentine eyes, and smirking lightly. He continued, do not underestimate me simply because I am an intern. If you divulge the information about Uchiha Obito and surrender the Void Ring, I would not mind sparing your life. Orochimaru disdainfully regarded Uehara, snorting derisively, humph. If you wish to threaten me, you should call Pain instead. Among the members of Akatsuki, Orochimaru dismissed all but Pain and Itachi Uchiha, as he had suffered significant losses at their hands. Then I shall heed Orochimaru-senpai's advice. Uehara chuckled lightly, finding the words to align perfectly with his own intentions. Suddenly, a black rod materialized at his fingertips. He swiftly pierced his own arm with the rod, a grimace of pain crossing his face as he formed hand seals. Summoning technique. A summoning inscription began to form beneath his palm. As the chakra-infused black rod entered his body, Uehara experienced a surge of foreign chakra, probing his position. The creation of a chakra sensor for the 6 paths was exceedingly domineering. As the unusual chakra within Uehara gradually dissipated, smoke from the summoning technique rose, and a figure emerged from the summoning array before the onlookers. It was none other than Pain of the 6 paths. Pain's Rinnegan slowly lifted, his icy voice resonating in the ears of the crowd. Uehara, have you encountered any trouble? The moment Orochimaru laid eyes on Pain, his smile abruptly froze. He had merely intended to mock Uehara, yet how had he truly summoned Pain? What was happening? Orochimaru's initial thought was a perplexing inquiry into how Pain had been summoned. Was it a manifestation of the Rinnegan's powers, or had Pain transcended the bounds of humanity? If ninjas could summon one another, what monumental impact would that have on the transmission of intelligence and the advancement of technology within the ninja realm? Orochimaru, however, harbored little confidence in his ability to vanquish Deva Path Pain, especially considering he had recently undergone the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation and relinquished his physical form. At that moment, Yahiko's voice broke through Orochimaru's musings. The young man raised his palm, pointing at Orochimaru, and addressed Pain. We have encountered a traitor from Akatsuki. Orochimaru, you say? Pain's gaze lifted as he extended his hand toward Orochimaru. Let us resolve this swiftly. My time here is limited. Universal pull. A bizarre gravitational force yanked Orochimaru towards Pain's position. Not one to remain idle, Orochimaru unleashed another serpent from his mouth, which bore a Kusanagi sword, thrusting it towards Pain. Shinra Tensei. A violent repulsion erupted, hurling Orochimaru away with astonishing speed. Thus concluded this overwhelming confrontation, with Orochimaru rendered incapacitated, grievously wounded by Pain's 2 techniques, without a shred of opportunity for retaliation. Both Hozuki Mangetsu, Kisame Hashigaki, and Zabuza Momochi gazed in awe at the figure of Deva Path Pain, the formidable Orochimaru, whom they had been unable to defeat mere moments ago, was vanquished in seconds by this man clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds, leaving him no chance for resistance. Very well, Deva Path Pain remarked calmly as he retracted his hand, disregarding the battered Orochimaru in the distance. He turned to assess Hashigaki and the others before finally looking down at the young man beside him. Are these adversaries as well? The expressions of Hozuki Mangetsu and the others grew tense. Uehara Naraku shook his head, softly explaining, they are the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. I recruited them for this mission in the Land of Water. Pain found himself somewhat speechless. The task assigned to Uehara was merely to recruit Kisame Hoshigaki. Why had he taken on additional members as well? Were they merely reserves for when Kisame fell in battle? Konan's disciple proved unexpectedly capable. As Akatsuki's ranks had been thinning, Uehara's ability to gather such a plethora of backup candidates alleviated their concerns about recruiting new members. Beyond this, Uehara Naraku carefully considered his words and continued. Does Yahiko know the true identity of Obito-senpai? Uehara, why do you inquire about this? Pain's demeanor shifted. He was reluctant to disclose that Obito was, in fact, Uchiha Madara, as the implications were far-reaching. However, after a moment of contemplation, Pain reassured Uehara. Konan has returned to the base. When you come back, allow your teacher to inform you. Wait, that cannot be, Uehara exclaimed. If summoning Deva Path Pain was merely to confront Orochimaru, there was no need for such measures. Uehara's primary objective was to deter the ever-watchful Uchiha Obito lurking in the shadows. Thus, it appears that as long as Uehara informs Pain of the situation in advance, there is no need for Obito to conceal his intent to assassinate their small team. Uehara hurriedly explained, Lord Yahiko, a few days ago, I happened to encounter Kakashi Hatake from Konoha. Kakashi has had contact with Senior Obito, and he referred to Obito as Obito. Upon noticing Pain's continued skepticism, Uehara added, after hearing that name, Senior Obito attempted to eliminate me to silence me. Fortunately, Teacher Konan had gifted me 100 million explosive tags, which allowed me to escape. Is he truly intent on killing you? Pain's brow furrowed in concern. He wishes to eliminate you simply because his name was revealed? This matter is becoming increasingly complex. Scenes from the past flashed through Pain's mind, recalling the mysterious masked man and Zetsu who once appeared before them, proclaiming themselves as Uchiha Madara, the one who guides the sage's eye. Coincidentally, during that time, Danzo Shimura and Hanzo of the Salamander conspired to eradicate the growing Akatsuki organization, resulting in the deaths of its leader Yahiko and others, with only Nagato and Konan surviving. If the true name of the mysterious masked man is indeed Obito, and he is a shinobi from Konoha, there must be some hidden conspiracy at play. The fact that Konoha's Danzo Shimura allied with Hanzo to hunt them down, while another Konoha shinobi emerges to guide Nagato, suggests an intricate connection between these events that cannot be dismissed, especially since Yahiko had previously rejected their proposal, only for Akatsuki to subsequently face an onslaught from Danzo and the Rain Village. After pondering for a moment, Pain's expression darkened ominously as he suddenly inquired, could that fellow be a spy sent by Danzo? Uehara, perplexed by Pain's line of reasoning, appeared somewhat flustered, responding, this is merely information I stumbled upon. Then, out of the corner of his eye, Uehara noticed Orochimaru on the ground and suddenly added, wait, I recall that Orochimaru mentioned earlier that Obito was a fallen hero of Konoha. He must possess crucial information. Well done. Pain's eyes lit up with approval as he praised Uehara, gently ruffling his hair and softly instructing, Ora, the Land of Water is far too perilous for you now. Depart from here immediately. Should I bring Orochimaru back with me? Uehara nodded, glancing towards Orochimaru, who appeared considerably weakened. Pain shook his head, coldly halting Uehara's intentions. That individual escaped while we were conversing. I will pursue him, Uehara exclaimed, ready to spring into action. Pain grasped his clothing firmly and stated in a grave tone, do not fret. Akatsuki has another member who is also a Konoha shinobi, and he has returned to the base with Konan. He can investigate whether he, too, is a spy from Konoha. Pain refrained from utilizing excessive chakra in the Land of Water. In the Akatsuki's base, Pain felt no fear. He merely needed to subdue another rogue ninja from Konoha within their organization to extract information regarding Obito. It was Itachi, wasn't it? A fleeting expression of realization crossed Uehara Naraku's face. That individual was indeed a true spy from Konoha. If Uchiha Itachi sought to absolve himself of the suspicion of espionage, would he willingly divulge all the intelligence concerning Uchiha Obito? Once Itachi discovered that the true identity of the mysterious masked man was Obito Uchiha, how would he respond to the ninja who had assisted him in the slaughter of his own kin? Uehara Naraku was exceedingly eager to witness the confrontation between these two masterful actors. Uchiha Madara would invoke dread, while as for Uchiha Obito, had he not fallen in battle to become a hero of Konoha, he might have been deemed a disgrace to the Uchiha clan. I will return to the base. Pain instructed coldly after concluding his discussion with Uehara Naraku. Uehara, you should also return to the Akatsuki's headquarters immediately, so as not to worry your teacher. With those words, Pain dispersed, vanishing into a cloud of smoke. Due to the distance from his true form, Nagato, the chakra within Pain had nearly depleted after utilizing 2 ocular techniques. Without the transfer of chakra from Nagato, Pain would be of little use, rendering his presence here pointless. It would be more prudent to return swiftly and gather intelligence from Uchiha Itachi. Uehara Naraku did not linger either. Summoning Pain had merely revealed to the lurking Obito Uchiha the reality that his guise had been stripped away. Surely, Obito must have come to terms with the truth by now. The only regret was that Orochimaru had slipped away unnoticed. Now that the matter had concluded, Uehara Naraku departed the land of water alongside Kisame Hoshigaki, Minma, and others, embarking on their journey home. Once everyone had left, in the shadows of the forest, the figure of the mysterious masked man emerged, murmuring ruefully, I miscalculated. That little brat could actually summon Pain. My identity is on the verge of complete exposure. Nonetheless, the masked man had long prepared for the worst. If Nagato intended to cast him aside and independently begin gathering the tailed beasts, it would be impossible. For only he could collect comprehensive intelligence on the tailed beasts. This revelation of his identity would merely affect his status and image, not hinder the continuation of his Moon Eye plan. The masked man had not departed empty-handed. He suspected that Orochimaru had discerned his identity and leaked it to Kakashi. After all, Orochimaru's inexplicable appearance in the land of water raised suspicions. Logically, he was the most likely suspect. Very well, I must abandon the effort to suppress the information. The masked man's gaze dimmed momentarily as a space-time vortex materialized behind him, drawing him into its depths. In the land of rain, at the Akatsuki's base, Pain had just returned after dispelling Uehara's summoning technique when he was met with the worried expression of Konan. Konan, along with Kakazu and Uchiha Itachi, had only just returned to the Akatsuki's base after recruiting Hiden. Nagato, is there something amiss on your end? No, it is Uehara. Pain shook his head, his expression somber as he remarked, perhaps we can uncover the truth from 12 years ago. First, we must apprehend Uchiha Itachi. He must not be allowed to escape. What is the situation? The man who claims to be Uchiha Madara is a ninja named Obito, who likely intends to exploit our leaf spies. Pain's face darkened further as he continued in a grave tone. Uehara has discovered his true identity and is currently being pursued. I will go save Uehara. Konan unfurled the paper wings on her back, preparing to depart. However, Nagato Pain halted her, quietly explaining, there is no need for concern. Uehara has fortuitously encountered Orochimaru, and I have already intervened on his behalf. He is accompanied by 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. He should be safe. Then let us proceed to meet Uchiha Itachi. Konan's paper fragments swirled around her as she spoke coldly, extract information from him. Since Uehara had yet to return, Uchiha Itachi found himself without new comrades and could not embark on any missions. Instead, he sat by the lakeside of the base, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a flurry of paper butterflies descended before him, coalescing into a blue-haired woman who stood upon the water's surface, creating ripples that spread outward. Gazing at him, Konan furrowed her brow slightly and inquired, the infamous Itachi, do you also harbor worries? Is there something you need, senpai? Uchiha Itachi's mood was somewhat melancholic. He merely wished for a moment of solitude and was disinclined to engage in conversation with the woman before him. Konan, however, remained undeterred by his demeanor and coldly asked, Uchiha Itachi, you are a rogue ninja from the Leaf. Have you ever heard the name Obito during your time there? Obito? Uchiha Itachi recalled a funeral he had attended long ago, raising his head in puzzlement to add the full name that Konan had mentioned, Uchiha Obito. Konan's brow slightly knitted as she scrutinized Uchiha Itachi's expression, surprised to see no signs of disturbance. Does Uchiha Itachi truly not know the identity of the masked man? Konan pressed on. You are of the same clan. Surely you must know someone named Uchiha Obito? Uchiha Itachi lowered his gaze, softly responding while staring at the lake's surface. Uchiha Obito perished during the Third Shinobi World War, as his body was never recovered. He is the only hero not interred at the Leaf's memorial stone. Oh, Konan nodded with interest. Please, go on. Based solely on Uchiha Itachi's words, the likelihood that the mysterious masked man is indeed Uchiha Obito is exceedingly high. Yet, judging by Uchiha Itachi's expression, It seems he remains unaware of the masked man's true identity. If that is the case, Uchiha Itachi may not be a spy for the Leaf. Considering he annihilated the entire Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi looked at Konan with confusion. Obito had long since died. What more was there to discuss? What could possibly be said? Shall I recount the life of Obito? Why would someone who has long departed evoke such interest in Konan? Uchiha Itachi keenly observed Konan's expressions, continuing softly. It is said that Uchiha Obito did not excel academically. Perhaps it is precisely for this reason that during the graduation assignment of Konoha's ninja, Obito was placed on the same team as the most talented ninja of the time, Hatake Kakashi, ultimately becoming a disciple of the fourth Hokage. Thus unfolds the tale of an underachiever as narrated by Uchiha Itachi, drawing from the accounts of his family's members, combined with his own insights and embellishments. He crafted a narrative of an underdog who ultimately emerged as a hero of Konoha. Konan could not help but glance sideways. She had not anticipated that Uchiha Itachi possessed a gift for storytelling. His tales of ninjas were far more captivating than those recounted by Jiraiya. The book he authored, Tales of Resilience and Determination, was a convoluted read that hardly compared to Itachi's narrative. In the end, Obito became a hero of Konoha, resting eternally in a foreign land, while his comrade, the prodigious ninja Kakashi, achieved the honor of being known as the Sharingan Kakashi, thanks to a gift from a dear friend. This story cannot be deemed a breach of confidentiality, as many elements are widely recognized, and it serves as a tale embodying the will of fire. Upon concluding his story, Itachi found himself moved by Obito's journey. He turned slowly to regard the composed Kunoichi, puzzled as to why his tale did not resonate with her. Did the will of fire fail to reach her heart? As he finished, Konan's brow furrowed slightly. Had she not known that the enigmatic masked man was Uchiha Obito, she might have felt a hint of admiration for him. Uchiha Itachi's expression soured, sensing a certain irredeemability in her demeanor. Konan-senpai, what interests you in the matter of Uchiha Obito? He inquired. Konan did not respond. Instead, she unfurled the paper wings on her back and coldly stated, "Follow me. Pain wishes to see you." Within the Akatsuki cave, Pain, overlooking Itachi from the outer path's golem, spoke in a grave tone. Uchiha Itachi, you are a member brought by Akatsuki and should be aware of Akatsuki's true identity, correct? Pain did not conceal anything from Itachi, nor did he concern himself with Itachi's thoughts, for in the face of genuine power, there was no need for subterfuge. Itachi's expression remained unchanged, yet a tempest of thoughts brewed within him. Connecting his recent conversation with Konan to the current situation, he surmised what Pain was about to reveal. The mysterious masked man had always claimed to be Uchiha Madara, yet it seemed that Pain and Konan had uncovered evidence linking the masked man to Uchiha Obito. He deceived me, claiming to be Uchiha Madara. Pain gazed at Itachi, continuing solemnly. In truth, his real identity is Uchiha Obito, a spy sent by Shimura Danzo of Konoha. Itachi fell silent, memories of past experiences flooding his mind as he began to reverse engineer Obito's true identity based on Pain's words. The first encounter with the enigmatic masked man proved to be a harrowing one. He ruthlessly dispatched his comrade, compelling him to awaken the Sharingan. As time unfolded, when Uchiha Itachi matured, the masked man was willing to collaborate with him to annihilate the entire Uchiha clan, thereby guiding him into the Akatsuki. Despite being acutely aware that he was a spy for the third Hokage, the masked man confided his plans to him and expressed a desire for continued partnership. Every action of the masked man bore an indelible mark of darkness, reminiscent of Shimura Danzo's machinations. Who, other than Danzo, would harbor ambitions to obliterate the Uchiha clan? Upon conducting a reverse analysis, Itachi found himself engulfed in alarm. If they could ascertain that the masked man was not Uchiha Madara, but indeed Uchiha Obito, it would imply that he was almost certainly a subordinate of Danzo. Obito held a favorable reputation within Konoha, with no family aside from a grandmother, rendering his presence relatively inconspicuous. Thus, it was improbable for him to engage in such nefarious deeds of his own volition. He was merely a pawn manipulated by Danzo. This reasoning held merit. The number of Uchiha clan members who entered the Umbu was limited. Both Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi had been assigned to Danzo's command, making it entirely plausible that Danzo had another ninja named Uchiha Obito under his wing. Itachi furrowed his brow, realizing with dismay that each step he took was orchestrated by Shimura Danzo, a specter that refused to dissipate. Uchiha Obito was indeed Danzo's spy. Pain emerged, wielding a black rod imbued with yin-yang release. Gazing down at the young man below, Uchiha Itachi, what is your true identity? The one who slaughtered all the members of the Uchiha clan cannot possibly be a spy as well, can he? Itachi lifted his gaze to Pain, gently shaking his head. I merely seek a sanctuary. He claimed to be Uchiha Madara and deceived me. Now that I am aware he is a spy sent by Konoha to monitor me, I shall eliminate him next time. Itachi refrained from divulging the truth of his collaboration with Uchiha Obito in the clan's demise. Should he utter those words, it could exonerate Obito and potentially implicate himself. At present, Itachi had no desire to be a pawn of Danzo or to find himself in peril. As for Uchiha Obito, when they next crossed paths, Itachi would undoubtedly devise a means to deal with him. He could not tolerate Danzo's continued surveillance. Excellent. Pain nodded, turning to Konan beside him. Konan, the next step is to extract the true identity from Zetsu. Should any complications arise, eliminate it immediately. Zetsu was an information operative for the Akatsuki. Given that Zetsu had long provided invaluable intelligence to the Akatsuki, Pain was reluctant to simply dispose of him. Rather, he wished to ascertain whether Zetsu was a spy or merely a victim of Obito's deception. Upon receiving the news, both Black Zetsu and White Zetsu wore expressions of bewilderment, unable to comprehend how Obito's identity had been uncovered, nor why he was labeled as Danzo's spy. Who prompted Uchiha Obito to reach out to Yahiko back then? As a result, Yahiko had just rejected them when he was subsequently killed by Shimura Danzo and Hanzo of the Salamander. Both the timing and motivations appear to be quite reasonable. After a brief deduction by Konan and Pain, had it not been for Zetsu's clear knowledge of the truth, they might have been inclined to believe it. Zetsu's emotions were tinged with melancholy. Although it was merely a conjecture from Nagato and Konan, it sounded sufficiently credible, and any defense we offered might only arouse Nagato's suspicions. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu maintained a positive mindset, pondering potential remedies. We must stabilize Nagato and Konan to ensure they do not doubt our plan to gather the tailed beasts. Should we consult Obito for strategies? White Zetsu whispered. Obito just returned to our secret base and had a White Zetsu clone assist him in re-implanting a Mangekyo Sharingan. What happened? Black Zetsu inquired, puzzled. Did he use his Anaji? Is it possible for someone to force a wielder of the space-time Mangekyo Sharingan like Obito to employ his Anaji? It was Uehara Naraku, White Zetsu replied, his expression one of perplexity. Obito explained that he was too careless and was ambushed by Uehara's explosive tags, necessitating the use of his Anaji to escape. Moreover, he is eager to see us. Black Zetsu's mood soured. Did Obito not claim he would control Uehara Naraku? Yet he faltered against that 12-year-old brat? Truly, aside from Uchiha Madara, the rest of the Uchiha clan are inept. The secret base of Zetsu had once been a refuge for Uchiha Madara in his later years, still inhabited by a few White Zetsu guarding the place. With the aid of a White Zetsu clone, Obito had successfully re-implanted a Mangekyo Sharingan and had removed his mask. From this day forth, he no longer needed to masquerade as Madara. Zetsu's figure emerged from the ground. Black Zetsu ominously regarded him and spoke. Obito, because you refused to heed our counsel in the past, Nagato has now deemed you a spy sent by Danzo. White Zetsu softly reproached. Moreover, this matter implicates us as well. To regain Nagato's trust, we must exert effort to gather intelligence on Hanzo of the Salamander. Is there no way to remedy this? Obito furrowed his brow, finding the news rather unfortunate. The inability to monitor Akatsuki's actions in real time was disadvantageous for him. At least not at this moment. Black Zetsu shook his head and responded solemnly. Now that Nagato has labeled you, we can only wait for his anger to dissipate before gradually clearing your name. White Zetsu quietly offered his suggestion. We must devise a method to quickly place new personnel within Akatsuki to prevent the organization from falling out of our control and to keep a watchful eye on Itachi Uchiha, who has only recently joined. This is manageable. Obito's brow relaxed as he smiled. While Uehara is distracted, I have secretly communicated with Kisame. He still believes in the Moon Eye plan and will continue to act as my spy within Akatsuki, aiding me in monitoring Itachi Uchiha. Wait, is Uehara Naraku still alive? Kurizetsu gazed at Uchiha Obito with a look of bewilderment, questioning how it was possible that he had failed to deal with even a mere 12-year-old child. Uchiha Obito shook his head and replied, that child Uehara has the ability to summon Pain of the Six Paths. I cannot confront Pain directly. What I must divulge next is the most troubling matter. Obito's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness as he surveyed Kuro and the surrounding Zetsu clones, who appeared increasingly perplexed. Someone has leaked information about me to Hitaki Kakashi. With this explosive revelation, Obito articulated his suspicions. I suspect that Orochimaru is the source of this leak, as he happened to be present with Kakashi in the Land of Water. Kurizetsu quickly seized upon a crucial point. Hitaki Kakashi? Black Zetsu also noted another significant detail. Orochimaru? Indeed, Obito affirmed, nodding earnestly. After all, Kakashi has never exhibited any unusual behavior. Perhaps Orochimaru uncovered some clues through his channels and informed Kakashi of my intelligence. Had it not been for Kakashi suddenly revealing my identity, I wouldn't have rushed to eliminate Uehara Naraku to silence him, only to be ambushed by that child. Uehara summoned Pain again and informed him of the situation. Regrettably, I had not yet prepared to communicate with Nagato when he mistakenly identified me as Danzo's spy. At this juncture, Obito struck the ground beside him in frustration, grappling with the incomprehensibility of how events had spiraled out of control. Everything had been progressing favorably, and he had been diligently planning to seek assistance for Akatsuki, only to find himself expelled from the organization. It was quite sudden. Yet, upon reflection, perhaps this turn of events was not entirely unfavorable. At least Obito now understood that someone was covertly monitoring his information, which was far better than being detected after gathering the tailed beasts in the future. Orochimaru was unaware that he had become a scapegoat. It was the first time Orochimaru learned the true identity of the mysterious masked man, and he began to formulate a plan, realizing that this intelligence could be used for negotiation. As for the negotiation partner, it would naturally be his close ally, within the confines of Konoha village. At the root base, due to the excessively brutal methods employed by Shimura Danzo in dealing with the Uchiha clan, his root organization was disbanded by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he himself was placed under house arrest. Even though Danzo harbored grievances, he could do nothing against Hiruzen's resolute actions. Thus, this elder could only quietly remain hidden, clandestinely contacting his former subordinates to gather intelligence while nurturing a select group of young ninjas. Be serious. Focus on the fundamentals. You're doing well. Sai, you have just graduated this year. I will find a way to arrange for you to participate in the Chunin exams next year. You must work twice as hard. Danzo scrutinized the young ninjas under his charge, diligently assessing their training, embodying the role of a dedicated mentor nurturing the next generation. The group of young ninjas dared not meet his gaze. Whenever Danzo's eyes fell upon them, each boy instinctively recoiled. They harbored a profound fear of the elder before them. Suddenly, a small white snake emerged from a pipe, slithering towards Shimura Danzo while flicking its tongue. You may leave now. Danzo's demeanor shifted upon noticing the snake, and he waved away the group of boys. He then retrieved a scroll from the serpent's mouth. This white snake served as a communication tool for Orochimaru. Ever since Orochimaru's defection, Danzo had maintained contact with him, initially fearing that another unreasonable request would be forthcoming. To his surprise, this time, Orochimaru merely delivered a piece of information. Uchiha Obito was still alive. Danzo's eyes narrowed sharply as he fixated on the scroll, which contained intelligence concerning the enigmatic masked man. Unbeknownst to him, due to the masked man's affairs, he had incurred additional blame in the eyes of Pain and Itachi Uchiha. All Danzo desired was to leverage this information to reclaim the power he had lost to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Indeed, Hiruzen was correct in his assertions. With a languid motion, Danzo closed the scroll and tossed it into the nearby fire, murmuring softly, "The Uchiha clan, they are inherently malevolent. Even the disciples of the fourth Hokage may fall from grace." Although he had acquired intelligence regarding Uchiha Obito, Danzo needed to await an opportunity for Kakashi Hitaki's return to the village before confronting Hiruzen. This opportunity would not be difficult to find. Meanwhile, Uehara Naraku contemplated his system panel, lost in thought. Main quest: fulfill the wishes of the bookstall owner and become the greatest boss in the ninja world. Progress 3. Task completed. On the journey back from the Land of Water to the Land of Rain, Uehara and his team noticed an inexplicable advancement in the progress of their main quest, which halted abruptly upon reaching 3. He surmised that this progress was likely connected to the revelation of the masked man's identity. More individuals were becoming aware of the true identity of the masked man while neglecting the real puppet master behind the scenes. There was a peculiar side quest. Side quest: expose the true identity of the masked man in public. Task completed. Reward: Skill, distorted space. Perhaps it was due to Uehara's initial exposure of Obito's identity, using the innate transformation of the charming illusion rather than revealing his true self. Or perhaps Kakashi had been skeptical at that time. Now, however, belief was gaining traction. As for the awarded skill, it left Uehara feeling somewhat constrained. Distorted space. After a 0.5-second delay, it allows the release of a distorted space within a target area, which lasts for 3 seconds. Within this area, individuals will be isolated from the outside world. Those attempting to traverse the spatial barrier will be stunned, only able to escape through space-time ninjutsu. The distortion of space is sustained over time, with the area affected and chakra consumption coefficient being interrelated. The cooldown period is 15 seconds, and the minimum chakra expenditure is 100 points. This ability seems rather futile. It pales in comparison to the formidable power of the puppet command shockwave. Unless the spatial barrier precisely restrains Uchiha Obito, it is utterly incapable of countering his Kimyui, and even the flying thunder god technique can be effortlessly evaded. What purpose does this skill serve? Is it merely intended to act as a spatial prison? It does appear to have its merits. Although the distortion of space falls under the category of spatial techniques, it is not specifically aimed at space-time ninjas. When utilized against conventional ninjas, it proves to be overwhelmingly effective. Throughout the ninja world, aside from Uchiha Obito, the fourth Hokage, and Otsutsuki Kagaya, who excel in space-time ninjutsu, any other ninja would likely find themselves ensnared within the distortion of space. It bears resemblance to the 4 Scarlet Yang formation and the 4 Purple Flames formation, yet the strength of the spatial barrier surpasses these seals by a considerable margin. The voice of Kisame Hashigaki interrupted Uehara's contemplation. Lord Uehara, we are nearing the shores of the land of hot water. Oh, Uehara Naraku lifted his gaze. Observing their vessel approaching the harbor of the most tranquil nation in the ninja world, and softly remarked, after such prolonged battles, let us take this opportunity to enjoy ourselves. Since Uehara Naraku intended to accompany 5 individuals on their return journey, it was essential to avoid traversing the land of fire to evade any potential troubles. Thus, they opted for a relatively secure route. Upon departing the harbor, Uehara Naraku turned to appraise the gathered company and assign tasks. Mizuki, proceed to the hot springs inn in the land of hot water. Zabuza, you shall continue the training of Kagaya Kimimaro and Haku, or perhaps take a leisurely stroll. Mizuki and Zabuza exchanged bewildered glances. One was a prodigious ninja, now dubbed a genius steward by Uehara Naraku. The other, a ruthless member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, was regarded as both a mentor and a caretaker by Uehara. Kimimaro and Haku could not help but turn to Uehara, whispering, Arakun, will you not join us? Uehara Naraku shook his head gently, replying, I shall practice some hand seals with Kisame. Let us reconvene in the most bustling area of the land of hot water in the afternoon. The land of hot water is renowned as the most celebrated tourist destination in the ninja world, famous for its unique hot spring baths. It is the most comfortable and enjoyable place within the ninja realm, rarely impacted even during the Great Ninja Wars. Uehara and his companions would have the perfect opportunity to rest for a day while traveling by boat across the sea. After the others departed, Uehara Naraku and Kisame Hashigaki found themselves in a moment of solitude, beginning to discuss their plans. Uehara Naraku's primary concern undoubtedly revolved around Kisame's final clandestine meeting with Uchiha Obito before leaving the land of water. So, did you earn Obito's trust? More or less. Kisame replied with a slight smirk, chuckling softly. I informed him that as long as his Eye of the Moon plan continues to unfold, I would keep monitoring Uchiha Itachi after becoming his ally and relay information regarding Uchiha Itachi to him. Before their collective departure from the land of water, Uchiha Obito clandestinely communicated with Kisame Hashigaki, an encounter that further solidified Obito's trust in him. In truth, Obito had always harbored faith in Kisame. Originally, Kisame had meticulously prepared a plethora of intelligence regarding Yuzu, but Obito did not inquire about such trifles. After all, for these past years, Kisame had been serving Obito, who was secretly manipulating the 4th Mizukage, forging a bond that transcended the ordinary. Moreover, Kisame's character proved to be remarkably trustworthy. Once he placed his faith in someone, he would dedicate his loyalty, life included, unreservedly. It appeared that the plan was unfolding seamlessly. Yuzu Naraku remained oblivious to the escalating tensions that had catapulted Kisame's standing in Obito's esteem. Soon, Kisame would emerge as a vital source of intelligence. Yuzu, in his naivety, reassured his subordinates. Once you and Uchiha Itachi become partners, you will soon relish a period of leisure. Kisame chuckled heartily, nodding slightly. It sounds as though Itachi, the wielder of the Sharingan, possesses a commendable character. I believe you will get along splendidly. Yuzu was quite confident in this regard. He turned to Kisame and inquired, by the way, have you prepared the hand signs for me? 13 sets, Kisame replied, producing a scroll and handing it to Yuzu with a light-hearted smile. The hand signs within are a mix of genuine and fabricated, most pertain to water and earth-style techniques. Thank you, Yuzu said, shaking the scroll before contentedly stowing it in his ninja tool pouch. Yuzu had no need for hand signs to unleash his techniques. His intention to practice them was merely for amusement and to confound his adversaries, thereby lowering their guard. In due time, he aspired to become a legitimate ninja capable of forming hand signs. As Yuzu practiced, he spoke of Uchiha Itachi. Itachi is rather easy to get along with. As long as you do not infringe upon his bottom line, he will unconditionally tolerate your actions. Bottom line? Kisame inquired. His brother, Uchiha Sasuke, Yuzu elucidated. Due to their contractual bond, Yuzu had developed a profound trust in Kisame, revealing the intelligence regarding Itachi, as long as his brother is unharmed. Uchiha Itachi is a ninja quite amenable to manipulation. Another who embodies the archetype of a brother as a father, then? Kisame chuckled lightly at this observation. Indeed. Yuzu sighed softly. It is a flaw of this world. The affection a brother has for his sibling often veers toward the pathological. After all, the creator of this world was also a brother devotee. Upon entering the hidden hot springs village, Yuzu and Kisame adhered to their agreement and sought the most bustling locale to immerse themselves in the local culture. Surprisingly, the most animated sight in the village that day turned out to be a gambling den. Why a gambling den? Yuzu mused, his expression subtly shifting upon receiving this news. Could it truly be mere coincidence? I can't shake the feeling that our path will cross with an extraordinary figure. Does Lord Yuzu consider this individual remarkable? Upon the visage of the dry persimmon demon, curiosity flickered and the smile deepened. If the danger is not particularly grave, should we not seize the opportunity to meet that esteemed individual? Uehara Naraku, with a countenance reflecting his ambivalence, nodded in agreement. You possess a point. The peril associated with that notable figure is indeed somewhat diminished. In the realm of ninjas, the mere mention of gambling inevitably brings to mind a woman of great renown within the ninja world. Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, stands as the most formidable kunoichi. Hardly any ninja would dare to inflict harm upon her. Born into the illustrious Senju clan, she was the first to advocate for the inclusion of medical ninjas as essential members of conventional ninja teams. Her unparalleled mastery of all medical ninjutsu has earned her the profound respect of countless ninjas, while they regard her as the preeminent medical ninja in the shinobi realm. It is crucial to acknowledge that her own combat prowess is equally formidable. The renown of the Sannin is not solely based on their healing abilities. In the entire ninja world, apart from the leaders of the great villages, other ninjas seem insignificant in her presence. In terms of beauty, lineage, strength, and reputation, Tsunade is undeniably exceptional in every aspect. However, she is widely known for one glaring flaw: her insatiable gambling addiction. Regrettably, her luck has seldom favored her. Since departing from Konoha to wander the ninja world, an unusual moniker has begun to circulate: the fabled Fat Sheep. Has the legendary Fat Sheep arrived? The rumors spread. Indeed, it has begun. She has already lost 200,000 ryo. The performance of the Fat Sheep is indeed remarkable. Today, the gambling hall is abuzz with excitement, filled with the denizens of the gambling underworld from the Hot Springs village, alongside some opportunistic men seeking to profit from the chaos. Uehara Naraku, absent-mindedly digging at his ear, instinctively disregarded the bizarre chatter as he surveyed the surrounding crowd in search of his subordinates. Uehara, a melodious voice called out, cutting through the noise. Kagaya Kimimaro maneuvered through the throng and approached Uehara Naraku, softly explaining, Mr. Hozuki Mangetsu and Mr. Zabuza are already at the hot spring inn. They deemed this place too perilous and sent me to await your arrival. My lord, this place is indeed quite dangerous, Kimimaro cautioned. The small eyes of the dry persimmon demon blinked as he stood tall enough to observe the scene within the gambling hall, where he spotted the blonde kunoichi seated at the center of the gambling table. As a ninja, how could he not recognize one of the Sannin of Konoha? Uehara Naraku gazed at the fair-skinned figure of the kunoichi and remarked, "But therein lies the intrigue, does it not? Go on ahead." Uehara Naraku waved dismissively at the dry persimmon demon and Kagaya Kimimaro, only to call out suddenly, "Wait, leave me some money. My lord, are you not yet of age?" The dry persimmon demon's expression turned slightly perplexed, and just as he contemplated further remarks, he caught sight of Uehara's urging demeanor and reluctantly tossed a sealing scroll toward him. What kind of superior is this, asking his subordinates for money? Uehara Naraku grasped the scroll, unable to resist casting another glance at the blonde female ninja at the gambling table, admiring her imposing figure. As a minor in the current ninja world, Uehara was not preoccupied with trivial matters. He sought merely to fulfill two relatively straightforward side quests. The first side quest entailed besting Tsunade at the gambling table 01, with the reward shrouded in mystery. The second side quest required him to lose to Tsunade at the gambling table 01, again with an unknown reward. Given the simplicity of these tasks, it seemed feasible that he could accomplish at least one of them. Although the tasks were uncomplicated, the rewards were unlikely to be substantial. Just as Uehara prepared to enter the gambling den, two burly guards roughly shoved him out, berating him with disdain. "You little brat, not even fully grown. Are you here to learn how to squander money? Just get lost." The customs and order of the ninja world were peculiar. Here, people would turn a blind eye to underage ninjas engaging in battle, committing acts of arson, or tossing explosive tags, yet they strictly forbade minors from entering gambling houses, taverns, and other establishments of ill repute. Even the bookstore proprietors would actively decline to sell inappropriate literature to underage ninjas. Perhaps this represented the last vestiges of integrity within the ninja realm. Of course, this was merely the perspective of common folk. Within the vast ninja community, exceptions existed, such as the blonde female ninja Tsunade at the gambling table. Trained under the tutelage of the legendary ninja Hashirama Senju, Tsunade had learned the art of gambling from a young age, ultimately leading to her financial ruin and overwhelming debt. As evening fell, Tsunade found herself devoid of all her money, swaying as she departed the gambling den with her apprentice Shizun, seeking a place to indulge in a drink. Clutching a pink pig plushie, Shizun frowned in reproach. "Lady Tsunade, you've lost far too much today." "Tsunade, I know you must have stashed away some living expenses," she retorted. Tsunade waved her hand, about to respond when a card suddenly flew into her line of sight. She instinctively leaned back, narrowly avoiding it. Standing upright, Tsunade gazed at the wall where the card had inexplicably appeared. It had severed a strand of her hair and was now embedded deep within the wall beside her. "Who dares?" Tsunade exclaimed, turning sharply towards the direction from which the card had come, only to find a boy fiddling with cards in the corner. Uehara Naraku deftly manipulated the card between his fingers, slowly lifting his gaze to meet Tsunade's, offering her an innocent smile. "Hey, care to play?" The fury erupted on Tsunade's face, her veins bulging as she clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. "Where did this little brat come from? Daring to speak so boldly before me? Shizun, lend me some money." After losing all afternoon, being taunted by a mere teenager was intolerable. This child must be courting disaster. The legendary three ninjas of Konoha had little regard for decorum, routinely bullying children. Jiraiya would surreptitiously spend all of Naruto's savings, while Orochimaru openly sought to usurp Sasuke's body. The impending gamble between Tsunade and Uehara Naraku was child's play in comparison. An hour later, within the confines of a hotel room, Katsuyu, with a refreshed and satisfied demeanor, wiped the corner of her mouth and gazed at Uehara Naraku, a hint of lingering enjoyment upon her face. "Your skills are commendable, young one. Yet there remains ample room for improvement." Uehara, bewildered, glanced at the contented Katsuyu and then at the smiling Shizun, feeling as though something in this world was amiss. With a triumphant flourish, Katsuyu seized the dice cup and provocatively cast a glance at the young man across the gambling table. "So, young one, shall we continue the game?" After her words, she let out a hearty laugh and continued, "I can allow you to incur some debts." "Yes, Lady Katsuyu." Shizun, without objection, smiled as she gathered the last stack of money from Uehara and turned to search for paper and pen in the room. Uehara, suddenly alert, hastily shook his head and waved his hands at Katsuyu, exclaiming, No need for that. I've had enough for today." With that, Uehara hurriedly donned his shoes and prepared to leave. During the earlier gambling session, Uehara had lost to Katsuyu for an hour straight. depleting the funds that Kisame had given him. He found himself questioning his very existence. Was it possible that Katsu's fortune was not as dismal as the tale suggested? Or was it that his own luck was even worse? Just as Uehara was about to exit, Katsu flicked a banknote from her fingers, sending it soaring before landing against the wooden door in front of him. Uehara stared in confusion at Katsu, who lifted a teacup and took a sip before leisurely speaking. Young one, you are an outsider ninja, are you not? It seems you have lost all the money meant for your stay at the inn tonight. Take it. It's a gift for you. That amount should at least afford you a night at the most modest inn in Soup Ninja Village. Uehara's face flushed. Was this woman pitying him or ridiculing him? Had she become somewhat arrogant, forgetting her notorious reputation as the greatest debtor in the ninja realm? After all, she had won over 3 million ryo tonight. With glee, Katsu leaned over and kissed the pile of money on the table, unable to contain her laughter. In just 1 hour, I've reclaimed all that I had lost over the past few days. Uehara couldn't help but grit his teeth. A mere 3 million ryo was but a fraction of Asuma's bounty. To see her so pleased over such a trivial sum was infuriating. Moreover, losing to Katsu in a gambling match was not something one could easily admit without feeling shame. Young one, I look forward to having you back for more games in the future. Katsu winked at Uehara, blowing him a kiss. Do remember to bring sufficient funds. How foolish, Uehara thought, pressing his forehead. He took the banknote, pushed open the door, and as his gloomy expression began to fade, he mused to himself. Today is indeed my lucky day. Although he had lost a considerable sum, he had also gained something far more valuable. Side quest, defeated Tsunade at the gambling table, 11. Task completed, reward, fate skill. Fate, the ability to perceive the location of all individuals within 100 kilometers, including those utilizing hidden ninjutsu, transformation techniques, and shadow clones, for a duration of 6 seconds. Upon activation of the fate skill, one can teleport to any individual's side within a 50-kilometer radius after a 15-second interval. The range of the fate skill is contingent upon the chakra coefficient, requiring a minimum consumption of 100 chakra points, with a cooldown period of 150 seconds. Consequently, if Uehara possesses sufficient chakra, the fate skill could potentially survey the entirety of the ninja world. This skill is undeniably the most formidable escape technique Uehara has acquired, equally viable for pursuing adversaries. No one can evade the grasp of his hand. A faint smile graced Uehara's lips as the gloom of his defeat by Tsunade dissipated. He glanced back at the inn he had departed. The sounds of Tsunade's laughter resonated through the night air, and he was reminded of her radiant and captivating smile. Surely, she had never been so joyous as she was today. TCH, if it weren't for the task, who would willingly gamble with that woman? Hey kid. Tsunade suddenly flung open the window and called out to Uehara, almost forgot to ask, which village are you from? What is your name? Uehara's expression darkened once more. Did this woman intend to ensnare him for a quick profit? Tsunade leaned out over the windowsill, her figure slightly distorted, and with a curious smile, she remarked, I am merely a wandering ninja. I want to interfere with your task. Finally, Uehara raised his head to meet Tsunade's gaze and softly replied, is the legendary Sannin, Tsunade-senpai, also a wandering ninja? It seems the third Hokage of Konoha is rather blind. Tsunade showed no signs of anger. Instead, she nodded in agreement. Indeed, the old man is getting on in years. Not only is his eyesight failing, but so is his mind. Tsunade harbored little respect for the third Hokage. If Sarutobi Hiruzen were present, she could articulate even harsher words. Does this imply that Konoha will soon have a new Hokage? Uehara inquired, casting a mysterious smile towards Tsunade. What do you say we place a bet? I have high hopes that Tsunade-senpai will become the next Hokage of Konoha. Heh, Tsunade exhaled a warm breath, looking down at Uehara with a gentle laugh. Kid, at least you should guess a more plausible candidate. Why would I be interested in such a position? Do you even have any money? Uehara's confident smile faltered. Indeed, lacking funds made it difficult to speak assertively. Losing to you was fate's choice. Uehara sighed, lifting his gaze to the springtime visage of Tsunade. Alas, when fate arrives, no one can resist its will. Of course, except for Uehara himself, who wields fate. With those parting words, Uehara waved hurriedly to Tsunade, his figure vanishing into the embrace of the night. By the window, Tsunade's demeanor had grown despondent as she gazed into the enveloping darkness outside, her body gradually sinking to the floor. Fate. Tears welled in the corners of Tsunade's eyes as she pressed her hand firmly against her chest, her countenance marked by a blend of despair and sorrow. "Shizun, gather our belongings. We shall depart from here tomorrow." Lady Tsunade. Shizun approached in astonishment, noticing Tsunade slumped on the ground, rushing forward to assist her. "Lady Tsunade, what has transpired?" "Nothing," Tsunade replied, extending her palm to caress Shizun's cheek softly. "I fear that misfortune may befall us. Please, tidy up our things." Since her early days of gambling, Tsunade had been cursed with perpetual losses, even when faced with the likes of Hashirama Senju, a notorious gambler himself. Her luck was astonishingly poor. Occasionally, she would win, but each victory invariably heralded calamity. Yet, in the recent game, Tsunade had triumphed repeatedly, casting doubt upon Uehara's entire existence. Who could predict what might occur should she remain in the hidden hot springs village? Unbeknownst to Uehara, his mere words had dissipated Tsunade's fleeting joy, for he only grasped that fate was an enigmatic skill. Upon activating this power, myriad silhouettes manifested as youthful visages within his mind, granting him control over the positions of all individuals within a 100-kilometer radius. Uehara quickly pinpointed the whereabouts of individuals like Kisame Hashigaki and Mangetsu Hozuki, cards materializing beneath his feet. The teleportation function of fate was now engaged. In the most luxurious inn of the hidden hot springs village, Kisame Hashigaki sat atop the building, repairing his sword, occasionally casting glances at his companions in the hot spring below. Suddenly, a series of card shuffling sounds reached his ears. Kisame, startled, turned sharply, only to witness a sight that nearly caused his eyes to widen in disbelief. Cards appeared seemingly out of thin air on the floor, overlapping to form a circular area of about half a meter. In the next moment, Uehara materialized atop the cards. This was the teleportation function of Uehara's new skill, Fate. As long as Kisame remained within its coverage, he could be directly transported. Kisame sighed in relief, curiosity flickering across his face as he chuckled and inquired, "Lord Uehara, is this a form of space-time ninjutsu?" Indeed, Uehara did not deny it, tossing a banknote towards Kisame, a meager donation from Tsunade, who had felt pity for him. "This is the remainder of the money you provided. Only 500 ryo?" Kisame's expression transformed into one of incredulity. Even without meticulously calculating his task's remuneration, he had an approximate understanding, which amounted to millions of ryo. Unable to restrain himself, Kisame exclaimed, "Did you lose millions today, Lord Uehara? You sound like a legendary fat sheep." Silence. At the mention of Tsunade's title, Uehara's expression darkened, his mood shifting to one of gloom as he curtly asked, "Which room is mine?" "The largest one next door." The dry persimmon ghost shark swiftly sidestepped the topic of his squandered wealth, chuckling lightly as he spoke. "Lord Uehara, would you not like to spend a moment in the hot springs? This is the most luxurious ryokan in the land of hot springs. A place even ordinary jonin would hesitate to frequent." "No, I'm in a foul mood." Uehara Naraku's body sank into the wall as if submerged in water. By the time the surprise faded from the ghost shark's face, Uehara had already employed the mayfly technique to traverse the thick wall and reached his resting quarters. The marvel of the destiny transmission and the mayfly technique utterly shattered the ghost shark's understanding of ninjutsu, instilling within him an even greater sense of reverence. However, recalling Uehara Naraku's glum expression and the loss of several million ryo, the ghost shark couldn't help but chuckle to himself. It seems our new superior is not so flawless after all." Instead of harboring anger over Uehara's financial misfortune, the ghost shark found a certain warmth in Uehara's newfound humanity, a stark contrast to the aloof and intimidating aura he previously exuded. A splash of water erupted as it entered the room, and the moonlit ghost lantern gazed at the smiling ghost shark with a puzzled expression. "I just heard someone speaking. Has the Lord returned?" "Yes, just went to rest." The moonlit ghost lantern furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. "Is the Lord dissatisfied with the inn I booked to retire so early?" "No, it's merely a matter of mood." The ghost shark shrugged, glancing at the moonlit ghost lantern with a smile. After all, who could feel good after losing several million ryo in a day? Finally, the ghost shark and the moonlit ghost lantern exchanged glances, suppressing their laughter, revealing a cryptic smile. "Damn it, I still want to laugh. I thought everything in the ninja world was within Uehara's control. Yet it turns out he is but a walking cash cow." Uehara Naraku tossed and turned throughout the night. Losing several million ryo in one evening would keep anyone awake. He had only intended to casually complete 2 side missions, Instead, he lost all his money and suffered immense humiliation, particularly as his opponent had been Tsunade. If word got out, it would tarnish his reputation. In the future, when he ascended to become the foremost hidden power in the ninja world, Tsunade would undoubtedly recall. Isn't that the lad named Uehara Naraku who lost millions to me at the gambling table? What kind of image would that leave? Well, nobody is perfect. Senju Hashirama was a fool, and Uchiha Madara had his own health issues. Such trivial matters were inconsequential. Moreover, Tsunade had several peculiar side missions, with rewards that were quite appealing, and she possessed a hint of femininity. In the dead of night, Uehara Naraku, half asleep, murmured incoherently and inexplicably dreamt of Konan, clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds. In his dream, her once gentle visage was replaced by a frigid countenance, as she scolded him sternly. "Naraku, have you taken to gambling?" Behind her stood Pain, fanning the flames. Jiraiya-sensei taught us that we must never associate with gamblers. Moreover, the impudent youth known as Uehara was gambling with Tsunade. He was either lured by her beauty or sought to swindle her out of her riches. Are you not curious as to why someone as stunning as Tsunade remains unattached? It is simply because she is a gambler. The words came from a tall man standing behind Pain. Uehara could not discern his visage, but based on his voice and silhouette, it was likely Jiraiya. This dream concluded with a combined assault of the God Paper Jutsu, the planetary devastation, and the sage technique, 5 right gates, upon Uehara. Ultimately, Uehara, the Dark Lord, triumphed over the valiant trio of Konan, Pain, and Jiraiya, all with Tsunade's support. What a bizarre dream it was. A chaotic amalgamation of nightmares, sweet dreams, and springtime fantasies. As dawn broke, Uehara Naraku rose from his slumber, wiping his mouth with lingering desire and wiping the cold sweat from his brow. "Uehara-sama," a knock echoed at the door, and the voice of Kisame Hashigaki reached him from outside. "Shall we continue our journey today, or remain in the hidden hot springs village for another day? I have prepared 5 million ryo for you today to hasten our pace." Uehara Naraku abruptly flung open the door, his face contorted with displeasure as he regarded Kisame. "No one else knows about my defeat to Tsunade yesterday, right? Everyone who should know does." Kisame tilted his head, flanked by a lineup of his comrades. Ao, Zabuza Momochi, and Kagaya Kimimaro stood prominently among them. Bai gasped in astonishment, covering his mouth. Uehara Naraku clenched his fists tightly, scrutinizing those present. What transpired in the hidden hot springs village must remain confidential, especially for my teacher, understood? Indeed, Kisame nodded with a smile, and the others acknowledged him. Perplexed by Uehara's peculiar behavior, Uehara Naraku, of course, could not disclose the truth. He needed to portray himself as the perfect disciple before his teacher, without any blemish that could displease her, if he were to stand a chance at becoming a formal member of Akatsuki. At the entrance of the hidden hot springs village, Uehara Naraku and his small team encountered Tsunade, Shizune, and their pet piglet, who were also departing. Tsunade narrowed her eyes slightly, assessing the peculiar assembly behind Uehara, and suddenly broke into a smile. "Good morning, little one. Are you all leaving the village as well?" Uehara Naraku glanced at Tsunade's rather cool attire, turned, and passed by without acknowledging the blonde kunoichi. The others followed closely behind him, trembling as they traversed past Tsunade. "Hey, little one." Tsunade, slightly displeased, attempted to call out to Uehara. Noticing his indifference, she chuckled. "You were as docile as a kitten when you were with me last night. What happened overnight that turned you into a stranger?" "Tsunade-sama." Shizune blushed deeply, waving her hands to quell Tsunade's reckless words. "Please refrain from making such misleading statements. That young boy is still a minor." "Very well," Tsunade said as she patted Shizune on the shoulder, gently pushing her aside, her gaze turning slightly serious. "If I am not mistaken, among those following that little rascal, there are indeed a few members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, correct?" "Huh," Shizune responded, somewhat perplexed. Tsunade playfully tapped her head, a confident smile gracing her lips. "That little brat's identity appears rather extraordinary. Perhaps we could win a fortune from him to fund our travels. But what if we lose?" Shizune protested. "That little rascal looks like a novice. How could I possibly lose?" "Do not speak such words. Moreover, it is exceedingly dangerous. Did not Lady Tsunade mention that he is accompanied by the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? What if they turn against us?" "Do not fret. I possess absolute confidence," Tsunade declared. Since she began dabbling in gambling, she had only lost once to Hashirama Senju and had yet to encounter anyone who could best her. How could she let such an opportunity slip away? After all, she was leaving the hot springs village today. Winning would be a bonus. Furthermore, Tsunade had yet to share with Shizune that she found the little gambler quite intriguing. He was nothing like a typical gambler. That feeling resonated with her own style. The little fellow genuinely desired to win. If he could win just once, the number of losses would be inconsequential. Tsunade pulled out a banknote and called out to Uehara Naraku. "Hey, little rascal, do you need me to lend you a few hundred ryo for travel expenses?" Uehara's expression visibly darkened. Beside him, Kisame Hashigaki instinctively reached for the handle of his sword, but Uehara waved his hand to halt his movement. "Do not mind her. Little rascal." Tsunade's voice rang out as a banknote swiftly soared towards Uehara, who effortlessly caught it between his fingers. Finally, unable to contain himself, Uehara turned to face the blonde kunoichi leisurely standing at the entrance of the hot springs village. Tsunade rested her chin on her fist, gazing at Uehara with a smirk. "Have you run out of money to play with me today? I wouldn't mind accepting an IOU." With that, Tsunade licked her lips, exuding an alluring charm that made it difficult for anyone to look her in the eye. What on earth is this woman doing? He is merely a 12-year-old child. "Wait for me a moment," Uehara finally snapped, unable to endure any longer. He was not a serious ninja and was only focused on earning the rewards from the system's side quest. "Uehara-sama." Kisame was visibly troubled. His small eyes filled with immense confusion. However, seeing Uehara extend his hand, Kisame placed a sealing scroll into Uehara's palm. Uehara began to suspect that Tsunade might be cheating. Logically speaking, defeating Tsunade at the gambling table should be the simplest side quest. Why did it now feel more challenging than killing her? Lord, Tsunade-sama is a legendary sannin. Neither her status nor her strength is suitable for conflict, Itachi Uchiha remarked hesitantly, raising his head. The ninjas held Tsunade in the highest regard. In a certain sense, Tsunade's initiative to establish dedicated medical ninjas significantly reduced the casualties among ninjas, transcending the narrow identity of a leaf village ninja. Yet, she provoked me. Uehara Naraku clenched the scroll tightly in his hand, casting a cold gaze towards the distant Tsunade. "Leave Kumamoto behind. You all should depart first. I cannot allow this woman to become overly pleased with herself. I am not a mere harbinger of wealth." Kagaya Kumamoto and Haku appeared somewhat bewildered. Kisame could not suppress a chuckle, noting that Uehara seemed to be a leader who genuinely valued his subordinates. Only Zabuza and Haku found themselves perplexed. Did Uehara truly intend to assist the ailing Kumamoto, a young ninja yet to fully realize his combat potential? These ninjas hailing from the land of water were typically ruthless. For a youth like Kumamoto, suffering from a grave illness, death was the most likely outcome. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura, would undoubtedly wish for their complete demise. However, Hozuki Mizuho recalled a rumor and felt compelled to dampen Uehara's hopes, softly stating, "But I have heard that the esteemed Tsunade, renowned as the strongest medical ninja, has retreated from the fray. Since the war's conclusion, she has not intervened to save a soul." Indeed, Uehara Naraku nodded, gazing at the joyous blonde kunoichi in the distance, and sighed. Perhaps it is due to some psychological affliction she suffers. Who would have imagined that a medical ninja could be afflicted with hemophobia, particularly one acknowledged as the strongest in the ninja world? Uehara instructed the other members to continue their journey while he approached Tsunade and Shizune with Kumamoto in tow. Tsunade met them halfway, stopping beside Uehara, leaning down to exhale softly against his shoulder, tilting her head and saying, "So little one? Can't seem to forget me? Let us find a place, Tsunade-sama." Shizune anxiously tugged at Tsunade's shoulder. "Mind your image. Do not tease him like that. He is still just a child." Tsunade paid no heed, instead quietly listening to the rapid beating of Uehara's heart. Uehara, exasperated, pushed Tsunade's head aside and sighed. "If you seek my money, just say so. There's no need for such antics, Tsunade-senpai. TCH, such an unamusing little brat. I have 5 million ryo here." Uehara Naraku raised his scroll, whispering, "I can wager with you, but I have one request." Tsunade's indifference immediately shifted as she lowered her gaze to Uehara, her brow furrowing. "What request?" "Please examine his health." Uehara pointed to Kagaya Kumamoto beside him and softly added, "He is the last of the Kagaya clan. I believe Tsunade-senpai has heard of them, yes? The Kagaya clan from the land of water?" Tsunade had not only heard of the Kagaya clan, but was also aware of certain secrets regarding this ninja lineage. If my memory serves me correctly, even in times of peace, The Kagaya clan has never harbored long-lived ninjas. Their temperament is often rendered violent due to their bloodline. Tsunade showed little concern for Kagaya Kumamoto's condition. Her curiosity lay more with Uehara Naraku. She briefly mentioned the Kagaya clan before steering the conversation back to him. Little one Tsunade's fingers deftly flicked the scroll in her hand, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. We came here to gamble. Yet you request my assistance in healing? Uehara Naraku detected the dissatisfaction in her tone and, rubbing his forehead, replied, if you wish. There are those who would gladly offer you money. However, I reckon you haven't won much at the gambling table, have you? A visible cross vein appeared on Tsunade's forehead. For Uehara's words rang true. The anger on her face dissipated almost instantaneously as she quietly commanded, Shizun, go examine that Kagaya clan brat. I shall play a few rounds with this little one. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Shizun heaved a sigh of relief, nodding respectfully. Tsunade and Uehara trailed behind. Soon discovering a seating area nearby, Tsunade retrieved dice from her pocket, while Uehara unsealed the scroll, extracting a stack of money. As she conducted the examination, the gambling commenced. The dice rattled loudly. Single. Double. I win. Tsunade's face lit up with joy as she reached for a stack of money in front of Uehara and inquired, what is your name, little brat? Uehara Naraku. The boy replied after a moment of silence, revealing his name without hesitation. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, continuing to shake the dice. I don't believe I've ever heard of any Uehara clan or notable figures from the Hidden Mist village. That's quite normal. Uehara Naraku shook his head, sighing. In such a large village, how could there be someone like me, a mere ninja? Mr. Kisame and the others are simply assisting me with my tasks. This statement was not entirely inaccurate, as Uehara's task involved bringing Kisame and the others into the Akatsuki. Suddenly, Tsunade pressed down on the dice cup. Lifting her gaze to Uehara Naraku, a glimmer of amusement crossing her face. You speak such words, yet there lies an unspoken pride within you. The 5 great ninja villages do not seem to hold much significance in your eyes. Senior Tsunade, Uehara Naraku retorted defiantly. I have heard that the 3rd Hokage of Konoha is quite aged. You could return and succeed him as Hokage, yet you choose to wander. It seems you are the one who takes pride in your status as the strongest ninja village's leader. Indeed, Tsunade possessed ample reasons for pride. Her lineage, beauty, strength, and capabilities were unmatched. Each quality would render any other woman proud. Hokage? A flicker of confusion crossed Tsunade's eyes. The two ceased their verbal sparring and resumed their game. Uehara Naraku's luck at the gambling table appeared to be significantly worse than Tsunade's. No matter his guesses, he never managed to predict correctly. And the side quest to win against Tsunade seemed distant and unattainable. Forget it. Let us consider that task non-existent. Uehara Naraku consoled himself inwardly. Recalling the understanding among anime enthusiasts that the rewards for winning against Tsunade were likely not substantial. Tsunade once again picked up a stack of money in front of Uehara and softly remarked, Kid, I have hardly won in my lifetime. Each time I did, something unfortunate would occur. Yet, for the past few days, I have been winning your money. Uehara Naraku was aware of this curse and felt a twinge of curiosity. Would Konoha be shaken by an earthquake now that Tsunade had won against him so many times? Or perhaps Jiraiya or Orochimaru were in peril. He also pondered his own identity. Could it be that the luck of a mere underdog like him was suppressing Tsunade's curse? As an intern of Akatsuki, a pawn in the shadows of the ninja world, perhaps Tsunade's encounter with him, without eliminating this threat, was indeed her greatest misfortune and regret. Of course, it was improbable that Tsunade could eliminate him now. Even she would not suspect that the boy seated before her possessed the power of a shadow-level ninja. Tsunade, her mind racing, suddenly chuckled. Hey, kid, you're not planning to become a member of some evil organization in the future, are you? Your background seems rather intriguing. How could that be? Uehara Naraku vehemently denied Tsunade's accusation, softly asserting, a ninja like me, hailing from a small village, yearns for peace in the ninja world more than anyone. Then I shall wager on double. Tsunade, with a perplexed expression, opened the dice cup and took another stack of money from in front of Uehara, stating, peace is far more precious than wealth or life itself. Suddenly, Shizun, wearing white gloves, appeared before them, having concluded her examination of Kagaya Kimamaro's condition. She glanced at Kimamaro, her face etched with exhaustion and regret. I'm sorry. His condition is quite complex, and I'm afraid I am powerless. Upon hearing Shizun's words, Uehara could not help but gaze at the woman seated opposite him. Isn't Tsunade-senpai, the most renowned medical ninja in the ninja world, unable to help? Shizun replied, my medical skills are no different from Tsunade's. Tsunade shook her head and looked at Kimimaro, softly stating, if Shizun is at a loss, then I too cannot propose an effective medical solution. Due to her current circumstances, she was unable to treat others. Uehara nodded, standing up to respectfully bow to Shizun. Though I had long prepared myself for this, I still wish to thank you. Miss Shizun. Uehara did not harbor overly high expectations of Tsunade. The future Orochimaru would become a grand scientist, amalgamating ninjutsu, forbidden techniques, medical knowledge, physics, biology, theology, and chemistry, yet remained helpless against the bloodline disease within Kimimaro. It was unlikely that a ninja specializing in medical ninjutsu, like Tsunade, could cure him, especially considering her current phobia of blood. Indeed, the odds seemed exceedingly slim. After observing Uehara's gesture, Kimimaro also respectfully bowed to Shizun, saying, thank you, Miss Shizun. I am deeply grateful. Respect should always be afforded to those who save lives. Silently, Shizun awkwardly halted their actions, gently stating, please refrain from this. The inability to propose a treatment plan is a dereliction of duty on our part as medical ninjas. I can only offer one suggestion. Let us ensure he receives the essential nutrients his body requires. Very well, I shall note that, Naoko, Uehara replied, shaking her head and gesturing towards the stack of money remaining before her. Let this be left as Miss Shizun's consultation fee. Shizun quickly declined. That would be rather inappropriate. Tsunade, with a frustrated expression, struck the ground with her fist, exclaiming, hey, kid, that money is meant for our gambling. The workings of Tsunade's mind were truly perplexing. She would often borrow money to indulge in gambling, yet when Uehara offered her money, she insisted on dragging Uehara back into the game, openly inviting her to lose it to her. My apologies, Tsunade-senpai, but we must continue our journey, Uehara said with a light chuckle, glancing at Shizun. Senpai always seems to lose. Life must be rather tight for her, no? Miss Shizun, please keep this to offset your living expenses. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's face flushed with anger. Hey, Uehara kid, do you think we are out here begging for money? Shizun interjected, no. Uehara shook her head, addressing the irate Tsunade earnestly. In the past, my teacher also received kindness from Tsunade-senpai during the war. Consider this our way of giving back. Tsunade's expression shifted to one of surprise. She had not anticipated that Uehara would possess such reasoning. Perhaps she should inquire about this boy's teacher, who had raised such a grateful disciple. When she finally met Uehara's teacher, she might even consider borrowing some money. Tsunade could be as straightforward as anyone, yet at times, her morals seemed to waver. With a polite farewell, Uehara bid them adieu and turned to leave with Kagaya Kamaru. Tsunade watched their departing figures with a tinge of regret, sighing, aside from my grandfather, this is the first person I could enjoy myself with. Tsunade-sama, she is still underage, Shizun remarked, exasperated as she collected the money left by Uehara. Shizun genuinely appreciated Uehara's generosity, thinking, that young one is truly kind. Perhaps he intentionally lost to Tsunade-sama to repay the favor his teacher received from her. Tsunade was immediately displeased by Shizun's words, delivering a punch to her head. What are you saying? I won that money fair and square. Shizun, rubbing her head, nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. Yet she added, but that boy is indeed quite interesting. Tsunade, brushing her lips with a finger, chuckled lightly. Shizun, do you think those who give you money are all good people? Orochimaru used to lend me money frequently and never asked for repayment. An hour and a half later, Uehara and Kagaya Kamaru rejoined the group. The members of the team merely glanced at Uehara's expression and understood the outcome of his gambling match with Tsunade. Kisame Hoshigaki and Kiyomi Akatsuki wisely chose to remain silent. Talda Zaibujang was a reckless individual. He glanced at Uehara and sneered. Youngster, have you squandered all your money again? Uehara Nora raised his eyes to meet the gaze of Tao Di Zaibujang, silently committing his name to memory. Among so many present, why was he the only one so talkative? However, upon noticing the collective stares directed at him, Uehara spoke up to clarify. I found that woman truly pitiable, so I offered her a little financial assistance. My mentor once benefited from her kindness. It wouldn't be right to ignore her plight while she endures a life of poverty. His words rang with a semblance of truth, almost as if they were indeed factual. Whether it was the money lost to Tsunade or the living expenses left for Shizun, It could be seen as repaying the favor owed to Konan, who had once helped him during his struggles. Taldi Dai Bujan had initially intended to deliver further scornful remarks. Yet the unfriendly glint in Uehara's eyes compelled him to seal his lips. Ombre's face. A flicker of anxiety and unease appeared as he glanced at the somewhat dejected Kagaya Kimimaro and quietly inquired, "Uehara, is Kimamaro's illness treatable?" Even Tsunade was at a loss. Uehara Nora shook his head and looked at the forlorn Kimimaro, softly remarking, "I suspect he may be suffering from a calcium deficiency. Perhaps he is lacking in calcium, iron, zinc, selenium, and vitamins?" Confusion was evident in the eyes of Ba and Kimimaro. In any case, it seems to be a matter of inadequate nutrition. Uehara Nora rubbed his forehead, recalling the bizarre advertisements from his previous life, and sighed. "There's no new calcium supplement here. Let us have him drink more milk for now. I'll think of a solution later." The bloodline limit of the Shikatsumiyaku allows for the accumulation of calcium in the bones, rendering them extraordinarily tough. Uehara was uncertain about the essence of the bloodline illness. Nonetheless, he remained unperturbed. In this shinobi world, many issues defied scientific resolution and could only be addressed through chakra. For those that chakra could not remedy, perhaps his system might offer a solution. Perhaps in the future, he would acquire some peculiar skills. If even his system couldn't resolve Kimamaro's affliction, then he could only wish him well. With a sigh, Uehara glanced at the two side quests in his system, both of which would not be completed swiftly. Side quest, Ensure Ba's survival, 01, reward unknown. Side quest, Ensure Kagaya Kimamaro's survival, 01, reward unknown. Uehara surmised that as long as he could help Ba and Kimimaro survive their 15th year, he would fulfill these quests. Ba was merely 11 years old this year, while Kimimaro was only 10. There was no need to worry about Ba, nor was there urgency regarding Kimimaro. As long as Uehara Nora diligently searched the system panel for tasks that might yield healing skills, there was hope for treating Kimamaro's condition, and perhaps even addressing the ailments that might afflict the likes of the Ghost Lantern Man Suki. Uehara Nora couldn't help but glance ahead at the Ghost Lantern Man Suki, a mere 13-year-old member of the Seven Ninja Swordsmen, who seemed unable to even qualify for such side quests. His popularity within the realm of the second dimension was alarmingly low. In comparison to Tsunade, it was truly a vast chasm. Had it not been for the entourage of the Seven Ninja Swordsmen accompanying him to report back, Uehara Naraku would have genuinely considered lingering by Tsunade's side to accomplish several covert side quests, which might well have included medical skills. Throughout his journey, the minor nations traversed posed no significant troubles, and Uehara Naraku finally returned to the Akatsuki's base with the team he had recruited. As he gazed at the Akatsuki stronghold, Uehara Naraku discreetly activated his fate skill, intending to discern who resided within the base. However, before he could inspect the individuals inside, he caught sight of a woman, alarmingly close by, through the display of the fate skill. A smile involuntarily graced Uehara Naraku's lips as he proclaimed, "Teacher, I have returned after completing my mission. May I now become a formal member of the Akatsuki?" Just as Kisame Hashigaki and Kahaku no Jozo observed Uehara Naraku conversing with the air, questioning their superior's sanity, a sudden breeze swept through the atmosphere. The concealed paper jutsu ninja was not something ordinary shinobi could perceive. "What do you think?" A woman's icy voice unexpectedly resonated in the ears of the onlookers. Countless paper butterflies took flight in the air, elegantly coalescing into the silhouette of a woman. Her expression subtly stern. "Because you were eager to compete with Uchiha Obito and undertook a mission, you ventured into the land of water, only to find yourself in peril. How many times must I caution you against becoming entangled with the current Akatsuki?" Hey, Teacher Konan." Uehara Naraku extended a hand, exasperatedly resting his forehead. "But I have exceeded the expectations set by Lord Yahiko." Konan's expression darkened instantly as she descended from the air, fixing him with a cold gaze. "Do you believe there is any reason to take pride in that?" "Not at all," Uehara Naraku sighed, shaking his head. "It is precisely because of the summoning items and explosive tags given to me by Lord Yahiko and Teacher Konan that I could ensure my safe return." As Uehara Naraku endeavored to articulate further, Konan's hand unexpectedly rested upon his head, and she sighed. "Well, as long as you returned safely." "Indeed," Uehara Naraku smiled awkwardly. "Did you not provide me with 1,000,000 explosive tags, Teacher Konan? Moreover, Lord Yahiko also granted me summoning items. Yet, I still worried about you. Konan lowered her head, affectionately ruffling Uehara's hair. Now endowed with a power far greater than before, she wished to safeguard her cherished comrades, yet regrettably, she could no longer amend the sorrows of the past. Nearby, Kisame Hashigaki, Kahaku no Jozo, and others listened intently to their exchange, their expressions shifting noticeably. The seemingly obedient youth was indeed the reckless Uehara Naraku. The atmosphere turned somewhat peculiar. Their new superior had brazenly roamed the land of water, even daring to slay the fourth Mizukage, and had incited the defection of all 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen from the Mist Village. Yet before that woman, he appeared as docile as a child. After hearing their conversation, Kisame and the others exchanged glances, their astonishment immeasurable. It seems I have begun to understand why Uehara has become so obedient. This blue-haired woman clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds is a formidable figure, known for casually bestowing 1 billion explosive tags upon her disciples. It is no wonder that she holds the position of mentor to someone like Uehara. By the way, I have brought a gift for Teacher Konan. Uehara Naraku nonchalantly produced a sealing scroll, from which he drew forth a ninja blade wrapped in explosive tags. During the return journey, he had attempted to invoke the explosive tags within the blade, but regrettably, the tags were sealed in a manner that rendered such summoning impossible. However, from the words of the enigmatic Kaido Mangetsu, Uehara learned of the blade's immense power. In dire circumstances, it could be destroyed outright, unleashing a force potent enough to obliterate the mightiest of ninjas in the ninja realm. Given Konan's affinity for explosive tags, she ought to appreciate this explosive blade, shouldn't she? Yet, upon seeing it, Konan's expression gradually stiffened. Naraku, what is this? It looks rather hideous. How could she not realize that her disciple is so obliviously straightforward? Did Uehara not know that his teacher cares deeply about the aesthetic beauty of art? Uehara grasped the hilt and softly explained, "This is the explosive blade of Kirigakure, passed down through generations. It is said to contain countless explosive tags. I thought Teacher Konan would like this ninja blade. I truly do not lack for explosive tags." Konan sighed, stroking Uehara's forehead gently. "There is no need to prepare gifts for me. Your safe growth is all I desire." "Yes, teacher." Uehara cast a puzzled glance at Konan, then tossed the explosive blade back to Kaido Mangetsu, returning it to its rightful owner. The blade was far too unsightly, not befitting his image. The Akatsuki base had not undergone significant changes, though the roster had seen considerable turnover. Aside from Kakuzu gaining an immortal partner in Haiden, eliminating concerns of him selling out his teammates, Zetsu had been expelled from the Akatsuki. Uehara's mind was flooded with exclamations. He had been pondering how to continue discrediting Uchiha Obito, only to find that Pain and Konan had decisively ousted him from the organization. The mastermind behind the Dark Akatsuki had been dismissed. Upon receiving this news, Uehara felt as though a company's general manager had just fired the chairman of the board and placed him on a blacklist. Was there still a need for Kisame to act as a spy? Henceforth, Uchiha Obito had been unilaterally expelled from the ranks of the 4 major players, and he was no longer qualified to vie for the position of the shadowy puppeteer. However, when Uehara spotted Zetsu still lingering at the Akatsuki base, he felt that having Kisame as a spy was indeed necessary. Though Obito's followers had departed, his specter still hovered ominously over the Akatsuki. Perhaps Zetsu's intelligence was of utmost importance, and his prowess in deception was quite convincing. Pain and Konan considered Zetsu to be yet another victim deceived by Obito. Uehara's disciple is truly formidable. The chilling voice of Zetsu remained as cold as ever. Upon seeing Uehara Naraku and the group behind him, he chuckled lightly and continued. The 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen from the Mist Village, along with 2 little brats, have gathered quite a crowd. Could there possibly be spies from the Mist Village among them? After this remark, Zetsu added, "It was only recently that we uncovered Uchiha Obito as Shimura Danzo's spy." Uehara Naraku's expression darkened. What was Zetsu trying to achieve? How could he mention Uchiha Obito right in front of him? Did Zetsu not realize the significance of Obito's identity as the instigator? Enough, Pain interjected, halting Zetsu's provocations. He turned to Uehara Naraku and the group behind him, speaking softly. "Uehara, please introduce the newcomers you have gathered. It seems 3 of them possess considerable strength, and since both Scorpion and Uchiha Itachi lack partners, perhaps you can assist in their allocation after your introductions." "I refuse," the Scorpion, hiding within his puppet, replied in a muffled voice. "These individuals are far too unattractive. Even as my puppets, they would be inadequate. Only the two little brats behind Uehara seemed somewhat presentable. Scorpion was indeed a master of instigation. While one must concede that his true form was rather handsome, he was currently clad in the unsightly guise of a hideous crimson stream. Wasn't that an affront to his own aesthetic standards? Suddenly, Momochi Zabuza erupted in fury, gripping his executioner's blade and glaring at Scorpion. "You bastard! What did you just say?" Scorpion coldly retorted, "I said you are all too ugly." Scorpion. Pain, standing atop the outer path golem, loudly interrupted Scorpion's remarks, his tone icy as he continued. "Each member must have their own partner. This is not something you can refuse." Upon hearing Pain's words, Scorpion fell silent. "Humph," Zetsu sneered from the side. "If Scorpion truly does not wish for a partner, that is of no consequence. I have discovered a suitable newcomer who can accompany him." During this time, Zetsu had not been idle. Even with the recent expulsion of Uchiha Obito from the Akatsuki, it did not diminish Zetsu's dedication to realize the Moon Eye plan. The Akatsuki needed to bolster their ranks. Thus Zetsu had been actively seeking powerful ninjas. Fortuitously, he had found a talented ninja expelled from the Hidden Stone Village, though somewhat temperamental. His strength was undeniable. Once the teams were allocated, he could assign a group to accompany Scorpion. Pain nodded in agreement with Zetsu's suggestion and then turned to Uehara Naraku. "Uehara, please introduce the newcomers to everyone." "Very well," Uehara Naraku said, stopping the irate Momochi Zabuza. He spoke softly. "This is Momochi Zabuza from the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist Village, the current wielder of the Executioner's Blade. The previous wielder was the esteemed Kiba Shizun, who was partnered with Mr. Itachi." Upon hearing the name Kiba Shizun, Uchiha Itachi slowly lifted his gaze to the Executioner's Blade in Zabuza's hand, then lowered his head once more. The mere identities of being the wielder of the decapitating sword and the one who vanquished the 4th Mizukage do not deter Uchiha Itachi from considering the partnership with Zabuza. After all, the previous holder of the decapitating sword, Kisame Hashigaki, sacrificed himself to save Itachi's life. Uehara Naraku extended a finger towards the figure of Hozuki Mangetsu standing behind him and softly continued. "This is Hozuki Mangetsu, who, at the tender age of 13, has already become one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist Village. Like Mr. Itachi, he is a rare prodigy in the world of ninjutsu." Following this, Uehara Naraku chuckled with a hint of mischief, adding, "Interestingly, the once prominent Hozuki clan of the Mist Village now consists of only 2 members. And Mangetsu has a brother whom he harbors a deep-seated hatred for." "Oh." The crowd present suddenly became intrigued. Kakuzu, unabashed, inquired, "Did this boy named Hozuki Mangetsu also slay his entire clan?" Uehara Naraku shook his head, clarifying, "Not quite. The demise of the Hozuki clan was due to the tyranny of the 4th Mizukage, Yagura." Pain then posed the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. "Uehara, can you assure us that he is not a spy for the Mist Village?" "Indeed, I can." Uehara Naraku glanced at Hozuki Mangetsu, and upon receiving a nod in return, he smiled gently, stating, "What Mangetsu truly desires is the revival of the Hozuki clan. Once his younger brother matures, he intends to utilize the hatred his brother harbors towards him as a means to forge his path." As Uehara spoke, he carefully observed the expressions of those present and continued in a lower tone, "This secret is enough to ensure he would not dare betray us. And I believe none of you esteemed seniors would wish to harm Hozuki Suigetsu, nor would you want to miss out on the spectacle of brotherly conflict." "Humph, intriguing," Kakuzu remarked, nodding with his arms crossed. The others echoed their agreement. They held little interest in the revival tale of a fallen clan. If the day ever came when they crossed paths with Hozuki Suigetsu, they would not opt for lethal action. The drama of sibling rivalry was indeed worth witnessing. Only Uchiha Itachi's expression shifted slightly before returning to its usual calm. If he could, Itachi would have liked to express his frustration, for the tale of Hozuki Mangetsu echoed too closely with his own intentions. Soon, someone else noticed this parallel. Konan approached, looking at Uchiha Itachi and stating, "Why do I feel that this newcomer's story bears some resemblance to yours, Itachi?" "It's different," Obito quickly interjected. Shaking his head and explaining on behalf of Uchiha Itachi, he personally killed all of his clan. Itachi, concerned about his secret being unveiled, pressed his palm against his eye and spoke in a low voice. "I am not like this Hozuki gentleman. I merely intend to test my strength with my brother's life once he is grown." Initially, Hozuki Mangetsu held some admiration for Uchiha Itachi, but upon hearing his words, His expression shifted to one of discontent. Is there truly someone who would contemplate killing their own brother? What a detestable heretic. To think he would wish to harm such a delightful being as a brother. It is quite natural for our thoughts to diverge. Uchiha Itachi coldly lifted his head, his crimson eyes fixed on Kirigikuru's Manatsu. I aspire to possess greater strength. For this, I would not hesitate to sacrifice everything I hold dear. Uehara Naraku replied. A rough understanding is sufficient. Why has Uchiha Itachi taken on such a role? If one day someone were to kill Uchiha Sasuke, wouldn't you be driven to annihilate them entirely? Kirigikuru's Manatsu cast a disdainful glance at Uchiha Itachi and declared, I have no desire to form a team with such a person. It seems I share that sentiment, Uchiha Itachi murmured, lowering his gaze to conceal his true feelings. Deep down, he favored Kirigikuru's Manatsu as a potential partner. After all, two devoted brothers would undoubtedly find common ground. Yet, Uchiha Itachi was apprehensive that prolonged interaction might unveil his secret. Even a fleeting glance at his brother could betray his genuine disposition. Just as Uehara Naraku intended to introduce Kakuzu, Zetsu interjected, in that case, let Kakuzu partner with Uchiha Itachi. This serves our purpose with Obito. We must ensure that Kakuzu keeps a close watch on Uchiha Itachi's every move. Uehara Naraku regarded Zetsu with surprise and softly remarked, Mr. Kakuzu was originally sought as a partner for Uchiha Itachi by the traitor Obito. I harbor doubts about his loyalty, so I propose he first serve as my apprentice for a while. If Black Zetsu insisted on pairing Kakuzu with Uchiha Itachi, then he would acquiesce. Kakuzu is the new recruit I sought for Akatsuki. Zetsu quickly interrupted Uehara Naraku, asserting, Obito must have deceived Kakuzu. He certainly does not wish to encounter Obito again. Indeed. Kakuzu grinned, revealing his shark-like teeth. Next time I meet that masked fool, he shall learn the cost of his treachery. After a moment of silence, Uehara Naraku looked up at Pain and suggested, shall we follow Zetsu's recommendation and assign Zabuza to team up with Manatsu, while Kakuzu partners with Uchiha Itachi? That is acceptable. Pain replied nonchalantly, glancing at Kagaya and Haku behind Uehara. As for the two youngsters you brought, Konan placed her hand on Uehara Naraku's shoulder and proposed. It appears these two lack combat prowess. Let them accompany Naraku for the time being. Uehara Naraku watched as Konan distributed the Akatsuki's red cloud cloaks, rings, and nail polish to Kakuzu and Kirigikuru's Manatsu, feeling a pang of envy. He desired to don them as well. Side quest, where the red cloud cloak of Akatsuki, bearing the name of Akatsuki 01, with an unknown reward. How popular is Akatsuki? It is said to be the foremost organization in the shinobi world. Before him lay a task promising a substantial reward. All that was required was for Shounen to provide him with a uniform and consent to his membership in Akatsuki, and Uehara would receive his reward. Unable to contain his excitement, Uehara approached Shounen and implored, Teacher Shounen, I have successfully recruited 3 newcomers for Akatsuki. May I have a uniform now? Let us not dwell on trivial matters. Shounen lightly tapped Uehara's forehead and remarked, Pain informed me that you repelled Uchiha Obito using explosive tags. I presume you have exhausted the supply of explosive tags I previously gifted you? Before Uehara could fully grasp her meaning, Shounen produced several scrolls and tucked them into his embrace, affectionately ruffling his hair. Within these scrolls are 1 billion explosive tags. Consider it your reward for completing the task. Uehara's mission log updated. Side quest. Collect 1 billion explosive tags. 100000001000000. Task completed. Reward. 400 gold coins. How could his teacher treat him in such a manner? Was she attempting to placate him with explosive tags? Kisame Hashigaki and the others were left awestruck as they witnessed Shounen nonchalantly hand Uehara a scroll containing 1 billion explosive tags. Their jaws nearly dropped in disbelief. What kind of extraordinary teacher was she, so casually bestowing explosive tags in the millions? Shounen seemed unfazed by her own generosity. In ordinary battles, she rarely employed a significant number of explosive tags, using them in greater quantities only when laying ambushes with the god paper technique. Uehara, feeling somewhat aggrieved, accepted the scroll and unsealed it, revealing a towering stack of explosive tags, which he then presented to Kisame. I've settled my debt with you all. Kisame, perplexed, took the explosive tags from Uehara and distributed portions to Suigetsu and Zabuza. They, however, were not particularly concerned about Uehara's repayment. If it were merely a monetary debt, it might have been acceptable, but But these were explosive tags. Even in the most affordable regions, one could sell an explosive tag for 2,000 Rio. And acquiring them was no easy feat. Relying on a teacher certainly had its financial advantages. Upon hearing Uehara's words, Xiaonan could not help but furrow her brow, fixing her gaze upon him. How did you come to owe them money? Uehara began contemplating an appropriate excuse. Sensing the tension, Kisame quickly interjected. We encountered Lady Tsunade from Konoha, and Uehara wagered with her a couple of times, resulting in a loss of several million Rio. Uehara's head slowly turned to fix a desperate stare at Kisame, bewildered by his indiscretion. Had he not been cautioned against disclosing his gambling losses in the land of hot water? Had he not already repaid the debt? In the next moment, Uehara felt a chilling gaze directed at him. Xiaonan extended her hand, gently turning his face to meet her own. Her expression was grim, causing a flutter of anxiety within Uehara. Slowly, her hand descended, caressing the young ninja's cheek, her fingers pausing at his earlobe. Xiaonan's voice turned icy, tinged with exasperation. Nara, have you taken up gambling? I am not who you think I am, Uehara Naraku insisted, shaking her head fervently. I merely observed that Tsunade-senpai has led a frugal life. Considering she is a former comrade of Jiraiya-senpai, my primary intention is to seek her assistance in treating Kimimaro. After all, he is merely fulfilling a mission. Could he possibly harbor any ulterior motives? Conan's piercing gaze lingered for an extended period before finally softening. You must refrain from gambling in the future, do you understand? Furthermore, Jiraiya mentioned that Tsunade-senpai is beyond saving. No matter how much you offer her, her gambling will leave her destitute. Yes, I understand. Uehara Naraku nodded earnestly. It was quite surprising to discover that Jiraiya had covertly disparaged his old teammate over a decade ago. His words rang true. What use was it for Tsunade to win so much money from him if, in the end, it would all be lost? Kisame Hashigaki, now donned in his red cloud-patterned cloak, glanced at Uehara's discomfiture and chuckled. Oradano, I shall take my leave to meet my comrades. Go ahead. Uehara Naraku retorted bitterly through clenched teeth. It was ironic that Kisame, whom she intended to place as a spy, had unwittingly divulged her situation to Konan upon joining Akatsuki. This fellow was far from the straightforward person she had envisioned. Do you not understand the concept of discretion? If not for Uehara's cleverness in fabricating a somewhat plausible excuse, Konan would have withheld her goodwill for several days. Do not blame me, Uehara-dano, Kisame shrugged, a wider smile gracing his lips. I merely believe that someone of your age should not engage in activities unbecoming of it. Perhaps Konan-senpai should discipline her student more rigorously. I understand. Thank you for your counsel, Konan replied, nodding before casting a glance at Kisame that brimmed with newfound warmth and trust. After departing from the logistics base, Zabuza Momochi could not restrain his laughter at Kisame. Huh, you've really made a formidable enemy of that little brat, haven't you? Is that so? Kisame replied, his grin unwavering as he regarded Zabuza with an air of amusement, as though observing a simpleton. I truly had not noticed. Hozuki Mangetsu regarded Kisame thoughtfully, remarking softly, one should hold great respect for their teacher, should they not? He seems to mention his mentor quite frequently upon our return. It appears we do not have too many fools among us after all. Kisame chuckled lightly, deriding Zabuza once more before parting ways to meet his new partner. By the lake, Uchiha Itachi found himself contemplating life once more. His emotions were a blend of regret and intrigue. Was there truly another like Hozuki Mangetsu in the shinobi world? If an opportunity arose, should he devise a means to comprehend how Mangetsu manipulated his own brother? The sound of the samahata striking the ground interrupted Itachi's musings as Kisame stood behind him, softly inquiring, what occupies your thoughts? The illustrious Uchiha Itachi, known for his infamous clan extermination, closed his eyes, disinclined to respond. Zetsu, approaching with deliberate steps, leaned in closer and spoke. Shall I assist you in deducing something? For instance, how to conceal your true intentions of protecting your younger brother, much like that boy Mangetsu? Itachi's countenance remained impassive as he gently brushed aside his wind-tousled hair, murmuring, if you are merely here to utter these meaningless words, then they hold no significance. Zetsu's smile radiated an unsettling warmth. I merely wish to confirm. If you truly do not care for your brother, I could orchestrate his demise, thereby granting myself a pair of Sharingan. My chakra is abundant, and the energy consumption of the Sharingan should be negligible for me. Itachi's fingers involuntarily trembled, Perhaps this new ally with the visage of a shark posed the most formidable challenge since his arrival at Akatsuki. The members of Akatsuki were all exceedingly unstable, and as Itachi listened to Zetsu's words, he found himself unable to discern their veracity. Zetsu subtly noticed Itachi's trembling fingers, his smile widening, seemingly validating his superior, Nagato's judgment once more. Just as Itachi could no longer contain himself and was about to speak, Zetsu preemptively cut him off. The grin on the shark-faced man morphed into something more sinister. Enough. I was jesting. Rather than a mere pair of Sharingan, I yearned to witness a spectacle of brotherly combat. How dull. Itachi gradually relaxed, deliberately steering the conversation away from his brother, and stated solemnly, "Tomorrow, we will accompany Sasori to a Wagakure. I hope you do not perish there." "Ah, Mr. Itachi, you truly are a perilous individual," Zetsu replied with a grin, continuing. "We both joined Akatsuki before Lord Obito's defection. If I were to die, who would be your next partner? Obito?" Itachi's gaze shifted markedly. This spy from the Umbu of Konoha had swiftly deduced Zetsu's true identity. He was an agent placed by Uchiha Obito. This complicates matters. "It matters not," Itachi declared. Rising to depart from the lakeside, Zetsu remained rooted, watching his silhouette fade, his smile unwavering. How tragic. Even with the Sharingan, how far can you truly see? At the Akatsuki base, upon returning to his chamber, Itachi was confronted by Zetsu's shadowy form. "Itachi, do you have any intelligence to relay to Obito? I can pass it on." Itachi furrowed his brow, casting a cold glance at Zetsu, and inquired, "Is this a directive from Shimura Danzo?" Upon hearing Itachi's words, Zetsu's expression became comically animated. They had indeed contemplated the idea of connecting Obito with Danzo to see if they could make Danzo shoulder the blame. However, with Kakashi's return to Konoha, Danzo was preoccupied with verbal sparring with Kakashi and likely reluctant to take on the troublesome Obito. Moreover, Uchiha Obito harbored disdain for collaborating with Danzo. It was absurd. Despite having fallen to the depths of being expelled by Nagato, he still clung to his pride and engaged in petty squabbling. Regrettably, this individual had been chosen by Uchiha Madara. Kurizetsu could only smirk as he articulated Uchiha Itachi's thoughts. "Itachi, have you too been influenced by Pain and Konan? Obito is merely adhering to Madara's will." Shirazetsu sighed softly, noting it is merely that Obito, in his impatience, was mistakenly perceived as Danzo's spy. "We shall soon dispel this misunderstanding, and Obito will reclaim his position within Akatsuki." "I understand," Itachi nodded, his demeanor suddenly turning grave. "Once we complete our mission in the Hidden Stone Village, I wish to meet him." "Very well." Kurizetsu acquiesced to Itachi's request. Itachi's gaze flickered as he murmured, "I am quite curious how Obito intends to clear his name. If he cannot regain his standing in Akatsuki, my situation will become perilous. Pain and Konan will inevitably cast their suspicions upon me." "Rest assured," Shirazetsu replied with a light chuckle. "We have received intelligence that Hanzo of the Salamander has dispatched emissaries to contact Danzo in order to eradicate the resurgent Akatsuki. Coincidentally, Konan is currently leading her team to assault the Rain Village ninjas. We must exploit this situation to inadvertently reveal the truth to her. This is the advantage of information. As long as they can swiftly relay certain intelligence to Konan, such as Danzo's schemes to assassinate the re-emerged Obito and the truth behind Obito's betrayal of Konoha, she will uncover a portion of the truth during her engagement with the Rain and Leaf ninjas, thereby absolving Obito of suspicion. It has always been Obito guiding Nagato in the development of the Rinnegan's powers. Once Obito's name is cleared, a slight manipulation will allow him to return to Akatsuki. As for the intelligence that Konan receives, it will undoubtedly be a blend of truth and embellishment. However, the fact that Hanzo is indeed seeking a meeting with Danzo is genuine. Danzo has already utilized information regarding Obito to reclaim his position as the leader of the route from Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he too wishes to reconnect with Hanzo, seeking his support to vie for the position of Hokage. After leaving the Akatsuki base, Kurizetsu inquired in a somber tone, "When will Danzo's and Hanzo's people converge?" "According to our surveillance, it should be within the next few days," Shirazetsu replied, his expression somewhat perplexed. However, this time Konan has brought along 2 youngsters, and their pace is notably slow. Will they be able to catch up? "It matters not," Kurizetsu scoffed. "Once she discovers the convergence of the Leaf ninjas and the Rain, she will not be able to restrain herself from attacking them, and at that moment, she will uncover the truth." Indeed, The pace of Konan and Uehara Naraku had been somewhat sluggish. With the return of Uehara Naraku and Konan, their mission to assault the Rain Ninjas was reignited, albeit with the addition of 2 more members, Kagaya Kimimaro and Shiro. Upon learning that they would embark on a mission together, Kagaya Kunmaru's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Can we really join you on this task?" "Initially, I had no intention of bringing you along," sighed Uehara Naraku, casting a resigned glance at Konan. "However, Teacher Konan believes I should have 2 companions. This is merely a prejudice of the ninja world, or perhaps a lingering influence left by Jiraiya." Konan had taken it upon herself to instruct Uehara in the manner of Jiraiya, leading the team as a jonin. While Uehara Naraku, Kagaya Kunmaru, and Haku formed a small squad, Konan hoped for Uehara to experience a conventional ninja career, rather than obsessing over becoming an official member of Akatsuki and mingling with that group of deranged rogue ninjas. "Uehara, are we a burden to you?" Haku inquired earnestly, his gaze tinged with uncertainty. Though he was but a youth, his striking beauty surpassed that of many maidens, and he possessed an innate sense of responsibility, often giving Uehara the impression that Haku was the elder sister in their dynamic, despite his tender age. Such was the reality of a child raised in hardship. "Oh, not at all," Uehara Naraku replied with a sigh, gently stroking Haku's head. "It brings me great joy to be teammates with you." Although his initial intention had merely been to recruit a few charming subordinates, the rewards bestowed upon him by the system were exceedingly generous. Who could have anticipated that such a simple task would yield a skill of spatial temporal nature? It appeared that the system's essence was to guide him from simpler to more complex tasks, with even modest assignments granting remarkably high rewards, steering him toward a path of unparalleled prowess. Instead of joining a ninja village, he found himself allied with Akatsuki, embarking on a journey akin to a hellish trial, while simultaneously assuming the role of a disciple. Side quest: join a ninja team. 11. Task completed. Reward: skills secret technique, compassionate soulfall. Secret technique, compassionate soulfall, provides a shield to a teammate that can withstand a fatal blow, and then, disregarding the constraints of space and time, teleports to the side of the teammate. Cooldown: 160 seconds. Chakra cost: 100 points. This skill holds promise for both support and escape. However, due to his prior defeat by Tsunade, which granted him the ability of fate-based teleportation, Uehara was less concerned with the teleportation aspect of compassionate soulfall. He was more intrigued by the protective shield it offered. Leading the group, Konan turned to observe the 3 young men, particularly noting Uehara Naraku's countenance, which seemed to reflect acceptance of her arrangement. According to Jiraiya's description, typical teams comprised 2 males and 1 female to stimulate the competitive spirit of the boys, while the girl would mediate the relationships between them, fostering a unique bond. Alas, this team lacked a female member. For now, they had to make do with Haku, whose appearance was somewhat feminine. With a playful flick of her blue hair, Konan scrutinized Uehara, who was engaged in conversation with Kunmaru and Haku, a smile gracing her lips. The 3 prohibitions of a ninja are wealth, intoxication, and the allure of women. The prohibition against Naraku's interaction with females may not be entirely unfavorable. The rain has begun to fall once more. The Rain Ninjas are huddled in a stronghold. As they hear footsteps approaching from outside, a voice suddenly pierces through the sound of the rain, reaching the ears of this group of Rain Ninjas. The voice, seemingly belonging to a small individual, carries a playful tone. "Have you concealed yourselves well? If you have, we shall commence our search." While the other ninjas express their astonishment, the newly assigned captain of the upper ninja team from the Hidden Rain Village, known as Obito Hirakawa, suddenly changes his demeanor. This captain is renowned by the title the Thorn of the Hidden Rain, due to a recent incident where the creature he was tasked with protecting, the salamander, fell to Konan's hands. Several ninja squads have also been decimated by Uehara. As a result, Obito Hirakawa has been deemed culpable and exiled to this small stronghold by Hanzo the Salamander. Outside are members of the Akatsuki. Obito Hirakawa clenches his ninja blade tightly. The appearance of that little brat, Uehara Naraku, signifies the doom of this stronghold. The news of the Akatsuki's resurgence has spread throughout the Land of Rain. Although reports from the Rain Ninjas indicate that only a woman and a boy have appeared, their strength is remarkably formidable. As a first-hand witness, Obito Hirakawa's intuition is acute. That boy alone is not someone they can hope to defeat. He turns to his subordinates and speaks in a grave tone. "We shall split up and flee." Let us reconvene in the Eastern Canyon tonight. However, one Rain Ninja suggests, Captain, why don't we hold our ground here? If we can endure for a day, Hanzo's right hand will arrive swiftly, and we can eliminate these intruders. Fool. Obito scolds, if we remain here, we won't last long. Stop overthinking and retreat immediately. The Rain Ninjas, left with no choice, comply with Obito's orders. Yet, just as these lower ninjas depart the stronghold, a barrage of bone projectiles suddenly flies in, piercing their chests and abdomens, blood spraying forth. Several Rain Ninjas fall silent. Only Obito Hirakawa manages to grasp his ninja blade, barely deflecting one of the bone projectiles. Though he is still injured by the impact, he looks up to see a blue-haired woman clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds, accompanied by 3 small figures. One of whom, a white-haired boy, is pointing at him. Clearly, it was this finger that stealthily annihilated the Rain Ninja squad. Spare his life, Kimimaro. Uehara Naraku gestures to halt Kagaya Kimimaro's actions, leaping down and smiling at Obito Hirakawa, saying, "Ah, what a delightful old friend I have here." Kimimaro retracts his finger, humbly stepping aside, having used his 10 fingers to directly eliminate the Rain Ninjas. Konan furrows her brow, looking down at the upper ninja from the hidden rain with curiosity, softly asking, "Naraku, have you encountered him before?" During our last encounter, Uehara Naraku briefly introduced Hitachi Hirakawa. On that occasion, he and Konan happened upon a ninja squad led by Hitachi Hirakawa while attempting to eliminate a certain salamander. As a result, they were effortlessly vanquished by Uehara. This esteemed shinobi, known as the Stab of the Rain Hidden Village, traded his own life and that of 2 lower ninjas for a copy of Intimate Paradise from Uehara. "Is this the individual who bestowed upon you that scandalous novel?" Konan's eyes flickered momentarily, as she had diligently endeavored to secure a bright future for Uehara. Not wishing to see any blemish upon her disciple, Uehara Naraku couldn't help but glance at Konan, wanting to remind her, "That book was written by your teacher." However, infuriated, Konan seemed to have overlooked this detail, lowering her gaze and softly urging, "Eliminate him, Naraku." Uehara Naraku sighed in resignation. Crouching down to address Hitachi Hirakawa, "I regret to inform you that my teacher is present. This time, your luck is running out." Hitachi Hirakawa interrupted Uehara's statement, whispering, "I possess a complete set of Intimate Paradise, both volumes." The atmosphere grew decidedly peculiar. The esteemed shinobi from the Rain Hidden Village attempted to barter with Uehara Naraku, hoping to secure his release in exchange for the series. Unfortunately, he acted rather hastily. Had it been merely Uehara Naraku involved, with no significant implications, he might have indeed spared Hirakawa's life, allowing him to return and continue his intimidation of Hanzo. However, this time, Konan was watching closely. Uehara Naraku's mood soured. "What do you mean by that? Do you think I am someone to be trifled with?" Hitachi Hirakawa, however, cast Uehara a knowing glance, implying that the Intimate Paradise series is a treasured asset among ninjas. Those in the know would understand. Uehara found himself in a state of indecision. There were still several side quests associated with the Intimate Paradise series, but both volumes were required, and fortuitously, Hirakawa had them in his possession. Should Uehara eliminate Hirakawa, the book would undoubtedly be confiscated and destroyed by Konan. Casting a deep gaze at Hirakawa, Uehara spoke softly, "If you wish to be spared, this price is insufficient. If you possess any information regarding the salamander, Hanzo." "I would never betray Lord Hanzo." Hitachi Hirakawa firmly rejected Uehara's demand. Yet, a moment later, as if struck by an idea, he lowered his head and quietly proposed, "If you are willing to undertake a certain task, I can provide you with intelligence about Hanzo's right-hand man, the salamander, Shindai. We have no interest in insignificant creatures." Uehara Naraku waved his hand dismissively, aside from Hanzo. The other ninjas in the Rain Hidden Village were hardly worth consideration, mere small fry. Hirakawa fell silent for a moment before murmuring, "What if this matter pertains to the very survival of your Akatsuki organization?" "Huh." Uehara Naraku laughed aloud. "The survival of the Akatsuki? You overestimate your significance. Those capable of obliterating the Akatsuki are still attending Ninja Academy." Hitachi Hirakawa failed to comprehend Uehara Naraku's implication. After all, conventionally, one would assume those who could annihilate the Akatsuki had yet to be born. Hattori Hirakawa, lost in thought, merely lowered his head and spoke. "What if I were to say that Lord Hanzo intends to ally with Shimura Danzo of Konoha?" Uehara Naraku's gaze sharpened, and he slowly lowered his head, fixing his eyes upon Hirakawa's with a cold tone. This information intrigues both me and my master. But I am more curious as to why you would divulge it to me. Until now, the Rain shinobi Uehara had encountered had shown unwavering loyalty to their leader, Hanzo of the Salamander, even willing to lay down their lives. Surely, the intelligence regarding the rekindling of ties between Shimura Danzo and Hanzo would be classified within the Rain village, wouldn't it? With reddened eyes, Hirakawa gritted his teeth and replied, because during the Great Ninja War, my parents were slain by Konoha ninjas. Hanzo, who could have easily eliminated you, chose instead to collude with Konoha. Uehara Naraku, disregarding the latter part of his statement, sighed and inquired, but I wish to know what evidence you possess to substantiate this claim. Wars invariably leave scars. In the past, Konoha, the Wagakure, and Sunagakure treated the land of Rain as their battleground, resulting in the deaths of countless innocents. Nagato's parents perished at the hands of Konoha ninjas. After all these years, even with Jiraiya's guidance, Nagato cannot forget the hatred for his parents' murderers, let alone a mere Rain Jonin like Hirakawa. If Lord Hanzo seeks to eradicate the Akatsuki, I would willingly sacrifice my life for his command. Yet he has chosen to ally with Konoha ninjas. Hirakawa clenched his fists in rage and continued. When Hanzo allied with Shimura Danzo to eliminate the Akatsuki, I departed from the village, choosing not to follow him, as I could not accept cooperation with Konoha ninjas. Fortunately, you did not go at that time. Uehara Naraku sighed slowly. Had Hirakawa participated in the extermination of the original Akatsuki, he likely would have met the same fate at Nagato's wrath. However, Uehara suddenly regarded the enraged Hirakawa and quietly asked, having said so much, do you possess any evidence? Indeed, I do, Hirakawa nodded, his voice steady. Kamatari, who is known as Lord Hanzo's right hand, will arrive at the Eastern Canyon tomorrow, where he will make contact with Konoha ninjas. My intention was to lead you there to resolve this matter. Intriguing, Uehara Naraku smirked, patting Hirakawa on the shoulder. Let us hope your words hold truth. If there is any treachery, it will be of no consequence. I shall go to assist them tomorrow. Hirakawa shook his head and replied solemnly, this matter is not an extraordinary secret, but only the Jonin squad is privy to this news, as Lord Hanzo tasked us with ensuring the safety of Kamatari's meeting with the Konoha ninjas. Very well, Uehara Naraku nodded, murmuring, then after this matter is settled, do hand over that set of intimate paradise to me. I understand. Hirakawa's face broke into a rather lewd grin. Uehara Naraku could not help but curl her lip in disdain, exclaiming, what do you even understand? After Xiao Nen learned of the news from Uehara Naraku, she felt a twinge of hesitation. However, under the persuasion of her disciple, she reluctantly agreed to spare the life of Obito Hirakawa, considering he was the first Rain ninja willing to cooperate with them. Regardless of the truthfulness of Obito Hirakawa's claims, there was potential for manipulation. If his words were indeed truthful, both Xiao Nen and Nagato were intrigued by the prospect of eliminating their adversaries, Shimura Danzo and Hanzo of the Salamander, in one decisive strike. Conversely, if he were deceiving them, any hidden schemes would be futile in the face of overwhelming power. Xiao Nen and Uehara Naraku finalized their plan. With Obito Hirakawa's subordinates having perished in battle, their small team would impersonate his underlings for the upcoming meeting. The only concern was that Xiao Nen surveyed her team members and furrowed her brow, asking, Naraku, what do you think we should do? Can this group of little puddings pass for adult ninjas? Uehara Naraku, age 12, stood at 165 centimeters by 11, measured 150 centimeters, and Kagaya Kimimaro, age 10, reached 155 centimeters. Maintaining a transformation technique for an extended period was indeed a skillful endeavor. While Uehara Naraku's stature was suitable, what if Kagaya Kimimaro and Bai were to reveal their true forms? It seemed the only option was for just the two of us to go. Uehara Naraku smiled gently at Kagaya Kimimaro and Bai, softly stating, moreover, should anything go awry, my teacher and I can make our escape at any moment. Eastern Canyon. This was the designated meeting place for the Rain ninjas and the Leaf ninjas. Gradually, Rain ninjas began to arrive, and by midday, over 30 ninjas had gathered, including 7 or 8 Jonin. Uehara Naraku and Xiao Nen donned hoods and special gas masks from the Rain village, following closely behind Obito Hirakawa while surveying the situation. Even without acquiring definitive intelligence, Merely eliminating those loyal to Hanzo of the Salamander would qualify as a successful operation. As time drew near, the assembled rain ninjas began to stir restlessly, with several leading jonin showing signs of agitation and impatience. "Where's that bastard Shinda? That fool will undoubtedly arrive at the last possible moment." One grumbled, "Humph, if he weren't a relative of Lord Hanzo, I would have sliced him into pieces." The rain jonin vented their frustrations openly, disregarding the fact that the individual they were to protect was a high-ranking member of the Rain Village. Uehara Naraku overheard someone making disparaging remarks about the wife of the one called Hanzo Shinda and could not resist asking, "Hirakawa, isn't Hanzo Shinda the right-hand man of Hanzo? Why does it seem he has a poor reputation in the Rain Village?" A shadow of gloom flickered across Hattori Hirakawa's face as he coldly remarked, "Their insults are far too polite. That useless Shinju, wielding power, indiscriminately raises his hand in the name of Amigakure to slay the innocent ninjas and civilians of the village, branding them as spies. The captains of the Jonin here have mostly lost their dear friends and family beneath his blade." Uehara Naraku blinked in confusion, pondering whether this Shinju of the Yamabuki family was not merely a figure akin to Shimura Danzo from Amigakure. Hattori Hirakawa continued, "If that scoundrel were truly acting for the sake of Amigakure, it might be forgivable. However, everything he does is merely for his own enrichment, allowing him to indulge in a life of luxury. In fact, he is even worse than Shimura Danzo." Konan, curious, inquired, "Isn't Hanzo allowing his own kin to harm the interests of Amigakure? What can be done?" Hattori Hirakawa shook his head with a soft sigh. "He is the most exceptional ninja among Hanzo's clan, and thus, Hanzo's most trusted individual. This is quite natural, after all. When the third Hokage of Konohagakure appointed personnel, he similarly placed his own people in the most critical positions. It is said that the leader of Konoha Zumbu is the daughter-in-law of the third Hokage, with both advisors and assistants being old friends of Sarutobi Hiruzen from childhood. It seems that Hanzo, unable to find a suitable and trustworthy individual for clandestine matters, could only select Shinju from among his own clan." Hattori Hirakawa continued with resentment. "It is said that this recent endeavor to collaborate with Danzo of Konoha was the foolish proposal of that idiot Shinju. Hanzo is a demigod of ninjas. Why should he conspire with those rascals from Konoha?" Uehara Naraku shrugged, his face a portrait of resignation. "Perhaps you have elevated Hanzo too highly in your esteem. Could it be that Hanzo is fully aware of the situation?" To avoid provoking Hattori Hirakawa's wrath and disrupting their plans, Uehara Naraku refrained from voicing his thoughts that Hanzo, this demigod, might have his own shortcomings. In this era, few have truly witnessed the might of Senju Hashirama, leading many to regard Hanzo as the closest ninja to Hashirama's prowess, thus dubbing him the demigod of ninjas. Similarly, since few had seen Uchiha Madara Susanoo, the Raikage of that time was also known as the strongest in both defense and offense. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen managed to attain the title of the strongest Hokage. While Uehara Naraku was lost in his thoughts, Konan suddenly grasped his fingers, softly alerting him, "Uehara, they are coming." Upon hearing Konan's reminder, Uehara Naraku collected his thoughts and lifted his gaze towards the two teams of ninjas emerging from the canyon. One team donned the headbands of Amigakure, led by a ninja bearing a fierce red mark on his face, exuding a menacing aura, undoubtedly the so-called right hand of Hanzo, Shinju. The other team, uniformly wearing animal masks and standard gear, appeared far more orderly compared to the Amigakure ninjas. Could that be the root of Konohagakure? He wondered. Uehara Naraku quietly activated his fate skill, eager to discern whether any of the leaf ninjas were familiar to him. Upon the activation of this skill, Naraku's expression shifted immediately. Among the ninjas of the leaf's root, a familiar visage caught his attention. It appeared to be Yamanaka Kaze. Why, however, was this individual present in this vicinity? Clearly, he harbored ulterior motives. Beneath the negotiation area, Kurizetsu's voice emerged ominously. Konan has already taken that brat Uehara to ambush them. Once a fierce battle ensues, we can seize the opportunity to discreetly conceal our intelligence within the possession of a certain ninja. There should be no issues, right? Shirazetsu hesitated before responding. What if Konan cannot overcome them? Or what if we inadvertently attract attention? Kurizetsu chose to disregard the concern. Unfortunately, the two shared a single body. And even though the other half was somewhat simple-minded, Kurizetsu had to soothe his emotions. Do not fret. Konan's strength is not to be underestimated. Besides, if Uehara Naraku can summon the Deva Path of Pain, How could Konan not have learned to summon pain as well? Kurizetsu felt a nagging intuition that Konan, who had shown little regard for other members of the Akatsuki, might believe her strength surpassed that of her peers. From Kurizetsu's analysis of Konan's information, this azure-haired woman hardly resembled someone arrogant. If she genuinely believed she could best the other members of the Akatsuki, it indicated she possessed that kind of power. Kurizetsu's speculation proved accurate. Konan was indeed confident in her abilities. Noticing the unusual expression on Uehara Naraku's face, she gently patted his arm and reassured him, "Naraku, what troubles you? There is no need to fear. I am here for you." Uehara Naraku shook his head, speechless. Why did Konan assume he was fearful? After all, he was a ninja with a modicum of strength. Did his mentor still believe his successful return from the mission in the Hidden Mist was solely due to the million explosive tags? He, Uehara Naraku, was strong now. Nevertheless, observing Konan's comforting gesture, he resignedly leaned closer and whispered, "Sensei, let us first see the outcome of their negotiations. This group of ninjas seems rather peculiar." Indeed, Konan nodded. To be candid, she genuinely thought Uehara was intimidated by the multitude of assembled ninjas, considering their adversaries were not as they had been in the past. Unlike those lackadaisical ninjas at the outposts, these were primarily elite ninjas, many of whom were jonin captains. The concept of jonin was the most ambiguous in the ninja world. Who would dare regard the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha or the Yellow Flash as mere jonin? 1 against 7? 1 against 10? The Yellow Flash could effortlessly defeat 50 jonin without sustaining a scratch. Hattori Hirakawa, upon observing the arrival of the root ninjas, gripped his ninja blade tightly and inquired, "Are you not going to take action now?" Uehara Naraku and Konan regarded Hattori with an expression akin to disbelief. To express a sentiment of remorse towards Hattori Hirakawa, it is worth noting that Konan is perhaps the individual most yearning for the alliance between Hanzo and Danzo. Such a coalition would enable her and Nagato to eradicate their past adversaries in one fell swoop. However, the unfolding events have evidently diverged from Konan's desires. As time progresses, the negotiations between the Rain Village's Hanzo and Konoha's root commander, Yamashiro Kazuma, seem to have reached an impasse. Shortly thereafter, a heated argument erupted between the two. Their voices rose in intensity. Both Hanzo and Kazuma stepped back, proclaiming in unison, "All units, remain vigilant." The sound of unsheathing ninja blades echoed continuously. One by one, the Rain ninjas revealed their forms, standing atop the gorge. Yet, from the opposite side of the gorge emerged a contingent of Konoha ninjas, eyeing the situation with caution, poised in a standoff against the Rain ninjas. Mutual distrust permeated the air. Yamashiro Kazuma glared at Hanzo, vehemently asserting, "The Rain Village has lost its credibility. You possess no genuine intent for alliance. It is clear that you Konoha ninjas are merely attempting to evade responsibility." Hanzo, undeterred, retorted loudly, "Had it not been for Danzo's retreat alongside the Konoha ninjas, the Akatsuki would have already been eradicated." The two quickly devolved into a fierce exchange of accusations. This was merely the standard tactic employed during negotiations, seeking to leverage past collaborations to assume the role of victim and gain an advantage in current discussions. The conditions proposed by the Konoha root ninjas stipulated that Hanzo must first endorse Danzo's ascension to Hokage. Thereafter, he would dispatch a ninja force to assist Hanzo in eliminating the Akatsuki from the land of Rain. Conversely, the Rain ninjas demanded that Danzo first send support to Hanzo in quelling the Akatsuki before discussing how to facilitate Danzo's rise to Hokage. Each side appeared to harbor ulterior motives. The Konoha root ninjas, having previously suffered from a lack of accountability, were wary, although Danzo had sent assistance. Hanzo had failed to acknowledge it. Thus, Danzo instructed his subordinates that this collaboration's precondition was Hanzo's explicit endorsement. Should a friendly alliance be forged between the Rain Village and Konoha, they aimed to leverage the influence of a demigod ninja to sway the higher-ups in Konoha. Naturally, the Rain ninjas were reluctant. Who could predict when Danzo might ascend to Hokage? Wasn't he the previous collaboration a failure? The Konoha roots would assist the Rain Village in eliminating the Akatsuki, and once the organization was vanquished, Hanzo would surely support Danzo's cause. It was evident that the first round of talks would not conclude so simply. Observing the mutual insults exchanged below, Konan felt a twinge of distress and inquired, "Naraku, what is happening? Have they reached an impasse?" "It appears so," Uehara Naraku nodded. Konan's brows furrowed, her expression darkening as she murmured, "Is Danzo not coming? Is he truly not coming?" Uehara Naraku seemed equally perplexed. According to his recollections, it seems that the collaboration between Shimura Danzo and Hanzo of the Salamander was limited to a single occasion. Following Hanzo's demise at the hands of Pain, Danzo's presence was notably absent. "What are we waiting for?" Konan's expression darkened as she clenched her teeth and muttered, "Let us first eliminate everyone present and collect a bit of interest." Huh. Uehara Naraku glanced bewilderedly at his teacher. Nonetheless, this did not hinder Uehara's judgment. Observing Konan about to charge forward, he hurriedly grasped her wrist, pulling her back to his side. "Teacher, don't act impulsively." Uehara Naraku quickly restrained Konan, meeting her confused gaze with a gentle explanation. "Let us first assess the situation. Perhaps we can devise an alternative plan. At the very least, we must not allow a mere quest for interest to enable the insidious schemes of Ketsu to succeed." Although Uehara was still unaware of Ketsu's true intentions, as someone aspiring to seize the shadowy mantle of Akatsuki's puppeteer, disrupting the plans of rivals was of utmost importance. Two individuals lacking authority would undoubtedly yield no fruitful outcome. The likes of Hanzo and the shinobi of the Land of Rain could not make decisions on behalf of their clandestine masters, leading both parties to swiftly conclude their meeting. The negotiations between the root of Konoha and the village hidden in the rain appeared to have collapsed. "Naraku, the Konoha personnel are departing," Konan remarked, lowering her head to observe the orderly retreat of the Konoha shinobi, her anxiety palpable. The concealed Ketsu beneath the earth seemed equally restless. Uehara Naraku discreetly activated his cooled fate skill to survey the surroundings. Astonishingly, Ketsu remained lurking nearby. Should they probe that treacherous individual? Uehara cast a glance at the retreating root shinobi and whispered, "Teacher, let us pursue the root shinobi of Konoha. If Ketsu continues to follow after we leave, it indicates something amiss. Should Ketsu prove harmless, we can simultaneously accomplish several missions targeting the root shinobi. As the darkest organization in the shinobi world, Shimura Danzo and the root shinobi undoubtedly amassed considerable malevolence. Thus their missions were plentiful. This venture should not yield significant losses." "Very well," Konan agreed with Uehara's proposition, further advising, "When we hunt them down, leave one alive to see if we can extract information regarding Danzo." However, Uehara Naraku furrowed his brows, hesitatingly expressing, "These Konoha shinobi are elite. They may not betray their superior." "Indeed," Konan nodded, softly responding, "but that is of little consequence. Once we capture them, I will explain." She clearly intended to summon the human path Pain. The human path Pain possessed the ability to extract all information from a person's mind, rendering it invaluable for intelligence gathering. If not for this purpose, it would only serve as a close-range shield, akin to the Uehara path Pain. "I shall accompany you." Hattori Hirakawa promptly grasped his shinobi blade and fell in line behind them. Had they launched an assault on the rain shinobi, Hattori Hirakawa would undoubtedly have displayed an unyielding demeanor, resolute in the face of death. However, when it came to ambushing and pursuing the leaf ninjas, he was rather eager to collaborate. Uehara Naraku and Konan could not help but cast another glance in his direction, wondering if he truly believed in his own strength and potential utility in battle. Hattori, perceiving the skepticism in their gazes, muttered in discontent, "Regardless, I am a jonin." Uehara Naraku replied with a hint of sarcasm, "I happen to be in search of several jonin to test my own prowess." Hattori retorted, while Konan playfully tapped the back of Uehara's head and chuckled, "Very well, let us take him along. It is rare to find a range shinobi willing to cooperate." Konan and Nagato sought to eliminate Hanzo of the Salamander, not only for vengeance, but also to dominate their homeland, the Land of Rain, aiming to improve their territory. The loyal ninjas to Hanzo would subsequently pose a significant challenge to their governance of the Land of Rain. This was precisely why Konan had been bringing Uehara to continually assault the Rain hideouts, instilling terror through the Akatsuki, thereby compelling Hanzo to gather his trusted allies for protection, ultimately leading to their annihilation. Though Hattori's strength was lacking, he bore his own burdens and had begun to show discontent towards Hanzo. Thus he was spared for the time being. After all, the Land of Rain was a small nation, and jonin were not abundant. Both Konan and Nagato were acutely aware of the Land of Rain's feeble national strength and scarcity of talent, with ninjas from other nations often looking down upon their range shinobi, as demonstrated by the recently departed Leaf Ninjas, Yamashiro Kaze leading his subordinates. concealed himself within a rocky cavern, meticulously documenting his initial encounter with the ranged shinobi, intending to dispatch it to the leaf shortly. Humph. What do those ranged shinobi think they are? One root ninja finally could not contain himself, voicing his disdain. Although the root was not widely recognized, its influence within Konoha was substantial, even daring to ambush Anbu ninjas. The Rain Village, being a minor nation, had historically served as a battleground during times of war, and the audacity of the ranged shinobi to seek cooperation with the root, expecting them to make the first concession, was laughable. After all, the leader of the Rain Village was Hanzo of the Salamander. Yamashiro Kaze paused, setting down his pen and gently advised, Lord Danzo is currently unable to leave the village. The task of meeting must fall upon us. We must exercise patience for the sake of our mission. Understood, Captain, came the response. Aside from essential patrols and reconnaissance, others were instructed to remain indoors. Kaze's fingers lightly tapped the table as he quietly commanded, for the time being, we shall await Lord Danzo's orders here. Do not provoke within the borders of the Land of Rain. We must not lose sight of the larger picture due to minor grievances. Suddenly, an alarmed voice echoed from the cave entrance. Enemy attack. Before Yamashiro Kaze and his fellow leaf ninjas could react, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air. Boom. It felt as though the very mountain had been obliterated. Kaze sensed the ground tremble beneath him, as rocks cascaded down, leaving them with nowhere to flee. Earth release, rock pillar. Several root ninjas swiftly formed hand seals to unleash earth release techniques, ensuring that the cave would not collapse. One perceptive ninja observed for a moment before speaking gravely. Captain, the wall of the mountain is not thick. If we create a breach, we can escape. Wind release, vacuum wave. A few ninjas skilled in wind release formed seals and executed their techniques, opening a gap to the outside world. As a group of root ninjas emerged, they were met with a drastically altered environment, their astonishment evident on their faces. What on earth has happened? If memory serves. The wind in the mountain's gaze grew slightly dazed as he surveyed the scattered debris, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead when we arrived. This was supposed to be a mountain, right? Where is the mountain now? Their landing spot. The cave had transformed into a wasteland. The entire hill had been inexplicably obliterated. Captain, there are people. Figures stood atop a boulder. A woman with blue hair stood on the rock, flanked by several youths of varying heights. With a trembling, ordinary rain ninja at the edge. It was Konan and Uehara Naraku among others. Observing the leaf ninjas, Uehara Naraku exclaimed in disbelief. After 1,000,000 explosive tags, so many survived. This is the strength of the leaf ninjas? Cough, cough. Konan lightly coughed, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. She had merely scattered a layer of explosive tags, covering too broad an area, resulting in their power being dispersed. The mountain had indeed been blown away, yet the leaf ninjas hidden within the cave had survived. However, what they truly desired was the capture of the leaf ninjas. Konan calmly opened her palm, two paper wings gradually converging behind her, lifting her into the air. All right, Naraku, let us begin. This was Uehara Naraku's first time witnessing Konan in action. In the air, she resembled a dancer gliding across the battlefield, sheets of origami transforming into a rain of paper, shooting forth from her wings. Several root ninjas, caught off guard, were pierced by the paper rain in an instant, blood splattering in bursts. Earth release, earth flow wall. A wall of earth rose abruptly, hastily blocking the paper rain. However, the thickness of this wall seemed insufficient to withstand the paper rain for long. It would likely be destroyed within mere seconds. Scatter! Wind in the mountain shouted, leaping aside. The other ninjas obeyed his command, seeking safe positions, and in the next moment, the earth flow wall was utterly obliterated by the paper rain. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough technique. Two root ninjas were the first to retaliate against Konan. The combination of wind and fire release techniques unleashed a fierce flame that soared upward, forcing Konan to ascend to evade the searing wave of fire. Wind in the mountain assessed the approaching Uehara and the others, pointing at the airborne Konan. Squads 17, 18, and 20 focus on neutralizing the aerial threat. Squads 15 and 16 deal with those little brats. Upon receiving the command, the Konoha ninjas did not hesitate, swiftly dispersing to engage their respective targets. Yes, Captain. Wind release, wind cutter. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Wind release, vacuum blade barrage. One by one, The root ninjas unleashed their jutsu, momentarily suppressing Konan's offensive with their numerical advantage and techniques. Sensing an opportune moment, Kamizuki raised his palms, meticulously aiming at Konan's silhouette. Intending to employ his family's secret technique, the mind-turn technique, to eliminate her. While they managed to hold their ground, another pair of ninja squads tasked with confronting Uehara Naraku found themselves in dire straits. Lightning release, heavenly prison of 10,000 thunder. Uehara Naraku unfurled a swirling storm of thunderclouds, activating his most proficient skill, crashing into the two squads of root ninjas. The two teams, Team 15 and Team 16, facing Uehara's lightning techniques, scattered to evade the attack. Initially, they were nonchalant, employing the body replacement technique or shadow clone technique to counter the onslaught of lightning, with one ninja even dismissing the power of the electric assault after being struck. No need to worry, the technique's power is minimal, the robust root ninja proclaimed. But before he could finish, a bolt of lightning struck him. Rest assured, the technique's power is very slight. Crackle! A third strike of lightning hit him. The towering ninja collapsed instantly, his body rendered rigid and immobile. The once arrogant man now had no strength to resist, helplessly enduring the relentless strikes of lightning until, moments later, he fell silent. What is happening? Was that arrogance only fleeting? Were it not for the root ninjas' knowledge of their comrades' loyalty and their own first-hand experience of Uehara Naraku's lightning techniques, they might have doubted his allegiance, suspecting him to be a spy. Disseminating false information on the battlefield is a grave offense, punishable by death, especially concerning such critical intelligence. Never underestimate any enemy. Uehara Naraku stood beneath the thundercloud storm, gazing down at the two squads of Konoha ninjas with a light laugh, continuing, "When a formidable ninja like me engages you in battle, I remain vigilant. What reason do you have to underestimate me?" Such peculiar words. Yet the root members of Konoha had no time to contend with Uehara Naraku. They were still evading the onslaught of the heavenly prison of 10,000 thunder, striving to escape their predicament. Earth release, falling earth cover. Earth release, rock pillar prison. A massive, peculiar lid materialized above the heads of the root ninjas, supported by stout rock pillars, shielding them from the lightning strikes. Truly, they were under the command of Shimura Danzo, adept even in bearing the weight of the lid. A smirk curled at Uehara's lips, but in an instant, his smile vanished as he clasped his palms together, forming an intricate series of hand seals. Water release, roaring waves. A towering tidal wave surged forth. Earth release, earth flow wall. A robust earthen wall surged up, intercepting the deluge. The two squads of root ninjas engaged in a back-and-forth battle with Uehara Naraku, finally managing to stabilize the situation in the face of his ambush. Yet that youthful voice, reminiscent of a devil, resonated once more in their ears. "There are no dog heads carved on the earthen wall. I shall undoubtedly leave a negative review." Boom. The sound of the explosive talisman echoed around them. The once formidable earthen wall began to crack inch by inch. A colossal tidal wave immediately engulfed all the root ninjas, while relentless lightning struck down upon them, obliterating both teams of root ninjas in an instant. Once these root ninjas fell silent, the enormous lid of the celestial descent technique plummeted to the ground, stirring up countless muddy splashes. After Uehara Naraku vanquished his foes, he began to examine his system panel, noting that several task progressions had been updated. Advanced task: eliminate 10 official jonin, 310, reward unknown. Side task: annihilate a team of Konoha root members, 11, task completed. Reward: skill, silent terror. Silent terror. Utilize chakra to create a nightmare implanted within the enemy's mind, causing the target to experience their most harrowing nightmare within 2 seconds, consuming 60 points of chakra, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Upon witnessing the skill Silent Terror, Uehara Naraku felt a pang of astonishment. Had he acquired an illusionary control skill? How intriguing. Merely by appearance, this skill seemed to inflict greater psychological damage upon foes than Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyami, with broader applicability. After all, Uchiha Itachi was only aware of what terrified his brother. Thus, his Tsukuyami, besides tormenting his sibling through endless nights of familial slaughter, left him to merely bind others to a cross and stab them. However, the silent terror that Uehara Naraku had just acquired could expose the deepest wounds within a person's heart and then pour salt upon them. Surely everyone harbors fears. For instance, Uchiha Obito likely feared the death of Rin Noara, while Kagaya Akatsuki might dread being unable to save her progenitor. A sense of comfort washed over Uehara Naraku. Henceforth, should any member of the Uchiha clan dare to unleash Jinjutsu upon him with their Sharingan, he would readily gift them a taste of a nightmare. The true combat significance of Silent Terror was not substantial. It merely served to torment others. Next came the final unexpected task. The task's font was even purple, indicating its complexity. Hidden Heritage Task. If light travels so swiftly, why does it not illuminate the ninja? State a correct name, 01. Clearly, this clue was related to ninjas. This was the first peculiar task Uehara had encountered. Upon reading that phrase, the first thought that sprang to his mind was an echo of Danzo's enigmatic words. You are the Konoha bathed in sunlight. I am buried deep within the darkness of the roots. Shimura Danzo. Uehara Naraku confidently uttered that name. He was even prepared to embrace the ninjutsu that Danzo excelled in. Even without his Anaji, he hoped to at least acquire a set of wind-style techniques. Yet, the system remained unresponsive. Uehara Naraku fell into a moment of silence before shifting his approach and speaking up. The Shadow Flow Master, Zed, the Eye of Twilight, Shun, the Rogue Element. Upon uttering the second name, the system interface provided a prompt. Task completed. Heroic Legacy unlocked. 4 abilities appeared on the task list. Ultimate Technique. Twilight Blade. Summon a chakra-infused soul blade, controllable for attacks, consuming 2 chakra per second. Ultimate Technique. Soul Guardian. Activate a defensive barrier through the soul blade, protecting allies within for 2 seconds, consuming 40 chakra, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Ultimate Technique. Shadow Bind. Launch an unstoppable dash in a specified direction, consuming 150 chakra, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Secret Ultimate Technique. Compassionate Soul Fall. Skill acquisition repeated, already folded. As Uehara Naraku slowly opened his palm, a broad purple chakra blade materialized beside him, its crystalline and sharp form captivatingly appealing. A resolute group of Konoha root ninjas perished at Naraku's hands, leading to a richly rewarding legacy task. What a surprise, if not this. However, it was not the time for celebration, as Konan's battle was still ongoing. Although Naraku believed it would conclude soon, how could this group of Konoha root ninjas possibly contend with Konan? Fate, Uehara Naraku murmured, and indeed, the figure of Jubi appeared on the fate panel. Jubi was still following them. What scheme did this individual harbor? Regrettably, Jubi remained hidden underground. His intentions unclear. Was it merely to surveil them? Beneath the earth, White Zetsu sensed the battle above and remarked that Uehara Naraku finishes fights far too quickly. He dispatched 2 squads of ninjas in under half a minute. If I emerge now, he will surely notice. Patience, Black Zetsu sighed. Let us wait a little longer. When the battle grows chaotic, we shall stealthily place the intelligence scroll within a corpse. Since Jubi remained in the shadows, Uehara Naraku could not simply break through the ground to extract them. Thus, he turned his gaze towards Konan's battle. Konan danced gracefully in the air, evading various ninjutsu and ranged tools. As she floated down toward the Konoha ninjas, Uehara found her movements somewhat enchanting. No wonder Uchiha Madara often called for a dance. Some ninjas fought far more beautifully than mere dancing. Body Flicker Technique. Just then, Yamashiro Aoi, hiding in a corner observing the battlefield, suddenly spotted an opportunity. His hands formed a seal, aiming directly at the descending Konan. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. In the next moment, the situation took a dramatic turn. The ninja world is often home to peculiar secret techniques capable of achieving astonishing comebacks in dire circumstances, turning the tide from the brink of defeat. Suddenly, the airborne Konan plummeted straight down. The art of heart rotation practiced by the clan in the mountains allows one to instantly seize control of an enemy's body upon a successful strike. Those endowed with formidable spiritual energy can even manipulate their adversaries' movements. The situation took a turn for the worse. Uehara Naraku, witnessing this scene, was caught between laughter and tears as she soared towards Konan, eager to catch her from the air. However, when Uehara grasped Konan, the latter opened her eyes, gazed fiercely at Uehara, and shouted, "Do not underestimate the ninjas of Konoha." Suddenly, a paper spear shot forth from Konan's hand, aimed directly at Uehara's chest. Konan had fallen under the influence of the heart rotation technique. Uehara, startled, instinctively sought to activate the invincible defense of the sacred judgment to thwart this surprise attack and retaliate with a punch. to send the blue-haired woman flying. He possessed myriad skills to confront such a predicament. Yet, recalling Conan's demeanor towards him, Uehara felt the warmth and softness at her waist beneath his palm, gritting his teeth to evade the spear's lethal point, allowing it to pierce his shoulder instead. Even in the midst of battle, the guilt of unintentionally harming a student would surely compel a teacher to acquiesce to their requests, wouldn't it? Since ancient times, deep affection cannot be retained. Only strategies can win hearts. Uehara sighed inwardly, pondering that it was Conan's stringent oversight that had led to this. Was he to trade his shoulder wound for a crimson cloud-black robe, or for the privilege to freely witness the paradise of intimacy? Such choices are for children. Uehara, of course, desired them all. The heart rotation technique of the mountain winds could not endure for long, especially as the strength of the controlled Conan far exceeded his expectations. She soon regained her senses. Once clarity returned to her eyes, she remained motionless, allowing Uehara to gently lower her to the ground. Once they had safely landed, Conan's gaze languidly traversed Uehara's forced smile, settling upon the injury the paper spear had inflicted on his shoulder. The expression in her eyes grew increasingly intricate. Was it guilt? Was it sorrow? No, it was fear. In the next instant, she exclaimed, "Who told you to risk yourself to save me?" With that, Conan abruptly raised her palm, poised to strike Uehara's face. "Teacher Conan?" Uehara, bewildered and dazed, watched her movements, struggling to comprehend the unfolding scenario. After all, he had put his life on the line to rescue her. At the very least, she ought to offer him some words of comfort. In the next moment, however, Conan halted her hand, slowly crouching down to embrace Uehara's shoulders, tears pooling at the corners of her eyes as they fell onto him. "I'm sorry." Wind release, wind cutter, wind release, air slash. The ninjas of Konoha showed no signs of relinquishing their opportunity, as shuriken and ninjutsu flew towards Uehara and Conan. In an instant, Conan's body transformed into sheets of white paper, swiftly coalescing into a paper shield that blocked all incoming wind techniques and shuriken. The paper shield then rapidly disintegrated, with countless sheets swirling as if caught in a tempest. The root ninjas of Konoha were suddenly enveloped by a swirling mass of paper rings. "Die!" Conan's furious voice echoed amidst the white sheets, as countless folded papers transformed into shurikens, raining down upon the group of root ninjas. Within the confines of the circle, each Konoha ninja was paralyzed with terror, desperately attempting to defend themselves, yet they found no refuge against the relentless barrage of paper shurikens, which left no avenue for evasion or defense. Each shuriken that struck would return to the circle, perpetually cycling in a merciless loop. The air was soon thick with the crimson stains of blood as the projectiles pierced through their foes, turning the entire paper formation into a sea of red. Moments later, silence fell upon the ninjas. But one remained alive, Yamashiro Kazekage, the captain of the root ninjas and a trusted confidant of Danzo Shimura, gazed around in horror at the dancing origami. "How should I kill you?" Conan's voice, laced with darkness, materialized before Yamashiro Kazekage, as she summoned a paper spear and forcefully pinned him to the ground. As he surveyed the lifeless bodies of his comrades, a flash of fear and rage crossed his face, and his first instinct was to bite his tongue and end his own life. Crack! Conan's kick shattered Yamashiro's jaw. At a distance, Uehara Naraku noticed the scene and intervened, restraining the furious Conan. Currently, Uehara was having by 10 to his wounds, and if Bai's speed lagged even a moment longer, his injuries might have healed on their own, given the swift regenerative capabilities of the madman's armor. Upon hearing Uehara's words, Conan paused her movements, her rationality gradually returning. "I understand," she sighed, her anger and anxiety ebbing away. She swiftly clasped her palms together, forming a seal. Ninjutsu, summoning technique, human path. When the human path Pain emerged, he surveyed the surroundings, glancing at Conan, then at Uehara Naraku, confirming their safety. Uehara is injured? Human path Pain noticed the wound on Uehara's shoulder, his brow furrowing as he spoke with a somber tone. "Conan, what transpired? This body possesses little chakra. Summon Deva Path." "It's nothing." Conan shook her head, indicating Yamashiro Kazekage on the ground. "The enemy has been neutralized. Now we need to extract information about Danzo from his mind." "Understood." Human path Pain nodded, lifting Yamashiro Kazekage. After utilizing the soul extraction technique to retrieve Yamashiro's memories, his expression darkened, prompting him to extract Kazekage's soul, thereby ending his life. Konan softly inquired. Is there any information regarding Danzo? Yes, Danzo will not be coming to Amigate Cure. Human Path Pain replied quietly, summarizing the information he had acquired. Humph. Hanzo of the Salamander likely remains unaware that Danzo has no intention of cooperating sincerely with him. The third Hokage has forbidden him from stepping even an inch outside Konoha, forcing Danzo to send his subordinates to act. Recently, Shimura Danzo indeed sought to ally with Hanzo of the Salamander. However, his actions were constrained, prompting him to delegate the negotiations and alliance matters to a person named Yamashiro Kaze. It appears to be a futile endeavor. Konan's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment as she whispered, I had hoped we could eliminate both Hanzo and Danzo this time. No, there is another concern, declared Pain of the Realm of Human Beings solemnly. These ninjas, in addition to forming an alliance with Hanzo, are tasked with tracking down Uchiha Obito, attempting to bring him back to Konoha. Although Obito has concealed his identity, he remains a rogue ninja. There is no need to recruit him anew. Konan's expression betrayed a flicker of anger as she glanced at Uehara Naraku approaching and continued, I warned them to keep their distance from Naraku. Yet that rogue Obito seeks to eliminate him merely because his identity has been exposed. I will eventually take my vengeance upon him. Teacher, I am indifferent, Uehara Naraku remarked, his expression somewhat nuanced. He lowered his gaze to the ground beneath Konan and Pain's feet, softly adding, as long as what you and Yahiko wish to accomplish requires Obito. I truly do not mind whatever he has done. His words carried an air of insincerity, for Ketsu lay concealed beneath that very earth. The entity known as Ketsu could undoubtedly hear their conversation. Upon hearing Uehara's words, Ketsu felt a slight sense of relief, as it seemed that Nagato and Konan might inadvertently welcome Uchiha Obito's return. However, Konan's demeanor abruptly shifted, her voice turning icy as she stated, Nagato, we should not embrace one who seeks to harm Naraku. He is our family. Pain of the Realm of Human Beings interjected. He has said nothing yet. Moreover, he has no intention of re-accepting Uchiha Obito. Nevertheless, to placate her irritable disposition, Pain sighed and proposed, let us conclude our task first. And then we shall have Ketsu devise a plan to recruit Uchiha Obito, allowing us to ambush and eliminate him discreetly. Shall we? Agreed. Konan's expression softened considerably. Uehara Naraku silently congratulated himself. Meanwhile, Ketsu beneath the ground silently cursed the trio above. Fortunately, it lingered underground to eavesdrop a while longer. Otherwise, how could it have discerned the malicious intentions harbored by Nagato and Konan? Were these truly the two individuals easily deceived? Ketsu found itself perplexed, pondering where the misstep had occurred. This must surely be Uchiha Obito's fault. He should not have recklessly attacked Uehara Naraku. Knowing full well that the young lad was Konan's disciple, he still attempted to silence him, nearly falling victim to the boy's counterattack. Truly, a rare embarrassment for the Uchiha clan. Having lost the need to remain there any longer, Ketsu, both black and white, exchanged a few jests regarding Nagato and Konan before proceeding to convey the grim tidings to Uchiha Obito. Above ground, after resolving their differences regarding Uchiha Obito, Pain of the Realm of Human Beings and Konan broached another piece of intelligence concerning the timing of their next meeting with Hanzo the Salamander. Konan intended to seize this opportunity to eliminate Hanzo's right-hand man, the Salamander, along with the ranged shinobi he had brought. The Human Path Pain nodded, observing Konan and Uehara Naraku, and softly remarked, should you encounter danger, summon the Deva Path. I shall be prepared to respond to your summoning at any moment. Understood, Konan replied. After the Human Path Pain departed, Konan's gaze slowly shifted, settling upon Uehara Naraku. Naraku, come with me. I have something to discuss with you. Uehara Naraku wore a puzzled expression. Kagaya Kimimaro, Bai, and Haihara Tera observed as the master and disciple moved into the distance, their faces reflecting bewilderment. What a group of bystanders, they thought. As Konan walked, she seemed somewhat distracted, silently leading the way in front of Uehara. Even when a fresh downpour began, raindrops cascading onto her head, she remained unresponsive. A bamboo umbrella appeared over her head. Uehara Naraku called out to her, nudging the umbrella he held and earnestly saying, Teacher, it's raining. Is it raining again? Konan slowly raised her head, watching the increasingly large raindrops strike the ground. Finally, she spoke, let us not move. We can talk here. All right, Uehara replied obediently. Konan's expression turned slightly displeased as she hesitated, looking at Uehara and stating, Your combat approach today was problematic. When I am in danger, your priority should not be to save me, but to preserve your own life. How could I possibly do that? Uehara Naraku vigorously shook his head. He began to grasp Konan's sentiments, recalling the tragic events from many years ago when Yahiko and Nagato risked their lives to save her, resulting in Yahiko's suicide and Nagato's disability. Had he perhaps overstepped today? Was Konan genuinely afraid? Indeed, she was. The iris flower on Konan's head trembled gently, her demeanor growing increasingly frigid. Naraku, I am your teacher. The choices I impart to you are the most prudent. I see, Uehara Naraku responded, a hint of a smile curving his lips. In the midst of this chilly downpour, he adorned his face with an innocent, warm smile. I understand, teacher. After receiving a nod from Konan, Uehara's smile persisted as he posed a profound question. If one day I were to encounter peril, even to the point of losing my life, what would you, Teacher Konan, do? I shall not allow such a situation to occur again, Konan replied, her brow furrowing as she refrained from directly answering the question. Uehara Naraku pressed on, undeterred. What if such a scenario were inevitable? We cannot guarantee the nature of the enemies we may face. Konan's complexion paled momentarily as she extended her palm, gradually exerting force to take the umbrella from Uehara's grasp. Turning away, she departed with the bamboo umbrella, leaving Uehara to stand in the rain. The azure-haired woman, while sheltering herself under the umbrella, called out loudly, if that situation were to arise, I would abandon you and flee alone. Uehara Naraku remained in the rain, watching as Konan distanced herself step by step. He could understand that her words were spoken in anger, but why had she taken his bamboo umbrella, leaving him exposed to the rain? Raindrops cascaded down Uehara's hair, soaking his garments. He slowly lifted his gaze, his voice barely audible, gradually drowned out by the torrential downpour. If that day ever comes, I hope you can truly escape on your own. But, teacher, would you really do that? The rain intensified. A flurry of origami butterflies flitted through the rain, coalescing into the silhouette of Nanami beside Uehara. The woman, her expression pained, extended her arms and embraced Uehara's neck. With a sigh, Uehara felt as if he had overacted. He could only acquiesce, wrapping his arms around Nanami's form, gently patting her back to soothe her emotions. Nanami-sensei, where is our umbrella? Nanami shifted her chin from Uehara's shoulder, her gaze tinged with confusion, struggling to comprehend her disciple's thought process. Her eyes seemed to question Uehara. Is this the moment to discuss the umbrella? Uehara, rising on his toes, placed his palm atop Nanami's head, shielding her from the falling raindrops. Teacher, the rain is too heavy. Let us seek shelter for a while. All right. Nanami nodded in agreement. There exists a remarkable phenomenon in the ninja world. When a ninja appears in the wilderness, the likelihood of finding a cave is exceedingly high, particularly in the Rain Country, a land frequently ravaged by war. Inside a cave, Kagaya Kamaru, Bai, and Hiwakawa took refuge, while Uehara and Nanami sat at the cave's entrance, grilling fish and sharing tales of the first generation of the Akatsuki. It was during this moment that Nanami revealed the truth of those years to Uehara. At the height of the Akatsuki's power, their numbers exceeded 100 ninjas. Their aim was to use the strength of Akatsuki to eradicate the wars in the Rain Country and the entire ninja world, fostering an understanding of the value of peace. However, this power was far too feeble for the entire ninja realm, and they were but nameless ninjas. Few were willing to heed their pleas. Coincidentally, at that time, another individual was also striving to eliminate the wars among the 5 great nations. To spread the ideals of Akatsuki, they resolved to join him. As Nanami recounted this, a flame flickered in her eyes, leaving one unsure whether it was fury or merely the reflection of the fire. As she continued speaking, she tended to the fire before her. His name was Hanzo of the Salamander, the most renowned ninja of that era. The title of the ninja demigod indeed carried weight. Uehara nodded in agreement, softly echoing Nanami's words. Had I not encountered Lord Yahiko and you, Nanami-sensei, I might have joined the Hidden Rain village instead. We did not wish for you to be deceived by his facade, which is why we compelled you to join Akatsuki. Nanami shook her head, gently continuing her tale of the past. Initially, our negotiations with Hanzo were quite smooth. He was a formidable warrior who had defeated Jiraiya-sensei, and we placed our complete trust in him. Until, prior to the negotiations, while patrolling the border with others, I fell into a premeditated ambush. Everyone sacrificed themselves to protect me, including your father. Xiaonan slowly turned her head, and in her gaze towards Uehara Naraku, a flicker of guilt and heartache passed through. Uehara Naraku paused in the act of turning the grilled fish, meeting Xiaonan's eyes directly. Is that why you, teacher Xiaonan, do not wish for me to take the risk to save you? Indeed, Xiaonan nodded gently, continuing in a soft voice. But that battle was merely the beginning, the onset of the first generation of the Akatsuki's demise. Xiaonan did not conceal the subsequent events. It was precisely because she had been captured by Hanzo the Salamander that the Akatsuki found themselves at a disadvantage during negotiations with him. Yahiko, in his attempt to rescue Xiaonan, was compelled to take his own life. Nagato, in a bid to save her, utilized the power of the Outer Path's Gedomazo, nearly being drained of his life force and chakra, while his legs were obliterated by Hanzo's explosive tags. I was the one who should have died there. Xiaonan's fingers tightly gripped the wooden stick in her hand, the sound of the wood splintering merging with the crackling of flames. No one is meant to die. Uehara Naraku shook her head, gently taking hold of Xiaonan's hand, and softly remarked, the misdeeds of the wicked do not provide us with a reason to feel guilt over that calamity. Xiaonan silently lowered her head. It was evident that her spirit would not be uplifted by Uehara's comfort. Uehara Naraku sighed, rubbing her forehead, and softly suggested, if Lord Nagato and teacher Xiaonan are willing, perhaps we could attempt to make Hanzo the Salamander experience the despair of being deceived? What? Xiaonan lifted her head, looking at Uehara Naraku, slightly perplexed by her disciple's words. Uehara Naraku continued to explain softly. The Rain Village and Hanzo the Salamander are unaware that Shimura Danzo cannot leave Konoha to attend the meeting. So, can we not disguise ourselves as Konoha ninjas and arrange a meeting in the name of Shimura Danzo? After speaking, Uehara Naraku formed a hand gesture. If it pertains to such a significant matter as Shimura Danzo, Hanzo would likely make an appearance himself, yes? We could seize that opportunity to ambush Hanzo the Salamander. How is that possible? Xiaonan shook her head, firmly disagreeing with Uehara Naraku's plan. Hanzo the Salamander is exceedingly wary. He would not easily reveal himself, and if he detects any flaws. In any case, we stand to lose nothing. Uehara Naraku spread her hands, looking helplessly at her teacher. Xiaonan raised another question. What if Hanzo the Salamander seizes this opportunity to command a group of Rain Village ninjas to assault us? Teacher. Uehara Naraku's spirits were somewhat crushed, yet she mustered her resolve to explain. We can set up millions of explosive tags in advance at the negotiation site. Eliminating a group of enemies should pose no significant challenge, right? Xiaonan's eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of hope, and after a moment of contemplation, she nodded. Previously, to deal with Uchiha Obito, I experimented with 200 billion explosive tags and 400 billion explosive tags for the Divine Paper Master technique. Uehara Naraku's gaze momentarily froze in astonishment. Xiaonan's expression gradually shifted to a more serious demeanor. This time, I happened to have the opportunity to experiment with the divine technique of the Paper Master, utilizing 600 billion explosive tags, to ascertain just how long these tags can detonate. Kamiyama Naraku gazed at Xiaonan with a sense of awe. Witnessing 600 billion explosive tags in reality is a concept starkly different from seeing it in an anime, particularly since he had just witnessed Xiaonan use 1,000,000 explosive tags to obliterate a mountain. Kamiyama Naraku swallowed hard, his voice tinged with uncertainty as he ventured. Wouldn't it be a waste for the teacher to use so many explosive tags? It will not be wasted. Xiaonan gently patted Kamiyama Naraku's head, her voice soothing. The purpose of this experiment with 600 billion explosive tags is to confront Uchiha Obito. Once I ascertain the results, we can devise a strategy to ambush that fellow. Naraku sighed inwardly. In the original timeline, 600 billion explosive tags had not succeeded in eliminating Uchiha Obito. Naraku, I am your teacher, Xiaonan said, extending her hand to caress Kamiyama Naraku's cheek. Therefore, I will not permit anyone to harm you. Teacher Xiaonan, Naraku grasped her hand, speaking softly. I will not let those who have harmed you go unpunished. Hearing a 12-year-old speak with such conviction, Xiaonan couldn't help but chuckle lightly. All right, we may not even be able to ambush Hanzo of the Salamander, yet it will still intimidate him, allowing you to vent your frustrations. Naraku retorted, feeling somewhat indignant, as he was indeed speaking seriously. As the saying goes, one person's wit is short, but 3 minds are long. Xiaonan relayed their plan to lure Hanzo of the Salamander into a meeting under the guise of negotiating with Shimura Danzo, intending to ambush him. Nagato not only approved their plan, but also expressed his desire to participate. Should Kamiyama Naraku's proposed ambush succeed, it would serve as the perfect revenge against Hanzo, who had previously ambushed them under the pretense of a meeting. Due to the perilous nature of this plan, Shounen ordered Kagaya Kimimaro and Bai to take Hitaki Hirakawa to a distant stronghold for their mission. She preferred to keep Nagato's secrets from too many people. Is Lord Nagato really coming? Naraku asked, casting a peculiar glance at the figure in the wheelchair. Devapath Pain stood beside Nagato, while the other 5 Pains positioned themselves behind them. This was Naraku's first encounter with Nagato. Nagato's red hair appeared somewhat dull, his cheeks deeply sunken, and his lips lacking in color, giving his emaciated form an exceedingly frail appearance. What was most alarming was the presence of several black rods protruding from his back, remnants of the chakra and life force extracted by the outer path golem, which he now employed to control the 6 paths of pain. Shounen surveyed Nagato with concern, softly urging him, "Nagato, you should rest and recuperate at the base." Cough, cough, cough. There's no need to worry. Nagato coughed a few times, gesturing to stop Konan from persuading him, and lifted his head to address Uehara. "Uehara, both your teacher and I wholeheartedly support your plan. My role here is merely to serve as a supplementary aid." Nagato, perhaps apprehensive about Konan's potential objections, continued softly. "After all, among the true members of Akatsuki, only a few of us are present, and I do not wish to miss this opportunity." After speaking, Nagato manipulated Pain to step forward, declaring, "This time, it will be a battle where divinity descends upon the land of rain." Uehara Naraku thought to himself, everything was going well until it turned into this Junibu nonsense. Those who proclaim themselves as gods in the realm of anime seldom meet favorable outcomes. One should maintain humility in conduct while being ostentatious in action. Uehara contemplated whether he should advise Nagato to avoid an embarrassing verbal misstep in the future. He lightly tapped his forehead and said, "Lord Nagato, Teacher Konan, let us first discuss the plan." According to the intel acquired through the human path, Yamashiro Kaze had not divulged the news regarding Shimura Danzo's inability to leave Konohagakure to Amigakure, and all negotiations were to be determined by him. With Yamashiro Kaze and several root ninjas now deceased, our channels of information have been temporarily sealed. Our time is limited. Uehara spoke gravely. We have at most 5 days to execute this plan, possibly even just 3, as Shimura Danzo, not receiving word from Yamashiro Kaze, will likely dispatch another group soon. After nodding to Konan and Nagato, he continued, "Next, we must assume the identity of Yamashiro Kaze, continuing negotiations with Hanzo the Salamander of Amigakure to secure a meeting." Konan hesitated and raised a question. Isn't it difficult for a mere transformation technique to deceive ninjas? It could easily be exposed. Yet, our plan is merely an attempt. Though she voiced such doubts, Uehara was filled with confidence. He could indeed transform into Yamashiro Kaze, as his innate illusionary charm surpassed even White Zetsu's transformation techniques. This skill was far more realistic than the transformation techniques used in the ninja world, as long as he did not employ his abilities or come under attack. Ordinary ninjas would struggle to discern his disguise. The operational plan was established quite smoothly, divided into 3 segments. Nagato and Konan would proceed to the designated meeting point to set up explosive tags. Uehara would meet with Hanzo, and Kagaya Kimimaro, along with White, would launch a surprise raid at the northern stronghold, creating the illusion that Akatsuki members were not present in the Eastern Canyon, thereby reducing suspicion and increasing the chances of success. Once they finalized the steps of this plan, even Konan appeared somewhat perplexed, wondering, is our plan a bit too hasty? Yet, such was the nature of the situation. Uehara sighed softly, surveying the 6 paths of pain before her, and continued in a hushed tone. Our numbers are undeniably insufficient. Fortunately, we have Nagato's 6 paths of pain to assist in impersonating the root's subordinate ninja. Konan remarked, Nagato, it seems they never anticipated that the very first task of the 6 paths of pain would be to masquerade as the root's subordinate ninjas. Is this not somewhat beneath our stature? However, should Uehara's proposed plan succeed, it would undoubtedly deliver a devastating blow to Hanzo of the Salamander, and would also be a rather pleasurable endeavor for both Nagato and Konan. To vanquish the enemy using their own methods epitomizes the essence of revenge. Nagato sighed deeply, reluctantly commanding the 6 paths of pain to don the concealed uniforms of the Leaf Village's root ninjas. The following day, Uehara transformed into the guise of Yamashiro Kaze. Accompanied by the 6 paths of pain, they arrived at the negotiation site set by Hanzo's right-hand man, hoping to entice Hanzo into a genuine meeting. This was a previously agreed time for the Leaf Ninjas and the Rain Ninjas. As for the location, it remained the same Eastern Canyon where their last discussion took place. Coincidentally, Uehara had visited this site with Habutake Hirakawa before. "You are 1 minute late." Hanzo's right-hand man assessed the figure of Yamashiro Kaze before glancing at the cloaked Leaf Ninjas behind him, huffing disdainfully. "We are engaging with you out of the sincerity of our alliance with the Leaf." Uehara, as Yamashiro Kaze, faltered for a moment before responding. "This is due to the fact that we have just received a new directive from Lord Danzo. He does not believe our negotiations will yield any fruitful results." "What does that mean?" Upon hearing this, Hanzo's right-hand man's expression turned furious. "Is Leaf mocking us? You were the ones to propose the alliance." Previously, he had been a staunch advocate for Hanzo to agree to the continued collaboration between the Rain Village and the Leaf to eradicate the Akatsuki organization. Now, the Leaf suddenly announced they were withdrawing? "There's no need for such agitation." Uehara's version of Yamashiro Kaze shook his head, casting a glance at the Rain Ninjas, and spoke softly. "We genuinely wish to ally with Lord Hanzo. However, we cannot presume to make decisions in this negotiation." "What do you mean?" "Quite literally." Uehara's Yamashiro Kaze's gaze reflected a hint of regret as he looked at Hanzo's right-hand man and continued quietly. "I hold great respect for your unwavering stance on the interests of the Rain Village, yet I am no longer a qualified participant in this negotiation." Hanzo's right-hand man appeared somewhat appeased by Yamashiro Kaze's words. His brow arched, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. "So it seems the Leaf intends to send a significant figure." "Indeed." Uehara's Yamashiro Kaze nodded thoughtfully, speaking solemnly. "Lord Danzo will arrive in the Land of Rain the day after tomorrow. He hopes to meet with Lord Hanzo in person to discuss the alliance between the Leaf and the Rain Ninjas, as well as the number of ninjas we will send to assist you. I cannot acquiesce to this matter." Yamajiro Shinda hesitated, shaking his head, and spoke in a deep tone. "The last collaboration between Lord Hanzo and Lord Danzo of Konoha has stirred some controversy within the village. After all, the Ninja World War left behind certain grudges." After carefully considering his words, Yamajiro Shinda continued, "Our negotiations this time are clandestine, and those present are trusted confidants of Lord Hanzo. Should this information become widely known, it would adversely affect Lord Hanzo's reputation." Upon concluding his statement, the 6 Konoha root ninjas nearby exhibited noticeable agitation, which swiftly alerted the Rain Ninjas. The 6 paths of pain, manipulated by Nagato, could no longer remain passive. If the plan were to fail, then eliminating these individuals would yield some interest. The version of Yamano-fu from Uehara quickly gestured for them to cease their movements, his expression dark as he regarded Yamajiro Shinda. "While the reputation of the demigod of ninjas is indeed significant, our Lord Danzo has taken considerable risks to arrive in the Land of Rain. Perhaps you should inform your demigod that if it were not for our Lord Danzo tirelessly advocating for an alliance with the Village of Rain within the higher echelons of Konoha, the Umbu would have long been recklessly active in your territory, gathering intelligence." A wave of fury erupted among the Rain Ninjas. The sound of drawn blades echoed repeatedly. How could the Konoha ninja so brazenly insult their Village of Rain? This affront was intolerable for the loyal Rain Ninjas. The anger on Yamajiro Shinda's face flickered momentarily as he raised his hand to halt his subordinate's movements, coldly stating, "Are you insulting our Village of Rain? If you wish to resort to violence, then by all means." The version of Yamano-fu from Uehara coldly scrutinized the Rain Ninjas and replied in a grave tone, "I do not mind enduring humiliation myself, but I now represent Lord Danzo." This declaration caused the other Rain Ninjas to pause. In the ninja world, those who sacrifice themselves for the honor of their superiors earn respect, a cultural norm particularly resonant in the samurai-influenced atmosphere of the Village of Rain. Yamano-fu, undaunted by death, merely sought to secure an opportunity for his superior to meet with Lord Hanzo, preventing any futile return for his master. This was somewhat admirable. Yamajiro Shinda felt little impact from this display. He furrowed his brow and inquired solemnly, "I do support a meeting between Lord Hanzo and Lord Danzo, but the time and place are matters we have considered." The version of Yamano-fu from Uehara immediately seized the opportunity to propose his thoughts. If Lord Danzo were to appear in the Village of Rain, It would be detrimental both to Lord Hanzo's prestige and to Lord Danzo's safety. He paused momentarily before continuing. Thus, Lord Danzo intends to arrange the meeting at the site of our previous collaboration against the Akatsuki to discuss how to thoroughly eradicate this troublesome organization. Yamajiro Shinda remained silent for a moment, then nodded, saying, I will find a way to facilitate this meeting. I will respond to you promptly by tomorrow. And if Lord Hanzo agrees, the time for the meeting will be conveyed to you then. Very well. The version of Yamano Fu from Uehara nodded in agreement. As the negotiations concluded, it became unnecessary for them to linger any longer. Just as Uehara Naraku and Pain were about to depart, the Salamander Sage suddenly called out to them. If Lord Danzo cannot meet Lord Hanzo's conditions, this meeting may end unfavorably. Uehara halted his steps, a subtle smile gracing his lips, and, with his back turned to the Salamander Sage, he softly assured, rest assured. Since Lord Danzo has chosen to come in person, he will undoubtedly offer Lord Hanzo a satisfactory answer, a truly gratifying answer. Well, perhaps some may not find it entirely to their liking, but at least Konan and Nagato will be quite pleased, and that suffices. Uehara was willing to stake his integrity on it. This statement evidently reassured the Salamander Sage, who believed that Shimura Danzo's concessions would certainly satisfy Hanzo the Salamander. Some fools are truly beyond redemption. In a bid to expedite their collaboration, the Salamander Sage hastily returned to Amigakure to report the negotiation results to Hanzo while showcasing his own capabilities. It was his steadfast advocacy that had compelled the Konoha ninjas to yield a step. However, Hanzo was disinterested, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Does that fellow Danzo still wish to collaborate with us? After our last partnership, he did abandon us. Periodically, Danzo would send emissaries to urge him, yet Hanzo had no desire to entangle himself in Konoha's Hokage rivalry. He merely sought to leverage Danzo. Indeed, Hanzo yearned for Danzo's ascension. However, should he openly support Shimura Danzo, he risked inciting the wrath of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and given Amigakure's current strength, they might not withstand such a confrontation. As the saying goes, a dying camel is larger than a horse. Even though the Uchiha clan had recently fallen, leaving Konoha considerably weakened, they were still not a village Amigakure could contend with. Hanzo, now of advanced age, had grown somewhat fearful of death. He sought merely to maintain his reputation as a demigod among ninjas, safeguarding his existing power and prestige. Admittedly, he entertained the thought of once again deceiving Danzo should their collaboration continue. After all, Danzo was already over 60 and hardly seemed fit for the Hokage position. Deceiving him would unlikely provoke Konoha's full wrath. Moreover, given Danzo's ruthless and shadowy dealings, a grim fate awaited him in due course. Had it not been for the resurgence of the Akatsuki, Hanzo would have been disinclined to continue any association with Danzo, lest he invite calamity. Reflecting on his greatest concern, Hanzo inquired in a grave tone, "Is there any news regarding the Akatsuki? Have their members attacked any of our outposts?" Indeed, the Salamander Sage nodded. Responding in a hushed voice, "Upon my return today, I received word that our northern outpost was ambushed. 2 formidable young ninjas launched a sudden attack, resulting in the deaths of a significant portion of our personnel." After a moment of silence, Hanzo of the Salamander lowered his head and remarked, "Has the Akatsuki begun to recruit those exceptionally talented young ninjas? Shinda, please make arrangements for a meeting with Shimura Danzo." Upon seeing Shinda nod in agreement, Hanzo added, "On the day of the meeting, ensure that you bring ample personnel to guarantee absolute security." "Understood," Shinda replied respectfully. Satisfied with the response, Hanzo continued, "Where shall we convene?" "In the same location where Lord Hanzo once besieged the Akatsuki," Shinda whispered. This was also suggested by the Leaf Ninjas, as they wished to prevent Danzo from entering the village to avoid any potential dangers. "I, too, prefer not to have Lord Danzo enter, lest it undermine your esteemed reputation." A flicker of fear crossed Hanzo's eyes before he concealed it. The frail elder clenched his fist and struck the table with resolve. "Very well. Let us settle on that location. This time, we must eradicate the Akatsuki." Everything unfolded as Uehara Naraku had anticipated. Shinda acquiesced to their request and dispatched individuals to finalize the meeting for the day after tomorrow, at the very site where Yahiko had taken his own life. Konan felt a surge of excitement, her nails digging into her palm. "Does this mean our plan has succeeded?" "At least in part," Nagato nodded solemnly, adding, "If Hanzo truly appears there the day after tomorrow, we must not let him escape this time." Uehara Naraku surveyed the two of them with a light chuckle. I imagine that the semi-divine ninja will be quite surprised indeed. This time, we shall surely astonish him. Nagato clenched his fists in anger, then turned to Uehara with a hint of confusion. Uehara, why do you think Hanzo would choose that place to meet Danzo? Because both Teacher Konan and Lord Nagato perceive it as a significant location, Uehara Naraku replied softly, lifting his gaze. Hanzo, too, likely considers it a site of unique importance for his next move against the Akatsuki, thus he will surely agree to meet there. Perhaps this is what one might call metaphysics? The denizens of the ninja world are, in fact, quite superstitious. After a moment, he added, just as one day, if I were to miss Teacher Konan, I would seek her at the cave where we first met, for I understand the profound significance it holds for her. Is that so? Konan pondered, her gaze reflecting curiosity. After some contemplation, she countered, Naraku, where is a place of significance for you? Uehara met her inquisitive eyes and replied, I am still searching. Perhaps Teacher Konan will discover the answer before I do. Konan, though somewhat perplexed by Uehara's words, sensed the underlying loneliness and desolation hidden within them. What could this mean? It was a feeling of being unanchored. Xiaonin gently approached Nagato, caressing his head and embracing him close to her chest, softly murmuring, Nagato, you can share any concerns with me directly in the future. Nagato found the Akatsuki uniform somewhat uncomfortable, the zipper irritating his face. Xiaonin's fingers intertwined in his hair as she tenderly ruffled it, saying, you need not regard me solely as your teacher, Nagato. I am also your family. Do you understand? Yes, teacher, Nagato replied, bemused as he extricated himself from Xiaonin's embrace. Sitting nearby, Konan symbolically coughed into her hand and quietly added, ahem, Nagato. I feel the same. Although Konan did not fully comprehend Xiaonin's actions, she understood the importance of supporting her, as she too regarded Nagato as her junior. Due to the burden of the Rinnegan and the outer path, Konan was acutely aware that her lifespan would not be particularly long. How could she bear to leave Xiaonin all alone? Now that Xiaonin had taken Nagato as her disciple, a well-behaved and obedient youth, he seemed fitting to become the future leader of the Akatsuki. No, not just the Akatsuki. A glimmer of determination flashed in Konan's eyes. If they could successfully ambush Hanzo of the Salamander this time, she would nurture Nagato to become the future leader of Amigakure. Whether from the dawn of a new era or the will of the dark Akatsuki, the legacy must be entrusted to this young boy, Nagato. Unaware of their intentions, Nagato simply smiled wryly. Why do I feel that Lord Konan and Teacher Xiaonin are acting strangely? Let us hide in that valley and wait for that guy, Hanzo. All right, Xiaonin replied, adjusting her blue hair. They soon arrived at their destination, a valley where the Akatsuki had nearly faced total annihilation. The torrential rains of the Land of Rain seemed not to have eroded the valley's terrain significantly. Remnants of the battle from years past lingered, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Konan maneuvered the Deva path while pushing her wheelchair to a clearing at the valley's base, a sorrowful expression gradually emerging on her face. Yahiko, you once said your dream was to become the god of this world. I will soon help you achieve that. Years ago, Konan had used Yahiko's corpse to create the Deva path, all for the purpose of defeating Hanzo of the Salamander today, descending upon the world in the name of a god. By divine will, she would eradicate all darkness from the world. With divine power, she would execute the tyrants who do not cherish peace. Nagato felt a whirlwind of emotions. In this oppressive atmosphere, he empathized with Konan. Fulfilling another's dreams sounded noble, yet it carried an inherent sadness. Such aspirations should be realized by their own hands. For instance, the vendor who sold him a book, this was where Yahiko had taken his own life. Xiaonin lifted her gaze to a nearby dilapidated hill, her eyes reddening. Back then, I was held captive by Hanzo there, helplessly watching as Yahiko collided with the kunai in Nagato's hands. Despite their prior visit, the two found themselves once more ensnared in melancholy upon returning to this place. Teacher Uehara Naraku let out a deep sigh, ultimately deciding to rouse them from their reverie. Our numbers are regrettably insufficient. Should we engage in combat here, it is conceivable that Hanzo may escape. That is an impossibility. Konan was the first to awaken from her memories, her palm fluttering slightly, causing the ground and rock walls to manifest a myriad of tiny fissures. With an expression of cold indifference, Konan declared, yesterday, I meticulously laid 600 billion explosive tags here. Everything in this vicinity has been reconstructed by my divine paper technique. As she spoke, Konan gradually clenched her fist. At that time, Hanzo and his loyal ninjas could not possibly leave alive. Beads of cold sweat began to form on Uehara Naraku's forehead. If anything goes awry, we might perish in this place as well, correct? Do not concern yourself with such matters, Tendo Pain replied, wheeling Nagato's chair closer. The primary combat will be conducted by Tendo, while the hungry ghost, human, and Azura paths will provide support. The hell and animal paths will be stationed at a distance to facilitate our retreat through summoning techniques. Nagato and Konan had long since devised a strategy regarding how to confront Hanzo, given that this was a battle of vengeance. It was only fitting that Tendo Pain lead the assault, with the other paths offering reconnaissance and support, to ensure absolute certainty. Nagato had also positioned the summoning dedicated animal path and the hell path, responsible for mending pain, in a secure location, ensuring their safe withdrawal. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, they intended to obliterate this site. Nagato turned to Uehara Naraku, speaking earnestly. Uehara, both Konan and I are concerned that in a moment of desperation, Hanzo may resort to reckless measures. Once the battle commences, you must withdraw from the battlefield. Do you understand? Uehara Naraku hesitated momentarily. His system panel contained several tasks related to Hanzo, some of which were undoubtedly unattainable, such as the task bestowed upon him by the ninja demigod. However, he still wished to attempt the task of defeating the ninja demigod. After all, the rewards provided by the system were often unpredictable. It could be a mere 100 coins to placate, or, as experienced a few days prior, a series of exceptional skill rewards, which would indeed be a true revelation. I can assist from the sidelines, Uehara Naraku suggested softly, gazing at Konan and Nagato. If anything goes awry, I can always choose to take flight. No, Konan countered firmly. Sensing her demeanor was somewhat rigid, she adjusted her tone. Naraku, this is our revenge. Uehara Naraku's expression turned somewhat aggrieved, as if stung by Konan's words. But just now, you claimed we were family, and that I could protect myself. I can escape even against a formidable adversary like Uchiha Obito. As he spoke of the current situation, he could not help but cast disparagement upon Obito. Uchiha Obito has become a notorious name on the red list of lethal threats in Konan and Nagato's eyes, leaving him no chance of rivalry in the future. Konan, unwilling to acquiesce, passionately pleaded, "It is precisely because we are your family that we cannot bear to see you harmed. Let Uehara stay." Nagato interrupted her, speaking gravely. Uehara must eventually bear the burdens of Akatsuki and the Hidden Rain Village. We cannot forever shield him beneath our wings. A fledgling must learn to soar on its own. Uehara Naraku, listening intently, found himself engulfed in confusion. The initial words of Nagato were acceptable, but the subsequent talk of shouldering the responsibilities of Akatsuki and the Hidden Rain Village was bewildering. What were these two attempting to impose upon him? Nevertheless, after hearing Nagato's words, Konan nodded with a hint of regret, saying, "Then let him remain. With our combined strength, we can still protect our family." Nagato, unable to suppress a deep cough, tightened his grip on the wheelchair. "Next, let that Hanzo fellow experience the pain we once endured. Let this world feel anguish." Hanzo of the Salamander was more cautious than anticipated. Even in the face of Shimura Danzo's invitation, he led a substantial number of subordinates. Upon arriving at the valley, the reconnaissance ninja team from the Hidden Rain Village became active, and Uehara Naraku quickly detected their presence, hastily moving to greet them. After all, if one were to act, they must do so thoroughly. Under the guidance of a team of Rain Ninja Scouts, Uehara Naraku encountered Hanzo, the man heralded as standing at the pinnacle of this world's shinobi, reputed to be the closest to the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. "Lord Hanzo, I did not expect you to bring so many subordinates." Uehara's version of Yamashiro Kazuma approached, surveying the Rain Ninja before him, and softly remarked, "Our leader, Lord Danzo, has come with only a team of bodyguards to express his sincerity in this negotiation." This statement held some truth. On the surface, only 4 Pain were present in the valley. Hanzo's aide, Shinda, scoffed, "Humph, no matter how many ninja you bring, it will be futile in the face of Lord Hanzo." Indeed, Lord Shinda has a point. Uehara's version of Yamashiro Kazuma offered an awkward yet courteous smile. With fewer numbers, we can also avoid attracting the third Hokage's attention. Upon hearing Uehara Naraku's explanation, Hanzo of the Salamander relaxed. The elder turned to engage in conversation with Yamashiro Kazuma, intrigued. If the third Hokage maintains strict control, How many Umbu can Lord Danzo mobilize to join forces with us against Akatsuki? I am merely a tool in Lord Danzo's hands, and am unaware of such matters. Uehara's version of Yamashiro Kazuma refrained from providing a direct answer, instead stating solemnly, however, please trust in Lord Danzo's sincerity. After discussions between the two of you, I am certain Lord Hanzo will find a satisfactory outcome. The corners of Hanzo's eyes slightly narrowed as he gazed intently at Yamashiro Kazuma for a prolonged moment before finally speaking. You Konoha shinobi are indeed steadfastly loyal to Shimura Danzo. You flatter me, Lord Hanzo. Uehara's version of Yamashiro Kazuma humbly bowed his head. Uehara Naraku's performance during this encounter was commendable. Hanzo the Salamander regarded him with a hint of envy. Who wouldn't he desire the loyalty of the ninjas under Shimura Danzo, who would obey without question? Hanzo casually inquired about Shimura Danzo, and Uehara Naraku responded with remarkable fluency, even subtly praising Hanzo in return. Hanzo then labeled the root ninjas before him. Noting their eloquent speech, he glanced up at the four figures standing atop the cliff, unable to suppress a frown. Why hadn't Shimura Danzo come down to greet him? Sensing Hanzo's displeasure, Uehara Naraku promptly interjected, My Lord Hanzo, I sincerely apologize. There seems to have been a miscommunication regarding our procedure. What procedure? Hanzo asked, perplexed. Sensing something amiss, the Rain Ninjas, initially displeased by Danzo's rudeness, now leaned in attentively to Uehara's words. Our procedure, Uehara Naraku replied, blinking innocently before suddenly rising onto his toes and soaring into the air. It involves how to stage a grand performance before your demise. As he ascended, his form began to shift, revealing his true identity, causing the Rain Ninjas to pale in shock. Uehara looked down at the gathered Rain Ninjas, exasperatedly shrugging, alas. It seems this procedure must be omitted. To be candid, Uehara felt a twinge of disappointment. Hanzo's demeanor shifted dramatically. He raised his gaze to the airborne Uehara Naraku. Recognition dawning in his eyes as he recalled several images. That impudent child, the very one who had recently been active within Akatsuki. It was him. Hanzo the Salamander nodded vigorously. Hanzo's expression darkened further as he coldly demanded, Where is Shimura Danzo? Has he betrayed me? Or is this merely Akatsuki's scheme? Regardless of the answer, it was unwelcome news for Hanzo. Uehara landed beside the four figures on the cliff, gazing down at Hanzo and the multitude of Rain Ninjas. Indeed, just yesterday, the Leaf Ninjas informed us of your intended meeting here, hoping we would eliminate you. Observing the tense expressions of the Rain Ninjas, Uehara continued with a light chuckle, Lord Shimura Danzo of the Leaf has offered generous terms. Should we succeed in killing you, Leaf will support us in becoming the leaders of the Rain Village. Pain of the Six Paths pondered. Why did Uehara's fabrications sound so practiced? However, such blatant falsehoods could hardly be believed by anyone. Hanzo's mood fluctuated between hope and despair as he looked up at Uehara Naraku and the four shadows beside him. Does that scoundrel Danzo believe he can use you to eliminate me? Do you think the ninjas in the village will support you? While others remained skeptical, Hanzo believed. For during the encirclement of the original Akatsuki organization, many Rain Ninjas and Leaf Root Ninjas had fallen to the Outer Path's demonic statue, with Hanzo merely escaping by chance. Clearly, he had been at a disadvantage in that confrontation. Perhaps this was the very reason Danzo sought to change his allies. No, it is equally plausible that Shimura Danzo, that scoundrel, seeks to incite a fratricidal conflict between the demigods of Amigakure and the wielders of the Rinnegan. Regardless of who emerges victorious or defeated, it would ultimately serve the interests of Konoha. Shimura Danzo, known as the Shadow of the Ninja World, seems capable of any outlandish act without evoking surprise. Luring both Amigakure and the Akatsuki into his schemes is precisely the sort of unscrupulous conduct he would undertake. Hanzo of the Salamander abruptly raised his gaze towards Uehara Naraku, his voice deep and resonant as he inquired, Has your Akatsuki organization never speculated that Konoha aims to instigate a clash between the two most formidable factions of the Land of Rain? This question was indeed intriguing. Uehara Naraku smiled, returning Hanzo's gaze with a question of his own. When Lord Hanzo led an assault against our three high-ranking members of Akatsuki, did you not ponder a similar query? Hanzo was momentarily rendered speechless. Uehara Naraku shrugged his shoulders and gently remarked, Well, Hanzo, we need not indulge in such grandiloquent discourse. We merely wish to convey to you the sentiments of those who once occupied your current position. Hanzo's expression darkened further. However, A smile crept onto Uehara Naraku's lips. I believe I have spoken enough. It is time for the true Avenger to make an appearance. A flicker of trepidation crossed Hanzo's eyes as he recalled Nagato and the Outer Path Golem, who had nearly claimed his life years ago. If Nagato were indeed to ambush him, how could he possibly escape? Just then, the sound of a wheelchair gradually approached. The figures of Nagato and Konan appeared at the rocky precipice, calmly observing Hanzo below, causing his heart to tremble. "Long time no see, Hanzo of the Salamander," came the chilling voice. Even more alarming was when Pain, the embodiment of Nagato, approached slowly, shedding his disguise to reveal his true visage, one that had ceased to exist many years prior. Hanzo clenched his fingers tightly, fear and unease washing over him as he gazed at the orange-haired figure. "You are the child who perished back then." Aside from Shimura Danzo, all the necessary individuals had gathered. Nagato coldly interrupted Hanzo, turning to glance at Konan and Uehara Naraku. "Konan, Uehara, shall we commence?" Konan's fingers parted slightly, raising gracefully. "Then let us begin." A long-anticipated revenge was about to unfold, culminating in a most exhilarating manner only today. Hanzo's journey from realization of betrayal to bewilderment, anger, and fear had merely been the prelude to this grand banquet of vengeance. The Amigakure ninjas, evidently inexperienced in such matters, transitioned from confusion to anger, and even found themselves on the verge of laughter. What a jest! A mere handful of individuals daring to confront Lord Hanzo. Hanzo is a demigod among ninjas, the sole one in decades capable of rivaling the legendary sage of the Six Paths, Senju Hashirama. Shall we place a bet? How long do you think this Akatsuki group can endure? Half an hour? An hour? Isn't that a bit short? How much longer do you expect? Do you still believe they can battle Lord Hanzo for an entire day and night, like the legendary Sannin of Konoha? Whenever the name of Hanzo the Salamander is mentioned, it is inescapable to also refer to the legendary ninjas he bestowed the title of the three legendary ninjas of Konoha. Over time, the power of these three has grown increasingly formidable. Even though the three ninjas have long since parted ways, tales of their exploits continue to echo throughout the ninja world, which serves to highlight the immense strength of Hanzo that earned them such a prestigious title. Indeed, that period marked the zenith of Hanzo's life. As he listened to the discussions among his subordinates, Hanzo's expression grew increasingly somber. He did not share the confidence exhibited by these rain ninjas. The weight of years had begun to bear down upon him, and he found himself gripped by an unsettling fear of death. Hanzo surveyed his surroundings, discreetly raising a finger, contemplating a stealthy escape using his body flicker technique. If he could return to the rain village, there would still be hope. Remaining here, who could predict the extent of the power that the red-haired ninja with the Rinnegan might attain, not to mention the orange-haired boy who had already taken his own life? Perhaps the least conspicuous of them all was the blue-haired woman. Hanzo secretly pondered that if an opportunity presented itself, he might capture Konan and attempt to replicate the scheme that once lured Yahiko to his demise. Alas, disappointment was inevitable. "Do not even think about fleeing," Konan said, her gaze fixed on Hanzo, seemingly discerning his thoughts. With a grave expression, she slowly curled her fingers, declaring, "Years ago, you laid explosive tags to obliterate Nagato's legs. Today, I shall repay that debt 1,000-fold. Every inch of this land is disguised with explosive tags." As she gestured, the earth beneath them suddenly cracked open. Layer upon layer of explosive tags emerged from the fissures, sending shivers down the spines of the rain ninjas. How many explosive tags lay hidden beneath their feet? The tags swiftly floated out, adhering to each of the rain ninjas amidst their terror. "I have disguised 6 trillion explosive tags as the very ground we stand upon." Konan pointed her finger at the crowd, her gaze locked onto Hanzo. "Hanzo, there is no escape for you today." Hanzo clenched his teeth in response. Slowly, he turned his head, surveying the environment, and saw the shadows of countless explosive tags fluttering about. With his body flicker technique, escaping was a formidable challenge. Damn it! Is the Akatsuki truly this affluent? Such is the cycle of reincarnation, retribution is relentless. Once, Hanzo had toyed with the 3 leaders of the Akatsuki at will, and now, it was his turn to be cornered by Konan and Nagato. Nagato coughed lightly, levitating into the air as he controlled Pain, and softly instructed, "Konan, first deal with the insignificant ones." "Understood," Konan replied, a shadow of darkness crossing her face. With a motion of her hand, countless explosive tags erupted. "Run." Body double technique. "Damn it, hurry and escape." A group of rain shinobi, gripped by terror, sought to flee, yet they found themselves ensnared within the lethal radius of explosive tags, which adhered to their bodies. One forlorn range shinobi gazed in despair as the explosive tags enveloped him, a grim smile spreading across his face. How could there be so many explosive tags? Boom. Uehara Naraku hovered in the air, silently observing as the range shinobi was completely overwhelmed by the explosive tags, transforming into a torrential rain of blood. Lord Hanzo, save me. Lord Hanzo. Lord Hanzo. The cacophony of explosions and desperate cries echoed in unison. The struggling range shinobi rushed frantically towards Hanzo of the Salamander, for only the explosive tags beneath Hanzo remained dormant. Clearly, Konan and Nagato intended to preserve Hanzo for last. Hanzo, realizing their scheme, pondered for a few moments before deciding to prioritize his own survival, leaving the fate of his subordinates to chance. The only recourse for this demigod of a ninja was to form hand seals and unleash a grand water release technique. Water release. Great exploding water colliding wave. A colossal wave erupted from Hanzo's mouth. In terms of mastery over water release ninjutsu, Uehara Naraku had to concede that neither Hozuki Mangetsu nor Kakashi of the Mist were a match for this demigod ninja. Not to mention the inept Zabuza Momochi, who could barely manage the basics. An oval lake materialized upon the land, instilling a flicker of hope for survival among the remaining range shinobi, who hastily plunged into the waters to evade the pursuit of the explosive tags. Hanzo stood within the water as if it were solid ground. As one of the foremost masters of water release, Hanzo could navigate and move through water with unparalleled freedom. Concealed beneath the surface, he observed Nagato, Konan, and Pain for a moment before his hands suddenly began to move, declaring, "Water release. Water dragon bullet technique." A massive water dragon spiraled forth. Judged solely by its size and the chakra it contained, Hanzo's water dragon bullet technique was the most formidable Uehara had ever witnessed. Nagato, gazing at the water dragon hurtling towards them, calmly extended his palm and softly uttered, "Hungry ghost path." The enormous water dragon transformed into chakra and entered Nagato's body. As the embodiment of the Rinnegan, Nagato could unleash all the techniques of the 6 paths of pain without reservation. After all, since the moment he revealed himself. In order to seal information, no one present aside from Konan and Uehara had any chance of escape. "This is your return gift." Nagato pointed his finger at Hanzo. In the next instant, Deva Path Pain suddenly appeared above the oval lake, forcefully spreading his palm. Almighty push. Just as Hanzo of the Salamander felt a surge of vigilance, a tremendous repulsive force descended. In mere seconds, the entire lake was obliterated by Almighty push. The range shinobi hidden within the water were annihilated in an instant. Summoning technique. A gigantic salamander appeared beside Hanzo. The brown-scaled salamander fish starkly contrasts with the one slain by Konan. This unique spirit beast, thriving in the land of rain, appears to be quite numerous. Hanzo hastily took refuge beneath his spirit beast, commanding the salamander fish to absorb the impact of the attack. He dared not sustain severe injuries at the onset of battle. Uehara Naraku could not help but frown, remarking on his excessive cowardice. Was it truly worth sacrificing a formidable force merely to preserve his own life? For he had never entertained thoughts of victory. Nagato regarded the fortunate survivor, Hanzo, with disdain and contempt. He had forsaken his beliefs and was no longer the demigod ninja capable of protecting the land of rain. Only a true deity could safeguard this nation now. Uehara Naraku's expression gradually became intricate. Indeed, Hanzo the Salamander only yearned to flee. Faced with the peculiarities of Nagato and the combination of Konan, the demigod ninja understood that his chances of triumph were pitifully slim. Rather than attempting to counterattack with the salamander fish, it was wiser to avoid injury, thus preserving his stamina and chakra for escape. Amidst the chaos engendered by Shinra Tensei, Hanzo's figure abruptly vanished from sight, employing the body replacement technique and body flicker technique to retreat into the distance. Yet with each step he took away, his trepidation intensified. For every inch of ground he traversed was laden with explosive tags. Just how vast was this area of explosive tags? Universal pull. With a soft command from Nagato, Hanzo abruptly found himself uncontrollably drawn toward him, hurtling backward. Hanzo swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a colossal wave of water release, water shockwave. He sought to utilize the wave's force to repel pain, or at the very least, to extricate himself from this inexplicable gravitational pull. However, a stout orange-haired man materialized between them, emanating a radiant white light. With a mere gesture, he absorbed the chakra of the water shockwave. It was the hungry ghost path of pain. Were ninjutsu attacks rendered ineffective? Hanzo unsheathed the scythe from his back, leveraging the power of universal pull to ascend into the air. Nagato disregarded the scythe, his expression impassive as he addressed Hanzo. I shall never forget Yahiko's suffering. How could the resurrected dead possess another pair of Rinnegan? A flicker of fear crossed Hanzo's eyes as he, uncertain, swung the scythe toward Nagato. He was indeed dead. Nagato crouched slightly, evading Hanzo's scythe with ease, his palm landing on Hanzo's chest. Before you stands the true god of this world. Crack. A black rod materialized from Nagato's hand. This Inyang-released black rod violently pierced through Hanzo's body. Seizing the moment when Hanzo's chakra was momentarily stagnant, Nagato delivered a kick to Hanzo's head, sending him crashing to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. For black rods incessantly shot forth. Hanzo the salamander was pinned to the earth. The black rod of Inyang escape not only confined his chakra, but also restricted his movements, rendering him utterly immobile and at the mercy of others. Deva Pain approached him, placing a foot upon the head of Hanzo of the salamander, declaring, I anticipated a gratifying revenge, yet all that remains is boundless disappointment. You truly are feeble, Hanzo. Hanzo gazed upward at the taunting Deva Pain, a spurt of blood escaping his lips, whether from injury or fury, he could not tell. Just kill him. Konan remarked with disdain as she cast a glance at Hanzo, raising her hand. There is no meaning in humiliating such a wretch. After a moment of silence, Nagato turned to the nearby Yahiko. Go, Yahiko, eliminate this faithless wretch. He is unworthy of Pain's intervention. Yahiko retorted, what do you mean by that? Just because he is unworthy of Pain's hand, should he still be dealt with? You always manage to insult two individuals with a single phrase. You truly are remarkable, Nagato. Even Konan found Nagato's words somewhat excessive. Yahiko could empathize with their sentiments. It felt akin to painstakingly scheming to assassinate a formidable boss, only to have the target succumb to a mere shuriken. Long before, Hanzo had been manipulated by Danzo Shimura, attempting to fortify his power through the assassination of the Akatsuki, only to narrowly escape a counterattack. It was then that his spirit had begun to wither. Or rather, since that moment, Hanzo had been solely preoccupied with survival. Who could be blamed for this? Only Danzo Shimura could be held accountable. In this ninja world, those who had any connection to Danzo or had fallen under his indoctrination seldom met a favorable end. Hanzo of the Salamander, Yakushi no, Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Itachi. There were, of course, those specifically adept at countering Danzo, notably the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who, with the will of fire, managed to re-educate those nearly led astray by Danzo. One must also commend Kakashi Hatake, the white-haired jonin of Konoha, who endured through the dark trials of youth, resisted Danzo's brainwashing, and persevered through the will of fire's conditioning until he ultimately succumbed to the verbal prowess of a certain blonde-haired youth. Yahiko retracted his spiraling thoughts and stepped toward Hanzo, accepting the black rod from Deva Pain. Hanzo's gas mask fell away as he glared at Yahiko, gritting his teeth. You think you can kill me, brat? Truth be told, he was terrified of Nagato and Konan. The deceit from Yahiko, who had continuously misled him, felt particularly loathsome. This boy had deceived Hanzo, betrayed the sentiments of their village, and had directly led him to his doom. Since that day when Hanzo decided to meet with Danzo, harboring a flicker of hope that Danzo might concede, he had felt a modicum of joy, believing he could once again leverage Konoha's strength to address his threats. Who could have anticipated that this was an elaborate ruse? You despicable wretch, leading him to his execution in this place. Farewell, Lord Hanzo. Uehara Naraku grasped the Inyang-released black staff and lunged toward Hanzo, the salamander, with a fierce shout. If you harbor any grievances, seek out Shimura Danzo. Upon hearing Uehara's words, Hanzo's mind momentarily dulled. However, when faced with the life-and-death situation, he ultimately regained his wits. You shall perish first, brat. Hanzo suddenly expelled a cloud of toxic gas from his mouth, a venom so potent that even he could scarcely endure its effects. Yet, unbeknownst to others, he had discreetly concealed a vial of antidote within his teeth, capable of temporarily alleviating the poison when bitten. This was his true trump card. As Uehara Naraku closed the distance, while Nagato and Konan remained distant upon the cliff, and the Deva Path Pain stood nearby, caught off guard. The lethal toxin of the salamanders swiftly permeated the surroundings. If this group were to be hindered by the venom, he would have a chance to escape. Survival was paramount, and from there, anything was possible. Uehara Naraku, Nagato and Konan's expressions shifted dramatically. In their sight, the proud yet naive young ninja, who had persistently accompanied them, appeared unfazed by the encroaching salamander's venom. With the yin-yang release black staff firmly in hand, he thrust it fiercely into Hanzo's back. Side quest: The Fall of a Demigod, 11. Quest completed, skill reward, Star Infusion. Star Infusion consumes 10 points of life energy and chakra energy to replenish a corresponding percentage of life energy and chakra energy for allies. Cooldown time: 6 seconds. Side quest: Gather a new type of super poison, 11. Quest completed, skill reward, Mushroom Cultivation. Mushroom Cultivation: Utilize chakra to generate an invisible toxic mushroom that can be placed in a target area, providing limited visibility within that area. When a target steps on the mushroom, it will explode, inflicting poison. The size of each mushroom corresponds to the chakra value, with a minimum consumption of 100 chakra points. Uehara Naraku stood amidst the salamander's toxic fog, glancing at the two skills rewarded by the system, feeling that this assassination of Hanzo had been quite profitable. He could become a medical ninja in the future. He just needed to devise a way to explain it. Perhaps he should take some time to learn a few medical ninjutsu techniques. The salamander's venom was truly of no concern to him. He possessed a purification skill that would allow him to cleanse the poison upon leaving the toxic area. As for how to explain it to Nagato and Konan, with so many ranged shinobi corpses in this vicinity, surely they could not be devoid of an antidote for the salamander's venom? Uehara Naraku calculated accurately, believing everything would unfold as anticipated. Yet, he miscalculated one crucial aspect. Without regard for her own safety, Konan hurriedly dashed into the salamander's toxic mist and grasped Uehara's arm, pulling him to safety. Xiaonan, there is no need for haste. The figure of Pain, pushing Nagato's wheelchair, appeared beside them. His expression tense. I can summon the 6 paths of pain into the toxic mist to rescue Uehara. It's all right, let us first find the antidote. Xiaonan urged softly, tightly embracing Uehara Naraku. Nagato, be quick. I have already stated the importance of protecting Naraku. Uehara could only hide in her arms, feeling a mix of happiness and concern. Uehara Naraku, with a wry smile, hesitantly spoke. Teacher, please refrain from such irrational actions in the future. Xiaonan calmly replied. Her cheek pressed against Uehara Naraku's forehead. Do not speak. Conserve your strength. Understood. Uehara Naraku's face flushed slightly, feeling warmth radiating from Xiaonan's embrace. After a while, Nagato approached with the wheelchair, and Deva Path Pain stood beside him, extending his palm, which held a vial of medicine. Xiaonan, this should be the antidote to the venom of the fugu fish, but there is only one vial. This antidote was procured from the body of the fugu fish deity. Even after searching through the remains of all the ranged shinobi, no second vial that appeared capable of neutralizing the fugu toxin could be found. Quickly administer it to Naraku. Xiaonan's expression brightened, but she could not suppress a few coughs, her body suddenly weakening. It was evident that her earlier impulsiveness had exposed her to the fugu fish's venom as well. Now, 2 were poisoned, yet only one antidote remained. A glimmer of determination flashed in Uehara Naraku's eyes as he shook his head while gazing at the vial. Lord Nagato, please reserve this antidote for teacher Xiaonan. Naraku, be obedient. Xiaonan interjected, her discontent palpable. Uehara Naraku, looking earnestly at his displeased teacher, said, Teacher, as long as I am alive, I will not allow you to suffer. If misfortune befalls you, how could I accept a fate of living on alone? I am your teacher, Xiaonan replied, her voice tender. In a moment of life and death, she would not heed his words. Gently lifting Uehara's face, she softly advised, Naraku, my dreams are on the verge of realization, while you still have a long journey ahead. Teacher Xiaonan. Uehara Naraku interrupted, intent on showcasing his acting prowess. He planned to feign death in the wake of the fugu fish poisoning, thus allowing him to better conceal himself. He had even devised a plan for his return to the Akatsuki. However, a remark from Deva Path Pain shattered all his calculations. I suggest none of you use it. Wait for Sasori to examine whether this antidote is truly effective. He possesses a genuine antidote. Uehara Naraku. Xiaonan. Deva Path Pain continued, rotating the ring on his hand, softly stating, Itachi Uchiha, Kisame Hashigaki, and Sasori have successfully recruited Deidara and are now en route to the Land of Rain. I have urged them to hasten their pace. That is good. Upon hearing Sasori's name, Xiaonan exhaled in relief. After Orochimaru's departure, Sasori is the most adept at antidotes. He once developed an antidote for the fugu fish toxin within the organization. Uehara Naraku felt a tinge of despondency in his heart. If he were not reclining on Xiaonan's lap, he might have been unable to conceal the disappointment swelling within him. Long ago, Granny Chiyo of Sunagakure had once confronted Hanzo of the Salamander, developing an antidote to neutralize his lethal poison. The Scorpion of the Red Sand, inheriting his grandmother's legacy, was adept in both puppetry and venom, effortlessly crafting an antidote. Nagato glided over in his wheelchair, his voice grave. Pain will remain here to guard you. I shall depart with my true body. Once you have rid yourselves of the poison within, we shall retrieve Hanzo's corpse and seize control of Amigakure. Understood. Xiaonan nodded in agreement. Upon Nagato's command, all but Pain gathered around him, escorting him away from the scene. Before long, a majestic white bird descended to the ground. A brash voice echoed among them. Ah, how is it that there are still novices who can be poisoned in the Akatsuki? Truly pathetic. Both Uehara and Xiaonan's expressions darkened simultaneously, as they deduced that this unfamiliar voice belonged to Deidara, the newly recruited member of the Akatsuki. Silence. The Scorpion of the Red Sand maneuvered his puppet, Hiriko, down from the great bird and reprimanded Deidara in a thunderous tone before advancing deliberately towards him. Scorpion produced a vial of antidote, stating coldly, I happen to have an antidote for Hanzo's deadly poison, prepared in anticipation of encountering that old coot. As a member of the Akatsuki frequently traversing the Land of Rain, Scorpion was indeed concerned about encountering someone of Hanzo's caliber. The title of demigod of shinobi held considerable weight. Pain accepted the vial, inspected it, and then returned it to Scorpion with a frigid remark. There is no need to prepare such antidotes in the future. Oh. Scorpion glanced down at Xiaonan and Uehara, who were huddled together, then curiously observed the corpse not far from them along with numerous fallen rain shinobi. Pain, his expression impassive, declared, from this day forth, Amigakure and the Land of Rain shall belong to us. Could it be? Scorpion's eyes widened in avarice as he gazed upon Hanzo's corpse. Is that the body of Hanzo the Salamander, the demigod of shinobi? Has the leader slain the legendary demigod? A voice tinged with astonishment emerged as two figures descended from the great white bird, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki, who had come to assist Scorpion. Itachi's eyes glowed crimson as he fixed his gaze upon Hanzo's corpse, a flicker of shock crossing his features before he masked it with composure. Throughout the entire shinobi world, who was unaware of Hanzo the Salamander? To think that his corpse lay right here. This matter must not be disclosed. Pain surveyed those present with a cold stare, instructing gravely, although Hanzo may be deemed a failure, his reputation can still serve to intimidate and paralyze the other major shinobi villages, affording us ample time to achieve our objectives. The gathered individuals exchanged glances and nodded in mutual understanding. Faced with a leader capable of vanquishing even the demigod of ninjas, it seems almost reasonable to adhere to his commands. Even the audacious Deidara momentarily tempered his arrogance. The ninjas residing in the Land of Earth, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Fire are nearly all awed by the formidable reputation of Hanzo the Salamander. And now, the very corpse of Hanzo lies not far away. The eyes of Kisame Hashigaki flickered as he observed the distressed expression on Uehara Naraku's face while he consumed an antidote. He chuckled lightly, remarking, It appears our organization's intern has also contributed to the demise of Hanzo the Salamander. His words carried a hint of mockery. Uehara could not help but glare fiercely at his top spy. Ever since Kisame had joined his ranks, it seemed he had become increasingly unrestrained. Did he not understand the peril of provoking his superior? Even if it were mere theatrics, such behavior was unwarranted. Yet, a subtle movement of Kisame's fingers signaled that he had crucial intelligence to convey to Uehara. With great effort, Uehara suppressed his urge to reprimand Kisame. Pain, the figure of God, cast a glance at Uehara and stated somberly, Uehara personally devised the plan to assassinate Hanzo and executed the deed himself. A flicker of astonishment crossed Kisame's face. I did not expect Konan's disciple to grow ever stronger. Yet, Kisame was not surprised. What intrigued him was how much strength Uehara had revealed this time. Had I known, I would have chosen Konan's disciple as my partner. Hirako, the scorpion, cast a disdainful glance at the nearby Deidara upon hearing Pain's words. This brat is insufferably noisy. Deidara retorted with annoyance. Hey, scorpion, that remark was rather disrespectful. I have shown you great respect on our journey. Do not squander precious time with futile bickering. Pain coldly interjected. Return and prepare. Tomorrow we shall relocate the Akatsuki base near Amigakure. After delivering his orders, Pain turned to Konan and Uehara. Konan, Uehara, take Hanzo's corpse. We are to take control of Amigakure. Understood. In Amigakure, anxiety gripped the hearts of its inhabitants. The corpse of their leader, Hanzo the Salamander, was displayed atop the tallest tower in the village, causing many ninjas to tremble with fear, dreading the fall of Amigakure. From this day forth, this place is under our dominion. A young ninja perched atop the tower, flanked by Amigakure's elite jonin, Katsuro Hirakawa, and two younger ninjas, who adopted a posture of submission. Hanzo had taken most of his trusted allies with him, and those remaining, upon witnessing Hanzo's lifeless body, hastily chose to flee, leaving behind only the ordinary ninjas of Amigakure. These common rain ninjas gazed in terror at the boy atop the tower. Is this the child who has slain Lord Hanzo? What on earth is happening? A woman with azure hair approached the young ninja and gently tapped his forehead. Naruto, do not linger in the rain. Come and see the room I have prepared for you. Kagaya and Kamaru could not help but stifle their laughter, while even the nearby Hitachi Hirakawa covered his lips in amusement. Uehara Naraku, exasperated, rubbed his forehead and, grasping Konan's hand, stood up. Teacher, please do not always treat me like a child in need of care. Now, I have something to discuss with the ninjas present here. Konan unfurled the paper wings on her back and soared into the air, surveying the multitude of rain ninjas below. That was my disciple, Naruto. He was not entirely mistaken. Starting today, the Akatsuki shall take over the Rain Village. Since the Second Shinobi World War, the Land of Rain has perpetually been a battleground for great nations. And Hanzo the Salamander has never altered this predicament. However, from this day forth, Lord Pain has resolved to change the status of the Rain Village. He will ensure that great nations experience the agony of war and will no longer permit foreign ninjas to engage in battle within the Land of Rain. Lord Pain is indeed a true deity. From henceforth, the Land of Rain shall no longer be subject to oppression. After listening to Konan's speech for a while and glancing at her, who appeared somewhat ethereal in the sky, Uehara Naraku turned and entered the tower. From this day forward, Konan would be the angel of the Rain Village. Nagato was hidden within this tower, preparing the resting place for the 6 paths of Pain to conserve his chakra. At present, aside from the Deva Path Pain, who was pursuing Hanzo's confidence and securing information, the other Pains had been settled here. Uehara, what brings you here? Nagato inquired with a frown, clearing his throat softly. Did I not instruct you to accompany Konan and learn how to govern the Rain Village in the future? It appeared that he genuinely wished for Uehara Naraku to become the leader of the Rain Village. Uehara Naraku felt he was overacting and simply scratched his head. Well then, Lord Nagato, we are currently short on personnel. I shall take my leave to carry out my mission. As Nagato observed Uehara preparing to depart, he suddenly recalled something and called him back. Wait, take this. Nagato tossed over a ring, which bore a distinct engraving of the character, Ian. It seemed that this ring had never been seen before, likely specially crafted by Nagato. Uehara Naruto's eyes lit up as he reached out to grasp the ring. Isn't this the ring for official members? Has Teacher Konan acknowledged me as a formal member? Where do I collect my uniform? Forget the nail polish. Cough, cough, Konan interjected, not giving her consent. Nagato cleared his throat and spoke softly. This is a ring for communication within the Akatsuki. As long as you input chakra into the ring, I can sense your messages through the Rinnegan. So it was merely a ring. Uehara Naraku expressed some dissatisfaction, and I can also borrow Lord Nagato's black rods to summon the 6 paths of Pain at any time. Right? It seems rather useless. If you do not want it, you may return it to me. Of course I want it. Uehara Naraku swiftly departed. Nagato extended a hand in an attempt to salvage the situation, gazing at the vanishing figure of Uehara Naraku with the wistfulness of a lonely elder. Wait, you haven't yet mastered the art of holographic body? Uehara Naraku turned back. Never mind, you need not contact the other members of Akatsuki. Nagato waved dismissively at Uehara, stating, you only need to coordinate with me and Konan. The art of holographic body is unnecessary for carrying out the mission of driving out the intruders from the Land of Rain. The entire Hidden Rain village was in a state of disarray. Their current tasks involved not only hunting down the confidants of Hanzo the Salamander, but also sealing information within the village, expelling and assassinating the enemy ninjas active in the Land of Rain. However, Uehara's mission was merely a pretext. The primary concern was that upon their departure, Kisame had discreetly signaled him, indicating the transmission of crucial intelligence. After leaving the Hidden Rain village, Uehara Naraku utilized his destiny skill to teleport directly beside Kisame, who awaited his arrival. What is it? Uehara furrowed his brow. Had it not been for the extraordinary importance of the information, he would have pummeled Kisame. Kisame, undeterred, spoke in a grave tone. Itachi wishes to meet with Uchiha Obito in secret. Does Lord Uehara intend to ambush Uchiha Obito? Following Itachi discreetly could lead us to him. It had not been long since he began referring to him as Mr. Itachi. Uehara Naraku scoffed, having no intention of ambushing Uchiha Obito. He would refrain from action without absolute certainty. Nevertheless, this intelligence was indeed significant and could serve to trouble Uchiha Obito. All right, I understand. Uehara waved his hand, preparing to depart when he suddenly added, when we encounter each other in Akatsuki, you might consider showing me a modicum of respect. At the very least, treating me equally to the others. Huh, shouldn't we treat interns somewhat dismissively? Kisame's small eyes brimmed with confusion, his expression rendering Uehara uncertain of his true thoughts. Uehara Naraku lamented the predicament of having such a blunt subordinate. Were it not for the swift movement of Itachi's avatar he witnessed on the Destiny panel moments ago, Uehara would have taken the time to argue with Kisame. Well then, I shall take my leave. Uehara offered a token gesture of concern to Kisame. As a spy, you must learn to protect yourself. Understood, Kisame nodded, then inquired, wait. Lord Uehara, I've devised a beautiful hand-sealing gesture. No more, no more. My hands are cramping from practicing seals. Uehara shook his head rapidly, resembling a diver slowly submerging into the earth, quickly pursuing the trajectory of Itachi's movements. Even if Uchiha Itachi moved swiftly, it could not rival the technique of the mayfly. Within a small grove, Uehara successfully positioned himself ahead of Uchiha Itachi, contemplating for a moment before transforming into a masked member of the Leaf Sambu. This time, Uehara intended to deliver a gift to Obito. Uchiha Itachi possessed an acute sense of perception. As he stepped into the woods, he observed birds taking flight from the thicket. In an instant, a kunai materialized in his grasp. Just as a member of Konoha's Umbu detected Itachi's presence and prepared to reveal himself, a flock of crows suddenly appeared before him, forming a vague silhouette of Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi, are you a member of Konoha's Umbu? A glimmer of crimson flickered in Itachi's eyes as his form solidified, the kunai resting upon the shoulder of the individual before him. Has Konoha sent you to hunt me? And no. The Umbu ninja from Konoha hastily shook his head, eager to clarify his identity. Due to an urgent situation in Konoha, the third Hokage wishes for you to gather intelligence regarding Uchiha Obito. Itachi's heart tightened. Few in the shinobi world were aware of his role as a Konoha spy. The only one who might still believe in his loyalty to Konoha was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. That old man still held faith in the will of fire. More importantly, Uchiha Sasuke remained in Konoha. However, even though the Umbu before him claimed to be dispatched by Hiruzen, Itachi contemplated employing Genjutsu to further test his true identity. What if he were sent by Danzo Shimura? The Konoha Umbu, under the guise of Uehara Naraku, felt a surge of anxiety. Had they acted too hastily, rushing to confront Itachi merely to thwart Uchiha Obito? Should Itachi launch an attack, his true nature would surely be revealed, leaving him with no choice but to eliminate Itachi or threaten him with his brother. As Itachi's Sharingan began to spin, the Konoha Umbu suddenly lowered his head and spoke. Please do not cast Genjutsu upon me. I bear a specialized seal within my mind that cannot withstand any illusionary assault. Before I perish, allow me to convey crucial intelligence to you. The Sharingan within Itachi's eyes gradually ceased its motion as he replied in a somewhat obscure tone. It seems you are a harbinger of death? A harbinger of death? The Konoha Umbu offered a melancholic smile, softly responding, that description is not entirely inaccurate. It is precisely because my life is nearing its end that the third Hokage has entrusted me with this most perilous and confidential mission. After speaking, the Umbu gestured toward his head, adding, moreover, I specifically requested the third Hokage to implant a forbidden technique seal within me. allowing me to detonate my own brain at will. Truly admirable, venerable one, Itachi sighed, retracting his kunai. Although he harbored some lingering doubts regarding the Konoha Umbu before him, they gradually dissipated. Neither Danzo nor Hiruzen would reveal the village's most vital secrets to an ordinary Umbu. Thus, it seemed plausible that this Konoha Umbu was indeed nearing death. The Konoha Umbu, listening to Uchiha Itachi, shook his head and gazed deeply at him, uttering words of admiration. In truth, it is you, Lord Uchiha Itachi, who deserves greater reverence than I. Uchiha Itachi, with a sorrowful expression, lowered his gaze. It was evident that he believed this dying man before him knew all his secrets. The massacre of his clan had, for the stability of Konoha, been beneficial. Yet for him, the perpetrator of that tragedy, it would forever remain a haunting nightmare. My apologies for my excessive words, the Konoha Umbu remarked, shaking his head gently. I must convey something of utmost importance to you, Lord Uchiha Itachi, as it may challenge some of your perceptions. Please, go on, Itachi replied, suppressing his sorrow. The Umbu, maintaining a hushed tone, continued. The third Hokage harbors suspicions that the escalating conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan over the years has been orchestrated from the shadows by Uchiha Obito. It is reported that during the Kyuubi incident, it was Uchiha Obito who controlled the Kyuubi with his Sharingan, leading to the demise of the fourth Hokage and his wife. Uchiha Itachi abruptly lifted his head, incredulity etched on his face as he stared at the Konoha Umbu. What did you just say? Would you like me to repeat it? No, I need a moment. Itachi rubbed his temples, pondering. Why would Obito kill the fourth Hokage? He was his mentor. Moreover, the third Hokage lacks knowledge of Obito's age. The Konoha Umbu, appearing somewhat helpless, replied, This is a loss for all of Konoha. The Hokage learned this from Kakashi, Obito's former comrade. If the information conveyed by the Konoha Umbu is indeed true, then the long-standing opposition between Konoha and the Uchiha clan has been manipulated by Uchiha Obito. This man is truly terrifying. Itachi recalled his attempts to seek out Obito, inviting him to annihilate the Uchiha clan. That very individual had been waiting at the South He Shrine long before, evidently anticipating that day since the Kyuubi incident. Clenching his fists, Itachi's manicured fingers dug deeply into his flesh as he struggled to maintain his composure. Should Uchiha Obito appear before him now, Itachi would be tempted to end his life immediately. The fourth Hokage had been a figure dedicated to mending the rift between the Uchiha and Konoha, even fostering a close relationship between his wife and Itachi's mother, Mikoto, during a time that seemed ripe for change. Yet, Obito had treacherously slain his mentor and brazenly used his Sharingan to control the Kyuubi in public, rendering the divide between the Uchiha and Konoha nearly irreparable. That scoundrel. After a lengthy pause, Itachi's gaze gradually softened, and he solemnly urged, Please, continue. Are you all right? The Konoha Umbu hesitated, casting a worried glance at Itachi. The Hokage instructed me to remind you to remain patient in relaying this information. Itachi nodded in understanding. I comprehend. That is reassuring. The Umbu of Konoha let out a sigh of relief and continued in a solemn tone. The Hokage has yet to uncover the motives behind Uchiha Obito's actions that led to the demise of the fourth Hokage and his wife, as well as the incitement of discord between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. It is imperative that we capture him to unveil the truth. Recently, the Hokage commanded Shimura Danzo to dispatch several teams of Umbu trainees to search for traces of Uchiha Obito in the Land of Rain. However, they have since gone silent. In this desperate situation, the Hokage must place his hopes on Lord Uchiha Itachi. Indeed, Uchiha Itachi responded after a moment of silence, gazing at the Umbu before him. I have indeed gathered some intelligence, and I implore you to relay this to the Hokage. It is advisable to proceed with caution, as Uchiha Obito possesses exceedingly peculiar powers. We do possess some information regarding Obito. The Umbu hesitated for a moment before speaking gravely. This is a message from the Hokage, expressing concern for your safety. Regarding Uchiha Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan. Previously, Hatake Kakashi encountered Uchiha Obito during his mission in the Land of Water and engaged in a conflict with him. The Hokage has privately deduced some of Obito's ocular abilities, hoping they may aid you. The Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Obito is extraordinarily enigmatic. It appears to shield his body from any assaults. However, this technique likely has a time limit, estimated to be between 5 to 8 minutes. After delivering this information, the Umbu let out a deep sigh and added, Regrettably, Uchiha Obito's movements are exceedingly elusive, and the battle intelligence is rather scant. These are the only abilities the Hokage has surmised. That is more than sufficient, Uchiha Itachi replied, showing no sign of concern. For me, any information regarding Uchiha Obito is invaluable, even if it is merely conjecture from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Itachi quietly expressed his admiration. The Hokage truly deserves the title of Professor of Ninjutsu. I too have only a cursory understanding of his abilities, but I have yet to ascertain the duration of his techniques. He genuinely respected Sarutobi Hiruzen. The first time he encountered Uchiha Obito, he recognized the peculiarity of Obito's abilities. Yet, for Sarutobi Hiruzen to deduce the specific time limit was indeed impressive. He was truly a master of ninjutsu. The Umbu continued, moreover. The Hokage suspects that he may have stolen the Izanagi technique. Izanagi? Uchiha Itachi was genuinely taken aback. This technique could render Uchiha clan members impervious to harm for a brief period, but the cost was the permanent blindness of one Sharingan. The Umbu looked at Uchiha Itachi, nodded, and continued solemnly. Since the night of the massacre, all ninjutsu from the Uchiha clan has been sealed away in the Forbidden Techniques room. The Hokage mentioned that in his efforts to seek information about Uchiha Obito's ocular techniques, he discovered that the Forbidden Techniques room had been tampered with. The Hokage surmised that at one point, the Konoha Barrier Division reported an unknown intruder, which could indicate that Uchiha Obito has indeed acquired the Izanagi technique. I will remain vigilant regarding this matter. Uchiha Itachi's brow furrowed increasingly tightly. The current Uchiha Obito, with merely the peculiar abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan, posed a considerable challenge, and he further concealed his capacity to wield Izanagi. This was not a predicament easily resolved. After articulating these thoughts, a member of Konoha's Umbu quietly inquired, Lord Uchiha Itachi, do you have any messages to convey to Lord Hokage? Rest assured, upon my return, all of this shall be interred with my remains at the memorial stone. Gradually, Uchiha Itachi's grip relaxed. I shall undoubtedly devise a means to uncover the truth behind Uchiha Obito's treachery against the fourth Hokage and his spouse. Gathering intelligence on all members of Akatsuki, I have already begun to piece together some clues. Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow again. Expressing concerns regarding Obito, Uchiha Obito is no longer the benevolent Konoha ninja of yore. After acquiring the Mangekyo Sharingan, his power has diverged drastically from the past. I implore the Hokage to refrain from sending innocent lives to sacrifice. The Umbu nodded solemnly. Although it appeared that this Umbu was seeking intelligence and relaying orders to Uchiha Itachi, in truth, he garnered more information in return. Perhaps it was this very reason that caused Uchiha Itachi to harbor no particular doubts. Nonetheless, he did not extend his trust to the Umbu before him, nor to the higher echelons of Konoha. After all, his younger brother still resided within Konoha, and the wisdom of nurturing a foe while maintaining vigilance was not lost on him. Thus, he refrained from divulging information pertaining to Akatsuki, instead adopting a somewhat evasive stance. Once I have gathered the critical intelligence, I will seek an opportunity to return to Konoha and report directly to Lord Hokage. Very well. The Umbu lifted his gaze to meet Itachi's, softly stating, since I have encountered Lord Uchiha Itachi, my mission is complete, and I must hasten back to Konoha. Take care. My esteemed predecessor. Uchiha Itachi respectfully nodded. As the Umbu prepared to depart, he suddenly turned back to Itachi and remarked, by the way, Lord Hokage specifically requested me to convey that Uchiha Sasuke remains the top student at the Ninja Academy. Uchiha Itachi fell silent for a moment, a faint smile gracing his lips. His younger brother, still within the halls of Konoha's Ninja Academy, represented the sole softness in his life and the last vestige of warmth he possessed in this world. However, as he smiled, an irrepressible pain and sorrow flickered in his eyes. In an instant, the sadness on his face transformed into a surge of anger. Uchiha Itachi clenched the kunai in his hand, driving it forcefully into the tree trunk, his fury no longer concealed. Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Itachi, alongside his father Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui, had exerted tremendous effort to resolve the discord between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, even allying with the treacherous Danzo Shimura. Yet Uchiha Obito had disregarded all of their sacrifices. The information shared by the Umbu had originated from Kakashi, and Uchiha Itachi placed his faith in Hitaki Kakashi's judgment. If Kakashi Hitaki can ascertain that it was indeed Obito Uchiha who was responsible, then it must undoubtedly be Obito. as Kakashi's comrade in the Umbu. Itachi Uchiha is acutely aware of Kakashi's emotional ties to Obito. That white-haired jonin would never tarnish the reputation of his ally. After some time, Itachi's rationality gradually returned. As he leaned against a tree, lost in contemplation, he had just engaged in a conversation with a senior Umbu operative from Konoha, and he realized he had squandered too much time. It was time to rendezvous with Obito Uchiha. However, his feelings about this meeting had already shifted. Once Itachi unsheathed his kunai and departed, a figure stealthily emerged from the ground. It was Uehara Naraku. "I am truly a genius," Uehara mused, stroking his chin. By deducing the known outcome and fabricating a narrative, he deemed himself a mastermind, perfectly suited for the role of a puppeteer behind the scenes. Initially, neither Konoha nor Itachi knew the identity of the enigmatic masked man. Uehara, utilizing his innate illusionary charm, had disclosed Obito's identity to Kakashi, who then unwittingly passed this information to all members of the Akatsuki. Presently, both Konoha and Itachi remain unaware of Obito's capabilities, while Uehara has conjured false intelligence regarding Obito's Kamui to further deceive Itachi. Furthermore, Itachi's future would remain under the watchful gaze of Kisame Hoshigaki, rendering him incapable of revealing any secrets. Even if Itachi were to seek out Kakashi to verify whether Obito was the one who killed the fourth Hokage and his wife, the instigator of the rift between Konoha and the Uchiha, he would never be able to identify the Umbu operative he encountered today. If this continues, Obito will inevitably become the enemy of the world. Or perhaps he already is. Uehara found himself somewhat admiring his own quick wit. Had he not fabricated that tale about a cursed seal earlier, he might have been forced to confront Itachi directly. Now, it was certain that Itachi and Obito would become bitter adversaries. Uehara perused the fate skill panel, observing the merging icons of Itachi and Obito, a hint of inscrutable malice dancing across his features. Beyond this, Uehara had stumbled upon some unexpected gains. Main quest: fulfill the wishes of the bookstall owner. Become the greatest boss in the ninja world. Progress 5. Task incomplete. Reward unknown. Just by leaking a fragment of Obito's information, he had achieved 2% progress. What could possibly be the criteria for this task's evaluation? Never mind. He would first go see the commotion. Uehara's body gradually sank into the earth. If Itachi were to receive the information he had provided but failed to deliver a satisfactory outcome, he would have to find a way to exploit Konoha. A couple of days prior, they had eliminated Kazekage and a group of root ninjas. Given Shimura Danzo's nature, he would undoubtedly seek to send another team to investigate the matter. Thus, it would be prudent to take this opportunity to discreetly deliver Obito's intelligence to Konoha. As for the identity, he could conveniently leverage Itachi's. Uehara Naraku felt a sense of inflation within himself. Aside from Konan and Nagato, who dismissed his unrealistic notions, he sensed that the entire ninja world was soon to lie within his grasp. Upon a desolate mountain, the encounter between the Uchiha was unfolding as Uehara Naraku had envisioned. Uchiha Obito removed his mask. Those who were not meant to know his identity had already been informed, rendering further concealment pointless. Half of his face remained unscathed, while the other half bore grotesque scars. Upon seeing Uchiha Itachi approach, a faint smile crept across Obito's face. "Itachi, I thought you would never wish to see me again." Uchiha Itachi's eyes gradually transformed into a deep crimson as he approached Obito, coldly inquiring, "I wish to understand why our most fervent elder has become what he is now." "There is no particular reason," Obito replied with a shrug and a light chuckle. "I have merely grown weary of this mundane world. Is it not better to create a new world, one devoid of slaughter and strife?" Itachi furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend Obito's ideology. Yet, this did not hinder his own intentions. A flash of red light suddenly ignited in Itachi's gaze, and a sphere of pitch-black flames enveloped Obito. The kaleidoscope of Sharingan unleashed the power of Amaterasu, an unpredictable attack, the most potent fire technique that would never extinguish. Yet, Uchiha Obito stood calmly within the flames of Amaterasu, gazing at Itachi with a serene expression. "Itachi, do you truly believe that by doubting my identity as Uchiha Madara, you can kill me? You are still too naive." Though Obito projected bravado, he was startled within. Fortunately, he had anticipated this and activated Kimui's intangibility in advance. Otherwise, an unexpected encounter with Amaterasu would have made even retreating into Kimui's space nearly impossible to evade. "No, I merely sought to ascertain whether you still possess the qualification for collaboration. Itachi responded nonchalantly to Obito's taunts, leaving Amaterasu active as he quietly observed him, calculating the duration of the flame's burn. According to intelligence provided by a former Umbu of Konohagakure, the time Obito could sustain his intangibility was approximately 5 to 8 minutes. Amaterasu continued to blaze. Obito stepped forward, but Itachi manipulated the flames to follow his movements, extending the reach of Amaterasu. Although Itachi was confident that Amaterasu had not yet struck Obito, his current objective was to ascertain precise information regarding Obito's capabilities. Itachi, do you intend to continue testing me? Obito's face revealed a hint of displeasure as he gazed at Itachi. If you persist, you may very well lose your life. Itachi fixed his gaze intently on Obito's actions. Responding coolly, the power of Uchiha Madara and that of you, Obito, are undoubtedly not on the same level. It is only prudent for me to deliberate carefully, is it not? By analyzing the known outcomes to assess Obito's movements, Itachi discerned a reasonable conclusion. This individual could not sustain such a state of intangibility for long. Obito remained oblivious to Itachi's intentions, and with an air of casualness, continued their conversation. Uchiha Madara is not as formidable as we imagine. The passage of time has merely inflated the reputation of the Mangekyo Sharingan within our clan, has it not? Itachi, playing along, sought to buy more time. However, one thing Itachi was certain of was that Obito's intellect was questionable, or perhaps his mindset was flawed. A weakling endowed with the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan believed himself invincible? What a fool, considering himself an absolute powerhouse. It was only a matter of time before he would be thoroughly vanquished by other strong foes. Uehara concealed himself in the shadows, observing the exchange between Obito and Itachi from a distance. How could Obito remain unaware of Itachi's scheme, leisurely wandering within the realm of Amaterasu? Was he not aware of his own Kamui's limited duration? Of course, Obito was cognizant of this. He was just caught in a predicament. To ensure Itachi would still be inclined to serve him, he had no choice but to maintain an appearance of defiance against the flames of Amaterasu, demonstrating the disparity in their powers. Itachi, extinguish your Amaterasu, Obito urged, unable to contain himself as the void of Kamui's time began to dwindle. Wasting the precious power of your Mangekyo to probe an unfathomable adversary is utterly futile. Sustaining Amaterasu does not consume excessive ocular energy. Itachi, however, was resolute, disregarding Obito's counsel. A single tear of blood trickled from the corner of his eye as he continued to delay. Your ocular techniques are truly remarkable. I have yet to witness anyone impervious to Amaterasu. Obito's expression grew increasingly grim, each time he attempted to step beyond the reach of the black flames. They unrelentingly pursued him. Was Itachi truly incapable of understanding reason? If this continued, his Kamui's time would soon expire, revealing his trump card to Itachi. Confronted with such a prodigious talent in ninjutsu, Obito could not fathom that once Itachi discerned the flaw in his technique, he would lack the means to counteract it. Obito's gaze hardened. Do not test my patience, Itachi. Even a ninja's endurance has its limits. Yet, to Itachi, this threat only indicated Obito's growing desperation. He was panicking, indeed. The intel provided by the Umbu was accurate. Obito's void state could only endure for 5 to 8 minutes. The limits of Obito's endurance were fast approaching. As Itachi maintained the encirclement of black flames around Obito, he meticulously counted every second, ensuring precision. His fingers rhythmically tapped together as he silently recited, for minutes and 35 seconds, 36 seconds, 37 seconds. What a disobedient child you are. The figure of Uchiha Obito flickered as he gradually sank into the earth, utilizing the phasing state of Kamui to traverse through any location. However, such an action felt somewhat undignified, especially as it signaled to Uchiha Itachi that his phasing state could not endure prolonged assaults from continuous techniques. Once Obito submerged into the ground, he began to contemplate the necessity of being more cautious in the future, lest Itachi ambush him unexpectedly. For minutes and 49 seconds had passed when Itachi furrowed his brows, realizing that he had lost sight of his target, Obito. Continuing to employ Amaterasu had become futile. He anticipated that Obito would prove to be more troublesome than he had imagined. Suddenly, Obito's silhouette emerged from the ground, and a wooden spike shot forth from his hand, aimed directly at Itachi's face. Itachi, do not recklessly challenge those more powerful than you. Water release. Water barrier. Itachi swiftly formed hand seals, his speed nearly imperceptible, and in the next instant, a torrent of water surged forth, manifesting a defensive ninjutsu. Yet, Obito appeared to disregard the water barrier entirely. Itachi's brows knitted in realization of the complexities of battling Obito. The three tomo within his eyes spun wildly as he fixed his gaze upon the advancing Obito. Kaleidoscope Sharingan technique. Tsukuyomi, activate. In the next moment, both figures came to a halt simultaneously. Just before the Tsukuyomi reflected in Obito's eyes, Itachi discreetly formed another hand seal, creating a shadow clone. Uehara Naraku observed the confrontation with heightened vigilance, recognizing Itachi's cunning nature. Itachi is indeed insidious. That clone might become the key to victory. A second later, Itachi covered his left eye, a trickle of blood seeping through his fingers. It appeared that the senior's ocular technique could not entirely thwart the Jinjutsu. Earlier, during their clash within the realm of Tsukuyomi, neither had gained a significant advantage. Itachi was adept with illusions. However, Obito seemed to possess some knowledge regarding Tsukuyomi, enduring its relentless torment and even finding an opportunity to break free from its grasp. Nevertheless, Obito's mind had been severely impacted. He knelt on one knee, pressing his palm against his eye, his voice laden with gravity. Was that the illusory realm of Tsukuyomi? It seems that after Uchiha Shirsui's demise, you have become the strongest Jinjutsu user in this world. Yet, before Obito could finish his statement, Itachi's crow clone suddenly appeared behind him, effortlessly piercing Obito's body with a kunai. Obito gazed down in disbelief at the weapon protruding from his chest. It seems I was not mistaken. Itachi regarded Obito with a soft voice. After experiencing the agony of Jinjutsu, it appears you have not even considered continuing to use your ocular techniques. Damn it. Obito could only glare at the calm and collected junior before him, gritting his teeth as he hastily retreated, dragging his wounded body away. In their clash of illusions, both combatants suffered grievously. The repercussions of Uchiha Obito's mental backlash were severe, leaving him unable to contemplate sustaining his ethereal state with the use of the Mangekyo Sharingan after the illusionary skirmish had concluded. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, who had also sustained mental trauma from the shattered Tsukuyomi, astonishingly managed to summon a crow clone to launch an attack, seemingly unfazed. Was this premeditated prior to the employment of its Tsukuyomi? The cunning of genius ninjas is indeed formidable. Both Kakashi Hatake and Itachi exhibit a relentless drive for probing and seizing opportunities to strike. Although Itachi held a distinct advantage, he dared not lower his guard, for he lacked absolute certainty when facing the enigmatic wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, Obito still possessed the ability to utilize his Izanagi, and countering such a technique would require his Izanami, which Itachi deemed impractical. Additionally, he needed to conserve his strength, particularly in anticipation of Sasuke's maturation. Oblivious to Itachi's intentions, Obito's only remaining trump card was his Izanagi. His gaze, once fierce, now bore an expression of grim determination as he confronted Itachi. Are you two going to betray me? Believing he had discerned Itachi's thoughts, Obito mockingly retorted, you truly are a traitor willing to obliterate your own clan for the sake of Konoha. Betrayal must be second nature to you by now. Itachi's fingers tightened into a fist as he coldly regarded Obito, stating, predecessor. Provoking an adversary while the outcome remains undecided is hardly a prudent course of action, despite his desire to eliminate Obito at that very moment. Itachi maintained his composure and decorum. However, this very demeanor only served to incite Obito's wrath further. As one who fancied himself the puppeteer behind the scenes, Obito was unwilling to tolerate Itachi's arrogance. It was he who had guided Itachi into the Akatsuki following the fateful night of the clan's massacre, providing him a refuge. Clutching his wound, blood oozing through his fingers, Obito's expression darkened. Even with the remarkable regenerative abilities bestowed by Hashirama's cells, he could not withstand the lethal precision of Itachi's blow. With a voice laced with malice, Obito remarked, your only remaining ties are to Konoha and that younger brother of yours still in school, correct? How trivial. Itachi's countenance remained unperturbed, exhibiting even greater composure than Obito, predecessor. The only remaining spies within the Akatsuki are Zetsu and Kisame. I trust you would not wish for your pawns to be entirely eliminated, would you? Both adversaries had struck at each other's vulnerabilities. Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, was Obito's most pivotal piece on the board. Despite the fact that this piece had ceased to obey his commands and even sought to undermine him, Obito was unwilling to relinquish control, seeking alternative methods to continue exploiting pain. After all, the most crucial tailed beast plan has yet to commence. Itachi, let us engage in a sincere dialogue. The Sharingan of Uchiha Itachi gradually faded, as he took the initiative to propose reconciliation. I implore you to divulge the reasons behind your transformation. Why you have assumed the name of Uchiha Madara, and what your true intentions are. I have heard from Kakashi-sensei that you are the kindest of souls, and the only Uchiha in the village who aspires to become Hokage. Humph. Kakashi, that fool, is truly too talkative. Uchiha Obito scoffed, his finger bones cracking ominously, symbolizing his seething rage, because this world is hell, and all the current Konoha ninjas are but worthless trash in my eyes. Are you satisfied with this answer? That response, while grim, was indeed acceptable. Uchiha Obito, unwilling to be subjugated by Itachi, harbored information about him and merely sought to vent his frustration, refusing to disclose any intelligence, including his own past. Itachi, concerned that Obito might lose control and invade Konoha to harm Sasuke, deemed it too great a risk. Thus, he reiterated their previous agreement. Uchiha Obito consented to refrain from invading Konoha and harming its ninjas, while Itachi would continue to remain with the Akatsuki, assisting Obito in gathering intelligence and collecting the tailed beasts. However, both were acutely aware that their relationship could never revert to its former state, as even a minor spark could ignite hostility. At the very least, compared to the past, Itachi now possessed leverage over Obito. The two stood on equal footing. Just as Itachi had once threatened Danzo to protect Sasuke by leaking Konoha's secrets, should Obito harm a Konoha ninja, Itachi would reveal all information about Obito's faction to Pain and Konan. Uehara Naraku listened, utterly astonished. Uehara could not help but stroke his chin. If he were to assume Obito's guise and bully Sasuke and Konoha, would Itachi then disclose information to Konan? Would that not directly expel Zetsu and Kisame? This plan seemed rather promising. However, such schemes often unveil the truth, and a mere conversation could reveal that someone was impersonating Uchiha Obito. What would happen if the trail led back to him, the one conjuring this fiction? Could Uehara perhaps shift the blame onto Danzo? It seemed plausible. Nevertheless, if he delayed in executing the task, he would inevitably expose his ruse. Uehara Naraku gazed at Itachi's retreating figure, sighing. Truly, I have provided you with ample intelligence. Yet you still cannot eliminate even a single Uchiha Obito. In truth, Uehara was well aware that even at full strength, Itachi might not be able to subdue the severely injured Obito. Yet, he still wished for Itachi to make the attempt. After all, aside from his defeat to the future Sasuke through self-sacrifice, Itachi appeared capable of battling anyone with formidable strength. He could even force a victory against overwhelming odds. It was simply absurd. Perhaps this is precisely why the enemies encountered by Sasuke Uchiha are somewhat perplexing. How did this young lad manage to eliminate Itachi Uchiha? Uehara Naraku is currently en route to execute a mission of expulsion and extermination against opposing Umbu and ordinary ninjas, unaware that someone has begun to take an interest in him. It is none other than Obito Uchiha, who has just reached a superficial agreement with Itachi Uchiha. Obito hastily returned to the underground base guarded by White Zetsu's clone, having wasted yet another White Zetsu clone, and replaced his damaged organs to mend his own wounds. What transpired? Black Zetsu inquired, somewhat astonished. Obito, did you not go to meet Itachi Uchiha? Did a conflict arise between you? Obito nodded, continuing, Itachi has become untrustworthy. He is leveraging his position as an Akatsuki member to threaten me. Should we find ourselves at odds, he could easily betray me to Konan. Black Zetsu could not restrain himself. Then why not eliminate him? Obito fell silent for a moment, concealing the truth of his near miss with Itachi's treachery, and replied softly. After all, he is a rare asset. Recently, due to concerns over identity leaks, Black Zetsu had subtly expressed dissatisfaction with Obito. If he were to admit that he nearly fell victim to Itachi, he would surely become the subject of ridicule from Black Zetsu and the foolish White Zetsus. However, Black Zetsu perceived the situation to be increasingly precarious. He did not believe it was a time for leniency. A person who could ignite a crisis at any moment poses a considerable disadvantage to us. Fear not. Obito rapped his fingers against the table, articulating his demands. As long as I regain Nagato and Konan's trust and reclaim control of the Akatsuki, Itachi's threats will be insignificant. A peculiar glint flickered in Black Zetsu's eyes. Yet, Nagato and Konan wished to ambush you, rather than genuinely reintegrate you into the Akatsuki. This revelation was indeed unfortunate. Had he known earlier not to provoke that brat named Uehara Naraku, he would not have found himself in such a disoriented predicament. I have heard that Konan has recently been quite fond of her young disciple, Obito remarked, his fingers ceasing their rhythm on the table as he slowly raised his head. That little rascal appears somewhat arrogant in front of outsiders, seeming rather thoughtless, as if he does not hold a grudge against me for my past actions. That young boy likely believes that he once outsmarted me and defeated me, yet dares not provoke Nagato. Thus he has probably never regarded me as a threat. Black Zetsu's eyes glimmered. Are you implying that if we could persuade Uehara Naraku with the Moon Eye plan, it might lead to Konan and Nagato re-accepting me into the scheme? Obito's gaze darkened, a look of arrogant confidence gradually manifesting on his face. Those ignorant souls in the ninja world are always prone to wallowing in futile emotions. Uehara Naraku represents the new bond between Konan and Nagato. Indeed, you are quite clever. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu exchanged incredulous glances. Did Obito not consider that he was also casting aspersions upon himself while uttering such words? Who is the person who risks being discovered by Konoha every time they visit the spirit tablet for a memorial? Doesn't Obito have any inkling? Can he really not deduce that the consequences may eventually fall upon him? Uehara Naraku remains oblivious to Obito's intentions. With merely a few simple words of green tea, Uchiha Obito genuinely believes that he has no grievances. Surely, his emotional intelligence must reflect a lack of romantic experience? At present, Uehara Naraku stands before a group of ordinary Sunagakure ninjas, loudly proclaiming the orders from Rain Village, by the command of Lord Hanzo. All ninjas from neighboring countries must exit immediately. We are commencing the extermination of the rogue ninjas within the land of Rain. However, the Sunagakure ninjas feel a twinge of reluctance regarding their mission. The number of entrusted tasks in their village has been dwindling, and currently, the village's finances rely solely on the efforts of the fourth Kazekage, Raza. Thus, they hold any incoming tasks from outsiders in high regard. As their client resources are becoming increasingly scarce, Uehara Naraku shakes his head politely, saying, I apologize, but compared to your tasks, I am concerned that should you face any misfortune, it might trigger a war between Rain Village and Sunagakure, potentially leading to far greater losses. The Sunagakure ninjas exchange glances. Were it not for the fact that Uehara Naraku was standing atop one of their comrades, they might have indeed considered leveraging their position to bully him into submission. Alas, they are unable to confront him. The priority now is to relay the news of the civil war in the land of Rain back home. This aligns perfectly with Uehara's objectives. In dealing with ordinary task-executing ninjas, the approach is primarily expulsion, compelling them to spread word of the situation in the land of Rain. However, if faced with spies from the Umbu, a different method of engagement would be required. These spies aim to unearth the most clandestine intelligence, and encountering them would necessitate lethal action. Once the situation in the land of Rain stabilizes, and all of Hanzo's trusted aides are eliminated, the entire Rain village will be sealed off by Pain's Rain Tiger Freedom Technique. Uehara Naraku gazes at the Sunagakure ninjas and inquires, by the way, do any of you possess a jonin among your ranks? The gazes of the Sunagakure ninjas shift, resting on the one beneath Uehara's feet, the individual on the ground, whom Uehara could easily defeat with a few moves, is the leader of their small jonin team. Are you certain this is a jonin? Uehara Naraku questions with a hint of skepticism. Is the standard for jonin in Sunagakure so low? The Sunagakure jonin defiantly raises his head to meet Uehara's gaze. You little brat, do you intend to humiliate me? I am the wind blade of Sunagakure. Is that all? Just that? The irate jonin, incensed by Uehara's words, grits his teeth and flexes his fingers, prompting one of his subordinates to lunge at Uehara Naraku. No, that is not one of his subordinates. It is a puppet disguised as an ordinary Sunagakure ninja. This jonin leader from Sunagakure is a valuable puppeteer. It is no wonder he holds the position of leader. A skilled puppeteer is undoubtedly superior to the average ninja in Sunagakure. As the puppet master found himself cornered, his fate seemed sealed. Moments ago, after the confrontation between the sand-hidden jonin and Uehara Naraku, he had yet to deploy his puppets for battle when Uehara closed in, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks that sent him crashing to the ground. Now, he was determined to retaliate in honor of Sunagakure. With a swift motion, Uehara summoned a purple chakra broadsword, cleaving the oncoming puppet into a myriad of fragments. He kicked at the scattered remnants, asking mockingly, "Is that all you've got? You little brat." The fallen sand-hidden Jonin, witnessing this scene, was overcome with despair and fury, glaring at Uehara. "That was a puppet gifted to me by Master Chiyo." Chiyo, a venerable advisor to Sunagakure, was esteemed not for his might but for his intellect, earning him the moniker Old Man of Sand among the people of the Wind Country. In truth, he bore resemblance to Shimura Danzo. Chiyo once held dominion over all espionage within Sunagakure, and even in his retirement, he retained numerous operatives willing to heed his command. However, with the current fourth Kazekage, Raza, basking in the glory of his gold-mining prowess, few in the ninja world had heard of Chiyo's name. This was, in part, the fault of a certain member of the Akatsuki, Sasori of the Red Sand. Sasori's departure from Sunagakure had left his grandmother, Chiyo, despondent, leading her to choose a life of seclusion. Chiyo had retreated in order to accompany his sister, also in a state of retirement. Uehara blinked, having heard of Chiyo's reputation, yet he held no significant impression of the elderly man who had made only a few appearances in the original narrative. Gripping the purple chakra broadsword, Uehara pointed at the fallen sand puppet master and inquired, "Do you know where Chiyo and Chiyoba are?" He felt a flicker of interest regarding news of the elderly matriarch, as he had several side quests tied to her. He surmised that the rewards for these quests would be substantial. Most importantly, one such quest involved gathering intel on reincarnation. This pertained to a technique that could resurrect the deceased, and the reward might grant Uehara the extraordinary chance to resurrect himself. Ideally, it would be an ancient skill known as rebirth. Of course, if the system were to reward him with an item that was not even displayed in the shop, such as a resurrection armor, Uehara would gladly accept. As for how to gather information on reincarnation, it could involve selling out Sasori or possibly impersonating him. But was that truly the right course of action? No. Uehara Naraku aspired to be the shadowy mastermind of the ninja world. How could he stoop to be someone else's pawn? "How do you know, Lady Chiyo?" The sand puppet master's face registered surprise. But soon he began to amuse himself with his own thoughts, laughing aloud. "Of course, Lady Chiyo once repelled Hanzo of the Salamander. You from the Rain Village must be fearing her arrival here. Why do you prattle on so?" Uehara glared at the foul-mouthed sand ninja captain, a flicker of rage crossing his face. "No, how dare you insult Lord Hanzo?" After speaking, Uehara Naraku deftly flicked his sword, sending the ninja headband flying. "It would be best to concentrate on answering my questions." The captain of the sand ninja burst into a fit of laughter, his face a mask of disdain as he regarded Uehara Naraku. "Lady Chiyo is right behind our squad. She will soon arrive here to take Hanzo the Salamander's head and eliminate everyone from the Hidden Rain Village." "Is Lady Chiyo still active?" Uehara Naraku expressed surprise. Quietly opening the panel of fate, he suddenly swung his purple chakra greatsword, embedding it into the chest of the sand ninja captain, and shouted, "You dare to deceive me? Do you know who I am?" In the entire ninja world, only he had the audacity to mislead others. The remaining sand ninjas exchanged glances, astonished by the strength of such a young ninja, who seemed to possess remarkable prowess. One bolder ninja, fixated on the droplets of blood sliding down the chakra greatsword, whispered, "Who exactly are you, esteemed one?" "I am but a trivial individual." The sand ninjas were incredulous. Uehara Naraku disregarded their skepticism, a fierce youthful expression gracing his face. "Do any of you know where Chiyo is?" "We don't." The sand ninjas immediately shook their heads. Uehara Naraku interrupted them, raising his chakra greatsword. "Those who lie will swallow 1,000 needles." What a bizarre punishment. The sand ninjas, upon hearing Uehara Naraku's threat, could hardly swallow their own saliva. One of the sand ninjas raised his hand and hoarsely replied, "Lady Chiyo and Lord Kaiza are residing in the oasis outside the village." Truly, they were sand ninjas. The sand ninjas swiftly embodied the spirit of their higher-ups. Surrendering was always so prompt. Throughout the history of the Kazekage and the higher-ups of the Hidden Sand Village, they initiated wars to seize benefits and quickly knelt in surrender when faced with defeat. Uehara Naraku, having obtained the desired intelligence, waved his hand with satisfaction. "Hurry and relay this message to your Kazekage. Withdraw your forces as soon as possible." Afterward, he added, "Otherwise, when we eradicate the wandering ninjas of the Land of Rain, we will treat all other ninjas still active in the Land of Rain as spies." The sand ninjas exchanged wary glances. They cautiously regarded Uehara Naraku and began to step back slowly. Once at a safe distance, they swiftly fled into the distance. Uehara Naraku paid no mind to their retreat. The hidden sand village in the Land of Wind was shrouded in mystery. Besides the common ninjas expelled by Uehara, numerous Umbu lurked within the Land of Rain. He had more pressing matters to attend to. For the next while, Uehara Naraku worked diligently. By the side of a small river, a sand Umbu ninja extended his hand, receiving a hawk that descended from the sky, carefully retrieving a scroll of intelligence from its talons. Upon reading the contents of the report, the Umbu's expression shifted dramatically. The Kazekage has issued an order for us to leave the Land of Rain immediately. This must be a joke. His companions instantly wore expressions of discontent, saying, Lord Kazekage cannot constantly change his orders. We only infiltrated the Land of Rain a few days ago. Another shinobi from Sunagakure voiced his dissatisfaction. The village consistently calls for war against the Land of Rain, yet each time it is left unfulfilled. It is an inevitable circumstance. The captain of the Umbu sighed deeply and explained solemnly, perhaps it is the machinations of that Shimura Danzo from Konoha. Over the years, whenever we make a move towards the Land of Rain, Konoha always delays our progress. After speaking, the Umbu captain struck a nearby tree with a fierce punch, exclaiming, those scoundrels from Konoha seek to thwart the rise of our Sunagakure. Since Sunagakure's defeat in the Third Shinobi World War, it had entered into a treaty of alliance with Konoha, effectively becoming a vassal ally. Each generation of Kazekage has nearly always served as a vassal to Konoha, due to their continual defeats in warfare. It is utterly impossible to expect the Kazekage to willingly accept such failures, especially the fourth Kazekage, Raza, who is a leader of great vision, wielding the power of magnet release to control the village's affairs, has begun to engage in subtle maneuvers. Recently, news of the Uchiha clan's demise in Konoha spread, signifying a substantial decline in Konoha's strength, marking a moment of vulnerability. Seizing this opportunity, Raza aimed to acquire a prosperous territory for Sunagakure. Naturally, he would never dare to launch a direct attack on Konoha to seize land in the Land of Fire, fearing a retaliatory strike that could crush them again. Thus, Raza set his sights on the Land of Rain. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed dissatisfaction, he could hardly voice his opinion. After all, the treaties between great nations often hinge upon the betrayal of smaller states' interests. Nevertheless, Raza's repeated attempts to engage with the Land of Rain were thwarted either by the formidable leader of Amigakure, Hanzo of the Salamander, or by Danzo's opposition, forcing him to retreat. Now, with Konoha significantly weakened, Raza intended to adopt a bold stance towards the Land of Rain, only to find that Amigakure's attitude seemed even more resolute. Amigakure dispatched a powerful young shinobi who was vigorously driving out the ordinary ninjas of Sunagakure, perhaps even slaughtering their Umbu operatives. Of the 11 Umbu squads, only 3 remained in contact, at the border of the Land of Wind and the Land of Rain. In the forward command post of Sunagakure, Raza's confidant, Maki, a jonin, diligently reported the intelligence he had gathered and his proposed course of action. I have ordered all other Umbu squads to temporarily withdraw. A mere child? Upon hearing Maki's report, Raza was filled with a mix of fury and incredulity, exclaiming, has the strength of our village's ninjas diminished to such an extent? I have not reduced my financial support for you in the slightest. Lord Kazekage, Maki said, trembling and lowering his head, unable to meet Raza's gaze. The training of ninjas in Sunagakure had always emphasized an elite education, yet now they presented a dismal report card. Several elite jonin leaders dispatched to the Land of Rain have been slain, while ordinary ninjas have been completely expelled. Of the 11 infiltrating ANBU squads, only 3 may remain. A pack of useless fools, Raza uttered in frustration, followed by a deep sigh. Very well, let us withdraw them all for now. I shall personally ascertain what remarkable talents have emerged from Amigakure. Lord Kazekage, such an action may not be the wisest, Maki cautioned, his brow furrowed. Your safety outweighs any operation within the village, and I do not advise you to take unnecessary risks. What peril could a mere child pose? Raza waved a dismissive hand, fully aware of the plight of his own village. Ever since the Great Ninja War, when Konoha severely weakened Sunagakure, they had struggled to field formidable ninjas. It was precisely for this reason that Raza had lowered the promotion standards for jonin several times, consistently supporting certain special jonin with training funds equivalent to that of a jonin. Turning to Maki, Raza suddenly spoke, fetch Gaara for me. I wish to evaluate whether our ultimate weapon is indeed fit for purpose. After a brief moment of silence, a flicker of fear and unease crossed Maki's face as he gazed deeply into Raza's eyes and nodded in acknowledgement. Gaara was the Jinchuriki of the One Tail, and due to his emotional instability, Sunagakure had frequently suffered casualties from the One Tail's outbursts, which had fostered a growing aversion towards Jinchurikis within the village. Consequently, Gaara, who should have been attending the ninja academy, was now solely under Raza's tutelage in ninjutsu. Last year, in a fit of rage, Gaara had killed Yashimaru, the chunin who had cared for him since childhood, and he had begun to gain control over the One Tail. However, Maki was privy to part of the truth. He knew that Yashimaru's assassination and the subsequent actions of Sunagakure's Anbu had been orchestrated by Raza himself. Now, the Jinchuriki had become utterly bloodthirsty, feral, and merciless, resembling a beast perpetually poised to hunt. Even Maki, when encountering Gaara's gaze, found it hard to believe that such a look could belong to an 8-year-old child. Gaara appeared as if he could kill at any moment, seemingly indifferent to the identity of his victims. Among the events that shaped the Jinchuriki, what filled Maki with dread was not merely the power of the One Tail, but rather the bond between Gaara and Raza. They were father and son. Gaara, Lord Kazekage wishes to see you. Maki approached a rudimentary training ground, observing the solitary red-haired boy seated there, evoking a sense of sympathy. Yet Gaara did not seek pity. I understand, Gaara replied slowly, rising to his feet as the yellow sand beneath him began to coalesce, forming a gourd of sand behind him. The scattered grains of sand released a faint scent of blood. Maki glanced down at the crimson stains on the training ground, unable to suppress his inquiry. Has someone come to assassinate you again? You haven't been harmed, have you? Are you concerned about the monster that may be released once I am injured? Gaara slowly raised his head and chuckled. Ha ha! In this village, how could anyone possibly harm me? Uehara Naraku was blissfully unaware that his actions had attracted the attention of Sunagakure. Nor did he realize that the fourth Kazekage intended to use him to assess Gaara's combat prowess. If this were to reach Nagato and Konan, they might consider it a convenient delivery of a tailed beast. At this moment, Uehara Naraku's confidence had swelled to unprecedented heights, for he had once again completed his advancement task. Advancement Task 4. Eliminate 10 official Jonin, 1010. Task completed. Rewards: 3,000 points of life energy, 3,000 points of chakra energy, 3,000 gold coins, an increase of 100 in life energy recovery, an increase of 100 in chakra energy recovery, and the passive skill Calm and Collected. Uehara Naraku cast a glance at his system panel, which displayed the task of defeating the 5 Kage, perhaps his final advancement task, and certainly not one to be completed in the immediate future. However, gazing at the over 4,000 gold coins on the panel, he fell into contemplation and casually attempted to purchase a second embrace of the Seraph. To his surprise, he found it available for purchase. Was there no limit? No. It appeared that there was indeed a purchase restriction. Moments later, Uehara witnessed the embrace of the Seraph being taken off the shelves, indicating that only 2 of the same equipment could be acquired. This was reasonable enough, given the attributes of the embrace of the Seraph, which reduced chakra consumption by 25 and cooldown time by 20, if he were to gather enough coins to buy 5 or 6 at once. Wouldn't he be owed chakra every time he used a skill? Yet after making the purchase, Uehara's brow furrowed slightly, sensing that matters were not as simple as they appeared. His 4,000 gold coins had vanished without a trace. From over 4,800 coins, he was left with merely 20. Uehara's expression darkened, for the store clearly indicated that the price of the embrace of the Seraph was 3,200 gold coins. What a wretched system, destined for ruin. It was no surprise that the vendor at the bookstall was a cunning merchant, while others enjoyed half price on their second cup. Here the price of the second piece of equipment had increased by half, with the advancement task reaching its limit and the hard-earned coins now spent. Significant progress would be unattainable in the near term. After such an extended period, it was also time to scrutinize the items he had acquired. Name: Uehara Naraku. Gender: male. Date of birth: year 44 of the Leaf Village calendar. April 4th. Identification number: censored. Life energy: 6601. Standard shadow level: 3,000 to 10,000. Chakra energy: 8415. Standard shadow level: 3,000 to 10,000. Life recovery: 9 seconds. Chakra recovery: 45 seconds. Skill cooldown reduction: 50 remaining gold coins. 20 available skill: Sky Dance Technique. Allows flight through the use of chakra, consuming 3 points of chakra per second. with no cooldown. Directive Shockwave. By unleashing a chakra puppet, a spatial gravitational force is released, drawing surrounding enemies toward the puppet. Minimum consumption of 100 chakra points. Cooldown time of 55 seconds. Wall of Wind. By releasing wind release chakra, a wall of air is formed to shield against enemy attacks. Minimum consumption of 50 chakra points. Cooldown time of 13 seconds. Prison of Thunder. By releasing lightning release chakra, a circular storm of electricity forms around oneself. Minimum consumption of 75 chakra points. Cooldown time of 60 seconds. Card Trickery. Employ a powerful card-throwing technique. Upon throwing the fourth card, it will explode. No cooldown. Life Disintegration Ray. By unleashing a powerful ray from one's eyes, the life characteristics of the enemy are analyzed, causing disintegration of their body for 25 seconds. Minimum consumption of 100 chakra points. Cooldown time of 65 seconds. Moment of Divine Judgment. Grants an invulnerable shield to oneself or an ally for 3 seconds. Within this invulnerable state, chakra purification blades appear, inflicting substantial damage to nearby foes. Minimum consumption of 100 chakra points. Cooldown time of 80 seconds. Mutual Explosive Tag Technique. Utilize an explosive tag to summon countless tags for pinpoint detonations against a target. Consumes 500 chakra points. No cooldown. Inherent Illusion. Capable of disguising oneself as any living being until harmed or a skill is used, at which point the disguise is broken. Consumes 100 chakra points. Cooldown time of 1 second. Ephemeral Technique. Merges oneself with the earth and vegetation, allowing for rapid movement through the underground flora, during which all breathing is halted. Consumes 3 chakra points per second. My Unique Secret. Mist Formation. Releases a smoke area, becoming invisible within the mist while recovering 40 chakra points. The invisible state cannot be targeted by enemy precision techniques and lasts for 5 seconds. Appearing during attack or skill usage incurs no cost. Cooldown time of 10 seconds. Giant Shark Assault. Summons a void giant shark from the ground to strike the target area. After 2 seconds, the shark leaps from the ground, consuming the souls of all enemies within the vicinity. Chakra consumption of 100 points. Skill cooldown of 50 seconds. Summon of Fate. If the Dark Spear's contracted subject is nearby, it can draw the contractor closer, rendering them invulnerable and unselectable for 4 seconds. Upon skill conclusion, the contractor can be thrust in any direction. Minimum consumption of 100 chakra points. Cooldown time of 75 seconds. Purification. Removes all negative effects from oneself. Cooldown time of 105 seconds. No consumption. Spiked Defense. Enters a defensive stance, doubling life energy. During this period, if struck by an enemy's physical attack, half the damage will be reflected back to them. Lasts for 6 seconds. Minimum consumption of 40 chakra points. Cooldown time of 3 seconds. Roar of the Raging Tide. Summons a wave from beneath, sweeping away all enemies in front. Minimum consumption of 100 chakra points. Cooldown time of 60 seconds. Distorted Space. After a delay of 5 seconds, one can unleash a distorted space within a target area, which lasts for 3 seconds, isolating it from the outside world. Those who attempt to breach the spatial barrier will be rendered immobilized and dazed, capable of escape only through time-space techniques. The minimum chakra consumption is 100 points, with a cooldown of 9 seconds. Fate. This ability allows one to perceive the location of all individuals within a radius of 100 kilometers, including those utilizing stealth ninjutsu, transformation techniques, and shadow clones, for a duration of 6 seconds. Upon activation, the Fate skill enables the user to teleport to any individual within a 50-kilometer radius after a delay of 15 seconds, costing a minimum of 100 chakra points and having a cooldown of 90 seconds. Wordless Terror. By employing chakra, one can implant a nightmare into the mind of an enemy, causing them to experience their most profound fears for 2 seconds. This ability consumes 60 chakra points and has a cooldown of 75 seconds. Ultimate Technique. Twilight Blade. Summons a chakra-infused soul blade, which can be manipulated for attack, consuming 2 chakra points per second. Ultimate Technique. Soul Shield. Activates a defensive barrier through the soul blade, protecting allies within for 2 seconds from any harm, costing 40 chakra points and with a cooldown of 9 seconds. Ultimate Technique. Shadow Bind. Launches an unstoppable dash in a specified direction, consuming 150 chakra points and having a cooldown of 9 seconds. Secret Ultimate Technique. Merciful Soulfall provides a shield to a teammate that can withstand a lethal blow, then teleports to their side, disregarding the distance in time and space, consuming 100 chakra points with a cooldown of 100 seconds. Star Infusion sacrifices 10 of current life force and chakra energy to replenish corresponding percentages of life force and chakra energy for allies, with a cooldown of 4 seconds. Mushroom Cultivation utilizes chakra to generate an invisible, highly toxic mushroom, which can be placed in a target area, offering limited visibility within that vicinity. Upon contact, the mushroom detonates, inflicting poison. Each mushroom requires a minimum of 100 chakra points. Heart of the Madman, a passive skill that allows for the regeneration of 5 life energy points per second if no damage is sustained within 6 seconds. Calm Composure, a passive skill that restores 20 of maximum life energy and chakra energy upon the demise of an enemy unit. Equipment, Embrace of the Seraphim, 2 pieces grants 1400 chakra energy, reduces skill cooldown by 20, and lowers chakra consumption by 25. Madman S Armor, provides 800 life energy, a base life recovery of 200, and reduces skill cooldown by 10. Passive skill activates the Heart of the Madman effect automatically when life energy reaches 3000 points. Summoning Contract, Justice Colossus Galio, summoning costs 3000 chakra points. Abyssal Titan Nautilus, summoning costs 2000 chakra points.